Buenos dias, Dota fans, as we get ready for our final day here at the Lima Major. My name is Tsunami, and I am so pleased to be able to be bringing you the thrilling conclusion of South America's very first DPC Major. And it's not just me doing it. I have a panel, an esteemed panel, a well-dressed panel, and a well-braided panel as well. Jenkins, you're looking sharp as hell right now.
That's right. For this beautiful, fantastic day of Dota 2, we had to pull out all the stops.
All the stops.
That's right.
This is your S tier look.
I sat down and told them Jack Sparrow, and I don't think that's what happened here.
You ended up with Lil Yachty, I think. But
we're going to Poland after this, that's for sure, Tsunami.
Oh my God.
Effie, welcome your black tie finest for a black tie finest of Dota. The top 3 of the Lima Major. It's finally here.
I'm so excited. And the Dota has been so good this entire event, but this is actually my first Valve event in front of a crowd, so it's actually it's very overwhelming to hear the audience and to react to everything with them. It's something super special. So I'm just looking forward to seeing the best team win today.
Yes, and Astini, I didn't even know you owned a suit. Where the hell did you get this thing from? Why have you been hiding from us?
Because it's SA, so I was on the SA mood of wearing, but now it's grand finals. Doesn't matter, it's Dota 2, the world is looking at us.
That's right.
Most important match.
And you've brought your most important outfit, and we're all here to watch the most important Dota, because only 3 teams are left as we take a look at the bracket and where we remain here in the Lima Major. Started out with 18 teams, and now we're just down to 3. You can see in the far right side of your screen, GG. It's not because the game's already over, it's because Game & Gladiators are our first grand finalist. Western Europeans DPC's second place is sitting there, waiting for their best of 5. And their opponents are going to be either Team Liquid or Talon Esports. Southeast Asia and 2 Western European teams. What a distribution, Jenkins. I mean, I guess Western Europe we probably saw being the favorites, but SEA has defied expectations.
That is actually true. There have only been 2 other times where SEA has even made it to a grand finals in major history. And you know, the crazy thing is, they've won every time when they make it to the grand finals, but it's only been against Chinese teams ever. Okay. So there's never been a Western European versus Southeast Asian grand finals ever in Dota 2. So we might see a first here today.
It's unprecedented times, and the reason why we may be considering Talon to be an easy favorite is because Liquid still have their stand-in. As we take a look at the schedule for today, it's Team Liquid versus Talon. If you are unaware of the news, Boxy unfortunately had a medical emergency, and Jabs stood in yesterday for their winner's bracket final match against Game & Gladiators. It was a learning experience for Jabs, Effie. Maybe they came into it with low expectations, but it was still, I mean, you're going up against one of the top 2 teams in the world. It was kind of rough.
Yeah, I mean, he was out of his element for sure. I'm sure there's an added layer of nerves and anxiety. I mean, it's his first time ever playing on the main stage, and of course he feels like the burden of potentially being the one to make Liquid lose. But for the most part, I think they're happy with the results. They've accepted what has happened. And I think Liquid has no chance versus Talon, if I'm being honest with the stand-in. It just feels like, so Jabs is not a professional player. He's a professional analyst. I'm sure he's a high 8K pub player, but playing in this kind of environment is an entirely different beast. And supporting in this kind of environment is an entirely different kind of beast. And apparently he's an off-lane player in his pubs too. So it's just pretty unlucky that there was no synergy with the role that they lost and their potential stand in this major. But I mean, for the most part, there can be adjustments that they can make today. They can shift Insania to 4. I talked about it yesterday. They didn't do it today. They didn't do it yesterday, but I hope they're considering doing it today. I mean, put Jabs on some Treants, some Abaddon,
I totally agree with that.
Some Undying,
yeah.
And then just see where it goes from there. The one issue with that, though, Jenkins, is like the ward game is so important, and Insania's warding is like top tier.
I think he can probably do that from 4 position, though. Like, I do think it is a patch where cores are even warding, right? It's like, depending on the team that you're looking at, if you look at the stats, it just depends on like which player is like good at warding that's putting most of the wards down. So I think they can do it. I have pretty high hopes for Liquid that, like, they're obviously faced with this really tough situation. They tried something, and they've had actually a couple of days to, like, scrim. They have Jabs having a little bit of practice on the main stage, and that's going to actually let them have time for adjustments. Like, when we saw them versus Gaming Gladiators, they were straight out of the fire and into the grill, or whatever they say, you know? Like, so they have a little bit more time to practice now, which is good for them.
Yeah, and these are the highlights from yesterday. We saw Talon versus Entity on your screen just a minute ago, and now we're in the Liquid versus Gaimin series. And Talon, despite the situation for Liquid, even if Liquid was at full power right now, Talon is... I've rarely seen this level of momentum on a LAN, Astini. They are firing on all cylinders. They were probably pretty tired yesterday. They got the 2-0 versus Entity, but then they had to go up against Shopify Rebellion, a 3-game series, a competitive 3-game series. North America fell, but Southeast Asia, they prevailed.
Yeah, their spellcasting is so on point. Every team fight, there's a hero getting away with 10 HP, and they press all the stuns in the perfect order. So if they're like, oh, I'm going to go for this gank, they perfectly execute it. They don't miss anything. They play so well as a team, and they know their strategies that they want to play. So sometimes they're trying to scale for the very late game, and then they're just holding their of the maps. Sometimes you look at their draft, you think they're going to do that because, oh, they have Spectre. But then they can adapt. They look, wait, Shopify, they're playing split against the Spectre. We're going to go and fight them. It's something you do not expect from Spectre draft, that they play fast tempo. So they know how to adapt really well in the game. That's what I'm worried about Liquid. If Liquid play like yesterday, they're going to get crushed. Liquid needs to come with a very fast tempo, that you don't need to take their triangle, you don't need to invade the area of the Talon team, that you get a first Roche. Maybe Radiant is way better to execute that and just put a fast tempo. I guess we are kind of overthinking the Jab situation. Maybe. For me, the result is 100% obvious. Jab's going to win this match. So let's forget about the Jab situation. Let's think how Liquid needs to play as a team. I feel like this Radiant, fast tempo, Beastmaster, Lash, DP, group up as 5, you have a chance. Okay,
I mean, yes, for anyone who is confused, there are 2 Jabs in this match. There is an off-lane Jabs on Talon, and there is a support Jabs on Team Liquid. You're not going to see him in this video, but you're going to see him on stage. So let's bring out Team Liquid to the arena. At any earlier stage in the tournament, you may look at this entire roster and be like, yeah, you could probably lose 20% of it in one player and still probably win every single game. Because the rest of these players on Team Liquid are just so goddamn good that they have been making everyone else look like chumps. Originally considered to be the strong favorites for this tournament, obviously given the circumstances that may have changed a little bit. But I think Jabs will be reinvigorated. He took his previous loss in stride. He's still memeing it up. Shout out to follow Jabs1301 on Twitter.com. And also show some love to Boxy. If you're a Team Liquid fan, I'm sure he is definitely very disappointed with the turn of events, but hopefully he's cheering his boys on and feeling well. So send some love to all these players because it's an unfortunate situation, but it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jenkins. How often do you get to go on stage? Jabs was a former player. He was active from around 2017 to 2020. You show up and you have to play top 3 at a major in front of a crowd this energetic.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think you can count Liquid out. I really don't. I feel like you throw any stand-in into this mix and you're going to have issues on day 1. I really believe in having a few days to figure out what's the easiest way to integrate this guy into the team, whether it is just picking him easy stuff like the tree, and because, you know, 5 position is probably the easiest role in Dota right now. I've been asking a lot of the players backstage, regardless of the situation. I was just curious because I wanted to swap roles to whatever the easiest one is. And they said, yeah, 5 is the easiest. It's Treant, it's Undying. You could even run these heroes in the 4 position, change up your heroes a little bit, put a little bit more of a burden on Zai to like play heroes that combo well with those heroes that are like easier to play and easier to integrate with. And you know, Talon, they got to be careful. You can't get too cocky. You know, this is still a really strong team. This is a world-class team, and they could still win this.
My boy Blitz out there in the challenge jacket, ready to be Team Liquid senpai. But is he better than Sunbi on Talon Esports? Only one way to find out. Let's bring out Talon Esports. A top 3 finish at this major at the minimum, coming from a 3rd place finish in the Southeast Asian DPC after having to win a tiebreaker. They win it, and they have just been crushing their way through this tournament ever since. They already did fall to Liquid earlier. This was their upper bracket matchup, and they got 2-0'd. They went down and then proceeded to smash their way through every single other opponent. They 2-0'd Hellraisers, they 2-1 Team Spirit, they 2-0'd Entity, and they 2-1 Shopify Rebellion to make it here all the way to the lower bracket final. This is a team that has found some incredible magic, Effie. I have never seen such an approach from Southeast Asia, at least not since T1 at the Animajor, and 23 Savage was on that roster, so maybe there's just some magic that he's capable of.
I think they're just very good, and people are realizing how good they are and how good they've been all along, but it just feels like they're thriving in this environment. That's honestly what I think.
Yeah.
They walk out like they own their stage, they sit in that booth, and the crowd, it gives them energy.
They slap hands. A lot of players don't slap hands. That gives energy.
They're hand slappers, but I mean, Jenkins and I were theory crafting the terminology, okay? But what is the opposite of a choker? It's a strangler.
Or a strangulator if you want to get...
Asphyxiator, suffocator.
We learned that there are a lot of words for strangulate.
Perhaps we should explain the definition of what we're going for.
So a choker is somebody who feels the nerves during a main stage event, and then they play bad. But a strangler, that would be the opposite. That would be somebody who makes other players choke.
True.
Or we could call them meditators for good breathing, the opposite of choking.
Oh yeah, like the Wim Hof method.
Yes, of course.
They take deep ice baths before they play.
Or they're the chicken nugget in the enemy team's windpipe. You know, you start a hogo. A hogo. Is that choking in Spanish, Estini?
They're the Heimlich maneuver.
It is. Okay.
But in all seriousness, it does feel like they just play so well in this kind of environment, and they have the momentum. Every win that they've taken has made them feel better about themselves. It's made them feel more confident in their ideas, and that they've learned a valuable lesson with every series that they've played, and they've applied it to the next series. Like, they are learning as they go along, and that's so cool. And in terms of individual skill, they have some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, you're saying that people are figuring out how good these players are. I think they're also figuring out how good these players are, because when you put them all together, it's been magic. Obviously, the main thing that's been exciting about this roster is the acquisition of more Thai players, so a little bit more language synergy between the lanes, but even beyond that, we even heard from the coach Sunbi. Estini, I don't know, were you able to catch that interview with Sunbi? So he said that formerly on Fnatic with Jabs, and he got super kicked from Fnatic, and Jabs did too, and he was like, I gotta follow my boy Jabs.
He begged to join.
He begged Jabs, please let me go with you. And they have found something truly amazing here on this main event.
Yeah, as a coach, I can say that's the level of trust you need. Is either 100% or it's 0. Half of trust does not work for a coach, because you're going to come with your ideas. If they don't trust you fully, they will mix ideas, and then it's terrible. You might have 5 correct ideas, but when you bring them all together, your Dota is going to suck. Maybe you have one wrong idea, but you pursue it so much and you repeat it with 5 players, that's going to become a good play style. So you need this type of trust that Jabs has with Sunbi. That's the magic behind this team.
Yeah, and being able to establish that trust also, because on the Fnatic roster, the team did not find any top 3 finishes that we're seeing here. So how are you able to maintain that trust despite some troubling results at times?
I think this always happens in teams that you have different ideas, and probably Jabs was on the same page as Sambi, and they're probably like, we don't fully trust their ideas, but let's try it out. And then it doesn't work, and they're like, it's time that we try our ideas now. That might have been the issue in Fnatic. Maybe the other players also had a good idea, but when you combine both, terrible. Then your draft doesn't make sense. It's super easy to come up with a draft that makes 0 sense. You just hear all your players in the draft. Seriously, I need some rules when drafting, like, hey, you can just say when I ask you a question. You just tell me this matchup. And maybe, okay, the captain, you can come up with ideas during the draft, but we all discuss outside, and when it's time, I just ask questions. Otherwise, it becomes such a mess.
And it's especially comfortable when you have some veteran experience on your team as well. Jenkins Oli is no stranger to this situation. That man has major victories under his belt. This kind of pressure is just another day at work for him.
Yeah, he's a major winner. I mean, he's a major winner. So is Sunbi. Sunbi's won 3 of them. This might be his first as a coach, I believe.
I think that's right, yeah.
And then you have Jabs, who has attended 20 majors. He's one of 7 players in the world who have attended more than 20 majors. Now I think he's the only remaining player that is in that 20 major club, with Shopify being eliminated.
That makes sense,
So you could argue that he is the most tenured player in terms of number of major attendances in general in the tournament still. So yeah, this team, I mean, I can understand why they're not crumbling under the pressure. It's like most of them are used to it. And the ones that aren't, Q, for example, this is his first major. The rest of the guys are like, oh, here's how you deal with it. Have this sugar-free beverage in the morning, and you'll be fine. Get some caffeine in your system.
Azúcar.
That's right. That's right. They have good suggestions for dealing with the pressure.
Yeah, and on the other side, also some very, very legendary players, which perhaps found the most success during Team Secret with Zai and Nisha Effie, and have been imported to Team Liquid. And though it is kind of crazy to see that despite how long Insania and Mickey and Boxy as well have been in the scene, they have not really been in this situation before. This is one of the best results that these 3 players have ever received.
Yeah, Liquid have been notorious, in the past for performing well online, but not at LAN. But that just broke last year. After their TI results, they had an epic Cinderella story. It's actually very emotional with Matsu's retirement and how well everybody was playing. But afterwards, they mentioned during the last TPC tour that after the TI results, something in them just changed. They started to feel more comfortable, and that kind of mental barrier that was holding them back does not exist anymore. So honestly, with the exception of what happened to Boxy, their position 4, I think that this mentality is going to stay with them for the entire year, and they're just going to have phenomenal results. Like, I would be surprised if this team, this iteration of Liquid, does not make it top 4 at every Valve event this year.
Yeah, 1 year ago, though, I think we would have seen the classic example of the Strangler on the left side of our screen versus the Chokers, because former Team Liquid, I guess even pre-TI, I can't even say pre-Matu, because even the Matu iteration had some questionable results online. The Stockholm Major was a disaster for this Team Liquid roster. Arlington also was very rough.
But you know what it felt like? They were always 1 win away. Like, when they drop out, it's always in a 2-1 series where they're just 1 win away from things potentially changing for them. So I think how close they were every time last year made them feel so awful. But like I mentioned earlier, they break through. These players feel so confident in this iteration of this team. They feel so good about themselves, and they themselves think they're going to win everything.
I actually know, by the way, I figured out last night why Nisha is one of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the world. If we can get the camera back on him, he's left-handed. He plays with his mouse on the left hand.
And he's from Poland. That's why you have the little Yachty
That's right.
right
You're right. I'm a secret Nisha fan. Well, not secret Nisha.
No, you're a Liquid
I'm a Liquid Nisha fan.
Nisha's always had. Oh my God, Jenkins.
They're skipping. Don't
See,
show Mickey.
His right arm is so much skinnier than his left arm because he ain't making sick flicks with his mouse.
That's right.
Is that why?
That's why. That's exactly why. No other reason.
Anyway, back to you, Effie.
Okay. No, so Nisha has always been in debate as the best mid player in the world for a very long time, right? Like, it honestly feels like after he left Secret, we can see that he was shouldering that team on his back just based on their results after he left. And I feel like any team that he joins plays better simply because he makes people around him play better. He has that plus 50 passive skill aura that he just applies
You know what
to
Quinn
everyone
said
around him.
about Nisha that's so interesting? He said that Nisha is like simultaneously like one of his favorite mid laners to play against and also one of the worst mid laners to play against because you can kill him and he doesn't play differently. Like he doesn't, it feels like killing him doesn't achieve anything. He just continues playing the lane from a little bit behind, out CS's you, gets ahead again. So it's like a kill on Nisha just doesn't accomplish anything, which is very strange because most mid lanes, it's like if one guy dies, like the game can be over on that moment. Not against Nisha.
Yeah, and Estini, as we are about to approach the draft, give me your 2 heroes for both teams. Give me 1 hero from each team that you are going to have your eye out for. 1 Talon hero and 1 Liquid hero.
Liquid Treant because it enables either a Lash, MP, DP, run at them,
Okay.
but Treant is the enabler. And on Talon, MP.
Yeah, it's
But
not as clear for
I don't
him.
think, no, because I think they'll ban.
Ah.
So I'm going to keep an eye on this first ban, so Puck can go through maybe.
Perfect. You want to look at the first bans, I want to look at the first picks, I want to look at this first game. It's time for Talon Esports versus Team Liquid.
Welcome one and all here to the draft panel for game number 1 between Talon Esports and Team Liquid in the lower bracket final to determine who goes up against GG in the grand finals. My name is Sneg, your host for today's proceedings, and I'm joined by a former and current pro, Fear and Ari. Gentlemen, we've got a very intriguing setup between us. Team Liquid, of course, the big story is that they don't necessarily have their full complement. So when we do look at this draft, we have to keep that in mind. Erstwhile though, Ari, Talon Esports, they're just on the come up right now. They're on the up and up. They've got that lower bracket power up. What do you make of how they've been playing and how they've been drafting in particular so far in this tournament?
Well, they look like they've got this lower bracket magic that Liquid had at TI. You don't make the big run through lower bracket. The team goes through a lot of hard games and they feel really confident in each other. So they seem to have this confidence going forwards and they're really improving every game. I think they look really good in particular when they have this melee 4 on Q with this Tusk Tiny really dictating the pace of the game early to allow their 3 farming cores to shine.
Speaking of Team Liquid, their opponent here, Fear, they have done the one thing which up until this point, this was suicide for you as a team. You gave them Nature's Prophet, literally guaranteed loss, right?
Yep.
But this time around, obviously things are a little bit different. We'll see how that shakes out. Ari was just mentioning that Talon often do have Q on his melee supports, Tiny or Tusk. He's played 1 or 2 of these heroes every single game except 1. The only game that he played Mirana on, they got demolished by Team Liquid. This is a run back of that upper bracket matchup, so you can see Team Liquid have done their research. They immediately ban out the Tiny. They prioritize that even over and above heroes like Death Prophet, Lina. They're like, that's okay, but we do not want to deal with the Q Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now a lot of teams are going to realize when they play against Q and how well he's doing this Tusk and Tiny. If you get rid of one of them, he's just going to take the other, right? So I think in this situation, Talon are extremely happy. Now he doesn't even have to play against the Tiny, so he has like the superior roamer in this game. So I think Talon's pretty happy with this. Tusk is also a hero that's also great versus the Nature's Prophet too. And you talked about, NP being a hero that you can't give Liquid. Tree was that hero as of yesterday too, but it lost. So looking like Liquid are mortal now within their drafts here, and Talon are just going to pick up their comfort.
Yep. We get the Snapfire here, which they presumably are going to play for jabs. Oli can play it as well. Team Liquid, is this the time that we just go for Nature's Prophet, Tree, and Protector? They did this all throughout the group stage already, and when they were doing that, they looked really, really, really good.
Yeah, well, both teams seem to love this Train Protector, but it is banned. As a
Oh, is it
reason
banned?
of
My bad, my
as a
bad.
reason of the Tiny ban, though, the Lina has slipped through. Though it would be a bit weird to take Prophet plus Lina, so this is quite a strange situation.
Yeah, maybe not this early, right? And the series yesterday, they got a nice second phase Lina, like 18-pick Lina in the second phase there against Rebellion. That worked out great, but they're not going to pick it now. It wouldn't make much sense. I'm not sure what exactly they would want here because Talon have a pretty open-ended draft here. We've seen the snap being played in multiple positions. Same with this Tusk. So they can't really clearly identify what they want to do here. I think they just pick a support, round it out, keep the NP open.
Keep the NP open between the multiple roles that they do play it. What supports leap out to us at this point? Team Liquid have played a wide bevy of these. A lot of the sustainy Healy supports. I think Undying is probably their best bet, but unfortunately there's already a Snapfire. We have seen Undyings beat out the Snapfire. Is it bad enough, the matchup, that you just cannot take it when the Snap's already in the game?
I think they might take a Clock or a Undying here. Clockwork could be pretty good here. You cancel the ulti of the Snapfire. You got Cogs for when there's Tusk Snowballs in. It protects the Profit, but we've got Rubik instead.
Yeah,
really great against Snapfire.
Yeah, but another thing to say about this Rubik is that we talk about Liquid, how they made a roster change. Well, they had to change their player, right? Jabs, he has a small hero pool, I'm told, and Rubik is one of those heroes, so I think this is something that they're just kind of prioritizing for the player to make sure Jabs is as comfortable as he can be in this game.
Actually, let's talk about this Rubik hero, because coming into the main event, he was picked a lot in a lot of games, wasn't winning as much. He seems to have fallen off the face of the earth. What do you make of this already? Why aren't teams utilizing this Rubik hero a little bit more?
I think teams are learning how to draft against the Rubik. You can sometimes take drafts that make the Rubik feel really bad. Like, let's say you take Clock Darkseer combo on 16-17, and now the Rubik has no spells to steal, and it feels like a really bad Rubik game. And people are also expecting the Rubik shard to save people rather than being surprised by it. They don't fully commit and then get surprised, and then they get team wiped because the guy got saved by the Rubik shard. But here it's really great because you already see the Snapfire, and this Scatter Blast level 4 is some crazy damage when you have Rubik.
Maybe you can steal the Kisses at some point too, which will be not as easy to do, but we've seen it before, and it is definitely very powerful.
There's also a possibility of stealing a Warrior's Kick at some point in the game, which is really strong with the cast range from Arcane Supremacy.
I mean, a good Rubik game is a good Rubik game for sure, but normally you need to have a specialist on the hero. You need to have someone that's very confident and comfortable. Jabs, hopefully today he comes out feeling a lot more confident and comfortable. I know he's put into a hard situation here, but Rubik really is one of those flashy type of heroes that where you do want to make a lot of plays happen.
Yeah, you certainly want to make sure that this hero is effective in the game, not just being a passenger, wants to be as active as humanly possible. Speaking of activity, usually the most active player, not just in this particular setup of the game, but across the tournament is Mikoto. Does quite a lot for the team in the mid game. Obviously, Q just covers most of the early game for them. Let's actually talk about Q for a second while they're still looking towards the second phase of bans, as we see Lina being removed finally, thank God. Ari, one thing that Q has done really, really well, right? This talent team, outside of Ari, in the first 10 minutes are fairly static, right? Outside of Q, sorry. And he moves a lot. For some reason, he's just everywhere, it feels like, on the map, right? And despite the fact that everybody knows that this is his playstyle, he keeps getting away with it. How is this possible?
Yeah, well, this happens because both the 23 Savage and Jabs on the side lanes are very static. They like to farm a lot, so someone needs to cover the early game, and this is Q. And every game, he's rotating across every lane, getting every kill. And what I really hope to see from Liquid this game is to punish the side lanes and kill the side lanes when Q is rotating from them. Kill Jabs, kill 23 Savage, and really punish these rotations when it happens. And they should be able to expect that he'll do this because he does it every game. He's roaming across the whole map, getting kills every game.
Something else that they also sort of do every game here for Talon is one of the few teams that is able to play dual melee supports, and they do it reliably, and they don't seem to have any fear. The conventional wisdom that we used to have is have a melee 4 position, or melee 5 position, have a sort of range 4, or vice versa. They just upend it. They do whatever the hell they want. And it also just keeps working. They do weird things like Omni 5, Elder Titan 5, game after game for Oli, and it still manages to get them the results.
Yeah, he'll play a tree too if it's in the pool. I think some of these heroes do have some type of overlap that he wants to play like a team fighter. Like when they played a certain lineup yesterday with the Tusk, they had like a Warlock. We could see that happen again, but the hero I'm really looking for Talon, they played against a Nature's Prophet and a Rubik just yesterday, and they ended up picking a Spectre for it. So we could see that potentially come out for Savage in the second phase as well, or I doubt it'll make it all the way to the last stage here, but let's see if they're going to do something similar with like some Warlock Spectre from the other day.
They might go for like some TB here, Ari. I see that they've taken out the Zeus and the Drow Ranger. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, TB looks really strong here, but same for the Spectre. It's just a little awkward to take on 16-17 because the 18 counter pick on Liquid could really counter him in lane and slow down the game. But it is a really good game for the Spectre. Warlock.
I mean, they ran this before with the Tusk. They won with it, and I think this is a team that's rolling off momentum, and they've kind of found their hero picks that they really like. And we haven't seen a Riki in a while.
This 18 Spectre looks really strong right now, especially with the Warlock.
This was the Chinese special, right? Spectre, Warlock, pretty much every single game with tons of sustain. Presumably now you definitely are going to be playing the jab, Snapfire. He's going to buy it, Gregorian Greaves, a lot of sustain I'm seeing, a lot of difficulty killing the Spectre. The puck does help though.
Yeah.
We're able to make these early moves around the map and make sure that before the Spectre becomes unkillable, you can actually bring her down.
I mean, I wanted to ask Ari a question about this. We haven't seen a lot of Ricky nowadays. It's kind of like fell off and not been favored. Why do you think that is? Why do you think we haven't seen that much Ricky in this playoffs?
Well, I think people were overrating this hero because they have, bad experiences in pubs, and when it's like an early possible hero, people aren't sure how to deal with it properly.
Yeah.
But as this tournament progressed, people have gotten a lot better at dealing with this hero. The weakness in the first 15 minutes of the game, the weakness in team fight, the weakness in lack of damage. Teams are punishing this. They're picking early game, strong team fight, and just running at you before you come online of the shard.
All right.
There's the Spectre.
I mean, I didn't mean to predict their draft here. I didn't think they'd put them in the exact order, but I was just going off what they liked in the past. But they went exactly for it with the Spectre. It looked great. The Warlock, it's a classic combination. They did not run these two heroes on the same team yesterday. They were different games, right? So the one thing you will have to be a little afraid about when you run this, and why we don't see it a lot, is it's a kind of a slow build-up. Really ult-dependent until the Spectre gets to the Aghanim Scepter. They will have a slow timing here where if, Liquid does play a bit faster, a little more tempo, they do have the NP, they do have the puck, they might be able to punish it.
Yeah, this is also another different approach to dealing with the Ricky, is the fact that the Spectre needs a clean early game without much pressure to farm his items, get his Blade Mail, he's really good against these heroes. But the Ricky cannot pressure in these first 15 minutes, and his lane, the Spectre should free top against the Ricky. So the Spectre should have a really nice time in the early game, which alleviates the common problem of this hero, which is a weak early game.
Let's see, his final phase of bans here. We're looking for mid-heroes for the side of Talon. We have something for Makoto to play. For Team Liquid, as per usual, we're at the end of the draft and we're still not certain if it's Zai playing the Nature's Prophet or if it's going to be Mike and there's going to be a different hero to round out the draft. Talon, of course, they have the response pick on the 24, so Team Liquid have to show their hand first. What steps out to you here, Fia? What would you like to see? What's missing in their draft right now from Liquid that you want to see covered in the final pick?
For Liquid here, I mean, I'm going to imagine that they most likely want a Zai hero that can pressure the Spectre harder than an NP can. So there's a lot of things he could do. I mean, I personally am a fan of Tide against Spectre. Some people go both ways there, but you kind of get a free lane, gives them some tempo. They could play a bit faster, but they're kind of low on the damage department. Spectre's just not a hero you really want to take into the late game. So I think they want to play tempo. They want to slow down the Spectre's farm. The one thing Shopify Rebellion did not do in the last game is they gave Spectre a completely free lane. Yep. And all of a sudden there's a Blade Mail. There was an Aghanims at 17 minutes in the game. So some type of hero that can just slow down Spectre's farm.
I think an Underlord could be really good here.
Right,
you see the Tide ban, it's kind of similar to the Tide, but this hero has a lot more base damage, and you can deny every creep from the Spectre, because Spectre already has low damage, and you're reducing it with the passive on the Underlord, and you're just denying every single creep from him, pressuring him a lot, even with a Reek Laner and Ricky. So I think this could be the time for an Underlord, even though it's not a common hero in this patch.
Yeah, apparently I'm blind, and Tide is banned, yes.
Very
good.
Underlord would be nice here. We have seen Saberlight play Underlord in the main event so far. The only one to be able to do so. Team Liquid, if they do go for it, it's also kind of a free lane for Underlord, right? Just as, because Spectre or Warlock is not going to pressure you as Underlord, at all. You just chill.
Exactly. You could even leave the Underlord 1v2 and he'll probably win this lane just with damage and sustain.
Oh, all right. Ari, talk to us about this. You have a Lycan player on your team. Would this be the kind of game where he's calling out for a Lycan? I don't see that much wave clear from the side of Talon. Yet again, we speak about this lane being fairly lackluster on the side of Talon on the top side of the map. So do you like this Lycan for this game?
Yeah, this is a great Lycan game. It's kind of similar to the Underlord in the fact that you have much more damage with the Wolves compared to the Spectre, and you're going to get every CS in lane. The Spectre cannot pressure you at all. Warlock Spectre, they're not doing anything to you. You're getting every last hit. You're going to have a really fast Helm Dom, and you can really take over the game early and shut them down before they come online. And also, it coincides with the 15-minute timing of Ricky. You have Helm Dom, Shard, you're running over the whole map, killing everyone. This could be their plan to shut down this slow lineup from Talon.
So what do you want to see here for Makoto to be able to stop some of this aggression from Liquid and ensure that this push that will come from their side with Nature's Prophet and Lycan, which hero do you want to see be able to deal with the mid lane against Puck and make sure that they can actually compete in the mid game?
It's banned, unfortunately, which is the Kunkka, so I'm really trying to find a hero that could be good versus Puck. I thought Pango, maybe they'll do it, but then you're playing it into Puck. Maybe they'll do it anyway, but Night Stalker, is that, what are we going to get here? Snap support maybe? Tusk mid?
Or Snap mid and Tusk support, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if we're going to put the Night Stalker, unless they're going to do an NS mid, which I haven't seen in a very long time. Very interesting pick.
They're thinking about it. Jabs is having the conversation. All right.
I mean,
Mikoto's
that
being
hero is really
tough.
good versus Puck in the game with the silence. You get the shard for the Helm Dom later on to kind of shut that down. So they're trying to have that 15-minute timing into them there. But Team Liquid, they still have a very fast draft, like double Zoo, nice playmaking potential here against the slow Spectre. So Liquid are in a situation where they're going to have to play pretty fast and get a snowball. And Talon are right where they want to be. They love playing this slow to game.
Also, one thing to note is we got the nice Dogger Shard against the Lycan creep.
Yeah.
This is one way of slowing down his timing. You just eat the creep, and now he's got nothing to work with for a while.
And I like the tusked mid here. I think it's really good. It's going to give him the tempo. Right when Q hits level 6, we're going to see him with his ultimate. It's going to be really important what these supports can do with their first ultimates.
First ultimates are going to be deeply, deeply important for a game like this. And of course, the first 10 minutes of the game is probably where Liquid want to get their side of victory. Right now, though, in the lower bracket final, Team Liquid aren't just playing for themselves. They're playing for Boxy, but Talon Esports playing for the entirety of the Southeast Asian region. Let us find out which power-up is stronger here in the lower bracket final as we send it over to the amazing Avo and the wise Winter. Take it away, gentlemen, for the lower bracket final.
Thank you, Snare, for that pass. We have the lower bracket final between Team Liquid and Talon Esports. And for this particular game, we brought in the expert in C, Winter Dota himself. How you doing, my friend? How are you seeing Talon today?
Talon is going to have a great day. The C fans are going to have a great day. Everybody from C will be proud today.
Talon Bolé?
Talon Bolé, let's go, man.
Let's go. Tell me about the strength of this draft here compared to Liquid. What do you like? What do you don't like?
I like the fact that they have a very, very all-rounded draft. They have some good early game. There's some good laning phase. Nice Soccer is going to stabilize the game for the Spectre to carry the game later. Overall, they have everything. That's what I want to see in the draft. I tick all the boxes. I'm happy.
Okay, let's look at the Liquid draft, right? What is the strength? What are the weaknesses here? Do they tick all the boxes?
They're kind of all-in-ish with the Zoo, the Nature's Prophet, and the Lycan. They're going to have to play a very, very high-paced game if they want to shut down this Spectre. Like Talon have shown that this Spectre can be a very, very strong hero later. And in the mid-game, he's going to be there to help his team with the Shadow Stab. He's going to be there to defend the towers. He's not exactly going to be that AFK farming carry that we get so accustomed to when you talk about Spectre.
Okay. We have to talk about the elephant in the room. Liquid obviously playing with a stand-in, they're not playing with Boxy. Are these early game drafts better with a stand-in because you don't have to take the game late enough? You don't have to deal with that late game synergy?
Yeah, you can say that. The game gets a lot more straightforward. You hit your timings, you grow up together, but you have to survive the laning phase. Or you have to do well in the laning phase. I feel like Liquid has a draft where they need to have a better start. You want to snowball with the Nature's Prophet, the Lycan, you want to run at them. You don't want the Spectre to farm too much, you have to have a good start. If the Spectre has a good start, you're going to be in trouble.
You did say Jabs, though, had a pretty solid laning phase in the last game that you saw him against Gaming Gladiators, right?
Yeah.
So let's see how he does with the Ricky. The 15-minute timing is going to be the important one we'll be looking here. And let's see how that Ricky Lycan lane can survive.
Ricky Lycan is a bit, I don't know, it's a bit iffy, you know, the lane, you have double melee. I guess you're supposed to just pull creeps, but you're against a Spectre plus Warlock. Maybe it's okay, you can just play the lane head-on, and we see like Jabs trying to contest the bottom rune, but he's going to be pushed away by the Treants. Not much you can do there. So 2 apiece for Liquid and Talon.
Yep. Do you want to comment on the Spectre Warlock lane, right? Very defensive lane, passive, you could say, right? So what do you do when they pull? Like, what's the idea? When the Ricky starts to get the creep wave, do you just play the creep shenanigans and do you pull your same wave onto it, or how do you counter this strat? Because you can't really kill them, honestly.
I'm not sure if they need to pull.
Actually, it's going to be Rubik.
Oh, it's actually, yeah, Rubik and Lycan.
So that's even worse.
They are strong. I think they are stronger in this lane then. They don't have to pull, they just need to focus on last hitting, get their levels. They should be able to out-CS the Spectre and Warlock with the walls. I mean, I haven't seen this matchup before, so I'm not entirely sure, but it feels like the Rubik plus Lycan should be able to do good in this lane.
Okay. And how does the Warlock Spectre, like, it's been a while since we've seen this matchup. We saw Warlock with the Lina already. Are you a believer in this pick? There's only 2 teams that's picked to this tournament, PSG LGD and Talon now.
No. No.
You're with the TSM guys, and this pick is pretty bad, as Ollie, by the way, gets chased down by the Wolves. Rubik is also chasing him down, but all he does have the healing, the Shadow Ward, he'll be fine from that.
Yeah, he's going to have I feel like he's going to have a rough laning phase with the Wolves constantly harassing him and the Rubik spamming Fate Bolt. You can't really trade with the Rubik. The Rubik just out-trades you with Fate Bolt. So you have to try to dodge him and try to pull some creeps. And he got the DNI on the Sentry Ward, so that's going to be good for him. If he's able to pull waves, that would be very, very helpful for the Spectre. And in the mid lane, we see a Puck against Tusk matchup, which I feel should be okay for the Tusk. I think both heroes are going to farm. Is going to come down to rune control. Whoever gets help maybe from the support or the Nature's Prophet. We've seen yesterday when Talon had the Nature's Prophet, he's constantly trying to help the mid laner secure runes or get the first blood, get some kills. So it'll be interesting to see if Liquid is going to do the same.
Right. In this matchup, since the Tusk is just supposed to shove lanes, does he do fine against the Puck? The early levels maybe a little bit harder for him?
He should be fine because I feel like he has more base damage than the Puck. So yeah, he should be able to survive it. And if Puck actually makes a mistake, the Tusk can actually kill the Puck. So I would say that the Puck has to be much more careful. You know, you can't be too greedy in using all your spells to get last hits because you have very little armor. You know, if the Tusk traps you in the shot and you don't have a lot of HP, you have, let's say you have half HP, then you might actually die.
Continuing on the Tusk, we've seen two different types of builds from the Tusk this tournament. It's been mainly either Desolator or Ags, and it seems like it's almost region-specific. C loves the Ags build immediately after the Blink Dagger, like Blink, BKB, and then Ags, and then the European teams actually build Desolator much more so. Which has been your preference? Do you think Mikoto's going to still go for the Ags build this game? Is it useful?
The question is, do you feel like your draft needs more damage? And I look at their draft, I don't really feel they need a lot more damage from the Tusk. They have the Warlock, Fatal Bonds, you have the Snapfire, Mortimer's Kiss. They all do, they all do a lot of damage. I feel like that's not really that important for him. What's important is the initiation. I feel like you cannot delay the blink too much on the Tusk. Maybe you go Falcon, then you get the blink, and then you're going to need BKB as well because you are playing against a Puck and a Riki. So you cannot be too greedy on your item build.
Good. Look at the final lane down bottom is Jabs. Liquid Jabs. This is going to be a fun one. We can call him Jabba for the rest of the game because that's going to be his in-game motto. We know he's Jabs with 2 Bs, but you know, at least in the analysis so people don't get confused.
I think he's trying to help us out by putting his tag as Java.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He did tell us in the room that was what he was doing. How do you see this lane going? Actually, the Thai Jabs is doing very well for himself on the Night Stalker for now. Is this supposed to be a difficult matchup pre-5?
Not really though. I think Night Stalker has a very, very easy time here. You have a lot of armor, so you can trade and you can stay in the lane and take some poke damage from the Treants. You don't really mind. You're just waiting for the night time to kick in, and then you can start pressuring the Nature's Prophet. That's when the Nature's Prophet, he's going to feel threatened in the lane and he's going to be constantly having to play very, very defensive. Or at least the supports have to stay in the lane to help.
Yeah, but your supports here are what, Riki? Like, what is he going to do to stop the Night Stalker? Smokescreen? Hope that Nature's Prophet stays in place?
That's true. Riki, you cannot do anything against a Night Stalker.
Top lane, they are... Nah, I don't know why I'm even casting. There's a Shadow Word. There's a Shadow Word in the Spectre, now ran out. But you still have Infused Raindrops, another Shadow Word here. Last time, we did see a little bit of an upheaval build for Ollie as well. Ari was telling us in the panel that some Warlocks are maxing upheaval because they really value that. But this lane...
Not this game, though, I feel. If you look at their heroes, who are you actually trying to slow? If you're skilling up hero, it's mostly just for the damage, the team fight, and I feel like you kind of want to use Fatal Bonds in tandem with the Mortimer's Kiss and the Haunt. I feel like that would actually benefit the team a lot more. But we'll see what he decides to do here. So far so good for the Spectre's lane. The Warlock's getting a pull-off, so he's able to get some good amount of last hits. So far, just 2 CS behind the Lycan.
Down bottom, it is nighttime. Jabs is fighting against Jabs, but Liquid Jabs is getting away for now. Jabba is going to be fine, does have a high base armor. They hit him with a Scatter Blast, they're committing to him with a Void. Now, thanks to Sprout, he breaks it with a Quelling Blade. First blood will be going to Talon Jabs, but the body blocks from the Nature's Prophet Treants will actually bring him down. So here we see Mike getting a nice little counter kill, hoping for the high 5, doesn't get it. Thai Jabs a little bit tilted. Had to kill his doppelganger here.
It's okay, he's happy, he got the first blood. I feel like it's worth it for him. And right now, Nature's Prophet is halfway to level 6. Once you see the Nature's Prophet with level 6, we're going to see some action soon on the map. Nisha is already level 6, but don't think he has much kill threat on the Tusk so far. He's going to need like the Nature's Wrath from the MP and probably one of the other supports to rotate in, 6 minutes soon. So we'll start to see the game heat up a bit with the runes spawning right now.
And this is the first rune spawn with the Dream Core already. Up to the high ground he goes. Still has vision. Mikoto though, are they going to jump him? Acknowledge he's still quite tanky. Bottom, Jabba is waiting for that rune. And they're going to be able to... They're calling him Jabba the Hutt in Spanish. And he's going to be able to secure that for the Puck.
Yeah, that's pretty important for him. He has Call on cooldown right now, but it's okay. 50 seconds cooldown, the haste is still there. He'll be able to play very aggressive soon. Spectres, not level 6 yet. The game is still pretty pretty slow. Everybody's trying to get their levels up as soon as possible. Lycan's 5.5. He's on his way to his Helm of the Dominator, 600 gold more. So we're going to see bot lane though. Nature's Wrath popped.
Yeah, jabs. Now stuck in the smoke screen. Oh, that Wrath of Nature dealt so much damage.
Shit.
He just disintegrated. They bring back poor Q as well, and he's going to die. Okay, Liquid.
That's so good for Liquid. They're able to kill the Night Stalker at night. That is the last thing you want happening to you as a Night Stalker at night, dying. And he's even going for a very, very greedy build, you know, like rushing the armlet. So when you're dying like this, it actually hurts your progression so much.
He actually even went for the, he doesn't have the boots yet at all.
Yeah, no.
No brown boots, so a little bit slower there. The body blocks are really canceling him. Wrath of Nature level 1, man.
He might have actually lived if he had boots, actually.
You think so?
Yeah, he might have been able to dodge the body blocks, but it is what it is. Mid lane,
mid lane, another
coil
kill
to the Night Stalker.
And jabs, he can't catch a break. They want to defend their namesake. Their analyst is guiding these calls.
Wow, Liquid is just bringing their A game here. They figured out how to draft, how to pick heroes around the stand-in, and everything is really working out for them so far. Pressuring the Talon mid tier 1 tower. Q has to come defend the tower with Ollie. This is not looking good for Talon this early game. This Night Stalker is not a hero you want to have falling behind.
That's true. But let's look at the rest of the team, though. We do still have Mikoto actually farming decently, right? The Spectre traded evenly in that lane. What's the power spike they could play around? Is this Tusk going to be able to gank soon? What's his ganking potential like with a Snapfire?
They have to try to set up something very soon with the Haunt. That would be ideal for them.
Okay.
But so
level 6 on Sector already.
Yeah, but so far, because the Night Stalker is having a terrible game. If Night Stalker, he's say level 5.5, he's close to 6, I feel like the play should come faster. But because Night Stalker's game has been severely hampered, then the moves are going to become harder to make. Because then you're lacking a core to do damage. And you normally want to rotate to the off-laner's lane to try and pressure and get the tower. And the Spectre haunts into that gank. But that's not going to happen so easy.
Okay, they're still going to go for the smoke. Perhaps you're right, and they're going to go for that off-lane play. There's only a Riki sitting underneath there, though, because we do see Mickey has already retired into the trees, into the jungle. And that kill on Riki is okay.
Yeah, but they need to open the map, so no matter what, they have to make this play. So probably Ricky's going to die here. That's okay for Liquid.
And Walrus Punch, Snowball, Jabba.
Blink Strike?
He does the tricks of the trade. Nothing to Blink Strike to. They commit the Haunt as well, because they want 23 Savage down here, apparently.
Yeah, but this is good for Liquid, because Talon had to expend so many resources to kill the Riki. And right now, look at the map. Liquid has the whole map. They're going to secure the tier 1 at top. Lycan's going to get the tower. He still has Shapeshift up, so they are probably going to shove this wave at top now and move towards middle with the Shapeshift. This is going to look really, really hard for Talon to hold. The supports are so low level at this point. They don't have their ultis. How are they going to defend this? This is going to be a very, very big problem for Talon.
Yeah, Lycan is looking quite strong right now after taking that tier 1. Notice to mid, but they need some help. Mikoto will be the person from Talon that leads the fray. He gets Telekinesis into a Dream Coil. Wrath of Nature as well. Mikoto's running low. He has the Shadow Word healing him, but it's not going to be enough. It won't. He's going to die.
The Big Bad Wolf is coming.
Big Bad Wolf. He's found Ollie. He wants to kill the Master, and he's going to commit to this. They lose the Centaur, but Zai, he knows he can get this kill and run away. Body blast from Q in the trees, but Q also trying to run away. They have to be careful. Mickey's nearby as well. They have vision. They're going to dive him. Q's dead as well.
Oh, this is not looking good for Talon. Liquid playing to their advantage with the Zoo lineup, pressuring the map, controlling. This is the problem when you have a Spectre and you're losing your other lanes, your other side lanes. You have a lot of trouble helping your team. You don't really offer anything apart from if the gank is already successful, you come in with the Haunt, you secure the last hit. That's about it. You know? You're not going to offer your team much at this point of the game. He's going to be getting a Blade Mail in a bit, but this is going to be looking like Talon. They have to survive the next 5 to 10 minutes somehow. They need a miracle.
And last time we saw them pick up a Blade Mail, it was also against a Leshrac, and that was against Shopify, of course. A lot more impact in that game. This game, Blade Mail, it's just okay.
I guess it helps the Spectre farm, so yeah.
Helps the Spectre farm. Is there any uncontrollable damage here they should be wary about? Perhaps Nature's Prophet with his Wrath of Nature, maybe a little bit extra damage, the puck.
Yeah, but the problem is still the Night Stalker having such a bad game. He has to somehow be able to get his game back together and help his team. You know, the Spectre needs the Night Stalker in the game. So far, we are 11 minutes in, but the Night Stalker has no contribution whatsoever towards the game. He has no boots. A courier died, I think, with the boots in it. Wow, that is actually terrible news for the Night Stalker. He has this ultimate up, but there's nothing he can do right now. Like, he has to chill and wait for the boots to be delivered. And yeah, this is not looking good for Talon. They have to find a way.
And you know what, Ricky? You know what, Winter? The Ricky as well will get a shard at the same time as second Knight hits. So even that second Knight, you'll be fighting into an enemy power spike.
That is very worrisome. And Liquid once again another pick off on the support, which is trying to get his level 6. And Nisha is there to bully him with the Nature's Craft. Like, Liquid just playing all their cards correctly, like even placing such a deep and nice Observer Ward here to scout the Ancients. So if the Spectre tries to farm the Ancients with Blamia, he's going to be under Liquid's vision all the time. This is just some amazing Dota from Liquid so far.
Honestly, the early game has been so clean by them. But Talon, they're known for the late game prowess. They're known for the long games.
This is not looking good, you know, Alvaro. No matter how well you can play the late game, but if you lose the early game too much, they won't be a late game for you. They just won't.
Okay, there's a little bit of fear for Talon. We'll see how they choose to respond here. For now, just getting their items, probably waiting for that 15-minute timing. They'll have to play our Night Stalker.
They have to try to hold. I'm not sure if they can, but the Roche fight is going to be key. Like I feel like Liquid's going to look at Roshan fairly soon if they get one pick-off on anyone. And yeah, I mean, they have to try to get level 6. Oli's still not level 6. They need this rock for the Roshan fight. This is very, very troublesome, you know. He has to try to find a way to get level 6.
The Toma's already been given someone else as well. Oli's just desperately trying to stop experience mid without revealing himself. He is a Warlock though, so he'll push with Upheaval, which is a little bit sad. He's been pinged. He has been pinged. There's Nisha nearby. Double damage first. Sorry, double damage auto attacks first. Waiting with that. They don't even want to commit the Dream Coil here. They know they don't have to. Wrath of Nature will actually finish him off. That is actually a big kill because they don't have Rock for Roche.
Yeah, and Lycan is offering up. This is really bad. I feel like Liquid can just choose to go for Roche anytime they want to. They have all the tools they need to. The map is very well controlled by the supports. Look at what they're doing. They're even farming the enemy Ancients. This is just very, very good play from Liquid. They're utilizing every bit of advantage they get and just squeezing everything out of the map.
Absolutely starving a Talon that is desperate to find some farm elsewhere. A Night Stalker that hasn't really seen much impact. A little bit reminiscent of the Dawnbreaker game against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really, really hard for him. And
okay,
Jabs.
That's Dark Ascension. There's a Hunt as well. They're going for the Just Profit, and they are going to get the kill. That's the impact Jabs was looking for. And it's going to work well. Jabba is the next target here. Tries to trade first. It's being ignored, but he does have the Blink Strike. Insania trying to cover his escape. He does get voided, but Insania sees the opportunity, steals the Void, and he'll show Night Stalker that it does indeed hurt.
Yeah, that is actually a pretty good trade. I would favor Liquid for that trade, even though they lost the carry for the Night Stalker because of how... Okay, maybe right now not so much, but they had to use Darkness for that. That's a pretty big deal. I feel like they should just rush right now. They should just go to the rush.
Okay. But on the other hand, Talon is in a desperate position where the kill on the carry is something they have to just commit for,
Yeah,
right?
they have no choice. They have absolutely no choice in that situation.
Ollie in the middle lane. He finally got his level 6.
Oh my
so it's
God.
okay. He's fine to die right now. At least he has the Warlock Rock. That Chaotic Offering is ready, but Liquid has used the Shapeshift. Does this mean Shapeshift into Roche now? Do you take advantage of this? Do you wait it out?
I feel they should just get Roche though. I'm not sure why they are not actually trying. They don't feel confident enough there. I feel like they are choosing to secure more farm on the map because if you look at how the map is positioned right now, bot lane and top lane are pushed towards Liquid's side, so they feel like they want to deal with it. And I think that's the right choice. You don't want to waste all those efficient farm on the map. You don't want to give Talon too much because I feel like Roshan is Liquid's Roshan anyway. You know, they should choose the best time to do the rush without giving Talon too much space to farm.
And right now, since they're choking him in farm, I don't think it's that concerning. We do also have Ricky Shard online.
Time to fight. There's a smoke. Talon is saying, enough of this. We have our ultis up. Oli has finally gotten his level 6.
It's nighttime as well.
30 seconds to darkness though.
Catch a Spectre. Blade Mill immediately from 23 Savage. Sleeping Dart will hit him. Just stop him for a second. Jazz playing aggressively. There's the Void. Slowing down side a little bit. But that's not enough initiation. Mikoto hiding in the trees. Does he have a blink yet? He will go in with a snowball. That's going to catch the puck, and they're going to kill him immediately. Nisha's dead. Thanks to a crippling Fury. Couldn't jaunt away. Insania in a similar position. That's going to be the second death for Liquid. The rest retreat. They can't void Mika in time.
Big plays, man. That's a very, very big play. That puck kill was so big for Talon. That's going to give them time to farm, time to recuperate. Now they don't really have to worry about the Roshan for say, a minute or two, and they are able to just go and farm and get the map back. This is so crucial that they actually held that area, you know. Props to Talon. Liquid has to try to find a timing. Again, you know, I'm just emphasizing this Roche. They have to find an opportunity to get Roshan and to keep the ball rolling. You know, they have this 5-6K lead, but if you don't get the ball rolling and you're playing against Spectre, you're going to be in trouble later.
Some other analysts have told me that the first Roche is just not valued these days as much as it used to be.
But they have to get the Roche to control the map. And,
okay.
you don't want to lose a fight because the enemy has Spectre. Spectre is pretty decent at killing off Roche with Desolate. You don't want that to happen to you.
Right, so what matters is that they don't let the Roche for the enemy more so than the use of the Aegis for themselves.
Yep. The second Roche is going to be very, very crucial. We see a Sleeping Guard on Mikoto. He has a Blink. He actually rushed the Blink without even getting Falcon Blade. So I think that's very, very good that he reads that his team needs him to be that initiating hero. They are not going to have time for the Tusk to play more farm-oriented and allow the enemy team to just take the map, you know. So this is a very good decision from him. He's rushing the BKB next. Yep. That's also really, really important. He needs to be the frontliner, and let's see if he can actually get the BKB before the Roche fight.
And the other person who's also getting a Blink Winter is going to be this Night Stalker Jabs. He is on Puck duty. They realize Crippling Fear plus Tusk, Puck cannot survive that, and at least for a while. What is the solution for Puck? Do you just immediately BKB? Is he going for Kai and Suns?
Stuff. Usually you get 4 stuff.
Oh, 4 stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
But you don't get it right away. You get it maybe after your second item. That's normally what I see players do. And
so you don't want to get it 4 stuff?
Yeah, you don't want to get it too early because it ruins your game as a Puck. You want to get all the other like core items, your Blink, your Witchblade, maybe your Kaya Sanj.
Okay. But in between, he's just going to be vulnerable to this, right?
Yeah, he has to rely on his team. I feel like especially the Lycan, he needs the Lycan to go in, scout the team fights. If he doesn't see the Night Stalker, he should be very, very careful of his positioning. Or you can just coil the Night Stalker because the Night Stalker doesn't have a BKB yet. So if you see him first, you get the coil on the Night Stalker, then you don't have to worry about that.
Quite a fast BKB for the MP on Mickey. He now is ready to perhaps fight a little bit more freely. Won't have to suffer the Mortimer Skisses, but still has to be wary of that Walrus Punch and Chaotic Offering. It's not like they have bad control when people have BKBs.
Yeah. So right now, what are they trying to do? They're still trying to... I feel like they're not very sure what they should be doing. They've been moving around top to mid, moving just up and down. Now they are running into the enemy jungle triangle with a smoke. There's 2 Treants currently scouting and blocking the spawns there. That's very nice play from Mike, making sure that the Spectre doesn't get to farm the Ancients. And Spectre seems like he's going to be in trouble. He's daggered. Oh my god, they have vision on him.
They do have vision. He's going to use Haunt immediately. Where did he go? They got the Spectre. There we go. Trying to TP. There's no stuns, but is there enough damage?
Wow, that is...
He gets away.
That is so important that he doesn't die there if Talon wants to have a chance in the Roshan fight.
They even forced a shapeshift there. Now they go for a cookie play with Mortimer Skisses. In goes Mikoto. And they're going to turn this around. Actually getting the kill on a shapeshifted Lycan.
Yeah, Talon just once again showing their prowess, you know, even though they didn't get a very good start, they're somehow able, all the time, you know, they find a way, they find a way to counter the gank, they find a way to survive, they find a way to farm on the map, they find a way to hold the towers, and yeah, just Talon just doing their magic once again.
Now, this is why they can always play these greedy lineups, man. This is how they get away with it. Yeah. It's called Mikoto, Winter. It's just Mikoto.
Yeah, but then again, you have to think about like how Liquid actually kind of messed up the gank, you know, they were rushing, the dagger was thrown out by the Rubik a little too quickly.
Oh okay, no. They got the puck too. Okay, the cookie missed. They have a scatter blast. They don't calculate that properly. Q is now in trouble. He's now silenced, body blocked, he's dead. In fact, Liquid continue this. They want more. They want another support. Pop. The Warlock. They stole the cookie. That's going to stun the Warlock and Knife. And Dark Ascension is not actually that successful at killing anyone, but at least the Night Stalker is not going to die. Mikoto comes in, trying to finish up this kill, but a quick phase shift. And John from Nisha will save him.
Surely this is a time for Roche, right? Nice Stalker popped his ulti. They got 2 kills on the supports. Even Kisses not ready yet. Okay, they're going to the Roche, finally.
Okay. Is the Roche play you've wanted this whole time, Winter? Are they safe to take it? There's no Kisses? There is no
wall
Haunt.
of Rock though. But I don't think they have enough. There's no Haunt. The only thing they have is the wall of Rock. I don't think they can actually try to contest here. Maybe they're going to try to steal with the Tusk. He has Blink. Are they trying to do that? Okay.
No. He's very far. They're just going to let the first Roche go.
Yeah, that's sensible, you know. I don't think they should try to risk anything and lose any more heroes and fall further behind. They have to try to keep scaling on the Spectre. He has completed his Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to allow them to get pickoffs pickoffs is going to be the most important thing that they need to focus on. They have to try to get kills, delay the game.
Yes, killing the Ricky. That's going to start, but the Dream Coil does catch a Tusk. What else do they have here to stop him? Apparently telekinesis, but the upheaval is annoying them. Now with the rock.
Oh, here comes Mickey.
It's going to be Mickey from behind with the Gleipnir. They're committing for Mikoto, but he does have a Quelling Blade in time. They will have to lose jabs there as Mickey trying to go slowly up to the high ground, making sure they keep that distance. Mikoto went back in just to die. BKB TP from Mickey. Now they're back to consistent, patient Liquid, playing this just on the nice edge here.
Yeah, they're
that
gonna
play by Insit. Oh no, Nish is fine. They have no more stuns. They have a Warlock. That's not going to do anything.
Yeah, and they're going to claim the tier 2 at top. That's going to allow them outpost control and probably around 75-80% of the map. Right now, Talon only has this triangle, the Ancients area, and they have to try to send somebody to push out the lanes and die. You know, I feel like if they don't do that, they're going to have very little farm to spare on the map, and somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb to allow the team to continue scaling.
Who is going to be the sacrificial lamb here?
It's probably the Snapfire.
Okay. Q has been a hugely impactful hero or player for this team, particularly on this Tiny. But this game on the Snapfire, he hasn't had the chance to be able to make those plays.
Yeah, he's on a very on the initiating hero, but they're going to try to smoke here. They have mech on the Snapfire. They have their ultimate, the Mortimer's Kiss.
Jabba smells some couriers. That's what he's going for here. He's learned from the Matthew plays.
Yeah, ignore the Rubik.
Ignore the Rubik? Nope, they're not.
All right. Nope.
It's a kill.
A kill is a kill, I guess.
Yeah, but it is quite a... I mean, he's happy to tank that smoke.
Yeah. And Jabba is just doing annoying Ricky things, trying to kill the career. They're going to find Nisha.
And they do have a Shadow Step as well, so Nisha will lose his Aegis. Crippling Fear, though. It's run out.
Cookie, can they time the cookie?
Can they do it? Q's going to try. Oh, that was so close. Blink just in time from Nisha. Chasing after him. He will jump to the orb. They're lacking stuns. They can't catch him anymore. Ice Shard at least to give some vision. Jab still chasing after him. Now, the smoke screen stopping the Tusk from Walrus punching him as well. Nisha will get away.
That is bad. They had to spend so much to try and get the puck there.
Nisha, yeah, clap for Nisha. Everyone's so proud of this man.
Liquid is gonna just get full reign of the game right now. Talon has expanded all their big ultimates. This is not looking good. They have to try to push the creeps, try to shove the lanes as far as possible and to avoid Liquid getting near their base, you know. But unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. Liquid is already knocking on the door. Lycan has his shapeshift up.
Oh, and Mikoto. That blink just in time. They ignore the Sprout. He does the Quelling Blade. He's keeping that just in case. I want to punish Mickey for this, but TP from Q is a little bit too long. Mickey's very slow, by the way. Does he have boots?
No,
he does not. That's why. Okay.
He's staggered.
He went for Force Staff instead. That's a solution to the boots. Mid lane, there's also a fight happening, by the way. They caught Q, and Q is just going to die. I didn't know why he moved to the low ground there. Was that telekinesis, most likely?
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna know there's a vision there. There's an observer ward.
Right.
Yeah, they should know.
And now Jabs, they see him, Gleipnir, Mickey, he wants revenge, sprouts him first. We do have the Crippling Fear, but no Dark Ascension. Jabs trying to play around the trees turned alive, and now Jabs turned dead.
Oh boy, that is not looking good for Talon right now. Like Jabs dying again. He was trying to dodge around the tree, lose vision, and try to get a blink away. Maybe if he actually TP'd after the Gleipnir ended, maybe he would have actually survived there. But that's a pretty costly death, I would say, for Talon. Like I said, you know, somebody has to push, somebody has to create some space, somebody has to get the waves out, and I don't like it that it's Jabs, you know.
Why not?
I prefer it on the Snapfire. I don't feel like he should be giving up his life so much, you know. He has to carry
Mikoto.
the game.
He's now taking the flag of being the one that pushes lanes. Activates BKB, and maybe it was a bait with a Shadow Step, but that seems like it was a bait for the Spectre himself. 23 Savage and Mikoto fall side by side, killing nobody here.
Yeah, the game is just going at a too fast of a pace for Talon to deal with, you know. They have this greedy draft, the lanes are not pushed out. They're struggling to deal with this Liquid aggression, you know. Liquid is just doing all the right moves, pressuring the map, choking them out of every single bit of farm on the map, you know. This is just really difficult spot for Talon at the moment.
AC for the Lycan as well, so now we have push at these towers with as little minus armor there.
Roshan may spawn 3 minutes. I guess they'll probably wait for the second Rosh before they attempt high ground, unless they get a significant pick-off. But Zai has all the items they need, you know, to go high ground. He has the AC, he has the Blats, he has the helm.
That's not Tusk, by the way. That's a Lycan. That's stat live. who got the AC a little bit faster than the average. Pretty impressive job by Zod.
Yep, pretty impressive stuff. You know, Tusk has to get the Axe, not the AC, you know, to enable them to defend the high ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that Axe is still 4,200 gold away, Winter. How do you find 4,200 gold in this game?
If there is a will, there is a way, bro.
Okay, that's the C way, huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you said in MUFC as well?
Please.
23 Savage just got put to sleep, but it's just for a spray. He has been, for the most part, getting away with some dangerous haunts and shadow steps. But that last one, I think, might have taught him a lesson there.
He has to try to do what Ana did when he was playing Spectre when they were losing, when OG was losing.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, the Walrus Punch with the cookie. That's going to kill Insania.
They need more kills.
They need a better kill as well. Jabba, that's going to be a second support. Tricks of the trade. He did get dusted, and that should be enough to finish him off. Ricky kill is quite valuable, but no cores yet. Jabs knows this. He wanted more. Jabs.
Oh, this is risky.
This is very risky. He thinks he can kill the puck. They still have Haunt. They don't. They have Shadow Step in 1 second, though. That's what they're playing around.
If he gets called, he might actually just die here.
Oh, he goes for the puck. Shadow Step. There we go. Everyone for the puck. There's an E-Blade in time. They can't hit him any longer. Snowball, though. That's going to be enough to keep him in place and kill him. Mortimer gets from a long away. And the Warlock Golem comes out, trying to stun the Lycan, but he's too fast. Jabs is now dead. Mickey joined as well. They put the Spectre to sleep. They want a body block, perhaps? No. Zaya acknowledges Spectre still deals a lot of damage, but he's slowed. He's just a little bit too weak. Up to the high gun he goes. They have vision of him. Through the low grab. There's a Mickey waiting for him. He's dead.
And Jabs.
Jabba catches Q. 4 versus 4 fight is going to be a win for Liquid as they send their carry in. There's only one core remaining. It's going to be Mikoto. He tries to TP. Do they have anything to cancel it? They do not.
Wow.
Mikoto will get away with that snowball.
But this is high ground. Liquid is going to go knocking on the high ground. Puck is going to be alive in 10 seconds. Everybody else, they have their BKBs up on the Nature's Prophet. Oh my god, this is... How are they going to defend? They are not going to be able to defend this. They might have to concede the tower. Maybe even one of the Rexes. I'm not so sure here if they can actually defend. Alright, this upheaval is actually doing work.
I can't believe upheaval is what deters their aggression. But still 18k lead for Liquid, Winter. Even if you do have a supposedly better late game, you're playing with a tri-core, NP is almost doubling the Spectre's farm, 9k ahead.
I want to believe, but this is looking hard, man. This is looking hard.
In South America, we say the last thing you lose is hope. Right? As long as it's mathematically possible, Winter.
As long as there's light.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel. But the tunnel is really, really deep and very, very narrow.
It's a very long and dark tunnel right now. Talon is just stuck in a rock and a hard place at the moment. They have to try to find a way, win a team fight. They need to win maybe even 2 to 3 team fights to get themselves back into the game. But let's start with one. Let's look for one good team fight with all your ultimates.
Right, what do they say? You gotta walk before you run, right?
Yep, absolutely. Night Stalker almost has his BKB. That's going to be very, very big for him. So he can just avoid the call from the puck. Yeah, this E-Blade is actually quite risky. I'm quite surprised. Like, he actually just died in the last fight. He E-Bladed himself and he got destroyed by the Monoverse case.
Well, it's actually the Snowball as well, right?
Yep.
Because of the Snowball stun, he couldn't actually get away. He was hoping they didn't have a Tusk with him. It does prevent the combo of Night Stalker jumping onto you.
He's trying to get a 4-star now, so he realizes he needs the 4-star.
Yeah, that's probably the best option.
He's going to have it soon, so that should be fine for him.
Look at Savage, though. He's actually going for Nullifier, so this E-Blade does matter to him to some degree.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Nullifier also deals with the 4-steps on the enemy, so it's a twofer here.
They have to try to jump at the same time, Jabs and 23 Savage. If they want to get the puck after he has 4-star, they have to coordinate their initiations. They move on him, get the Nullifier on him so he can't really escape the silence from the Night Stalker. So it's not that easy to coordinate, but I believe that Talon has the abilities to do it.
We'll see. For now, this is the second row. You talked about this, Winter. This is the important one for the game. Comes with a shard as well. Yes, yes, Whistle. They know. They know, guys.
Who's getting the shard? Let's see. Who is actually getting the shard? Do you give it to Puck?
Okay. For phase shift attack?
Yeah. I guess so.
That's interesting.
I mean, he does a lot of right-click damage.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess the other shards, because Rubik and Ricky already have theirs, and those are the important ones.
Yep.
And the rest of them just don't matter very much. Curse of the Old Growth,
I mean,
maybe.
yeah, Nature's Prophet shot is pretty good.
Remember when it came out, people all said it was pretty terrible.
It's good against Spectre though, because if you think about it, Spectre's gonna try to hide around the map. They're losing right now, right? Look at what he's doing. He has to try and hide around,
right?
Try to get some farm, and that could be actually very useful for them.
Yeah, you're right. Curse of the Old Growth could see him in the trees. It's also useful for the Night Stalker as well.
Yep.
But Nisha is Nisha, and he wants the damage.
Yeah, he's the boss, you know. If he wants the shot, if he wants the Roach kill, you give it to him, man.
Yeah, he says one thing the whole game, and that's the thing he just said. So you got to listen to it. It's in his contract. But he's not the best player in the world, of course, as he says.
What he says doesn't matter. What we think matters.
No, so you do think that?
Everybody thinks he's yeah.
You're on the bandwagon there?
I'm definitely on the bandwagon.
I would agree. It feels like Liquid has also managed to enable him even more, which is crazy. But this team seems to work really well around him.
Yeah, sometimes you need a change of environment. You know, sometimes things are getting too still. However, for Talon, you know, they have to try and dig deep as usual. All the Talon games so far, like even during the group stages games, you know, some of the games, everybody, all right, Talon's done. But somehow they find a way. They always find a way, you know. They don't give up.
They find a C way, honestly.
Yeah, they find a C way.
Yeah. This is the team that, I mean, we had the region which had the longest game time by like 8 minutes. So there is a reason for that. They're experts in the late game.
As long as you don't give up, there is always a chance the enemy messes up.
We'll see if Liquid gives them that chance, though. It seems to be out of Talon's hands right now.
Yep.
Pushing the Rex with a double damage Mickey. It's not going to take long to destroy the structure.
They have to give this Rex, I think. They have to give up this Rex. There's no way they can fight here.
No, they just got BKB on Zai. Zai is pretty much a carry now. He's gone from the pushing Lycan. He hasn't even finished the Helm of the Overlord. He's just straight up a carry.
They have buyback on Spectre. I think what they need to do is they have to send the Spectre in front, try to let Liquid jump on him, use buyback and try to turn the fight.
Okay. We'll see the play. Oh, not if Nisha is annoying them like this. He gets away easily, and I think that was the Shadow Step that they used? Yeah, that was the Shadow Step. All right. So they only have Haunt now.
Denying the Rex, okay.
Yeah, sure, that's the desperation mode. They even missed the Scatter Blast. Mickey's not too phased by this. They're going to go for the last head of Rex. Nothing is stopping them, really.
Yep, we've seen Talon did this in the previous series. They gave up a Rex against Shopify to try to get into the later portions of the game where their heroes are going to be stronger. But here, the game is entirely different. They are further even behind. This is looking tough, but I do believe it's the right decision. They have to try to wait for this Aghanim's, but he doesn't have time to get the Aghanim, so they have to defend the Rex here, the last remaining Rex.
There's a Dark Ascension. Okay, there's the attempt from Jabs, and they do kill Nisha to begin with. That's a pretty big kill for them. As they go for Insania next, Insania is just diverting their attention because the rest of his team is just pushing him the tier 3 down. Mickey is slowed down by the upheaval. What are they going to do? Will they retreat? No, they stand their ground, actually. Liquid, confident, shapeshift from Zai. Now Mickey, there's a snowball going on to him. He can't really prevent that, but he's quite tanky. And with a rock, perhaps, they get rid of Jabba. Now they go for the real targets. Mikoto might be down, but can Mickey and Zai be strong enough, apparently, to route Jabs? That's good. Mickey, carry flight, going for the Warlock instead. Easier kill. Now for the Spectre has Silver Edge. Spectre needs to run away. She's broken, and she's going to die.
She has buyback.
23 Savage needs to buy back immediately, but Mickey just literally A-clicked the ground, chose the right targets, now found Mikoto. That's going to be a dieback to Snowball. He's being baited out. Come here, Little Tusk. Come here. We'll treat you to a nice drink. And he does.
Oh no,
Blink
he's
into
dead.
the trees. He is dead. Another Silver Edge break for the Spectre. The Spectre is barely able to get away. And at least they stopped Mickey. Finally, Mickey has stopped attacking, but anything that comes close to him dies at this point. He has the Death Touch, the Eat a Creep. It doesn't matter. Everyone's running away from this turret of destruction.
He still have an Aegis. Oh
Mickey
my
just
god.
lifts his hands. He knows that they need to move right now. Nisha's joining him. He's doing an aggressive TP as well, and he continues. The turret moves. Someone stop Mickey, please.
I'm afraid nobody can, Alvaro. He's just too much of a beast at the moment. Aegis is timing out in 20 seconds. Can they actually time the Aegis and kill him as soon as the Aegis expires?
Range Rex will fall at this rate from Mickey. They're going for the melee as well. That's going to be Mega Creeps, and the Aegis still in his possession, timed out because that's how tanky this man was.
Oh, this is just not looking good for Talon. They don't have the best heroes to defend Mega Creeps. No Cleave, no Battle Fury. Spectre's not that great at dealing with Mega Creeps. This is looking like they need more than a miracle to win this game.
Yes, they do. Can we get some technical problems now? Or is Talon just doomed? No pause major now. Everything's going smoothly. And smoothly is Liquid's win. As they take down the Ancient now. One last fight for the boys. Jabs initiated by Mickey. They've realized this man's invulnerable. He's immortal. He can hit anything. And he'll hit the Ancient to finish the game. The man's vibing. Liquid's winning. Talon lose the first game of the series.
Yeah, Talon has to figure out how to deal with this Liquid aggression, going for the super greedy draft, but it seems like against Liquid, they found a way, the zoo meta, the zoo draft, they're able to pressure the map, take everything away from you, and also the fact that they had a really, really tough laning phase for the Night Stalker. I felt like that was one of the primary reasons that they were so far behind in the early game. The Night Stalker just couldn't contribute until around 15 minutes. That is not something you want happen,
They seem to have found themselves in this game, found their strategy. We talked about this, the early game had to be played really well, and they played it, you would argue, impeccably, honestly, the first 20 minutes at least.
Yeah, I was even saying when I was looking at the player camps, I was looking at the Liquid players, oh my god, they have the faces.
He did say, he literally just read their faces, and he goes, Avo, I think Liquid might just win this first game. And he was correct. Winter the Oracle.
Oh boy,
what do they do? Okay, you've been on this situation before. You've been in the team. What's the speech now to get back for game number 2?
They have to just forget everything and play a new game. They have to try to reset. Don't try to put yourself too down. Keep the morals high. Try to figure out a way to deal with this Liquid aggression.
Right.
And try to play better in the lanes. The laning phase has been one of the problems that Talon has been facing, even during the group stage, even during DPCs. I feel like that's a problem that has always been reoccurring for this team, and they have to try to find a way to put a band-aid on that. They have to figure out how to solve this problem against Liquid. If there's no lane, there is no game for Talon.
We'll see if they can figure out that problem, Winter. Is that what you would fix, concentrating on one mistake then, is what you're saying? Like one thing that they need to fix? That's going to be the laning stage, and then forget about everything else.
Yeah, they have
keep
to
morale
try
up.
to deal with the laning phase. You can't put everything on the players' minds. There's too many things that you have to think about, and if you put an extra one more thing or extra two more things, it might even make it too difficult for them to perform. For now, just focus on the lane, get past the laning phase, and then play the game.
Coach Winter has spoken. Will they be able to concentrate in the laning phase, or will Liquid show us why they were top seed in Western Europe? We're going to find out. Before that, we do have a lovely panel to break down this game number 1.
Reports of Team Liquid's death has been greatly exaggerated, it seems. And I'll take responsibility. I've been pushing the propaganda, but it seems like today Team Liquid have made some valuable adjustments, Effie. I think they looked quite critically at their previous series, and they made the adjustments necessary against Talon.
Yeah, I'm so glad that they shifted Insania to position 4 and they had Jabs play position 5. That's what I wanted them to do yesterday. But after talking to the players personally, they told me that they thought it would be too much of a change yesterday, but today they're willing to try it. And I think putting Insania on these position 4 playmakers is what they need to do, because strategically, Zai's lane is like a center point of how Liquid have been approaching these games. So I think securing that lane and putting Jabs on some, like Abaddon, some Ricky, some Treant, some Undying, something on this archetype will definitely make it so they can feel like they're playing their strategies the same way. And I just love that they did the Zoo draft. I think the Zoo draft is how to play against Talon. You want to body their towers, you want to body their jungle, you want to make sure they get nothing out of the map, and you want to exploit them.
Yeah, the Zoo draft is really good, especially on Radiant. You're going to control the enemy jungle, the Roche area. You cannot invade the triangle, but the NP was sending units there. And it also goes with the point that she mentioned. You have Insania on 4, so they can win the offlane. They pressure the offlane, and they take this tower really early on.
Which gives them access to Roche, right?
Exactly.
I gotta shout out Jabs in that game.
Please. Which one?
Sorry, Jabba. He's going by Jabba now to help with the confusion. He played really well on Ricky. I remember we saw a death where like him and Insania went down on the top lane, and then Talon kind of overcommitted to a mid fight, and then Jabba bought back and set up like 2 kills in that fight. And I was just thinking, like, that's a like tier 1 buyback. That's a really good buyback. That's the thing that you can't underestimate, is that, okay, sure, he's an analyst and a coach and, 8 or 9K MMR players standing in, but he's standing in with 4 world-class players. He's a world-class coach himself. You can upgrade pretty quickly with only a couple of days of practice, especially if you're on the right archetype of hero, right? Because it's not like we're saying, oh, he's a bad player, give him like these easy heroes. Plenty of 5s play Treant undying every single game, right? This is a perfectly normal thing to have in the game where he can basically be a coach within the game, right? He can tell his team what to do. He can focus on the comms that are going on and stuff like that. So it seems like the adjustment that they made worked. It definitely worked.
The thing is, I think that Liquid have kind of found the key to securing their side lanes, right? We talked about Insania playing position 4, but I think if they can get this Nature's Prophet with some like beefy melee hero for the safe lane every time, that looks really solid because
Agreed.
Prophet is a lane-winning hero in and of itself, right? He just needs something to back it up. So I think what Talon are going to do here is they're going to adjust to try to win the lane against Prophet if they give it away. I loved what they did yesterday versus Shopify, picking up that Primal Beast for jabs, Talon's jabs. You know what? For the sake of clarity, I'm going to say Jabba versus jabs. Okay,
perfect.
So for this, so jabs, when he picked that Primal Beast, the game looked entirely different than the game 2 where he played that Dawnbreaker. It didn't look that good, and I would say Night Stalker kind of fits in the same way. You want Night Stalker's game to kind of go a certain way, right? You want to farm, you want to maybe get some rotations with Darkness, but you don't want the team to run at your team early because you need items to be effective. Dawnbreaker is pretty similar in that her gameplay becomes one-dimensional if her team is getting run over. So I think you put jabs on this playmaker, you give him this Primal Beast, let him counter this Furion, and the game's going to look different for Talon.
I feel like Talon did such a huge draft mistake again. We saw the Dawnbreaker losing lane, now we see Night Stalker losing lane against. You see Azul, so playing against Azul, you pick Night Stalker, you're gonna lose your lane, it's fast tempo. Night Stalker against fast tempo is really bad. Warlock is really bad. Spectre is really bad. They picked 3 heroes that are terrible against fast tempo, and Liquid just doubled down this fast tempo. They need to be able to counter it either by being aggressive on lanes with a Primal or having a hero that at least protect areas such as a Kanka, Zeus, Koro, DK type of hero that's a beefy. They had 2 support 4s that were ranged. You guys were talking about that they always play Tiny Tusk, and now...
Yeah. Talon looks different without Q on a hero that can run around and do stuff in the early game. Like, it just felt like there weren't moves coming out of them, and it resulted in a Zoo draft not only having a, strong showing when they came out of the laning stage, but like they won all the lanes on Liquid, right? So maybe that's a result of not having the 4 position that they're used to having roam around. And then also, throw jabs on a carry as well. I feel like this Talon draft, it was off from what we've normally seen, but that also could be on account of Liquid just figuring out that Talon looks bad whenever jabs gets completely shut down.
I also feel like maybe Talon's draft isn't too bad if you kind of zoom it out and not look at Liquid's draft, but Liquid had the right approach to playing against something like this. Because you look at Talon's heroes, you see the Spectre, you see the Snapfire, you see this Warlock. Like, these heroes are pretty good at defending their own triangle, right? If their Spectre just wanted to chill and farm there, I can see how they could have turned a fight or two. If Night Stalker just presses Darkness, they get the Fatal Bonds off, they get a good Golem, things could have changed, but Liquid did not give them that. They did not play into their triangle in any way. They just focused their priority on the main jungle, on kicking them out of lanes, of chasing them away.
This goes super back to the draft when I mentioned the Liquid can win with Radiant. And I feel if Talon was Radiant, they could win with this draft because you protect your try, and Liquid needs to invade it in order to get access to Roche. But if you're Dire, you just ignore them. They just ignored the triangle and kept with the big jungle. They have a free Roche because they have control of the full area.
And we've talked about how, like, in this patch, or at least in this major, people don't seem to be valuing the first Roche that much. So you'd think, like, oh, Radiant protecting their triangle, taking over the enemy jungle, like getting that Roche, doesn't matter so much. It's one Aegis, right? People want that Aghanim Shard. With the Zoo draft, that's different, right? It's like you constrict the map so much with all of the summons. It feels so oppressive. It's impossible to play anywhere. And you have a bunch of heroes that need to farm and need to go into the late game. So the first Roche does matter when there's this like huge committal to the Zoo meta. Maybe if it's just a Furion, not so much. Whatever. You give them the Aegis, they're not going to control that much of the map. But Lycan plus Nature's Prophet plus the Riki running around sleep darting you, like, you don't want to lose the map early against this lineup.
Yeah, I think Talon, if they want to make an adjustment for next game, they should start looking at this Rubik too, how they want to handle it, if they're going to steal it for themselves or eliminate it, because I feel that this Rubik gives Liquid a lot of potential to play the draft the way they want to. Yeah, they shifted Insania to 4 this time, but it's also a hero that Jobs plays if they kind of feel that they have to put Insania on some Oracle or something wild like that, right? If the draft develops in such a way. So I think that Talon can make it easier for themselves because Liquid are still playing with a stand-in, and there are going to be holes in their draft that they can exploit.
I'm with you, though, that Talon does look different, because even though Jabs lost his lane, the off-lane Night Stalker Jabs lost his lane. It wasn't because Liquid specifically engineered that. It was a final pick Night Stalker, and he knew the lane that he was going into. And I assume that the main idea behind the Night Stalker is, what, I'm just going to eat the Overlord creep?
He didn't even get an Overlord.
He didn't even get an Overlord.
I thought that was a great little itemization thing from Zai, where he went for the Vlads plus the Dom just for the early game, and then the Vlads to buff up his team. But then he started going for like AC, drums, BKB. That's cool. I've never seen that before.
Is Insania signing a boot?
Dude, he's feeling himself right now.
Is that a shoe?
I think it's a cast.
Oh, it's a cast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
Somebody
a sock.
broke their foot kicking their computer when
cast.
Liquid lost the game in Gladiators.
But yeah, jokes aside, I'm just glad that Liquid got this win. I feel that Jabba might have felt very bad after yesterday, but he looks happy. There were hugs all around. I mean, this is kind of the confidence boost that they needed, that, hey, we're still really good. We can play with this, and we can make this work. So I'm just happy to see the smiles on their face today.
Yeah, even if they do end up losing the series, I think like it has to haunt you if you don't get a single win on main stage. You get double 2-0'd back-to-back, and then you go back to just normal life. But he's getting a taste. He got the victory, and it was a well-deserved victory. And putting him on a Riki, putting him on non-skill shot heroes, I feel like that Mirana was like a high-stress game that he played last time.
That's a tough one, yeah. I think what probably feels good for him is that he had a good game, too. Like, that was a solid Riki performance.
Absolutely.
He was setting things up. He was doing his job. He did exactly what he needed to do. So that's got to feel good. It's not just, oh, I got carried this game. Thank God I didn't lose. It's like he had great impact.
Yeah. And on the flip side, I feel that Talon now, they kind of need Sunby to knock some sense into them, because this is where he comes in as a coach and gets them to calm down and like reevaluate the draft and their approach to the game. Because he did mention in his interview yesterday after Talon beat Shopify that he thinks that an issue with a lot of C teams is that they can underestimate their opponents and get complacent. And he said that he was a little bit worried that Talon might get complacent.
Said he was going to yell at them.
Yeah, because of Jabba standing in. So I think now is the time to kind of snap them back into it and let them respect Liquid like as the world-class team that they are.
Also, Talon just might kind of legit be tired. They have been having a hell of a run in this tournament throughout the lower bracket. Yesterday, they had to play 2 series, show up bright and early for this one, and then if they manage to win this series, then they have a best of 5 to do after that. And I think during Sunby's interview, he definitely looked a little spent.
He did. He sounded very, very spent.
It's all right.
He earned the victory.
They're Dota players. They're used to this.
That is true.
This is just chain queuing, basically.
These guys don't sleep. Yeah, this is absolutely chain queuing. These are MMR fiends.
Yeah. But the thing about Talon is that as we watched them in this tournament, I feel like they've adjusted their drafts pretty quickly. Like, they have tried this Naga offlane on the main stage. They have tried this Dawnbreaker on the main stage.
They tried it against Liquid, actually.
Yeah, they've tried things that maybe on paper look like a bad idea, but they thought that they could pull it off, right? But when it didn't work out for them, they were not stubborn about those ideas. They are very quick to drop something if it doesn't work. So I think that they're not going to brute force these ultra slow lineups versus Liquid.
Yeah, drop the Warlock, please. You're inviting Zoo, you're inviting heroes that play fast. Even an Alchemist would be a free win against our Warlock. Such a slow hero. If you fast tempo against him, the game gets unplayable.
I mean, last night, you were telling me the hero that you wanted to not see in Talon's hands was the Elder Titan. And Elder Titan against this draft must have been way better in that situation.
Would have been good. It's way better against Zoo. So please don't invite the Zoo when the only counter to your lineup is a Zoo.
I know the counter.
Tell me.
It is a Winter Wyvern game.
An uncontested
hero?
We
are going to see Winter Wyvern for the first time in this major next game.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't been keeping up, there are still 12 uncontested heroes, which means no picks or no bans throughout this entire event. Axe, Juggernaut, Sand King, Witch Doctor, Necrophos Dazzle, Clinks, Meepo, Ogre, Medusa, Grimstroke, and Winter Wyvern. She hasn't shown up yet.
A Sand King last pick would have been better than the Night Stalker, 100% sure. But a Timber
would have been good.
A Timber pick could have won then the game.
Yeah, either of those. Anti-summons, something that's anti-summons.
Yeah, you CMP's carry, and then you pick a losing lane against him. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Unless they thought they could greed it out and they didn't think that Jabba would be such a beast on this Ricky.
I mean, Primal Beast, I feel like, is the number one.
True.
Was that taken out? It was banned. Okay. That would be the number one if it wasn't.
Yeah, Liquid
banned
took it
out
out second phase.
In the second phase, yeah.
I believe when you see MP first pick, you counter him on the 2 side lanes. So you go Primal Beast already on the first part of the draft, and then you go the Spectre, or go some sort of TB.
Yeah.
They're replacements, either in carry or off lane role.
Yeah, but
you need to counter both.
The PB is not going to make it through second phase, so you have to first phase. And they picked a Snapfire first phase, and it didn't look very good. It didn't look worth first phasing compared to like the PB.
Yeah, it may have also been a denial pick, because I know there's like a relationship that Liquid liked between Snapfire and Undying. Undying ended up not showing up in this game, but there's a lot of meta gaming going on in this draft. And Blitz with the Jonan jacket. Quick question, Effie. What do you think he's more of a Kakashi or am I always mispronounce
There's
it?
no way he's Kakashi Sensei.
Is he a Shikamaru?
No.
What? So he's just a poser then?
No,
I'm
because
so sick of this
Shikamaru
Naruto
Shikamaru sleeps
BS.
all the time. Will is pretty alert.
But he's a master strategist, though.
Okay, who?
I think Jabba is the Rock Lee
No,
of Dota.
he is. I'll tell you, he is a Jiraiya.
Okay.
Like he brings energy. He makes people have fun. He takes them out and about. He puts them through training journeys. But he can also just do like the older brother father figure type of role. I feel like he's Jiraiya Sensei, but he's not Kakashi. Kakashi's a bit too mysterious. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, Insania would be very happy to hear that because he's been having Jiraiya as his profile picture. Love dropping obscure anime references on a Dota major. You want the Dota, I'll give it to you. It's time for game number 2.
Welcome one and all to game number 2 here in the Lima Major, the lower bracket final between Team Liquid and Talent Esports. Team Liquid 1 game up despite having the stand-in, and right now Talent Esports searching for answers. The game 2 draft is already underway, and we need to see some major adjustments coming in from them. Crucially, we need to see Q on a hero that allows them to do stuff on the map here. But more importantly, they need an answer for Nature's Prophet. Completely undefeated by Team Liquid, 100% win rate across 6 games at the Major. Ari, what's the response here in the event that they do give away the Prophet again?
Well, initially I would expect it to be banned out, but if they do take the Prophet, then I really hope to see Q on the Tusk or the Tiny. We really need to roam and like shut him down early, stop him snowballing like last game. He was just too fat, too strong, and Talon can deal with him.
Yep, I'm hoping for the same here, Fear, because they have not lost with Nature's Prophet on the side of Liquid, but Talon have not won unless they have Tusk or Tiny for Q at the main event so far. So we're going to be hoping that they do manage to find a way to slot that hero into the draft. The Game 2 draft, as is mentioned, is underway. I do want to also see them maybe try angle for this Treant Protector, because they've looked pretty decent when they do have it. Well, they get the Treant Protector. They do not get the Tiny. It's banned. Tusk is most likely going to be banned in the next game. But Fia, what do you make of this respect being shown towards Jabs? They leave Nature's Prophet and they say, you know what, Ricky was the problem that game.
I mean, I think this is a really cool approach to dealing with this game because Ricky's not the highest execution hero in the game, right? You're kind of just chilling, you're throwing darts out, coming in as a stand-in. That might be a very easy position where you can succeed in. So I think them respect banning that is going to force them into a different situation as well where they might be able to get a bit of an edge against the stand-in. They're really just targeting Jabs here.
Yeah, we see this Primal Beast as a response to the Prophet. It's really good at ganking him in the early game. There's a slight problem when he gets Sprout and you can leash at level 20, but until then, the Primal Beast is really strong from the mid lane at ganking the Prophet.
there's still potential for them to play this from the offlane as well, right? Jabs can play this hero. We've seen them also, if they are playing melee strength 4s for Q, what's left? If you're not playing Tiny, you're not playing Earthshaker, you're not playing Tusk, there's a non-zero chance that you end up playing Primal Beast instead under these conditions. So it could happen. We'll see what happens as the draft unfolds. As Puck Lina get removed as well. More respect being shown towards the mid lane as well here, Ari. They're like, the game was a little bit too fast for us. Let's try and slow it down.
Yeah, and also back to the Primal Beast, we can see in some games Whisper started playing a Vanguard Primal Beast, which is really good against Prophet. We saw Jabs do it in the last series as well. So this could be like a lane counter or a mid ganking counter. It's like really good in both ways. And the Clockwork is really good in lane against the Treant. It's like hard for the Treant to harass him because he's really scared of being battery assaulted to death. And he's also good at cancelling the Primal Beast spells. So yeah, both sides have responded really well to each other here.
Yeah, and we're going to see that Q will not be getting Tiny, will not be getting Tusk this game, as they're both now banned here. And that's what's kind of afraid about in the last series, or when they put him onto the Snapfire. I was praising, oh, he got his Tusk in the first phase. They're really happy. They chose to do an audible there and throw a Tusk in the mid lane. And now it feels like they're playing a different type of game, where they have to make their mid make rotations instead of Q. But they've just looked so damn good on Q being the one making the rotations. There's not a lot of heroes left that I feel like are really good as like that POS 4 that can roam. I mean, we saw Crit play Earth Spirit, it looked really great. I'm not entirely sure if Q plays that hero. Shaker hasn't looked great. I'm not sure. Ari, are there any other POS 4s that are good at roaming and making plays happen in this meta?
Personally, I love Primal Beast POS 4.
All right.
I don't know if he plays it, but it's a possibility. Yeah, Earthshaker, Earth Spirit, they're not that strong, but they're the only ones left that I can think of.
It's either that or they just need to adapt, right? And then he needs to play these range POS 4s, and they need to somehow find a way to make it work.
We're going to also be seeing, in the last game, that Snapfire was his first one at the tournament in its entirety, so I'm not entirely sure this is the place to necessarily be pulling out heroes you haven't played in a while, but right. A lot of teams have done magic in the pretty much clutch situations, and he has played Primal Beast before once. One professional game on Primal Beast 5 months ago. So in the event that he drags it out here, it would be the biggest show of strength coming in from the side of Talon Esports.
There is one melee fort that some teams were doing a while ago. I've not seen it this tournament, but previously Sven POS 4 was quite popular against physical damage lineups. Prophet could be the start of that. If they see like a bit more, maybe they take a Sven here on POS 4.
Actually, how about this here, right? We put Sven POS 5, and then we play the Treant Protector as the POS 4, right? That way we have one side of the map give you sustain out of the Treant Protector. You have BKB piercing disable. The other side of the map guarantees some additional armor so that Nature's Prophet is a little bit weaker early on. And then maybe this Primal Beast picks up the Vanguard we're talking about, mitigating a lot of the damage coming out of this Nature's Prophet in the early game.
I mean, it can work, but I don't want to see Talon do that. I want to see them be aggressive. Like, roaming Tree is not aggressive. Like, he's going to be very passive. He wants to play in the lane a lot. I want to see Q doing what he does best, setting up kills, making the mid lane feel threatened for their life. All the heroes we talked about, he has played this Shaker. And he has also played Mirana, which is very good with the Primal Beast as well. So I think those are the two heroes that Talon are most likely going to pick here. But if he does play that Mirana style, I do want to see the Primal mid most likely. That way he can play around his mid laner a lot. I know Jabs does like to play this Primal as well. In the game they won, he did go exactly that Vanguard build into Mana Boots, into like BKB Refresher. He was really farmed that game. But either way, Mirana is if they play the Primal mid. Shaker, then I think just give Jabs it, and then you just roam on the Shaker, get that Vanguard, let him self-sustain.
So let's see, Storm Spirit gets taken out, Ember Spirit, the response from Talon. They have to lead the charge here in the second phase of picks. Several options. For Jabs, they're still a little bit open. I would also like to see them get a hero from Makoto as early as humanly possible. And they pick up the Rubik for now. All right. So that's going to be our support duo. We saw this quite a lot throughout the group stage already, the Rubik Treant support duo. It was either like Rubik Tree or Rubik Undying. They were really strong for the most part.
Yeah, generally speaking, these two supports are considered like S-tier supports, but it does mean we're not having a melee support on Q, and we're also very static on the tree. So maybe the Primal Beast doesn't have that much to play with, not much damage to work with. It's like a little unconventional for this team.
And I think the Rubik here is one of the Q's least successful heroes this tournament. He's at a 25% win rate with it, so it's not exactly like the style we want to see them go for. It is an okay Rubik game in a lot of ways. I guess you can toss people out of the cogs. It will give Jabs a stronger laning stage with whatever he plays, because Rubik is such a strong laner. But it's not really going with the archetype of what Talon's been winning with. They're doing something different.
So far, there's not really any good spells to steal. There's like a bit weird with Nature's Call and Teleport is quite nice, but it's not no damage, no lockdown or anything like that. But the save from the extra cast range on 4-staff and the shard is really nice against these heroes. So that's one thing they have going for them.
Yeah. Team Liquid now can look at this response, decide what to do. This is when things get interesting for them, deciding how to protect Nature's Prophet or if it's going to be played in the off lane. Because we did see in the group stage, a lot of times is Nature's Prophet getting exploited by these exact two heroes in the laning phase. The Primal Beast Rubik making a lot of difficulty for the safe lane hero. So we'll see. I think right now you just pick up the Nisha hero and decide later. And indeed, they go for this Pangolier in the mid lane. Pango feels good, you know, give them some team fight, give them some movement off the map. And Nisha has just been a beast on this hero. But to be fair, he's been a beast on everything.
Yeah, I just kind of want to mention real quick about Liquid. I think last game, something that we didn't talk about too much yet is the fact that Insania played position 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Jabs played position 5. Insania hasn't busted this Disruptor out even once this tournament. So I'm thinking Jabs is just switching to 5 now, and this Disruptor might be a comfort pick of his that they're just busting out here, and then Insania is going to might pick up the Clockwork and play position 4 this game.
Okay. I'm hoping that would be pretty interesting to actually have happen here. I don't think I've seen much Insania Clock, but it is Clockwork. You should know how to play this hero as a support player.
Yeah, we see the TA come out, which is it's one of Talon's favorites. Not many teams are doing this, especially from the mid lane, but Talon really like it. It fits their style a lot. They want to farm a lot on their 3 cores. If they can hold the game of this TA from mid or safe lane, which like they play it on both, then they might win this game if it goes late.
Obviously, Talon, one of the teams that plays full late game. We heard from 23 Savage in the one interview that in C Dota, you just play late. Everybody just keeps farming. So Mikoto, this is likely going to be his hero. One thing I like about TA mid is that, yes, it does farm, but it's a hero that likes to move around as well. It doesn't just stay static in the mid lane forever. What's the likelihood here of them stealing some strats here from Team Liquid and running like some dual range cores in the mid and the safe lane?
It could be quite high. It really depends on what Liquid will play here. Talon, they have secured the last pick of this game here. I think we have seen before in a game where they like this matchup. The TA against the Pango, it was actually against eHome, they ran this exact matchup. And then 24 ended up picking the last pick, Monkey King. So whatever they do here, I think they're in a position where this TA, it could go safe lane against the NP. I've seen that be okay in some games, but they are totally fine putting it versus the Pango. But they're going to see where this NP goes. That's the important part. If it's going to be a carry or an off laner, and I think one thing 23 is just really going to focus on for this last pick is just winning his lane.
Yeah.
Right? And that way they have the double carry, winning lanes into like an easy transition into the mid game.
I think it's quite likely they put the TA mid here. They can have like a Vanguard, Arcane Boost, Primal Beast independent in the off lane against Furion, and then they play around mid and make stacks in triangle, secure the TA's farm. And I think this will be their game plan for this game. They defend safe lane tower of Trian, they make stacks in triangle, they protect the TA, and Primal Beast is self-sufficient.
Yeah, then we can kind of look at 23's hero pool that can play around the TA. Will be maybe the Monkey King, maybe we've seen him play Doom a lot in the past. There is depending what they pick here, he's played heroes like Bristleback, but are a lot less greedy. So he's going to see his matchup, basically. And that will determine a lot on what he wants to play here. For Liquid, though, they do get to decide what they want to do about this Primal Beast. Is it okay to put up an NP versus it, or do they want to try and punish this Primal Beast with another carry pick?
Talon seems to feel that they're looking for an offlane hero for Zai here. If that is the case, Ori, what's missing in their lineup? Well, never mind, it's not going to be an offlaner. It's going to be an offlane Nature's Prophet. Safe lane Morphling going to be rounding out the draft here for Team Liquid. Alrighty, so for Talon, if you're 23 Savage right now, you have the 24 pick in the draft, you've seen the lay of the land, you know what your lane looks like, you know what your carry-to-carry matchup looks like, who do you want to end the draft with?
That's a great question.
If they're feeling very greedy, there could be something like a Terrorblade. I know Talon do quite like to run these double, really farmy cores.
Is there Ursa in the game?
There is.
There is an Ursa.
I would want to be Ursa, I think, this game, if I'm 23. Monkey King's okay as well. I think the Doom carry could work versus Morphling.
There may even be a slight possibility that Liquid run a safe lane Pango and have Nisha on Morphling mid. Given that Mickey used to play mid a lot, and I'm sure he plays a really good Pango, and Nisha also loves the Morphling, they could like swap these lanes up to be anything really.
There's also a non-zero chance that the Pango goes off lane, the Morphling goes mid, and then the Nature's Prophet still safe lane.
Yeah, the options are very open.
Yeah. I don't think they'll want to do the Morph versus the TA mid, though, if that is what they choose. But if they pick some other weaker mid that can be exploited,
there's the Terrorblade.
There's the Terrorblade. They're going all in for the late game here.
Alright, this is Talon style. You know, they might not necessarily be picking the right things for Q all the time, but the one thing they will always do is give themselves an opportunity to farm for the late game. Alright, carry player, talk to me about this. You're Terrorblade in this game. Do you feel confident being able to carry Talent Esports to victory and force a game number 3?
Absolutely. You have a pretty easy lane against the Nature's Prophet. The Pango, when he's rolling around, might be a little bit annoying with the disarm and stun, but you are a ranged hero. You're going to buy Scotty versus the Morphling, and then you have Makoto. I think Talon being greedy is all about like being able to make it to that late game timing, and I think their laning stage does allow them to do that.
Yeah, Talon's lanes look really strong in this game, so I think they'll be able to at least get half the way to the kind of stage of the game that they want. Then they need to make a couple of good moves or survive some good moves that Liquid are making, and then they'll be there.
Let's talk about like Team Liquid though, because they have instead put jabs on the Clockwork, and Insania's playing the Disruptor here, Zai's in the off-lane Nature's Prophet. Okay. Ari, what do you make of this draw from Liquid? What do they need to do to ensure that they win Game 2 and get themselves into the Grand Finals?
Same story as Game 1. They need to hit the timing, and they need to run a Talon really quickly, really hard, not give them any space on the map. If TA and TB are farming freely, then there's no way that Liquid wins, so they have to stop this quickly. Maybe around 15 minutes, they're going to hit timing with like Greaves, Morphling first item, and just start running at the enemy with Prophet Global.
Well, we're going to be seeing whether or not Team Liquid has what it takes to play yet again in an extremely fast pace, put Team Talent on the back foot and force a game number 2 victory, or if it's going to be Talent Esports to go to game number 3 and maybe make their own way into the Grand Finals. To find out, we have Arvo Plus, we have Winter, and we've got an amazing game of Dota 2, so gentlemen, take it away.
Game 2 is upon us, and Team Liquid, they went for a little bit more late game, so Talon responded with even more late game this time. Isn't that right, Winter?
Yeah, bring on the late game. Talon says, you wanna play a 70-minute game? I'm gonna play an 80-minute game.
And that has been the specialty of this team for a while. We've already hyped up how great their late game is, but the question is, can they get to it? We already saw last game, Liquid are really good at playing that early. Is this time maybe a little bit easier for Talon? Is Liquid's early as dominant?
It's hard. They're playing against an MP early game. They have to try to survive the early game, but I do agree, this time they have better heroes. The Primal Beast is much more stable for the early game compared to a Night Stalker, and he should be able to do a lot more compared to what he had done in the last game where he just got dumpstered, you know, in the early game. So I have high hopes for Talon this game, much better hopes.
Okay. Tell me about the strength of their lineup then, if you were to consider it, besides the great late game. What else? What do they have? Do they check? What boxes do they check? What boxes are they not checking for you?
They're checking the Roshan box for sure.
Great.
They're checking the team fight box with the Treant Protector plus Primal. I think those two are going to be very, very deadly in the team fights. But on the other hand, they are going to be up against a Pango roll, a Disruptor, Static Storm. Those are going to be pretty annoying for their heroes until they get BKBs. So I would say that the BKB timings of this game are going to be, as usual, crucial for Talon. They have always this kind of lineups where they are trying to outscale you, they are trying to outfight you, they're not planning to get any mech, any pipe, they don't fucking care about those items, they just want their BKBs.
Let's look at the Liquid checklist then. But this was a Winter checklist with Liquid here.
Do they need I guess it's probably going to be the same. They're going to be aiming to get BKBs on MP and Morphling. They're going to be trying to outscale as well, but with a timing. You can never outscale a Terrorblade with this kind of heroes. Like Terrorblade just wins the ultra late game. You have to try to finish the game 40-50 minutes. Faster is even better if you can do that.
Even with the adds of Morphling, you don't think there's any scaling chances for Morphling these days?
I mean, that's true. But I still favor the Terrorblade later, you know. Like Morphling, you're trying to end a game in a very specific timing with this kind of lineup with MP. You don't want to make the game too late because Terrorblade is just going to eventually out-carry everybody. So we shall see, you know, how the laning phase goes, how are the rotations going to be. And Liquid does have I feel like some advantage in terms of the early rotations because you have a mid Pango. And Talon has a mid TA, you know, he's going to want to farm, you know. So you're going to be able to put a lot more pressure with the Pango for sure.
How does matchup in general in the laning stages? Do you expect anyone to come out ahead?
Should be fine for either hero.
Oh, top lane actually, they got poor Savage is already dead to a Disruptor and MP.
Yeah, I've been seeing all these Disruptors with level 1 glimpse. In the series yesterday was Entity. Fishman showed how the level 1 glimpse could have been so impactful. Like after taking the runes, he's just glimpsing the enemy support away. But here, as you can see, like Glimpse is just able to secure them the kill on the Terrorblade. Oh, wow.
Counter-attack for Insania. But he's going to survive this.
I mean, if he came out 1 second earlier, he might have gotten Glimpse back. But it's okay, you know, he was able to come out fine with that. But the Glimpse is just much more efficient in the lane. So far for 70 mana, the spell is just way better than the Thunderstrike at level 1.
Yeah, gives you damage, and now you have 2 damaging spells in Thunderstrike and Glimpse, which is what allows his harassment to be so powerful.
Yeah.
Fishman already demonstrated this.
I'm a bit surprised he actually went for Thunderstrike at level 2, because they have 2 range heroes. I feel like maybe Kinetic Field is going to be better in the laning phase, so both of you can get more right clicks on. But we'll see, you know. Like Thunderstrike is just a spell that, in my opinion, costs a lot of mana in the laning phase. You're going to have to buy maybe extra mangoes to support the mana cost. So we'll see what he does here in the laning phase. But so far so good for Liquid. And on the bot lane, Morphling seems to be doing okay as well against Primal Beast. Cloudwork's going to be able to secure the pole in the next wave if he wishes to. So everything is Gucci for the Morphling as well.
Primal Beast though, talk about Gucci, does try to deal as much damage as possible with Morphling. Will have to reach shift is still level 1, but he does have an active strike because he's level 2, and that pushes Primal Beast away. There's going to be the lane for the most part, right? Go on Morphling, Morphling pushes you, and hopefully you don't die.
I do not expect him to die that much in this lane or at all. Like Rubik plus Primal, I don't feel like you should be too worried as Morphling. Once you get past the first couple of levels, the lane's going to be very, very stable for you. You should be able to just safely last hits. The key thing to note is going to be the rotations. The Pango is going to play a very, very key factor in this game. You know, he's going to be able to make a lot of rotations if he secures the rune. So I want to see how Liquid is going to help him secure the runes with the supports.
See that how that happens. What is the will they still be able to farm, and Jazz will still have the impactful early game we saw against Shopify, for example, where he takes over?
Yep.
Okay.
There's a chance, you know. Once you get level 6, we saw how Arbet he was able to get solo kills on the Morphling. If the Morphling's not careful and you get a little too cocky, you farm a little too front, and you just die to the stun into the pulverized combo when he's level 6. So I mean that can happen, you know, once Jebs has his ultimate up. But before that, I feel like Morphling should be fairly safe in this lane.
Who's his ganking partner though once he hits at level 6? Who does he smoke with? Is it the Rubik that he plays with? Because the rest of the team seems kind of passive.
The Rubik, Trian, and the Primal are going to be the 3-man gang squad in most cases. The TA and TV, they are going to be mostly rising, trying to get their important items, but...
Side top lane, they're going to try. That was very close. One hit away from getting that kill.
Yep, very, very nicely done by Zai getting the TP out there, forcing the meta to be popped, and he's going to be coming back. And TB's going to have to try to maybe pull the wave back after this once his meta runs out.
Oh, he's going for Insania though now. But Insania, is he fast enough? He has a Fairy Fire, still has the Glimpse as well. He could punish Ollie perhaps. They have vision of him. Glimpse is level 2. Pushing back Ollie. Thunderstrike on him for a little bit more slow. Ollie low in armor, needs to get into the trees. He's being hit by Nature's Prophet though. He can destroy your trees. And if the auto attacks are going to be sufficient. Poor Ollie is dead. And now Savage is defenseless. He has no teammates, actually being body blocked by those Treants. But luckily he finds a way out. Does not get squared in.
Yeah, Disruptor is just showing why this hero is very, very strong right now on a position 4. Like you are very strong in the lane, not like before. You have a lot of kill potential because the Glimpse does a lot of damage now in the lane. And it's just very annoying, you know, if you overcommit as the opposing support, you're just going to get caught by the Glimpse and die in the lane. And Ollie has to be very, very careful. He can't let this MP get too fat from the laning phase. Otherwise, the game is just going to run out of control like the first game, you know. If the MP just... You allow him to dictate the play, he's going to take all our towers, you're going to have a hard time.
To look at the bright side for Talon though, we do have a Tia that's quite farmed in that mid lane. She's doing well, Primal Beast as well. And it's not like TB has been stopped too much in terms of last hit. So this 1k difference comes just from good laning on Talon.
Yep. And so far, they're going to have to try to maintain the farm as much as they can and control the runes. You know, I think the runes are going to play a very, very crucial role in the rotations that the Pango wants to make. If the Pango can't make rotations because he can't take the rune, that will allow the TN Terrorblade to farm a lot more in the game. So we'll see. 10 minutes to the next rune.
We do 10 seconds, you mean? Yes.
10 seconds.
We do see that. The support's already coming in for that 15-minute rune. Let's see if they can find it here. And it's going to be Mikoto seemingly grabbing the bottom rune. That's going to be Illusion. Luckily, not the best rune at all, so it doesn't enable your rotation too much.
Yeah, it's not the best rune for TA, but it stops the Pango from getting a rune because the rune is going to be much more useful on the Pango, so that's going to be much more important for them. And so right now, state of the game wise, the Morphling is still farming. If you're Liquid, you're happy, you know, MP is still continue farming. He's gonna get his level 6 in a bit, and that's gonna try to speed things up for Liquid. But so far so good, you know, for Liquid. Disruptor is still trying to hang around, you know, try to set up a kill on the Terrorblade. So we'll see if they find any opportunities to do that, you know, unless Nisha makes a rotation, but he doesn't have mana now because he didn't get the root.
Oh, and in fact, it's going to be the TP who goes onto Zai. Once again, that TP, and the same thing they did earlier. Force the meta, TP back, and then go back to the tower.
Yeah.
And you're full HP again, and you annoy the TP who desperately needs meta to lane.
Yeah, and Jabba is rotating to mid to refill the bottle. That's actually really, really important for Liquid. And right now he has a full bottle, so he'll have some opportunities to rotate if he sees a good one. I feel like he should try to maybe look for opportunity to kill the TB soon. Like the Terrorblade is trying to push the wave out, and he's going to be jungling. If the Pango can actually find the Terrorblade in the jungle and get a kill, that would be really nice for Liquid. And as of right now, because Talon is being more greedy with the TA plus Terrorblade lineup, they are trying to just stack up camps, farm. So if you're Liquid, you have to try to punish this. They see this, the Clock was trying to steal some XP, but nothing more he can do to stop the farm from happening.
Yeah, Mikoto gets the stacks. He's currently leading net worth. Mikoto has been a pivotal part of this team during this whole tournament, so him getting a strong lead is always scary, regardless of what hero he's playing on.
Yep, Nisha is trying to make a rotation, but there's an observer wall on the high ground, so Talon are fully aware of what's happening here. They have to try to maybe use TP scrolls to rotate or try to smoke around the map. If the game is static right now, it's not good for Liquid, you know. If nothing's happening, everybody's farming, you're happy if you're Talon.
Exactly, Talon, the kings of the late game, of course. As in the top lane, Nature's Grasp, they're going for Zai, this time no meta though. And Zai knows he doesn't have to TP just yet. Bottom. Is this probably harassing the Morphling? It looked scary because the heroes were together, that's not going to happen.
MP is coming, Zai is here.
Okay.
Yes, the summons.
Q, you want to get vision him. Rocket Flare will guarantee that. Thunderstrike as well. Q, you're not going home alive, mate. Or maybe it's going to be Disruptor instead. Turning this around, they do have the Rolling Thunder. Q, healed by the Lychee, will barely live. Q's out.
Wow.
Wow.
How does that man get out of there?
I don't know. And now they're going for the enemy jabs. Mikoto wants to kill the imposter, the spy. Goodbye, Jebs.
Well done. I mean, somehow the TA's rotation there.
How does that work? How is the Rubik alive?
Yeah.
What level is that leech?
The TA's rotation there is key. You know, he's able to kill the Rubik. Kill the Disruptor, and that allowed the Rubik to survive there. Just very, very huge plays by TA. When you have a greedy draft, sometimes you have to give back to your team. You know, you can't just greed all the way, and that's really, really important for Talon that they actually save the Rubik and just continue to farm at the moment.
Right. Now on the Terrorblade side, all his role is to just shove out lanes. That's how his contribution is going to be. Yeah. He's going to show up, not going to show up to team fights early.
And TA has to be more of like the sacrificial hero, even though he has to farm a lot. He has to try to help his team as much as he can and try to allow the TB to get more of the farm, more of the map. And right now they're doing a really good job for that. You know, Liquid has to find a way to break this lock. You know, the game is in a state of a deadlock.
Q in the mid lane once again, but they've learned this Rubik is tankier than he seems. Yeah, Rocket Flare him all you want. His cape has so much armor. Bottom lane, they catch a Morphling. Wow. Another rotation from Mikoto.
That is actually, man, Mikoto is just winning the game for them at the moment. He's making all these rotations with TA with no blink, no dash or nothing, but he's just making the plays. This is just really, really, really good for Talon, you know. And mid lane, they're trying to get a trade-off here for Liquid, but the living armor and the glyph is just slowing things down a lot, you know. They have 4 heroes here, they're taking a long time to secure the tower, and meanwhile Terrorblade is pushing the top tower, Talon's getting the bottom tower. This is a much better trade for Talon.
The top tower doesn't get quite destroyed, but bottom for mid is going to end up being the trade here. As Liquid, at least they open up the map a little bit with this. This gives them more options here.
They have to try to invade the jungle. If this continues for another few minutes, this is not good for Liquid. You know, they have to try to stop the farm, the Ancients farming, the jungle farming. This Terrorblade is just getting away with way too much, you know.
And what's crazy is that despite the Terrorblade being perma-farming this whole game, hasn't really done much, it's Mikoto who's leading the net worth because of his rotations.
How?
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
I guess he gets 3 kills.
He has 3 kills, that's why. And one of them is on the Morphling. He's going for Desolator first as well, which will also improve his farm. Do you think for a mid-TA you still go for Desol Blink Dagger, or do you go for the carry TA build?
Oh, that's a good point. That was what I was expecting, you know. You have to go Blink, you have to try to play around your team first and allow the Terrorblade to farm. But because maybe he's looking at the game and he's feeling like, I've already done a couple of moves with my team. We stabilized the game. Maybe I can be a bit more greedy, you know. Maybe I can play a bit more for myself, you know, because I've already given something back to my team. And Oli at the moment is just trying to be the dead laner, you know. Like this Treant Protectors right now, why is the hero so popular? Because he's able to play the dead lane, he's able to delay the game a lot, living armor the towers, and it's very good when you're trying to have this like super greedy late game draft, you know. It just allows your heroes to get to the stage where they can actually win the game.
Explain that for those at the back. What do you mean with a dead laner? What the importance of a 5 being able to take the dead lane is?
He's taking the rubbish farm, the farm that nobody is taking.
Yes,
you know.
he's the trash man.
He's the garbage collector, and then he's keeping the towers alive with the living armor. He's just very annoying. He forces your carries in a very bad position in the team fights because you don't want to pop BKB early. Then he just cancels your BKB with the overgrowth. So that's very annoying for the carries, and it allows his own carry to just scale better in the game with the living armor. So this hero is just very disgusting, you know, in terms of what he does in the game.
Don't you think it's wild how much the tournament has been let out for Talon, who's a team that specializes at utilizing his style?
There's just way too many heroes that you want to ban in the initial phase, you know, like the Tiny is one of them, and you have all this Lina, Nature's Prophet, the Brood Mother, so you have to pick your poison, you know, and the Treant Protector is the poison that Liquid chooses to let go. And so far, Liquid has been, I mean, they're doing okay, you know. I feel like they have to try to figure out how to break apart the deadlock that Talon has right now. The grip they have in this game is farming at least 50%. If you look at the map, they have been occupying at least 50% of the map. They've been ensuring that the Terrorblade has Ancients to farm. They're shuffling out all the side lanes. They're doing a really good job in that, and Liquid has to find an answer to this, you know. They're building onto an Aghanim on the Nature's Prophet. Perhaps that could be a key to the next fight that they are planning to take. But so far, very quiet on Nisha. You know, I've been expecting the Pango to do a lot more. And bot lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be Q who uses the Pango skill against him now. He got Insane, he has Glimpse, and Q will be the real Pangolier this game, Winter. He's doing a lot more.
Yeah, that is very worrisome if you're Liquid, and it might have something to do with maybe the runes. They're not securing the earlier runes. That's why the Pango doesn't see any opportunities to move. But so far, he has an Arcane Rune in his bottle. They're gonna pop a smoke. Something has to happen for Liquid right now.
Sure, but Mickey up top, they see him perfectly. They're just harassing him out of lane. They have no intention of actually killing him. Perhaps Liquid could turn this around. Jabs. The Liquid jabs, mind you. It's already in position. Gets a hook shot. That's going to work for now. Into Rolling Thunder as well. But where's the damage coming from?
Nice root.
Overgrowth just stops both. And it's now time Mikoto's turn to hit. But Mikoto got disintegrated by the Morphling. Ceases to exist. They seem to ignore the Primal Beast with a glimpse. And Talon, who thought they could take this, were proven wrong.
Yeah, the glimpse was very crucial there. Maybe if Primal Beast is still there in the fight, they might have been able to hold their ground, but no. Just really good plays there by Liquid.
I just want to point out the coordination of calculating exactly when Refraction will time out to waveform Wrath of Nature at the same time. I mean, I don't know if they were looking at the Wrath of Nature, listening to it in the map, but that was impressive.
Yeah, these guys are that good at Dota, you know. I wouldn't be surprised if everything was calculated. So that's what Liquid needed, a successful rotation by Pango, and now he has another rune, Haste Rune. So he's going to be trying to play more aggressive with this Haste Rune, and that's going to be key for Liquid again to pressure the map.
This kill, big deal. They have a Desolator on Mikoto now, which you saw earlier in that fight.
Oh,
That was the 2 charges. Insania. No. Nisha setting up the Rolling Thunder and Static Storm as well. Insania will die, and the Glimpse doesn't work in Nisha's favor. Seems like Nisha is gonna retreat now. A couple more hits, but that's it. But Jabs is calculating the onslaught. He realizes a bit too dangerous. There is a haste on Nisha after all.
Yep, they have to wait for their spells again. Disruptor ulti expanded, roll expanded. Try to wait for those spells to come off cooldown again and try to make a play. If they can get a kill again, I feel like they could be in a position to take Roche. It's similar to the last game. They have Morphling, they have Nature's Prophet. They should be able to secure Roche if they get a big pick-off with the next move.
So you can see there actually, I didn't really notice it was out of mana, which is why the Refraction didn't even come out at all. But the timing of the waveform for Wrath of Nature, perfect.
Yep. And Talon Jabs has his BKB up right now, so that's a huge pickup for the Dire team at the moment. TA is going to have his Blink, so that's going to be huge as well. Blink plus Desolator timing. It seems like Talon's going to try to make something happen with this Blink plus BKB on Primal Beast.
We'll see Nisha. Okay, one glimpse to set Q apart, but they don't know how far he went actually. And they do have vision around this area, which is why Nisha was maybe in trouble. Gets the rune. As what we're talking about now, Pango's starting to get those runes and they're starting to open up the map much more.
Yep. And right now, Aghanims is going to be arriving for Nature's Prophet. So I feel like both teams are kind of feeling that they have the upper hand right now with the last couple of items, and we shall see who gets the upper hand in the initiations.
Jabs wants to get Mickey. Okay, they do have to try to slow him as well. But Static Storm might counter initiating, and Jabs just activates the BKB. He wants to get at least 1 kill. He's going to have to settle for the support right now.
They're not killing the Morphing now.
Jabs kills Jabs. Brother on brother fight as the Rolling Thunder from Nisha sets up perhaps on Mikoto. Overgrowth as well to stop this fight. Stop Nisha for a second. Wrath of Nature is the same as Overgrowth, but global. That kills Mikoto. Now Q in trouble. He actually, Onslaught does not help, pushes him forward, and he's gonna die too. Poor Ollie stuck in the tree, starts to get away, but the leech is not enough healing. And his poor Jabs with 23 Savage left there alone. They glimpse back TB. Now in the wrong position. No mana. He's dead. Jabs also out of mana. There's no Onslaught. The Fusel Blade is destroying this team. They can't use their spells. They can't hide in the trees. It's only a matter of time until the team wipe happens.
Talent thinks they're strong, but apparently not. Liquid is stronger. They lost all their cores. This is a really, really big blow for Talent. They have to realize, all right, time to go to farm, split the map. We are not going to be able to clash head-on against Liquid. Right now, we have to try to take the game slow, you know. Go back to what they've been doing. Take everything slow, try to delay the game. Try to slow the game down.
Okay. How do they do that? What's the options to slow the game down?
They have
Cut lanes?
Yeah, they have to try to play with the map, push out the waves as much as they can with the TA traps, with the Terrapin illusions.
I don't know, it's playing slow, but they don't have many resources yet on Liquid. Jabs, however, Liquid Jabs does have a hook shot.
Nice one, Arvo. Nice one.
What?
I thought you were trying to play with the words.
Liquid Jabs?
Yeah.
No. Oh, no. I'm just trying to figure out who's who. That's the hardest part. The worst part is they also look very similar, right? So it's kind of difficult to tell them apart in the player camps too. In the lobby, I don't know if I can reveal this, but they put themselves in the wrong slots.
Intentionally.
Yeah, they're playing around. They enjoy this. He did say in a tweet he was very excited about playing against Jabs. Jabs, that is.
Now you're getting me confused. So they realize there's an observer wall there, so Ollie's going to quickly deward that. And they have to try to slow down the game, push out the waves, make sure that they have time to get this BKB on TA, like the TA and the Terrorblade.
Q. Do they glimpse him? I mean, they have vision of him currently. Q is just standing his ground because they don't want to get glimpsed back too far.
I mean, he has strength morph, so he's pretty tanky.
Okay. No armor though. 1 armor now.
I have Trian on my team. I don't need armor.
Okay, let's see if that's true. He just keeps getting glimpsed back into the Pango. There's the hook shot now. Jabs trying to kill Q.
He's buying time. He's buying a lot of time.
Oh, yes, he is. And now Liquid Jab's dead. Overgrowth of the Pango once again, stopping this roll. Mikoto starts to hit, but Mikoto gets stunned immediately.
And that's good enough for Talent. That's another couple of minutes for the Terrorblade to farm.
Okay.
He needs to get to the stage where they have BKB on Terrorblade and they have BKB on Templar Assassin. Like both of the heroes need their BKBs. And so far, they are still pretty far away from a BKB on TA. He's trying to get a shot before he gets BKB. Okay, so he's trying to, he thinks that there won't be enough time for him to get BKB. He wants to get as many items as possible to fight so the Terrorblade can farm. Interesting. We'll see whether it pays out for them. And Insania now trying to invade the triangle with Nisha once again.
Ollie. Yeah, they just hug onto the few trees he has left. Luckily they don't see him despite the fact they have a sentry there because he's just too far away from vision. It is nighttime as well. Hookshot though will Nisha onto Mikoto. This will be a huge kill if they can get across to the Ogre. Gets vision constantly, and that's going to kill 2. Mikoto, from the great start he had, is starting to be hunted down now, Winter.
Yeah, I feel like Oli has to try to play more greedy, you know. He has to try to shove up the lanes as much as he can, you know. I feel like at the moment he's mostly trying to break smokes and trying to protect the course, but it's not doing enough. They need to get the map and try to force Liquid to deal with the lanes. If Liquid is forced to deal with the lanes, then the Terrorblade is going to have a lot of time to farm. But right now, that's not happening, you know, and Liquid gains another objective to secure the Roche. This Skadi on the morphing is going to be very, very huge. It's going to mean that the TA is not going to be able to play the team fights. This is going to be hard for the TA. I mean, Liquid is going to want to pressure even more after they get the Skadi. But with the Aegis at the moment, they should be able to secure more towers.
Now he finally got a TB BKB. It's all in on the TB, it seems like, this game, as he's also going to build a Skadi right afterwards, but they know they need him now.
It's not enough, the BKB. They are going to need the Skadi, like you said, to boost the team fight potential and to try to limit what the Morphling can do in the fights. The BKB is like, okay, you can maybe try to farm more aggressively and BKB and TP out as long as the hook shot is used. But apart from that, I don't see them using the BKB to fight.
See a couple TPs to the mid lane. As in the top lane, Liquid is pushing this tier 2.
They're smoking to try and take the fight. Oh my god.
Will they actually get the right angle here? Is Mickey, who seemingly is left alone, but he doesn't have an Aegis. He has a second life just in case. Wait for him. Oh, Onslaught still catches him. But there's no pulverize, and they force the BKB. Now the pulverize forces 12, cancel by the hook shot. Morphling dispels the silence. Now the overgrowth does hit him. He's going to go down. That's his first life down. Zai's being chased up in Mikoto in the backlines, but Jabs comes in to help him. And Mikoto, a nuisance, playing around the Clover Cogs, will finally get the kill he's looking for on Jabs. They did leave their carry behind, though. What's their plan? Glimpse won't help them. Mickey has waveform in 4 more seconds. He has a Pango nearby, Swashbuckle to annoy them. There's the waveform they were looking for. Another try to silence him, another try to slow him, and the onslaught catches up to him as well. Mickey gets pulverized, and he avoids the melt strike, but there's another route. He's not going home today.
Oh my god, Jabs. He just doesn't give up, you know. He knows that he has the ability to run him down, get the most important kill they can get in the game, you know. That's the morphing kill. That's gonna be such a big swing, you know, in the game. I totally did not expect them to be able to take that fight. I thought they were actually crazy running into that Aegis morphling, you know. But they proved me wrong. They knew that their timing's much better.
Yep. There's a smoke though from Liquid, so they now believe that they're actually kind of strong to take a fight. Glimpse back. Just a Rubik kill for now. Shadow Amulet not gonna work, my friend. But maybe with a force there?
That's a dieback. 60 seconds on the sidelines. What can Liquid do right now? Can they actually claim more of the map? Or it's just gonna be a simple kill here for them? They want, they're desperate to get more on the map right now.
Right. Mickey is going to split away from his team, though, to, like you said, take advantage of the map, try to get the Scotty as soon as possible, get it ideally before the TB. And look at this, Mikoto. He's a helpless Pango. Got an issue with him with Jabs. The hook shot gets blocked by his own teammates. And the second Jabs is now killed by the first Jabs. The bigger Jabs eats the smaller Jabs, Winter.
Yeah, Talon is absolutely doing it right now. They've totally swing the game around for the last 2 minutes. And right now, I feel like Talon's already starting to be in control of the game. You know, even though Morphling is still the top of the net worth chart, but it doesn't feel like Liquid's game anymore. It feels like the Terabit and TA cores, they have arrived.
Oh, another onslaught. Not stopped by... Oh, what a great kinetic field there.
Yeah, saving his life for sure. But Talon get the bigger objective. They got the mid tier 1 tower. They're going back to farm. And yeah, Talon is extremely happy with what has happened for the last couple of minutes. And Liquid has to try to find a solution. Skadi is one of the items that they desperately need on the Morphling. Pango's building into the Shiva's God. That's going to be very, very helpful as well against the TA and the Traveler in the team fight. But they have to figure out ways to deal with this overwhelming team fight that Talon has right now.
Yeah, we did talk about Jabs and how he was going to pop up in the early game. He popped up a little bit later than expected, but his team fights now have been spectacular. And we also saw the impact of the Blink Dagger on TA.
Yeah, he's getting to the backlines. He's targeting Disruptor.
Exactly.
Every time an Insania is just getting popped by the TA. He has to try to maybe get a defensive item to deal with that. A Ghost Scepter or something that allows him to survive, you know.
Ollie is keeping him in check right now. He did check for sentries, which is why he dropped one himself, so he knows they can't see him. Can he catch up to him? No. Okay, we have a Heaven's Halberd actually on the MP now after the eggs.
Yeah, that's going to be very good against the TA and the Terrorblade. That's a pretty good item overall. If you can get it on the TB or the TA before they pop their BKBs.
Right, there's no BKB on TA, but soon to come. Yeah. 300 gold left.
It's a bit more... They need a bit more time before the second Roche spawns, so that's that. I feel like Liquid, if I'm Liquid, I don't really feel that confident taking a fight as of right now. I have to try to stabilize the game, try to get my next set of items. Maybe try to at least wait for the Shivas on Pango. I think that could be a huge item in the team fights. And we need the NP to get more items to do damage in the team fights. I feel like the Morphling alone is not going to be enough. The Nature's Prophet, he has to be contributing damage in the team fights. And bot lane, he's going to TP down here.
Ollie in the trees. They don't know of his existence, though.
No sentries.
Just walk around.
Oh,
Ollie, he's done these before. We saw what happened here against Shopify, against Entity. Whistle away, Ollie doesn't care.
Shadow Amulet plus Invis Stray.
QTPs, but Ollie will stay here in the safety of the Grove.
Man, that's gonna buy Talon even more time. Like, everybody's down here for Liquid. Oh my god. And they see it, the observer in the jungle there. They saw a couple of heroes in the jungle, so immediately Jabs on Talon recognizes that he's allowed to farm and shove out the wave, so he immediately gets 2 waves out. And yeah, and the map is back to 50-50 again. You're gonna have to pay a lot of attention towards this map, you know, like how much of the map can Talon maintain while dragging the game, while allowing the Terrorblade to scale and farm and finish his Skadi.
He's already halfway there with the first ultimate orb, and there's the enough gold for the point booster.
Talon is coming in with the BKB on TA. They want to try to get a pick off here. There's a ward on the high ground.
Mickey, it would be a perfect pick off, a Mickey harder pick off. And they just annoy him a little bit, glimpsing back Mikoto. He has a haste rune.
Wow, he didn't even have to pop the BKB. That's such a good thing for Talon. They forced out the disruptor ulti, and they didn't need to use the BKB on TA.
They also forced out the replicate. If they just ignore the Morphling for a while, they could play without a replicate here in this fight. And if I-23 Savage knows this, and make the call to just try to re-engage, stay close to the enemy, make sure, and you can always go on them.
They have to be careful not to lose the gem, you know. Nisha has a gem right now. If they lose the gem against this Trian, that's going to be a huge disaster for Team Liquid.
Tabs has a gem himself as well, so they're also trying to get some map control here. And now mid lane goes Mickey. Now no replicate, no static storm, but Mickey is playing on the left side, harder to initiate onto him. They're going to steal the waveform alone. Or the Enter Strike. Yeah. That's the worst. That means nothing.
I mean, he has a stun, he has strength.
Now right, it's true, he went full strength, I forgot.
It's actually a 2.5 second stun.
That's
right
actually pretty legit. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, smoke up. So will Talon win another fight with this smoke back towards their jungle? Terrorblade's pushing bot. He's showing the enemy that he's there. But does Liquid know the smoke is coming? He's going to TP on the Terrorblade now. Who is going to get the jump right now? Insania!
Well, it's going to be on Insania. They want to get rid of the Disruptor. Hookshot cancels the snow, but Insania has died. That's one dead though. They need a core. And the retreat is quick from Liquid. They're not going to lose any of the supports, any of the cores. Very, very fast, those TPs.
Yeah, very, very clean escape there from Liquid, just losing the support, so not the worst for them. They were able to secure the tower, but at the same time Talon also secured the tier 2.
Oh, the double damage, gotta be careful. Nisha rolls up into a ball, swashbuckle, he's fine. He already used the blink to go up to the high ground.
He has the plate mail, so he is fine. He has a lot of armor.
Oh, good call. Yeah, the plate mail's actually helping him a lot there.
Now he has the Shiva, so that's gonna have a very, very huge impact in the team fights to mitigate the physical damage from TA and Terrorblade. So we'll see. I think this is going to be a very big item for the team fight. Roshan is spawning in 2 minutes, so that's going to be a huge contention of the game in a bit. And both teams really do not want to give up Rosh. So they're going to try to shove out the waves as much as they can before they try to make a play for Rosh here. And it seems like Talon's winning that the shuffling wave battle right now. They have the wave at top lane close to the tier 2 tower. And bot lane we have some illusions pushing out.
Savage. The high ground, Rolling Thunder will surprise him. No, it's actually for the Rubik. They're going for Q first. Got the Glimmer Cape off, however. That's not going to save him against the Morphling. Heaven's Halberd stops 23 Savage from hitting Mickey anymore.
So tanky.
He's just going to tank through this, but right now they finally got the damage from Talon they were looking for. The Glimpse will cancel his final beast. Static Storm as well. They walk right into it with a BKB. TV ignores it, but he doesn't have anyone to hit. Finally, they get a target. It's going to be the Clockwork. Jabs dies.
Oh, buyback. They want to fight. No BKBs.
They do want to fight. Has heard the Curse of the Old Growth to get some vision. Ollie in the trees.
Glimpse
someone back. It's going to be the TA. That's perfect. Mikoto will die. He can't even hit back.
He has no mana to pop BKB. That's why he died.
Oh, wow.
50 mana shot. That is a huge kill.
Diffusal Blade Pango, man.
Yeah.
Diffusal Blade Pango.
But for Talon, it's pretty lucky that they still have the Roshan timer going. If the Roshan spawns right now, that's so bad for Talon. And Liquid has to try to play the map once again, get the waves out, try to create another opportunity to smoke, to fight. And we've seen in the previous engagement how tanky Pango is right now. They don't have enough physical damage to get through the shield crash and the Shivas.
They're controlling the area completely. Liquid knows right now. As long as they control this Rosh, the TA doesn't feel like such a strong factor in their draft.
Yeah, and Clockwork as well in the previous fight, he was able to stop the pulverize onto the Morphling, allowing Morphling to escape. That was also really, really crucial. Now Roshan is spawning. Both teams, I'm sure they are aware of the Roshan.
Of course.
Will we see a Mexican standoff or will we see a bloodbath here at the Roche Pit?
No, Talon, they're smoking, but they're in the low ground, man. Doesn't seem like a standoff just yet, but for now they realize it is way too hasty. It is in C. Let's play with patience.
Yeah,
Liquid controls the high ground too.
Liquid has the map as well. Look at the waves. They're all pushed towards Talon's side of the map. They have to send somebody to deal with it at some point. And Liquid is just, like you say, being really patient, just waiting for somebody to show on the top lane or the bottom lane before they proceed. This is a very, very good textbook play here from Liquid.
They have Talon. Of course, they know where Liquid is, but they just can't engage. They have no options here. Yeah. They don't really want to give up anyone that pushed the bottom lane, but soon they'll have to.
They have to send illusions on the Chariot to deal with the waves.
Okay, the crowd just did a wave, much like the waves, and they're congratulating themselves. Good set of self-esteem for them. Much like right now, Talon will have to send someone down bottom to deal with a wave.
They see a hero top, immediately go into the Roche Pit. Jabs has to run back towards the Roche Pit if they want to be able to contest here. They have to go quickly.
Okay, Mikoto got stopped by the roof.
Shiva.
He still has the BKB, is forced to use it immediately.
They forced the BKB. That's so huge for Liquid right now. Very nicely done. Not overcommitting for the Roshan, but they're doing enough just to force Talon to try to come over to have a peek and then forcing the BKB up.
And they also going
back into Roshan.
They just got Replicate, which means now they have Melt, more minus armor for Roche. It falls even quicker.
Yeah, that's true.
They played this perfectly now, and Liquid will get the Roche. Not much. Well, maybe Savage activates BKB, wants to hit the Pango first.
He's running
into
the
the pit, but it's a little too late. Jabs versus Stealing doesn't snatch it in time. Jabs hits the Morphling out of anger. Cancelled by the hook shot. Jabs BKB about to run out, but the Overgrowth does not the Morphling player second there. Keeps on hitting soon. Mickey will just get rid of the enemy offlaner. Now he's fighting inside his own static storm as Savage trying to kill off his Nature's Prophet. He gets pushed back, however. And now they have to retreat. They realize Zai is out. Sunder on a really low HP target gets stung with a roll-up. Trying to get away with Rushbuckle. Will do so, but not in time. Reflection kills him as Savage dies. Ultra kill for Mickey. Morphling unstoppable right now.
There's one more hero, Mikoto. He has a DD, but he's stuck here.
He has no mana anymore, but doesn't have enough for a
glimpse. Vision.
Just off cooldown. Who's going to give the vision? He's a little bit too late. Has traps. Mikoto. He should be
he's giving the vision.
They're committing.
Sprout.
There's the MP. Someone catch him. Okay, that's the glimpse. He's out of range.
Oh,
they have to let him go. They have to let him go.
That was so close. But Mikete on the team fight, asserting his dominance on 23 Savage just terribly. You know, he just couldn't fight him. He ran out of juice. You know, after the BKB ends, the Morphling just reigns supreme over the Terrorblade with the magical damage that he can dish out onto the Terrorblade. But in the fight, you know, Insania just saving the Nature's Prophet. I'm not sure if you caught it. He was able to use his Psychic Headband, push.
Yeah, I told you to push it back. Yeah,
back, and
that was incredible.
Before that, they got the disarm with the halberd onto the Terrorblade. Like he was just standing there for 5-6 seconds doing nothing.
That was such a heads-up play. I think we'll see it now here.
Yeah.
So he walks into the pit. You know, right now nothing much is happening, to be honest.
Yeah, he's trying to go on the MP.
Nice hook shot cancel there.
No target. You know, he can't see a target for him, but he gets disarmed here.
First they kill Jazz while Savage tries to deal with Zai. Here's a Psychic Headband in a second.
Yep, very nicely done. There's all the small little plays here, you know, by Liquid.
That Sprout was so on point as well. And even a roll-up stun to stop 23 Savage.
Yeah.
Even if Nisha dies in exchange for 23 Savage, that's more than worth it.
Just some good old Dota we're seeing here from Liquid, you know. Just perfect execution in the team fights, getting all the small details correctly. And yeah, they have a 4K lead now thanks to that. Daedalus is the next thing on the menu for Morphling.
Okay, interesting. What Daedalus?
He feels like he needs to do a lot more damage in the team fights. He's not killing the Terrorblades fast enough, you know.
Jabs did take, the Thai Jabs, mind you, did take a surprisingly long amount of time to die. And, you know, Morphling doesn't care about that BKB.
Yeah, he wants to be able to kill as many heroes as he can in a short period of time. Once he waves in, he wants to burst heroes down. That's why he's going for this build. And he has the Aegis now, so he doesn't really feel like he needs to get the BKB yet. So he might not even get BKB this game. Maybe he feels like he can play the team fights without even getting one. You know, he just needs to wait for Nisha to create a lot of chaos in the team fights, roll in, pop his Shivas, and then he acquires his target and just go in, burst somebody, and rinse, repeat. You know.
Especially if Nisha is forcing the overgrowth for his Rolling Thunder, right? You seem to have a lot of freedom once that is forced.
And then Clockwork on Jabba as well. He's been doing a really good job stopping the Pulverize in all of the team fights, ensuring that Morphling is able to dish out damage without being controlled in the team fight. So props to the Clockwork as well for being able to do that every single fight.
Oh, Curse of the Overgrowth on bottom. I don't know if that gave vision of Ollie. It seems like not. Just out of range there. But a tower will fall down bottom. Liquid taking the last tier 2.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dangerous, pretty scary for Talon right now. Like the Terror Blade needs, I feel like he needs one more item, you know. Morphling has Butterfly, so he's gonna need the MKB to deal with that. Like right now, Morphling has the edge with the Butterfly. Yeah, going high ground, Alvaro. This is not looking good.
Living Armor is gonna help his tower just a little bit. But this onslaught, jabs, oh, he grabs him. That's a good pulverize. He's gonna die, saved by Nisha for now. Telekinesis catches him, but Mika has a waveform, gets away, and Cox pushes back this TB. They know he's lost Thunder. They're gonna respect Turn 3 Savage right now.
Liquid is just gonna wait for the meta to go down and let the Morphling heal and come back again. But fortunately, Aegis is expiring in 45 seconds, so Talon is gonna have to not worry about that, but they did lose their high ground tower here. So at the moment, they have to try to once again shove out the ways, try to avoid fighting until 23 Savage has his Metamorphosis up again, you know. Right now, he's just not going to be able to output as much damage as he normally can when he has meta.
Yep.
And Liquid understands that, you know. Even though, I feel like maybe without the Aegis, they should still push the high ground because they are way stronger with the Butterfly timing.
Right. And on top of that, like you said, the melee Terror Blade, not only is he not going to output so much damage, but he just can't get in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
He's going to get perma-stunned by the Pango.
As Liquid gonna try to force the high ground again here. Are they waiting for any items? They might be waiting for the BKB on the Morphling. He's gonna have the BKB soon, but if he waits for the BKB, Terror Blade is gonna have his meta up again as well.
What's the value? Okay, we talked about it. Value the BKB. He didn't value it super highly, but into the late game, what's he stopping here?
I feel like the BKB is mostly used to dispel the root from the Treant, because if you don't have the BKB, like the Treant can just do whatever he wants. You know, he waits for you to pop the Manta and he's just gonna root you. But right now you have two ways of dispelling it, so it's gonna make it harder for the Treant to play in the team fights. So I guess that's the primary reason for going back for the BKB right now.
Okay. We also have a Hex now on jabs, the Thai one. Yeah, look. This Hex will also be stopped by the BKB, it's important. But there are no link-ins, no Lotus Orbs, nothing in like that. So it could be a little bit of an issue for the Morphling particularly. Could get surprised if he doesn't reveal that Hex.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
It's a huge item actually to get undiscovered. Maybe they check this inventory now as he pushed at the wave.
But so far Liquid has been doing a really good job protecting the Morphling in the fights, you know, even though he didn't go BKB for like 40 minutes. I feel like the Clover especially has been doing a really good job, and the Pango at shielding the Morphling in the team fight. So even though Morphling doesn't have a BKB, it's very difficult for Talon to find an opening to go onto the Morphling.
Even Insania as well, right, with the Psychic Headband earlier. Like, you have everything. There is an MKB now, by the way, for the Terror Blade. Does this equalize the matchup now, finally? You lost your edge?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess the Terror Blade has a lot more damage potential on the Morphling right now. They should try to use this timing to take them by surprise. I'm not very sure if Liquid knows about the MKB, so this could be a really good time for them to start a fight and get a pick off on a key target.
Okay, they're putting a ward up here, just deep ward in the enemy.
Yeah, Liquid is so disciplined, you know, as a team, you know. They're not trying to do anything too risky. They're 6k ahead, but they are just trying to take things very slowly, play the map. They're always very good at shuffling out the waves and forcing, you know. Right now they're just forcing once again. Zai is forcing the bot lane, so once again, one hero shows bottom to take the wave, Liquid is going to do something. They're going to try to wait for somebody to show on the map, but Talon does not want to show. They're smoked again.
Yeah, second smoke by them. They already went to the mid lane. The smoke comes from the mid lane. Could it surprise the right target? Nisha. It's kind of vulnerable. They catch him fast enough.
Oh, he can't get the blink hex.
Can't. Those illusions surprisingly block him. And now Nisha's in. He does get hexed, but there's a shield crash buff. So he's not going to be killed. And another hex. Poor Jazz might just die. He's forced to activate the BKB. Nisha though, hunting him down with Rolling Thunder. We do see a glimpse, but it's going to be stopped by a BKB from Mikoto. Oh, they forced two BKBs with this.
Oh no. What can they do with this? Can they force the high ground?
They stole Rolling Thunder though. That's a pretty big steal.
Yep. That will allow them to maybe defend off the high ground. But Roshan might be spawning soon, you know, so Liquid definitely knows about that and they're coming back to check. They're just taking things one step at a time, not giving Talon any room, you know, to come back into the game. Talon has to try to find a way, you know. The last fight,
Third
I
smoke
feel
now.
like, yeah, if they actually got they didn't lose the vision and they got the jump, they might have been able to win that fight if they get the blink plus hex jump.
It's crazy that the illusions would what stopped the Primal Beast, right? But they were well positioned in the trees, broke the smoke, illusions break the blink.
That's pretty hard. I feel like maybe they have to let the Trian run around in the map, try to set up some good observer wards before they try to make that kind of play again. Because without vision, it's so hard for the Primal to initiate blindly.
We just got a Tome of Experience, by the way, for Mickey. They should be enough for level 25 and to get the waveform cooldown, most likely.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge talent, like a pretty huge power spike, so it allows the Morphling to be much more aggressive in the team fights. You can try to go for the supports more liberally.
Okay. Rolling Thunder from the Rubik. Blocker does not like this. He's going to die as a result.
He has buyback if he wants to.
Mickey, he's like, okay, I'll kill you. Activates the BKB, but Q, he's invisible. They have no vision of him. Frostbolt doesn't get him. Morphling would just finish him off with auto attacks.
This might be the chance for Talon.
Now with the glimpse.
BKB or Mickey.
Oh, he tried to Manta dodge. It didn't work. Savage is forced out.
Yeah, but once again, Zai is just applying so much pressure on his Nature's Prophet, you know. Even though they lost a hero, but you're losing the map as Talon, you know. So every time...
Oh, he went for the 35 strength, actually.
Oh, he went for the strength.
Oh, okay.
So I guess he just wants to tank up. He doesn't want to get bursted down in the team fights. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty reasonable as well, you know.
2800 HP with 50 armor does sound a little bit ridiculous.
Yep, but Roche is going to spawn in 20 seconds. That is once again going to be the story of the game. Who is going to be able to secure the Roshan? There's a trap, so Talon's going to know once Roshan is up. Liquid just launch a rocket from the clockwork into the Roche pit, so they're going to find out Roche is going to spawn as well. They have to try to kill this TA trap.
So we just got BKB at MP. It is 20 minutes slower than usual because he didn't prioritize this.
Yep.
That was an interesting stat. What a terrible MP player. 20 minutes slow. Huh.
A late game BKB can sometimes turn the tide of the battle. So yeah. He doesn't want to get burst. I think the main thing is he doesn't want to get burst by the primal if he gets caught. So a BKB will allow him to survive that and just output damage, you know. Because I feel like in some of the fights, Morphling alone is not doing enough damage. They need the Nature's Prophet to be also standing there, dishing out the damage. So the BKB is going to allow the Prophet to do that. But the last couple of minutes, the Prophet has just been speed pushing, pressuring the map, making sure that the Terrible Illusions are not getting the waves out, you know, giving Liquid a very, very big advantage in terms of map control and securing the Roshan.
We do have a Basher just picked up, by the way, on Nisha. And they're going to smoke on this timing. There's a good way to control the BKBs, which they've been unable to until now.
Talon has a high ground ward here, you know. They're just waiting on the high ground. This is the right play for them. Just not trying to take anything too risky. Playing safe.
Talon really holding on to the high ground is the right move. Now they're the patient ones.
NP is going to force them to go back to the base with this push about. Liquid is just doing all the right things here. They have to TP. They don't have a choice.
Oh, once they TP, maybe they can go into the high ground once they see jabs.
Roche, they're going to think about Roche. Talon lost their position.
Now Liquid, where do they go? They're going to go to the high ground. There we go. Mikoto. He's alone. They see him. Okay. They caught him with telekinesis just in time, but Glimpse will send him back BKBs. He's fine.
Is that Roche right now for Liquid since you see TA not having his BKB up?
Yes.
That's a big thing.
This Roche carries an axe as well.
I feel like Talon has to fight regardless. They can't give this Roche. With or without the BKB, they have to try to fight the Roche.
Okay, that's what they're going to do. They're converging on it, Winter. They have Metamorphosis jabs. It's invisible as well. Oh, they got caught. There was a sentry nearby. Nature stops them. Shivas as well. Pango, telekinesis. The damage high. Has Aeon Disc just in time. Now the Morphling hit the target. Hook shot though. Stops him. Morphling on the styles. He's adapting. He's trying to adapt to the ship. Strikes from the top list. He doesn't die. Mickey, the machine, kills Terrorblade again.
Oh my God.
Lift your arms, Mickey.
They were so close to killing Mickey. One more spell, one more damage, they would have actually been able to take him down and win the team fight. And right now, Liquid just had in full control of this game. They don't have buybacks on Terrorblade, they don't have buyback on Rubik. Oli already used his buyback Talon. This is not looking good for them.
Playing so well right now, Liquid. They know, even in a situation where the enemy team had the high gun control, they bait him out with bottom play. Look at this. They knew they could just do this.
Liquid is just too strong, you know.
The Aeon Disc Campango was so meaningful there. What a hookshot cancel as well.
Buyback on TA. Talon is on their last legs right now. What can they do? Can they hold a miracle-based defense here, Alvo?
We'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see.
If there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly. That's the C way, my friend. They have 26 seconds until 23 Savage is back. They have no more glyphs, though. They're not going to get it again. That living armor keeps the Rex alive for another second.
Rex. They can only defend the last Rex.
They have to commit to this. 12 more seconds, TV's back. Does TV come back with meta? He does not. He has Demon Zeal, at least. There we go, that's his new meta.
Go in and tank.
Hex. He has Aegis though. They can't commit to Mickey, they have to poke and prod at him. They used to have Swift Blink on Terrorblade.
They're gonna need some amazing Thunder plays to win the fight.
Yeah, okay, Demon Zeal, I saw it, Swift Blink as well. And the reflection does hurt Mickey a lot.
Liquid is so disciplined, they're gonna back off, try to shove the waves again, reset, wait for the next set of items. Just giving Talon no chance at all.
AC for the Nature's Prophet as well.
Oh, that's huge. That's why they were waiting. This is a huge item against the Terrorblade and the TA.
Stops most of the damage, makes your pushing a little bit faster.
Yeah, where is the damage gonna come out right now? It's gonna block so much of the physical damage. They have to try to jump the supports on the background. I feel like the next base defense they might have to do if they still have a smoke, they have to try to go behind, try to kill the supports like the Core and the Disruptor. Deal with them first.
Because that Roche Disruptor also got the Ags as well. So now you gotta be wary of not walking Static Storm without the BKB.
Like Insania has to be the first one to get killed in the team fight if Talon wants to win.
Or you have to preemptively BKB, which is the worst thing for a last minute fight.
Oh, they don't have a smoke, I think. They can't do that. Oh no, they don't have a smoke.
Oh.
They just have to fight it out.
They have, I don't know. Oh, Insania. Erosion already. Catches Mikoto. Mikoto got saved with telekinesis. BKB prevents the glimpse as well. Mikoto's alive for now. Insania's dead. Static Storm got wasted. Side in a difficult position. TP. He can't live. And now it's going to be the Pulverize onto the Clockwork. But it's the real target, the Morphling. Aegis down, second life. What do they have prepared for it? They try to do the onslaught, cancel, but shot there. He's not gonna die just yet. BKB, he's going for the Primal Beast. Mickey got the last remnant of the kill, but he knows it's a difficult fight to take. Oh, perhaps not. TA up in the air, Terrorblade's already available. They do still have a Sunder to save the TB. Nisha's out, not in time. And now it's Mickey turning into a pit. They're both rising in. Both borked for Liquid.
Talon does it again.
Jabs in trouble as well. He's just going to die.
Oh my god.
Easy kill, Talon. They actually held high ground. High ground, sorry.
And Zai, he didn't have buyback. He didn't have enough gold to buy back after spending all his money on the AC. Maybe a bit too premature the push, you know. They probably had to wait for MP to have buyback. And Talon is just another beast on the high ground.
Talon's cracking Liquid like they're cracking my voice, Winter.
How did they do the base defense without using any buybacks?
I don't know. Those hexes is all that mattered here.
You know, like I said, they have to get the back line. You know, they were able to kill Insania off right off the bat, kill the Nature's Prophet, and leave Morphing to last. I mean, this game, man. This game. So Terrorblade is gonna go for a refresher next. All right.
Okay.
That's gonna give him another round of team fight spells. The meta.
That Demon Zeal was actually super impactful, by the way. It's that extra bit of damage they kind of needed in some of these fights to burst on the supports.
Yeah, and the Sunder as well, you know. The Sunder is going to be very, very crucial in the team fights. How he's going to be using the Sunder. Can he use it offensively or he has to use it defensively?
For now, they want to at least take a tower without committing the meta here.
Yeah, Liquid does not want to use their buybacks here.
No.
Talon is trying their very best to force out the buybacks, but...
There's the refresher on Primal Beast. That's double Hex, Winter, double Pulverize as well.
Double Hex, double Pulverize.
Level 25 talent about to come out.
Oh, that's going to be huge. Pulverize pierces magic immunity. Then you can control the Morphling in the team fights.
That's his plan. He goes for the right talent. You're right.
And this game is just getting so tense right now. Liquid all of a sudden, they don't feel invincible anymore in the team fights. They're gonna be feeling the heat.
Okay, smoke for only 4. The TA. Mikoto not joining them just yet. They're gonna go straight for the Pango. Cancel the Pulverize in time. Static Storm. They're fighting in it. The swashbuckle actually gets the bash onto Jabs, and Jabs will die. He refreshes, but he's already gone. 20 damage, still play clock. He can't move out. He actually has the BKB. He has to fight back, but Mickey is a little bit stronger for now. Waveform kills him. Savage is just a tame kitty at the side of Mickey. And now they're going to have the poor TA. She tries to go up in the air, but she's still stuck in the trees. She can't fly over them. Talon will not soar. They land on the ground. They crash in it, in fact.
Yeah, 23 Savage is the only person that has buyback. He's trying to shove out the way. He's trying to delay the push, but I'm afraid it might not be enough here. This might be the end for Talon here.
Okay, Metamorphosis, they also refresh just in case for a second meta. And Zai will be the quick kill for them. They didn't get the hook time. The cogs don't work that well, but buyback immediately from the MP. And Savage in a difficult position, gets clipped back. Kinetic field, Summer's just in time. Saved by the telekinesis as well. 23 Savage, he's alive, he's proving he's the strongest scorer here. Late game TB, it's all about him.
He has to heal, get his mana back. They have to fight, they don't have a choice.
Oh, they got Q, Q's disintegrated.
He has buyback. 3 on 5, Auro. 3 on 5.
They gotta get the best overgrowth of their life, but Mickey just turned into TB. He's stolen the meta, Q, buff back. One last team fight for the boys. 23 Savage, meta about to end, telekinesis for the Disruptor. They want to get rid of the Disruptor first, but the Disarm happens in time. The Heaven's Halberd annoys his TB, and now he's stuck in the Pango roll. They forced him away, but the GG is called. The Ancient's being destroyed. Liquid. They will beat Talon 2-0. Stand and be damned. The true Jab has emerged, and he was the analyst for Liquid all along.
What a sad day for C fans. What a sad day.
It's okay, Winter. It's okay. C has many tournaments to win. A third place is still incredibly impressive for Talon.
They did us proud. I'm not gonna lie.
They came to the last day. It was an incredible performance by them. No shame for them.
Yeah, no shame for them. They should hold their head up high, be really proud of their performance and move forward, keep improving. They lost to a better team, Alvaro. They lost to a better team.
Yeah, Liquid looked incredible. They really looked incredible.
I mean, I told you the look on their faces today when I saw them in the booth.
It was a game time look. And Jabs, the Liquid one, showed up completely with his clockwork. They underestimated hero pool.
He was definitely way more comfortable today. Like even in the first game when he was playing the Riki, I feel like night and day compared to his game yesterday as the Mirana.
Yes. Now he actually felt comfortable in those booths. He understood how to play with the audience. Just did a fantastic job. And he was the bane of the enemy Jabs, ironically, because he could never get a pulverize off. And the Jabs versus Jabs Super Bowl, Liquid ends up winning, and they're going to the grand final. Another Western European grand final for Dota 2.
I mean, regardless, I think we're going to see some top-notch Dota in the finals. Props to Liquid. They played well. They deserve to win. And for Talon, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they'll have to rehash their mistakes, see what they did wrong in this final game. But honestly, I think Talon should be very proud of how far they've come this tournament. They seem to have upgraded in the lower bracket. They almost did one of the most impressive lower bracket runs in a major from literally the first day of lower bracket, just full on.
Yeah, they've improved so much as a team. We've been casting them since DPC, since January. They've showed a lot of improvements. They became far better than they were in the beginning of the DPC. This team is going to be really strong in the future,
This team shows a lot of promise. It's a lot of hope for C. And of course, Liquid now celebrating themselves as they get ready for the grand final. It will be a long break for them, so don't worry, they're not playing a grand final back-to-back. We do have a cosplay contest in between. But right now, we're going to get the champions of this match to celebrate their victory a little bit with the audience. As we go back to the casters here. Winter, I know you saw your C brethren lose, but you saw good Dota today.
Yeah, I'm happy with their performance. Obviously, I hope they would have won the series, but take nothing away. Liquid played well. They deserve to win. They are the better team. Talon, on the other hand, back to the drawing board, find out what they could do better. But like you said, they should be really, really proud of their performance here. Well played.
Yeah. We brought you. I brought my C clothes. It was from Malaysia. Didn't work enough of a buff. Next time I need to buy Thai clothing instead. That's the goal.
Yeah, give them more buff. Double damage. They need double damage.
Concentrate on the wrong country. Maybe they add more Thai coaches to their group, right? Lakos is available. Who knows? We're going to have now to go to the panel, see what actually happened in this game, what they can tell us about this wonderful game too, as they go back to the panel to analyze this series.
We are here finishing off the lower bracket final, and if you can believe it, Team Liquid has won yet again. They get a 2-0 over Talon Esports, eliminating Southeast Asia and giving us a fully Western European grand final. I have to say, it defied expectations. After seeing the performance yesterday against Game and Gladiators, I thought the loss of Boxy may be a bit too much for Liquid to bear. But today, they came correct, Jenkins. What an adjustment.
That is right. I mean, listen, this is the team that defies expectations. I feel like there had to have been a paradigm shift for these players at TI when they went through the wild card qualifiers all the way until their top 3 run. Like, this is not the type of team to lose it when they have a stand-in. It's like this has got to be one of the most resilient teams in the world, if not the most resilient team in the world, other than maybe Team Secret, but obviously they're not here, so we can't talk about them. This is actually the first time in 3 years since we've had a Western EU versus Western EU grand final. The last one was at Disneyland in 2019.
Oh, wow.
So this goes to show, I've heard a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, Western EU is the region to look at. It is dominant. It's like it's not even close right now. Give them 8 slots. You know what I mean? This region is insane. This just hasn't happened in a very long time. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on this region. There's going to be a lot of eyes on all the teams from this region. People are going to start copying stuff. Maybe we'll see some SEA dominance. Some of these other SEA teams getting into the top 6 in the next tournament. But yeah, Liquid, they just look amazing.
I am just taken aback. I will admit, I came into the series today a doubter.
Same.
I really thought that the loss of Boxy and only having 2 days to adjust to the stand-in situation would just make them crumble. It would make other teams be able to see through their cracks, right? But they just prevailed, dude. I actually think Liquid are the protagonists. They are the main characters of this tournament. And this was, what a storyline, honestly. I mean, Mike, I just want to say, he played impeccably today. I don't know what he had for breakfast. Maybe he FaceTimed Boxy or something, heard some motivational words.
Or Matu.
Or Matu. But he came in today and he brought some of the best performance I've seen from him this entire tournament. It was just a masterclass. He was so masterful. I cannot praise him enough. And I love the adjustments that Liquid did today. I love that they had Jabs playing the position 5 in the first game, and they had him in the position 4 this game. They put him on the Nature's Prophet lane because Nature's Prophet wins lanes anyway. Doesn't matter where you put it. And he played really well, right? It wasn't like he was just there.
Yeah, no, he was a huge impact.
Yeah,
like,
go on.
The laning stage is like the big issue for when you're talking stand-in, right? It's like, it's not his role. He's a 3-position player, so they're just getting him through it, and then once the lane stage is over, it's just Dota, right? And he played good Dota today.
Yeah, it's something that drew my attention. At the first match, seems like Liquid had the better strategy, so they won. But on the second game, they were the better team there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not supposed to win MP against TB. It makes no sense. You see a TB dying first blood. Liquid outplayed them the entire game. I feel like Talon could get away with this draft. I see TB can be greedy, but it's a hero that has deep push against the MP, is a 2-carry strategy against Morphling. I could see Talon draft definitely working. It's a Talon draft.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Liquid just outplayed them.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of outplays, I mean, Liquid, their smokes were clean. They were forcing BKBs. They were initiating well with the clockwork. They were canceling pulverizes. They were kiting in and out. Every time they would lose a fight, it doesn't matter. They would respawn and smoke again. They just brute force their way into victory here. They did not let them play on their tree and Terrorblade draft. They did not give them any space to even inch away from their side of the map, from their base on the side of Talon. So Liquid were just relentless monsters in this one. And again, I am so impressed because I seriously doubted them here. I feel, I don't know, shocked, I guess. I don't know what to say anymore.
You can point at all 3 of the Liquid cores and talk about why they were the MVP of that game. I mean, Mickey went 17-3, but also Zai, you're not supposed to win that lane against TB. That's a counter pick matchup, right? He had a phenomenal lane. I mean, Nisha, he's usually the guy everybody's pointing at. So, he's used to it at this point, but his Pango, like, he was mega carrying the fights too, with these perfect chain stuns on the TA who could otherwise blink out with the refraction, right? So just high skill all around. A lot of fights that should not have gone Liquid's way, and they just played better.
Yep. And they fought well around Roche too. Like the way they played around Roche was great. When Talon chose to take the fight, I think it was into the second Roche with Terrorblade's BKB, it kind of looked like Liquid might just run, but they didn't run. They stood their ground and they got whatever they could out of it. And that was just the story of the game over and over again. It felt like they wanted to meet them head on, and they did. And yeah, maybe Talon did draft a greedier draft, but they did have space in this game, right? They did have entry points into the game. There was that double kill mid for Mikoto on the shoulders of Q's epic play, right? There was that 4-man smoke that they did on Liquid, on Talon when they went into Liquid and they actually killed them and they turned the tides of the game. So it's not like the game was uneven after a certain point, right? Both teams had a shot and Liquid just outperformed them.
Yeah, and I like how all of you have been consistently mentioning Liquid as opposed to just one specific player, because I feel like during Western European DPC, everyone was like, oh, Nisha. And then even during group stage, the beginning of it, was like, yeah, Nisha's still operating. And then it was about that moment, I think, in the Team Master game that didn't really matter for Liquid, that they were like, what if we let someone else carry the game? And that has been crystallizing throughout their entire playoff bracket, that it has been a team effort all around. And a most important member on that team, perhaps, is the one that keeps them all in high spirits. And we've got Snare standing by with Insania for an interview.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. And indeed, I am here with Insania, support player for the side of Team Liquid, grand finalist for Team Liquid. Fam, how do you feel? Not only just, you got top 3, right, again at a Valve event, but now you got into the grand finals. This is like a first for you, right? So how does it feel to be at this, like, the pinnacle now of Dota 2?
It feels amazing. And, last night we were like talking between us after we lost to Gladiators, and Blitz was like, yeah, I mean, we're in the top 3. Imagine you're going up against 2 of the best teams in the world. It would be insane of you guys to think that you can win. And he's just like going on and on about like how, stand-in difference is so big. And then I got really mad. I remember I went to bed, I was really angry, and I told Jabs, because we're sharing rooms, I told him like, hey, we're going to win tomorrow. I don't care, we're going to win tomorrow. So it feels really, really good, because it's very rare that I get to like really, tell it to William.
And I'm
going to give it to him. Just wait. As soon as we're done here, I'm going to walk off and just non-stop give it to him.
And be like, yeah, you thought we couldn't win with the stand-in, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, though. A lot of people thought that you wouldn't be able to do it, right? Especially given how high the level was when you have Boxy in the team versus now, right? Can you talk to us about internally in the team? What's the difference having Jabs versus having Boxy? And does it change your preparation process as well?
I think the biggest thing, and especially yesterday we felt it, was that we don't have the heroes that we really need. A lot of the ways we want to build our drafts is built around Boxy. So not having him was very, very big in that regard. And also he tends to lead a certain part of our game where we realize we're just like headless chickens, just like, I don't know what we're doing. We're just waiting for Boxy to tell us like, all right, let's do this. And then there's just no Boxy. So today we decided, you know what, we'll just have to fill the gaps. We'll just have to play the heroes. It won't be as good as Boxy, but we'll just do our best and, play off of like our understanding of the game and try to like make do with what we've got. So, yeah.
Does it kind of feel like now, because one of the things I remember you guys talking about in an interview is that you went out of your way to try and rebuild your team structure and identity as like a group of really good players, not necessarily a selection of individually excellent players, right?
Yeah.
Do you think now that you have one of the key members of the team taken away, does that kind of refacilitation pay off now when you have difficulties versus if it was just all smooth sailing?
It's hard to say. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah.
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 And then now in the team, who's actually doing most of the shot calling now that Boxy is not in? For that part of the game that Boxy is normally responsible for, who's taken up the responsibility to do that?
I don't think anyone can fill Boxy's gap. So nobody's really filling his gap, but we're understanding like between all of us, we just got to try to come up with some ideas. I thought Nisha was being really, really quiet in game 2, but apparently his microphone was muted, and we didn't realize till like minute 15 or something, because he doesn't always talk the most at the start of the game, so that was quite funny. But yeah, I think he tried to talk. I know Mikke really stepped up today. I feel like he was probably the star of the show for me. I don't know if it looked that way from the outside, but
really
my guy was ready to win. He hates losing.
Yeah.
And he really wanted to win today. So I think he stepped up and talked a lot more than he generally does. But again, Boxy's gap is hard to fill.
Given that like most of the team are not now going into those grand finals, right? In the event, not only is it the first grand finals for most of you, the first major tournament for most of you getting to the finals, it'll be your first trophy as well, right? Who's now calming the nerves to make sure that the level of Dota stays consistent despite the fact that the pressure is definitely going to be higher in the finals?
I mean, ever since TI, I don't really think about it anymore. Because I think when you get to, at least for me, it felt like after we got to a certain point at TI, then it's just, you realize that it's just fake. It's all in your own head. It's only pressure if you build it up to pressure. All I feel like I'm doing is playing Dota with 4 of my best friends. You know? So there's no pressure. I mean, it's like, if you win, it's amazing and it's awesome, but I feel like having that kind of, we have to win, or, you know, like, if we win, what's going to happen to my life? Like, nothing changes. I'm going to still, you know, go back to the hotel, sleep, wake up, go to the bathroom, I'll still be the same person. Nothing changes, you know? So, yeah.
One thing that will change, though, if you win the tournament, right, the look on Blitz's face when you tell him, I told you.
That's all I want. That's all I want in my life.
Who cares about winning trophies? All about sticking it to your coach. But that's from Insana, one of the support players on the side of Team Liquid, now guaranteed in the grand finals, 1 series away from potentially claiming his first major trophy. Good luck, have fun, and keep playing Dota with your friends, fam.
Thanks, man.
Insania, we'll see you later for the grand finals. Back to you, Tsunami and the gang.
Words of wisdom for anyone who enjoys this game. But you don't have to be a top-tier competitive player to be enjoying your friends and being able to have fun together playing a video game. But it is pretty good if you're able to do it for hundreds of thousands of dollars and then the promise of making it to the international. But unfortunately, the journey ends for Talon Esports. It was an inspiring run as well. Obviously from different angles. For Liquid, it's because of the stand-in. They were originally considered favorites, and now it's adjusting to having a different player altogether. But for Southeast Asia, it's beating expectations. I think the entire community globally of Dota has been underrating Southeast Asia, and rightfully so. The TI performance most recently was not really anyone's expectations with how poorly Southeast Asia did, but getting a top 3 finish yet again all the way back from the ANA Major and now being able to repeat it with 4 out of 5 different players is encouraging for the health of the region.
Yeah, I would say so, for sure. And I think that there are a lot of teams that didn't qualify to this major that could still potentially go to the next one, right? SMG in particular comes to mind. I think they have a lot of potential too. Talon just had this really, really great development from the start of DPC Tour 1 to now, right? They started off a little shaky. I think their identity still wasn't firm within them, right? Because Jabs had joined it and he had a lot to say and he had a lot of ideas, and it looked a little bit strange sometimes, right? They started off the season playing like safe lane Doom. They started off the season kind of doing things
Don't
that
remind me.
their fans, their fans were questioning it, but they were willing to try. They tried, and towards the end, they really fit into each other, and they developed a very, very strong sense of identity that they carried on into this major. And we saw them in this major with that identity, right? We saw the Tri-Cores, we saw the One Core, we saw the 4 melee heroes that won yesterday, right? There are so many things that they did that people just didn't expect out of them, and I think that they have so much more in store for us.
Destiny, if you had to look at Talon throughout the course of this entire event and choose an MVP on this roster, obviously the entire team has been playing phenomenally, but a lot of the global community might not be too familiar.
Yeah.
They already know Ollie. They already know Ollie, but how about some of the other players on this roster who may not have as much exposure to the community that impressed you?
Mikoto is absolutely dominating the mid lane every match. I watch him. This guy is a beast. I'm really willing to see him play more. I'm kind of worried of Talon, to be honest, because they might be the best C team in the world, but they might not be the best C team in C. Yeah. Because the competition there is super hard, and the timing that they picked, there's going to be a new patch now. Everything changes, and the teams there are so hard competition. We might even see SMG qualifying any other team, so it's a very stacked region.
Yeah,
let's keep an eye on it.
The other roster change that happened recently was Bleed Esports now has DJ and Ice on that roster as well. And so there's a lot of superstars in Southeast Asia, and consistently in Southeast Asia, that is a problem. Like you said, Astini, you can be the best team internationally, but then sometimes in your own region, you're not that great. And the reverse also very commonly happens, where you're the best in your region, and then you just kind of farm your region, you get sent internationally, and it kind of falls to pieces. But I think Mikoto should be very, very satisfied with his performance. All of Talon should be thrilled.
Yeah. Can I also just give a quick shout out to Q?
Yes,
and
please.
I think that he had an incredible performance this major too.
His first major.
His first major, and he was so stable every game. He was making so much plays. Even in that game too, he was the one who got Mikoto that double kill by baiting and juking, and just I just feel that his Tiny has been so good. Everything has been so good. Even when Talon have been losing the early game, it felt like off of his back, they were able to come back into it as well. So just shout out to him. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, and on the topic of a new patch, we at least heard that Sunbi and Jabs have a long relationship together, Jenkins, and that kind of dynamic where you're able to study a brand new patch with someone.
Yeah.
I feel like Southeast Asia was lacking that before. They wouldn't really have the support staff, especially not one as seasoned as Sunday.
Right, and that's honestly why I feel like I get it. SEA is going to be a stacked region, but I'm still very confident for Talon just because of the improvement that they've had coming from Div 2. And then they pick up Sunbi, they get jabs. We've seen them evolve throughout this tournament, throughout the group stage. I feel like they can do that again on a new patch. I just have that feeling. This doesn't seem like it's not a team that needed a patch to be out for a long time to figure it out, because they were already like kind of a new roster, right? With bringing in a coach, bringing in a new captain. Like, that's a big change to figure out, right? And so figuring that out within a tournament, I'm pretty confident we'll see these guys again at a major.
We've seen the rapid growth just over the course of the past month and a half, and over the course of the next DPC season, hopefully they can replicate it. But I would like to take one last look at the bracket, because we have filled out the entire thing. My favorite part of a tournament is seeing all the blanks on the first day and having no idea what's going to end up at the very end. But as now Team Liquid have defeated Talon Esports in the lower bracket final, they're going to get a rematch, Estini. Do you think they've learned enough lessons from their first series against Gaming Gladiators? Maybe the main one of swapping jabs and Insania's lane positioning, or is Gaming Gladiators just too good?
It's fun that if you ask me this at the beginning of the day, I'd say 0 chance.
Yeah.
And now I see Liquid playing and I say they definitely stand a chance, especially if they're willing to steal the IO hero or counter with AA type of hero. So I really believe Liquid can do it.
And I think they need a solution. They've definitely spent the night talking. I mean, did they talk about what they would do against Gladiators again? Insania mentioned that Blitz, not Will. He mentioned that Blitz did not have faith in them today, and that's why he wants to go rub it in his face.
That's classic Jiraiya, though.
Yes,
always underrating Naruto.
That is actually classic Jiraiya. That's why I said he's a Jiraiya. But I wonder if they spent time talking about this, because what happened to them yesterday was that they had no counterplay for this IO Lush, and they ended up losing to it in game 1, and then instead of wanting to play against it in game 2 because they just couldn't draft for it with the swap that had happened for them, they ended up swapping Lina for Brood, right? They gave away Brood, they took Alina, they didn't know what to do, they just didn't want to do the IO Lush again, and that looked just as bad for them. So during the downtime now, I'm sure they're going to run through drafts, they're going to run through possibilities. Like, this upcoming hour is going to be very important for them.
They can definitely give Lina away with Rubik and P as an answer, but not Brood, no way.
Well,
they will also
right,
no whelp. Don't whelp me, Jenkins.
I had a stat.
How dare you? Okay, fine. Have one stat.
Okay, this is the only time that any team. There's been 2 other times where a team has gone undefeated in the playoffs.
Okay.
2 times in the history of Dota.
Okay.
So this is, you were calling Liquid the protagonist. Gaming Gladiators is the final boss.
True. What was the other one?
The other majors?
The other team that went undefeated in the major.
It was Liquid in the China Super Major, and then VP at the ESL Birmingham.
Cool.
Encouraging stuff. Those are big shoes to follow and big shoes to fill. And I'm sure one thing that Team Liquid might be looking to do is probably have some food, especially Peruvian food. There's an interesting dynamic in Peruvian food, Estini. I don't know if you're privy to it. You're Brazilian primarily, but how common is food truck culture in Brazil?
It's becoming popular. It's becoming popular for hot dogs and burgers. It's becoming popular.
Okay, that seems like somewhat healthier, because in Peru, there's this thing called a tia veneno. If you speak Spanish, it would be the poison aunt kind of thing. Auntie, poisonous aunt. What does that mean? Well, allow me to do a little bit of cultural correspondence for you and show you this video. We Dota players are a little bit more creative than that, though. I don't want to just find a tia veneno. I want to find a tia venomancer. Because it's not just a food that I want to eat. I want to learn how to make it. Even though I don't know any Spanish, I don't think that'll be a problem, because I'm going to find a tia that can help me with that. Hola.
Hola.
Me llamo Tsunami.
Hola, Tsunami. Soy la tía Venomancer y hoy voy a preparar unas ricas saltas broster y unas ricas hamburguesas. ¿Empezamos?
Empezamos. Papas. Muy papas.
Esto se fríe mejor en aceite bien caliente. Bien taipá. Y hasta a veces piden su yapita, porque así comen acá.
Catch up. I got this. Enjoy. Una hamburguesa and un chipapa.
Ok. El salami alcanza en un plato, porfa. Chipapa y hamburguesa que quieran, ¿verdad? Sí.
Ahí. 3.
Mostaza. Ají no, hija. Ok. Qué rico.
¿Es para mí?
Obvio, ¿cómo no te voy a servir, tsunami? Te vas a enamorar, ¿ah?
Todas las cremas. Todas las cremas.
¿Qué tal?
Perfecto. ¿Qué tal, chicas? ¿Les gustó la comida?
Buenazo, buenazo.
Vuelvan pronto. Tienen un answer.
Tsunami, pasé tu primer día, ha estado excelente. Espero y vuelvas pronto por acá.
Yeah, that's right. I am more bilingual than you may have thought. How'd I do, Estini? How would you rate that Spanish?
Muy papas.
Oh, muy papas. You know I love the papas.
It was a 9.5 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
That was really weird that there was a cut right before you said anything in Spanish.
I don't know what
every
you're
single
talking
time.
about.
That was really convenient.
They did not AI dub my voice in, I'll have you know. In fact, I phonetically wrote down some things. They took out some of my lines. Would you be able to score me one more time? So I said, ¿Qué tal, chicas? Which means,
how you doing, girls?
¿Les gustó la comida?
Do you like the food?
¿Qué tal me vieron como cocinero?
How am I as a cooker?
Okay, so I didn't do that bad. Bueno, muchas gracias, chicas. Ciao, vuelvan pronto.
Thanks. Thank you a lot, girls. We see.
Why is
soon.
everything
Vuelvan
girls?
pronto. Vuelvan pronto. This is the one that took me the most
That's
practice.
a good question.
Vuelvan pronto.
These are very
Maybe,
specific lines.
Yeah.
Is that a Peruvian?
Portuguese speaker, yeah. I
Okay,
don't-
fine. I believe that one means come back soon.
Girls.
Yeah.
He wants to use this knowledge for
soon.
the future.
Come back soon.
Right.
Yeah.
¿Qué tal, chicas? ¿Qué tal, chicas?
My boy's on Tinder while he's here for sure, dude.
It's not working though. Maybe they know how bad my cooking skills are, and they know that I'm not a cinero. Was that chef? Cinero?
Maybe?
No,
I don't know what the
Let's
word.
just assume it is.
Cocinero.
Cocinero.
Ah, sí.
Oh, it was
Yes.
one word? Oh my god, they didn't tell me anything. That's okay. I'm more than happy to make a fool of myself on camera, but I would like all of you to vuelvan pronto to this stream because we're not going anywhere. The Liquid game versus Game & Gladiators may be in around an hour, but we've got a real cosplay competition for you. You may have seen the cospobre yesterday, but we got the high-grade stuff today. So stick around and we'll be back with the cosplay competition in just a bit.
I want to ask some individual questions, Ollie. I want to ask about the difference in regions. Being able to experience multiple regions from the inside as well, playing there during DPC, the scrims, everything like that. How does it feel for you? Like, is there a big cultural change between the teams? Is there a change in the playstyle?
Maybe mostly the playstyle and how the culture works is totally different. In China, there is more scrim and more about teamwork, how we're gonna do this thing. But in the sea, I feel like we are kind of more chilling and we're gonna try what is not like in the China. Maybe they like to play team fight hero, but in C they like to play maybe personal high skill hero, and that can do a lot of things.
You're referring to me or?
See, there's more individual, the individuality in C. You think that comes from pubs in C?
Now the C is, I can meet all the China in one game, so I can't tell.
You think playing support in C in pubs is torture?
Not really, when I'm having some hero that can become carry also.
The secret is 5 carries, is that what you're saying? Okay, all right.
Welcome one and all here to the Lima Major. We have just seen Team Liquid guarantee a place in the Grand Finals. While that game is getting ready between themselves and Gaming Gladiators, we still have one more order of business to attend to. The cosplay competition, the proper one that we're going to be having on the finals day. My name is Sneh and I'm joined by some experts in this drip department. I've got Purge, I've got Lyrical, I've got Sheepstick. Have you all happened to see any of the cosplay, or are you going to be going in a little bit blind here, Purge?
I'm blind. We saw those amazing cardboard cosplays yesterday. I was very impressed. But I'm expecting higher quality work today because they're allowed to spend more than, I don't know, $100 on their cosplays.
Yeah, but the heart, soul, and passion that went into that BKB made of buckets and trash bags really set my heart aflame.
Awesome. That was good.
So I don't know if these can live up to that.
I'm feeling the same type of way. I think I've sort of been peeping a little ones behind the scenes, and I think there's some cool ones heroes I haven't seen before at least, so I'm really stoked for it.
It's going to be fun, especially because there's a pretty big prize pool at hand, right? $2,500. I'm not sure how they're going to apportion the winnings, but that's what they're all competing for. Already got a couple of people getting themselves on stage, so we're going to be seeing what these outfits look like, what this drip looks like. The crowd is still hanging about, people chilling. Also, shout out to everybody in South America still hanging out. That's not bad. This is okay. What do we think about this one? This is actually kind of nice. All right, I advocate that has to be the new taunts. Put that into the game right now.
The hip slap.
He was slapping his ass.
I thought that
Kevin.
is a taunt, isn't it? Is it the one that goes ramp, 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 and he like slaps his butt?
Does he have colored contacts? Because his eyes are creepy.
His face is very smushed, but everything about this is super awesome. Like, I love it. He's got also like a body muscle suit on underneath it.
Yeah.
Oh, what a guy.
All the better to break your neck with.
Does seem like you are definitely wearing contacts. Seems heavy. Like, you can see that it's buckling a little bit there, but looks very good. Very, very blue. So that's the first thing that we're seeing right now. Let's actually do it Olympic style. So, Sheep, let's start with you. Out of 10, what are we giving?
Yes, the form is very good. The creation is nice. However, it does look a little unstable, like it might break apart in the horns.
She's going very British.
But that wasn't British. I don't even know what that was.
It's like a posh accent.
It's like a heart. No, I have no idea what that was. It came from a dark place. No, I don't know. I like it. I think it looks cool. It's creative, and I'm really happy to see a nice looker.
Okay, out of 10?
Let's do like a 7.
7. All right, Lyrical, what you got for me?
I mean, I thought she was going to say 9, the way she was talking about, but I'll give that like an 8. I think the commitment also to wear something that heavy when it's hot in here like this, very much appreciated.
I give no points for that kind of garbage reasoning.
What the hell, brother?
I'm going to give it an 8, though.
They showed up.
I think it's solid, but maybe I'll change my mind in the future when I compare it to everything else, but I'm going to give it an 8.
All right, so that's a decent score, 7, 8, and 8. And now we move on to see our Marana, the kitty. Unfortunately, we have to dock point because did not go out and tame some mythical beast to show up riding it.
True.
Not good enough.
No genetic creation in the lab prior to cosplaying. It's a very, very low effort here.
I also need to know if the boat is functional. Like, I want her to at least shoot one attendee to prove that it's good, and then that will raise the points.
I think probably if the boat is real, they might have confiscated the arrows. So
that's fair.
Security might have pulled it up for the sake of the audience. Maybe she would have found the horn guy and be like, "You deserve this arrow. This is for you."
It looks like pretty good construction, all that stuff. I think I recognize this Marana set too. But yeah, the bow's not quite as cool as I like the other one. I like the Night Stalker one more personally.
Yeah, for sure. But it looks like it's all hand sewn and everything. So
that's true.
Still really well done, but
yeah,
not exactly the most impressive. But it's really good.
I made a mistake by putting Night Stalker at 7 because I don't feel good putting this at a 6. I would put this at a 7 and the Night Stalker at an 8.
You're
Join us.
Only 1 point lower? Really?
Well,
I wish there was more structure, as in like it just looks like loose fabric and it's kind of draping. I wish it was more like pauldron-like,
But you can tell that there's a lot of work that's put into it, right?
For sure.
Like all those little gems and stuff too that are on there.
Oh, nice.
You know what I mean? I didn't see that before.
Also, it's sewn well. Like it's all seamless looking. It's like very nicely sewn together.
7 sounds good.
Sevens?
No, not yeah. I don't want to be mean because I really appreciate cosplaying and like how hard it is because you're making your own clothes, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's really difficult. If I did have to dock points, it would be for the fact that the bow is not 3D.
Okay.
All right, 2D bow. So sevens all across the board?
Yeah.
Seems
I
fair?
did not say 7. I
I
gave,
would do-
what did I do? Night Soccer? I think I
You
gave
gave
it
it
an
an
8.
I'm going to give this,
It's probably
I'm going to give it a 5.
A 5?
Five.
Okay, that
It's
makes me feel better
fine.
about giving it a
It's
6.
fine, but it's not
Listen.
incredible.
Everybody loves cosplay, okay? It's a 7. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, the reason
round
Purge is
7.
here is for the hard-hitting analysis.
Like, and the bow, it's
The
crap,
bow.
okay? I'm sorry, the bow's crap.
The bow does deduct
So you're
points.
sticking to 5.
Yeah, I'm going to stick on 5.
And Sheep, what about you? You sticking to 7?
It's good effort, but
No, I'll give it a 6. I feel better now because now I know Pudge is going to be the mean guy. I can.
Okay. So you're gonna toss off the hard commentary to him, and you can just be like, well,
like
give me a bit more
my
conciliatory.
bow wouldn't even look that good.
Can't
I
we
mean,
all
yeah.
just get along?
No,
Somebody has to win Lyrical.
we're Dota players.
I'll give it a 6.9, okay? We're going the point
6.9.
A
scale.
69, huh?
No,
Okay.
get out of here.
Yeah, Kevin's bow sucks. He doesn't shoot very far.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, poor Kevin.
It would be really cool if somebody went to the trouble of like learning archery just for the sake of being the
Ooh.
better Morana cosplayer.
Mm.
And then you actually spend some time. You come with a target as well. You know, the target's shaped like a creep. You shoot it, it instantly falls over. And you're
Dude,
like,
you guys ever do archery?
Yeah, I did.
It's fun.
I like archery a lot. Big fan. Oh, what's up, Blue?
All right.
So we still have a lot more cosplaying to go. The prize pool is still pretty expansive, and I personally still have quite a few more people. So we're going to be having more coming up once they feel comfortable introducing them. And here is Le Anti-Mage.
Oh.
So we tend to see quite a few anti-mages actually, but how does this rank for y'all relative to some of the anti-mages we've seen, especially at like at TI and stuff?
I don't remember seeing too many personally, but so far it looks good. Initial impression is solid.
Is this the first way?
I think it might be the first way. That's what
remember
I was
seeing
wondering
that.
about.
Yeah. It should look solid. I need to get a more. I want to see a close up of the weapons.
Weapons
Yeah, they
are
look cool.
a little blocky.
Oh, that's what she's playing in
They're
1080.
decent.
She's playing in 1080. You know,
Oh,
to get the
okay.
full
That way.
resolution. Yeah.
But the rest of the costume looks really good.
It does look very good. Hair is good. Made sure that the markings are in the right place. I like this one.
It looks like it's also a bunch of individual pieces. Like the pauldrons are separate from the rest of it. I think you can unconnect from it. Like there's also those buckles and stuff all over the place. I think this is a really good one. I like this one more than Murano one.
Yeah.
No offense. We don't need to compare.
Well, no,
We literally do.
We
This
literally
is a
do.
contest.
Everybody can win. Come on, guys.
kind of the nature of the word competition, Miracle. It implies
right.
everybody cannot win.
All right,
Yeah,
here.
one winner.
Sure, we got the close up. All right, let's see. So it's slightly curved, as in it's not holding up particularly well. It doesn't have strength of form. That's a little point deducted here and there. It looks like the detailing as well on the blade. A little bit wonky. Yeah, it's not the cleanest it could be.
It isn't the cleanest it could be, but I still think it looks pretty good, right? It probably could only look better if it was actual metal. And again, security might have stopped them from coming into the venue.
Hopefully. They don't want people coming in here with weapons.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Snare's qualification every time. He's like, I want it to look like a deadly weapon. I want to fear for my personal safety, or otherwise
I
it's
want
not
them
good
to
enough for me.
shoot arrows.
I'm very glad that I have to stay on this side of the table. Then I'm like, oh, that's good cosplay.
Yeah.
I would give bonus points if they managed to blink away somehow, just disappear.
Nice.
Yeah, any animation would have been nice too. Like that always.
That's a good point.
That always sells it a little bit more.
Like the Night Stalker with doing his own taunt. That was good.
He did some like attacks as well that looked very reminiscent to me.
Yeah, like the Treant yesterday in the garbage competition, he was really role-playing hard.
Yeah, he really was. It really does help.
All right, so let's talk. What are we giving this one, Purge? You can start this one off.
I would give her like a 6.5. I thought it was like really solid, good improvement.
New rule. Solid numbers only. I'm not giving any points.
I think 6.5 seems fine.
7, I guess. I'd rather round up than down in this case,
Yeah.
but I would have done.
I'm putting it at 7. 7 sounds good to me.
I do a
Another 7
7.
lyrical, interesting.
Yeah.
No one
Listen, I
can
give Night Stalker an 8, okay?
Better than Murano. What's the Night Stalker? That's a 7 for me.
All right, so 7s all across the board on this one. That seems a little bit fair, so we are coming back. We have a little bit of time still before the next one does come up. So far, so good. Everybody agrees it's a competition except Lyrical. You actually want to see some victories here.
Just have fun, It's like Dota. Nobody needs to win.
That
you
is
can just
not
have
true.
fun.
Yeah,
no one ever has a bad time when playing Dota, ever.
No.
No, never.
Lyrical.
Smile.
Lyrical. Who's your least favorite panelist in Dota?
Probably you right now.
Unpicked hero right here.
Oh my God.
Nice.
So this is going to be the first time we get to see a Necrophos at the Lima Major. Not going to happen in the game coming in the cosplay contest.
Definitely not.
That looks good though. I like what I'm seeing.
Curved weapon, probably lore accurate. Yeah, his scythe is a big. All right, his scythe looks really good.
There is some struggle walking, which is understandable.
Yeah, Necro's an old person.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They got the face makeup too. It looks really good. The LEDs.
Really well done.
Yeah, this looks like a really good 7
got the
here.
animations going. He just Reaper sight them, but he was full HP, so it didn't kill him.
I don't know what that material is that the actual scythe part is made of, because I'm stupid, but it looks insane.
It looks fucking cool.
Yeah.
This is
All right.
Nines.
No, that's
minimums.
a 10. That's a 10 for me.
This is
That's sick.
That was awesome.
That's one of the coolest cosplays I've ever seen.
This is actually nutty.
Oh my God.
This is as close to perfect as you could probably get. Actually.
And look, there's like some luminescence going on, like where the feet are and stuff too.
Yeah. I can't give it a 10, okay? I'll give this a 9.
Okay.
And my only criticism is that you can tell that, like, on the hood and stuff, it's not entirely balanced.
Oh.
You know? There's, like, some, it's slightly leaning to the side.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good.
It's really
The lantern
good.
looks insane.
They are risking electrocution for the sake of entertaining us here, Sheep.
But the hood isn't balanced. If 10 is absolutely perfect, then I can't in good faith say that this is perfect. But it's close as hell.
Look at those eyes.
I mean, I want to give it a 10. I do want to give it a 10.
I want to give it a 10 too, but it's definitely closer to 10 than a 9.
Yeah.
So I feel like I have to just say 10.
Making an executive
9.5?
decision.
9.5?
Across the board. We're done. 10s
really
across
good.
the board. This is just way too good.
It is really good.
Genuinely incredible. So I love what I see.
moly.
10s. That was
awesome.
Really good.
All
Really good.
Yeah.
like Hot Swapper Aura is hitting me here. Actually, just from that. That was
Okay.
That was really impressive.
Pay to lose cosmetic, the gold one that like lets you warns you like, hey, by the way, you're taking damage.
Yeah,
I like
letting
that.
us know. But
I
now
use it.
they might get paid to win. So
Wow.
Hey,
that's
so
how
right.
it's all going to work out. So that's, of course, a couple of cosplays down. We still have a few more to go before this particular competition is all wrapped up. So far, the Necro one, everybody has to agree that one's the best.
Yes.
So far, yes.
So far, it is the best, right? There is some close contests, right? The Night Stalker one was also really, really good. Now, we just need somebody to do a flying animation. One of the flying heroes is like, come swooping in.
You just want them to be attached to the ceiling by a cable.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
Wyvern comes in.
I did see like some paragliders that were going by the other day with like a motor attached to them. They come in through the roof. Oh man.
Little did you know that was just people practicing for the cosplay contest.
Right, exactly.
I was like slightly worried. What would happen if one of those like crashed into the arena? Because they fly like right over us, basically.
I think they're good at what they do to not crash.
It looks like a gyrocopter or something. You know?
That's a cosplay.
It's happening. But if they, gyro doesn't have a big parachute thingy, whatever.
Not yet.
Sail.
Maybe next set.
A little different.
I think the last time I was really impressed with the cosplay was the Weaver one, where he was on like the skateboard and rolling across the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
That was like really good. I want to see that level of creativity.
I mean, we still have quite a few costumes to go today, so let us find out if anybody else will have this. We have a Lina right here coming in. So Lina, unfortunately, we've gotten sick and tired of seeing her in our games, but this is still a pretty decent outfit here. I've got the little flames as well.
Yeah, she's not flying. Gonna have to take points off for that one.
For sure, yeah.
Didn't figure out how to defy gravity for her cosplay. Just really not good work ethic right there.
I mean, bringing fire makes her better than a lot of other Lina cosplayers I've seen in my time.
Is she gonna throw it at blue? That'd be awesome.
It'll be better for us real fire, right? If you don't risk scorching your actual hands for the sake of a cosplay contest, are you even that dedicated?
Yeah.
This looks good though.
It looks really good.
Embroidered really well. It fits really well as well. The added fire is nice. The hair is a nice touch. Sheep, what do you make of this from a construction point of view?
Looks pretty solid. Obviously, you have like, if you look around the neck area, it's got the little flick ups. I have no idea if that's part of the actual set.
Is it balanced properly?
I don't know if it's meant to. There's nothing to balance on this one. It's pretty good. Everything's holding up well. You got all the trimmings are very clean. The material, it looks nice. It's got the shine on it.
There's also commitment. She keeps her hands up constantly.
Yeah.
So it's a
Animations.
workout right there. Some animations.
How do you balance this like cosplay thing? Because like in my mind, I'm trying to think: do I think it's better than the Night Stalker one? The Night Stalker seemed like way more work than like a humanoid cosplay. But in the same vein, I don't want to discount somebody just because they picked a humanoid like cosplay.
Right.
But what do you do here?
I mean, for me at least, when I'm thinking about that, I'm looking at, okay, how much have you hit the set and the specific thing that you're trying to do? How well did you accomplish that goal? And sort of, if you sort of take a more ambitious cosplay, something that's a little bit more crazy that you need to do, like that Night Stalker, that's where you have like a higher ceiling of points that you can get. You get what I'm saying? So for me, I'd probably put that at the same level as the Night Stalker one, because I think she's hitting the Lina set like perfectly, kind of. And then the Night Stalker was like a little bit, you know, some weird stuff here and there. But maybe I'm wrong in that. I don't know what you think.
Sounds about right.
I suppose it's similar to like Dota, right? It's that there's a lot of really cool, intricate, very complex strategies that you could pull off.
Yeah.
But then if you try that stuff and it doesn't work, you would have been better off trying something simple that you do really, really well.
Wow.
And then if that goes really well, then we're like, yeah, this is working. Yeah.
Applicable Dota analogy.
Okay. But I think like, I can't remember the exact set, but I feel like, you know, it's more impressive if you're able to make the skirt like flow out a little bit more, you know? Add some like floatiness to it. Oh, what?
All right, back-to-back Linas. All right, before we talk about this new Lina, previous Lina, very quickly,
Wait, look at that walk. Holy!
You said what? 7.
Seven for the previous Lina?
Yeah, I'll go 7.
If I gave Marana a 6, I'd give her also a 6.
Okay, 6, 7, 7. All right, let's talk about the new Lina, Lina 2. There might be several of them, so we might have to just apply versions here. What do we think here about this one, Lyrical? Lina 2, not as intricate as Lina 1 at this point in time.
No, it's not. Although did have like a lot of the sort of pizzazz coming out down the runway there, which you always love to see. Not holding the arms out for the animations as much, but it's hard to, you know, fall somebody up on stage for the first time. But I mean, it's a very similar type of fireball mechanics.
Yeah, very. They got their FX from the same person, I think.
Yeah.
Sheep, what do you think about the paint on that chest piece? Does it? You think so?
Yeah, because they use like, if I'm looking at it correctly, it looks like they use darker paint around the edges to give it more volume, to make it look like it's standing out. It looks really nice. The gem looks really clean. I actually like this way more than the last one.
Really?
As well. Yeah, because of the materials used, it's like, it's not as glossy. It's more like matte.
Oh,
you know, so it's much easier to look overall.
From my perspective, that makes it look simpler a little bit. Her back cape is great, for sure.
I like that a lot. It looked like Lina. She had the confidence in that walk, you know. Overall, I honestly would give that. What was my other scores? I'd give it an 8.
You said 6 with 8 for this one.
8. I really like. It was simple, but like that was like good construction.
Okay.
I mean, I will give props for the paint job as well. The painting was very well done on the chest piece. So yeah. That's pretty good. Lyrical, what's your read on the situation? And you're not actually, new rule for you. No more 7s.
I think oh no. That's what? All right, then I guess I have to go 8. I mean, I liked it too. Actually, I think I like the other one more, but that's also, you know more about that stuff than I do. So to me, the glossy's like kind of cool looking. Yeah. It's like shiny and stuff. So I'll give that one a 6 then, since I can't give 7.
I gotta go lower. I think I'm gonna say 6. I thought it was really solid, but I just thought it was inferior to the previous Lina set.
Yeah.
With my little monkey brain, I'm not good at this cosplay, so I'm trying. I'm trying.
You know, we wasted all of our actual intelligence judging Dota. So now looking at this, we're like,
let's go!
All right, that's a rare set right there, guys.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Now, if we're talking about being able to fully embody the hero, the walk is done very well. The gun is nice. The little hobble. This is perfect. This is awesome. This is excellent.
Am I watching Lord of the Rings right now? Because it feels like it. That's lore accurate right there.
And my rifle.
I don't know. I hate Sniper though, so this like fills me with a lot of dread.
what
Seeing a
score would
Sniper
you give?
cosplay. I don't know. I mean, I like the cosplay, but I hate the hero. So again, it's sort of making me feel sad about. Oh my god, it looks
initial
really
walk-on looks so good, and it still looks. He's got a nose prosthetic, I'm pretty sure.
Look at those boots.
The walk is great.
The hobble is
the LEDs and the gun. Snare, are you intimidated by his firearm right now?
Let's see. So it looks like the projectile that came out of that wouldn't necessarily hit terminal velocity, but it would hurt. It would hurt enough that I'm like,
dude, it
okay.
actually is
Or worst
crazy.
case scenario, he could throw that gun at me, and that would really hurt.
Yeah.
So all right.
Oh, his dial's moving on his gun.
Oh, that is.
It could just be a magnet or something, but still, it's moving.
That's a very nice
this is
touch.
like.
All right.
Yes.
How is this
Yes.
How is this not a 10?
This is a 10.
This is such a 10. Amazing.
They even made their nose big and round, just like Snipers. You gotta.
There's face prosthetics that they have on. The skin tone looks good.
They made their own friggin' eyebrows.
All the first stuff looks amazing. The cape looks amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that. There's just
Oh,
LEDs
there's a little
everywhere.
Minotaur horn behind too.
The freaking animations are so good.
I feel like the literal only criticism I could give it is that the face prosthetics aren't entirely smooth. Like you can kind of see that where they've like put it on, but like it's so minor.
Yeah.
It doesn't detract from the 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like Sniper.
Well, he's not carrying grenades. That's the only issue that I have. If he was carrying grenades for the concussor, then I'd be like, all right, 11. But definitely, that's
true.
That was some premium cosplay right there.
I would let that sniper shoot me.
It's a 9 from me. Okay,
Ah.
it looks cool,
Nine.
but I don't like Sniper. I'm not about that.
That's messed
That's
up.
the
Damn,
only thing. And the
that's
nose,
crazy.
right? Yeah, the nose was definitely it.
I thought he was finally going to give
is
a
this your
negative
revenge for me
score.
banning you from 7s?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. So 9 from Lyrical for the sniper. That was really, really good, though.
That's really good.
Yeah. That must have taken an incredibly long time to come out to set up, right? That's not a day's work. That's several weeks of making sure that every piece is in the right
I mean,
place.
if not more. I just think the set choice is good too. The fur really added some good dimension to the set, and it's also like a piece. It's like an aspect of crafting that's easy to reproduce as reality. You know, you just buy some like fake fur stuff, you jam in it, so it just like made everything look so good and realistic that there was less to criticize from my perspective. I don't know. It's a good choice.
Yeah.
Very good choice from the sniper. Very rare that we say snipers are making good decisions because sniper pickers and sniper players generally the bane of our existences. But we're not done just yet with this competition. And we are having another set coming out. It's not a sniper, it is a Grand Magus. All right. The stick is fire.
Okay, I know the set.
So we know this set. What do you think about this one, Sheep?
So the main attraction of this set is that it's very cube-like. It has a lot of like sharp edges, which they've tried to do, but because they've used a fabric and not like hard material, they're not really getting the angles. So I don't think the appeal of the set is being shown here in this cosplay. But going for the set in the first place is quite creative. It's nice to see the attempt.
Yeah, I like that set too. It's the one with like sort of the long nose thing coming out of it,
like a triangle sort of face.
Yeah.
Right?
I like that one a lot, and the staff does look really freaking awesome. I mean,
the staff is amazing.
The staff is very good.
I think the one thing about it also is I don't know what's going on with the shoes there, or the feet, or what. And the whole lower half of this one's a little weird, but you know it's working. It's a very cute looking set.
I actually like seeing this though. It's great.
Purge, are you going to dock points because they're not also floating around right now? They haven't lifted anybody
I
up?
believe Rubik does walk on the ground, so he's just holding his cooldowns in case he needs them. You got to wait for those initiators, then you lift them.
Okay.
That instant lift, very important. Yeah, I feel pretty disappointed about the headpiece a little bit. I mean, they sewed something, but I wish there was more structure. Like she pointed out, I think that kind of hurts the set. And the fabric is good, and I'm sure there's a lot of fabric in the set, but yeah, it feels like they spent a lot of time on the staff and did a great job. They spent tons of time on the animation practice, which is excellent.
You can see a couple of the little green circles peeling off there too. That's fortunate. I mean, the staff is a solid like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So the staff gets like an 8 or 9. The rest of the set together, what do you think, Sheep? We don't like the fabric as much. The animations are really cool. The headpiece could be better. The staff is amazing. So combining all of these things together, give me a score out of 10.
A 7.
That's what's up.
That number.
You're still bad.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say a 6 because they didn't do the like sort of horse riding animation.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That would have sold it. That would have been an 8 for me at that point.
It's a 6 for me, I think. It's solid. It has great potential, but I think it was just a little bit misexecuted personally. But good idea, good execution, but could have been much better, I think.
Could have definitely been better. We've seen some incredible things today already, but there's still a few more to go. I believe 4 or 5 still have to come out, so we have some opportunity to see some potentially other 10s. I really want to see another 10. I want my life to be changed.
Whoa.
So we're getting a PA. Another hero we don't get that much of in the current meta in Dota 2.
I see behind her. I see him invoke her.
So what's very important about the Arcana for PA is that it's pretty common for people to wear bodysuits for him because it is kind of like a sheer thing. So it's very important to have good weapons, pauldrons, and hat. And so far, they seem good. Not the best I've seen, but pretty solid.
I think the problem is the PA Arcana, it's very like, there's lots of particles going on.
Right.
So when you have a bodysuit like this, there's not really any depth to it, nor is there any real lighting. You know, you saw the Necrophos, he was able to have like the LEDs underneath the clothing, which gave it that nice look. I think maybe they could have done that for this.
Is this lighting on the swords?
Yeah.
Or, okay, so there is lighting on the swords at the very least.
Yeah.
And I think the way that like the stage lighting hits on the bodysuit too, though, does sort of brighten it up a little bit more than it might have otherwise.
Yeah.
That part's looking pretty cool.
The swords do look a little bit huge, though, to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's probably about proportional to what they look in game, but I wouldn't be afraid to take a little bit of artistic license to make them look more realistic in person. Maybe this is a bad criticism, I don't know, but they look a little too big to me.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of being stabbed by these at all. I do like the little accents of blood on them. That's a very nice touch, having just gotten a new kill. And I think it's okay. That was pretty good. I think that we might have felt more positively about it had it come out earlier. Had it come out before we saw like the Night Stalkers, before we saw the Necrophos, then it might have been like, oh, this is a very good way to start the day.
Yeah. What do you guys think, number-wise?
Fine, let's hear it.
How about a 7?
Hey, yo, I can get down with that, my friend. Let's go.
I think it's a 7. It's solid. It's a 7. It's a solid 7. It's good.
To be fair, that is a fair 7. I think that you couldn't necessarily ask for too much more. The things we'd be asking for more is like kind of beyond this world, right? You have to add the LED lights. You have to sort of be transparent a little bit, and a few more of the animations. Then it's like, okay, cool. And you have to have a deadly weapon on stage, which is probably a bad idea.
She didn't have daggers on her hips. Come on.
It's Marcy.
Whoa!
She's from the anime.
This is awesome.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
So we got the bag
The
drip.
whistle.
The whistles.
Got the whistle. Got the shoes.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Here's
Going
the
on
thing.
leash as well. Nice.
She's appealing to the SA crowd.
When they go up for the interview, she can't say anything. That's the key. That's what's got to happen. Oh, and they're whistling for the whistle major. Oh, it's so good.
I haven't heard that noise since the last game, actually. Yeah.
This was quite nice.
It looks
Oh,
really
don't
good.
talk. Yeah.
Hey.
Let's go. Oh, this is so good.
Oh no,
All
she's
right.
speaking. Oh no. Oh.
That's
signing.
commitment. She's signing.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm not sure if any of us speak sign language, so
I
to
do
make
not.
sure that the translation is correct.
I mean, we haven't been doing that with the Spanish either, so to be fair. Oh, this is good. I like this one a lot.
This is very good.
Yeah.
This is very good. This sort of goes back to the point you were making earlier, Purge, about having somebody in a more humanoid outfit.
Yeah.
And this is a situation where it's very humanoid. It's technically very simple, but she went all in to make this one perfect.
It looks really good. Yeah, everything looks solid. The set, it's a great set. It's great for cosplaying. I feel like I've seen images online of it before, and it almost always looks good, I think. Similar stuff here.
Similar material as well to that first Lino we saw, with the very shiny, trimmings and stuff. So I guess it's like a preference of what you prefer. I like it a little less than what like the second Lino material, but it still looked really good. The whole outfit very complete. Also, she had the hair was stuck up very nicely.
Yeah, well,
I couldn't tell if that was like a wig, but she styled it pretty well.
I can tell you from experience, getting your hair to stick up like that, very, very difficult. So
the wig, if you have a wig, I'm assuming that was a wig. You gotta just really go at it.
Yep. So I'm guessing 7s.
9. I'm going 9. I
Oh.
like that one a lot.
Nice.
The animation, the commitment. I care a lot about the animations and like commitment to the character.
That's right.
Oh,
Holy moly!
Okay. We have a youngin' Joker. As he's making his walk, so 9 for Lyrical, 7 for Sheep, 7 for Purge.
I do an 8, I think. I
Okay.
thought the Marcy set was pretty good.
This is so good.
This is very good, though.
The thing that goes around his head, like I don't know what the hell that's called, that looks amazing. And he's keeping shape so well.
It is.
That is really well constructed.
A cowl?
I don't know.
I don't know.
His thingy-majiggy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ooh, this is one of my favorites.
Really?
The
Yes.
shape's really good, yeah.
Nice and heavy. I'm going to have to dock some points because I haven't seen him juggle. I want to see them juggle this. Cycle through the orbs a little bit more. But the contacts are really cool as well. The ears are also really nice touch.
Dude, look at the gold. Oh, that is so nice.
It is really neat. The like different layers on top of each other too, and then like everything's still staying up super straight. It definitely is just like there's a little bit of some crazy stuff going on down there on the bottom side, but overall I like it a lot.
This is one of those that looks a little bit better as you zoom in as well. It starts to look cooler and cooler and cooler. The cape is also very well constructed.
Yeah, I want to do a 12. Do a twirl.
No twirl, no twirl.
Oh, there we
That does look really
This
awesome.
is probably,
It's really good.
in my opinion, one of the best ones in terms of just quality.
But in terms of like the build quality.
Yeah, it holds up really well. Everything is keeping together. Nothing is just flopping down loose. It just looks really good. Really nice material. He has the contacts in it as well. That was like a 10 for me.
Yeah, I think it's a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go with the 10. I'll go with the 10. I was gonna say 9. I was gonna say 9.
It's really good.
The only thing that felt weird to me was that like gold piece in the center was like all one thing, and it kind of looked a little like not as cool as the top part of it. But I don't know if that's just part of the set or
it's
if that's
his base skin. And I think it's there, yeah.
Okay.
I think one thing actually that maybe was a little lacking on it, there's like 3 straps that go across his chest underneath the main pauldron stuff, and his was kind of hidden up underneath the pauldron because it was so big. But minor criticism.
Right.
If I had to say something, 10.
Yeah, definitely a 10. That was 10 out of 10 cosplay there from the Invoker. We saw some pretty hot stuff. The construction work, very nice touch. Now when we move forward, we have a young Enchantress coming in.
Holy
All
moly!
right, this is nice and intricate.
This is really
Okay. Also got the impetus staff as well. That's always a very nice touch as well.
Whoa!
Snare, is there a deer butt? That's all I need to know. Does she have a deer butt?
They need to show us. I'm just like, where's the extra
so
legs?
So far amazing, but
where are the extra legs?
They gotta help her.
There is a deer butt.
There is a deer butt.
There is. That's high commitment. All right, I like what I'm seeing.
That's really good.
Oh my god, it moves, the legs.
It's a little wonky, but they move. They do move. That's pretty awesome.
What do you think about the chest piece, Yoshi?
The what, sorry?
The chest piece.
It looks good, yeah. I'm pretty in awe of the whole thing. It looks really nice.
It's got 2 immortals, maybe 3. I don't remember.
I think it's the entire thing. Because there's like the back piece with the little wings, the head, and the weapon.
Yes.
Those leaves look really good. They don't look like real leaves. They look like she made them and painted them. I can't tell.
They're really freaking sick. The headpiece is awesome.
Yeah.
Like I can't tell if it's LED or the paint is just like really shiny on top of it. You see what I mean?
It looks like LEDs.
Yeah.
That looks like LEDs.
Yeah, and they have them on the edges of the horns as well.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
The weapon's a little wobbly, but it isn't not exactly structurally designed well in the original set. So, but everything looks amazing here.
I think the ears are probably like could have been done a little better.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
That's it. I love the rest. I think the rest is really high quality.
She's striking.
Oh, she's striking.
All right.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Put it at 10.
10 out of 10.
Make it 10.
That's amazing. That's such a good set.
That's actually really hard. That has to be 10 across the boards, right?
I'm down for a 10.
That one's amazing. It's so good.
Sold it.
There's like some slight critique we can have of it, but it's what can you do? Nothing's going to be perfect.
Right.
Unfortunately, we can't summon Dota heroes into the real world. So until we have that technology, this is what we got, and we have to be happy with it. So
I mean, you don't have to struggle to be happy with that set. I think she picked a set that's not simple to do. She picked a lot of immortals that have intricate designs, and she executed them extremely well.
Really
like
good.
you said, the ears a little subpar, the weapon a little floppy, but if she just doesn't move and you look at it, it's amazing. If she does move, it's still amazing.
Yeah, the fact the legs like kept up with her movements, fantastic. Also, I totally let go of the 10 is perfect. What's our 10 club now? Is it Necrophos, Invoker, and Ench?
Yes, I think those are the ones.
Well, fortunately, we're not the ones that have to decide the winner, right? So we can give out as many 10s as we want.
That's true.
They're all 10s.
They're
We're all
10.
winning. Yay.
Yippee.
Oh, no.
That's what I love.
It's still a competition. Somebody has to choose eventually. What they did yesterday, we had a lot of the South American audience involved in the voting process, you know, some big guys for the winning cosplay outfit. I imagine that's going to be a similar dynamic later on today.
No, absolutely not. You can't do that. Usually these cosplay competitions, they have a panel of judges. I don't know how they're doing it here, but usually there's a panel of judges of cosplays that are cosplayers who are very they do it for a living, and they'll look at all the builds, all the materials, how good it was made, how true it was to design, and so on.
I think that's what's happening right now as well over on the Spanish panel. So it does look like there's a couple of people that are already in cosplay that are ready to go for it. Yeah, man, these ones are great. I thought they did a really good job. I definitely have my favorites. I still like the Necrophos the most. I think the Ench maybe a second for me.
Oh, the Sniper. I forgot the Sniper 10.
Pog.
That was a 10 for Sniper.
Yeah, Sniper's definitely a 10, even though Lyrical disagrees. Out of sheer trauma. He's like, I don't want to see this.
6.83. It did things to me.
So let's talk about it here. Purge, if you were to be the one that chose the winner, let's say that you had the privilege of being on the Spanish panel right now, and you could actually write down a score that counts. Who's winning?
I think it's between Enchantress and Sniper and maybe Invoker, but I feel bad not picking Invoker, but his set is simple, still execute amazing, so I feel like I have to pick Sniper or
What about
Enchantress as
Necro?
well. I think Necro is really freaking good too.
You like the other ones
but
more, though.
I like the other ones more. His helmet looks a little bit paper mache is my impression.
Yes.
And that I feel like that draws away compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I think that's why it like doesn't hold balance on his head as well.
But his set's genuinely really,
Yeah.
really good.
Well, it seems like we're very aware what the Lima audience tends to prefer at this point. The Enchantress grabbing the hearts and minds of the local crowd. Sheep, what do you make of this? If you were to choose a winner, who are your top ones right now?
For me, it is between Enchantress and Invoker.
Wow.
I think they're both really good. I love the Sniper too. It's just, you know, yeah, those would be my top 3. But I'm leaning more towards Enchant and Invoker. Even though Invoker is simple, he just has everything just looks so high quality. And he, you know, these guys that get into the character too look good. Like he had that stunned face, where I feel like he's really just about to kill me. You know, and that's what you look for in an Invoker.
If I was judging this, I would buck the Sniper at some points because the Sniper did not make himself shorter for the event. You know, cut off part of your legs so that you fit into the outfit. But the Ench, yeah, Lyrical, do you have an argument against the South American crowd here to choose a different winner than the Enchantress?
I mean, for me at least, I like the Ench too. I think she would be my number 2. I just was really into the Necrophos one completely. He was doing some of those Reaper Sight animations and everything else. It felt really, really good. And I don't know. I don't know what the hell paper mache is, so I'm cool if he made his head out of it. Did she win, or?
I have no idea.
My impression is they're doing crowd cheers.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense.
To make sure that this outfit is the perfect one, she needs to throw the spear into the audience, and another one must just appear out of nowhere. Then we'll know that, all right, you are fully dedicated to this Enchantress. But I think we might have a small riot on our hands if she doesn't win this one. So the Lima audience really, really excited about this. Boy Sniper. This is still such a cool outfit.
Oh, these must be the top scoring ones, and then the crowd is giving their input now as well.
Ah, I see. They could have had the same issue as we did, right? Too many 10s.
Yeah.
How do you differentiate between all the outfits that got like pretty much perfect scores?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at this, right, and some of it looks a little scuffed. Like the gun, it's not like made of...
Slightly scuffed.
Slightly scuffed.
I think that's also part of the aesthetic, right? Is that he's sort of this like rugged hunter in the woods, right?
A hunter outfit, sure, but like the weapon is, you know, a gun is usually made out of metal and steel. So
his guns are not. They usually look like they're made out of wood.
Oh,
in
really?
his defense, yeah. The base gun, it looks like it's like some
Oh,
Donkey
yeah, you're
Kong
right.
Country
You're
gun.
right.
Like you're shooting bullets out of a barrel.
Well, that one looked like it was meant to be made out of metal.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you know Sheep's advice right now, if you are anywhere in the future, make sure that you make your guns out of metal.
Make
Please
sure you
don't
bring a
actually-
real gun.
No,
to
no
the
real
console
guns, no gunpowder,
competitions.
you know. Make them inert. Just a long barrel of metal that you shape somehow.
We're trying to find fault here. Overall, we're really impressed with this.
Look at
right?
this
Like,
guy. How could you hate this?
I don't hate it. I love it.
Why, Sheep, do you hate him specifically?
Hey, why?
What is going
are you
on here?
incapable of listening? I
Also,
love
this
it.
Necro is fully committed on the animation front.
Look at him go.
That's why I like it a lot.
Yeah.
God, it is so good though.
It's amazing.
It's so good.
This is amazing. If Necrophos wasn't in the game, that's the kind of thing you would have as a showcase of, hey, we're reintroducing this hero.
Oh, yeah.
Look, here comes Necrophos.
Yeah.
That did look very, very good. I do think the LED lights died for in the cloak itself, but what can you do?
Limited battery time. How long were those on, sitting by the side stage before things started?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think they should run out within one day.
Yeah, you're probably. LEDs are very energy efficient.
No, it's just on cooldown. It's on cooldown. It's coming back on cooldown soon. It'll be okay.
Okay.
It'll be fine. So the crowd is still weighing in. This Necro doing some Reaper sights. That's pretty cool as well. It would have been nice if they'd come with like some extra LEDs to throw into the crowd as like the pulse. Be like, there you go, enjoy life.
I will also say that as much as I love those 3 cosplays we just saw, I think my favorite one might be the Marcy, just because of the commitment to the character, doing the little kicks and stuff, not talking when the interview happened. Like, I like that one a lot. I thought that was really cool. But it's like that higher ceiling again.
Definitely one of those that's completely in character, which is what you like to see at these cosplay competitions as well. And, I don't know if a winner was announced. But we have a little insert here. We see Tsunami's face. I mean, to be fair, it's never a bad time to see Tsunami's face.
True.
Well, we don't know exactly who was announced as a winner, so we have to come up with it ourselves, right? Until we get the correct information.
I don't think we should be involved in that.
Refuse.
I'm not getting some X was robbed stuff. I hate sheep stick. I don't want to give an opinion.
Okay, so different question. Let's say if we were the ones in the competition, right? Purge, who would you be?
Who would I be? Like, who would I be cosplaying
Who would you
as, or-
cosplay? Yeah, which Dota hero would you cosplay?
I don't know. I did not spend any time prepping this answer.
All right, here's much more fun. Purge, who would Sheep cosplay if she was a Dota character?
I already have.
Ursa.
What?
Ursa.
Why
Ursa,
Ursa?
definitely Ursa.
I would be
What?
Darkseid.
See it on her face.
No, you can't choose yours. You can't
Why
choose
not?
yours. No, because it's much more fun if somebody else
Guys,
chooses yours.
Choose me Darkseid. Okay.
I don't want to choose you, Dark.
What the heck? All right,
What are you
would I be
choosing for
then?
him, Sheep?
Ursa.
Ursa. Okay. Roar.
And Lyrical for Purge?
Choose Ursa.
I don't know. Maybe Invoker. I think you could do a good Invoker
I could
cosplay.
see that. I could see that, actually.
Yeah, perhaps.
I could definitely see an Invoker.
I thought we were all just going to choose Ursa for each other. So
Oh yeah,
I
Ursa.
mean-
You're Ursa.
Not my thing.
Bro, I've literally already cosplayed a Dota hero. Though.
Who did you cosplay?
I cosplayed Meepo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I went through 3 iterations of it. The first one I bought a white shirt and then I bought fur and I sewed the fur onto it and onto pants as well to make like a fur suit. It was so hot. It was horrible. And then I made my own backpack with the help of my grandma. We had cereal boxes that we had to bend into shapes and then sew more fabric onto. It was the most scuffed thing you've ever seen in your life.
Awesome.
It was terrible. And it fell apart after I wore it for one day. So I had to make a more chill version where I bought a sheep onesie on Amazon. And then I was wearing that instead of the disgusting fur thing I'd created. And then finally, then I commissioned a onesie from someone. And then I wear that to events now. So I didn't make that one, but I like to wear it. I love being Meepo. He's fun.
Meepo. It'll be much more fun. You have to convince a whole crew of people to all go as the same Meepo.
I had one friend, so we had 2 Meepos. And then we found a 3rd Meepo at the convention. So we had 3 Meepos. It was great.
You got the pin too.
I do have the pin. I have 2 pins.
We just need more Meepos for you.
Yeah.
At this point in time.
I actually had the shovel too, which I made out of EVA foam and with and stuff, and I got No Tail to sign it. So that's pretty good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
That was very cool.
Yeah. Cool.
So,
You want me to talk about Meepo cosplays? Because I'm drawing a blank here.
no, I don't want you to talk about Meepo cosplays. What I want you to talk about, right, is I feel a bit bad, right? I forced y'all to give scores. I forced y'all to do a lot of stuff, right? So who would I be? I'll give you one hero to choose for me before we end this segment out.
Ursa.
Yeah, I would go with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you would nail a Rubik animation cosplay really good. Throw a Rubik costume on you, you would totally double down.
You're
on
very
everything.
tall and skinny. You could fit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that. And Rubik is one of my most fun heroes to play, so
Oh,
I
there
could
you go.
definitely, there we
Definitely
go.
Rubik.
I'd be the Grand Magus, I would be Rubik. I'd be the one just shifting all about with my little staff. Right now though, as much as the cosplay people might have stolen our hearts and minds, stolen the show for a little bit of time, we still have some very serious business to get back to. The grand finals here at the Lima Major. So we're going to be going to a short break, and when we return, Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid, best of 5. 7 players in this lobby have never been in the major finals before. Let's see who's going to end up lifting the trophy after a small break. Do not go anywhere. The Leader Major continues after this.
welcome. It is finally that time. We are moments away from getting our grand finals here at the Lima Major underway, and we have Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid going head-to-head in a best-of-5 to determine once and for all who is the best. We're going to talk about everything these two teams have gone through ever since. Well, let's start simple. Let's start at previous TI, because of course this is the first major of this season, and the teams, they are only getting better and better in a run-up towards the next TI. And what has happened this season? That's what we're going to begin with. I'm joined by Sheep, Fear, and Tsunami. Good afternoon. How are y'all doing, Sheep? Excited?
Yeah, I just did some fun cosplay judging, and now we're getting into the real serious Dota 2. I'm hoping for a much better showing than yesterday. I think Liquid have figured some stuff out, so I'm hyped.
Yeah, very, very hyped. Let's start with Gaming Gladiators, Fear, because this is a team that made a clean run, of course, to be here, but their journey started way before this tournament started.
Yeah, it started with the roster swaps, right? They brought Quinn on. I honestly looked at that roster and I saw them as Gaming Gladiators. That's probably middle-of-the-pack EU, right? I didn't really expect them to qualify for the major, but they showed up. They showed up strong, and I don't think anyone had them on their top 2 to win the major.
And they were able to take a game off of Liquid in the Western European DPC, one of the very few teams that were able to do it. Maybe with some cheesy Huskar. I've been talking to Blitz, and he's a little bit bitter that his amazing win rate with this roster of Liquid was sullied by getting cheesed out. But it happens to the best of us.
It does. Here we see what the changes were from TI to now, and whether it was voluntary or not, Boom and also the coach, cannot forget Immortal Faith, both got removed from the roster and both got replaced. And Quinn is of course a very familiar face. We've seen him for a while now, being at the top of NA, now of course top of Western Europe. But Sheep, the coach, CY, also brings a new flair to the team.
He does, yeah. CY is a really nice coach and works well with Quinn. He's more of like a... He's not a personal coach, the kind that gets into the nitty-bitty details of like, you have to do this and this and play like this, here's your drafts, make them work. He's much more collaborative, he bounces ideas around the team, he makes the vibes good. This is perfect for Quinn. It is exactly what he likes, and he wants the team to function, and that is how CY works.
And with the rest of the players also, CY is Danish boys with Ace. In fact, I think the way that they originally came across each other is he was playing games, Ace was not on his main account. I won't use the term I won't use the word that we use for that. Forbidden word, but he just friended him, and then eventually he was just like, wait, you're Ace? And over the past few years, they've formed an amazing relationship, and it looked like now was the opportunity for CY to perhaps take professional coaching seriously.
Yeah, it seems to come together really nicely. Now, if we compare that to Team Liquid, it all came together very nicely already when things clicked at TI, because this is of course a team that went through the last chance qualifier and made it all the way to top 3 just a couple of months ago. But Fear, they also needed to make some changes.
Yeah, I mean, Matomba Man, he stepped down, didn't want to play anymore competitively, and they got probably the best mid laner that they could possibly find in Nisha. Took him from Secret, and I think Nisha has been known as like this amazing player, and at TI, I would say he overperformed, but he's brought that energy to Liquid, and he's still being that shining superstar, and Liquid just boosted right to the top, adding Nisha to the roster.
I like how the rosters also appropriately had MI CKE for TI11, but had M1 CKE because he was taking inspiration from, I believe, Simple, #1 in the name, #1 in the game for CSGO. And the amount of synergy that he and Nisha had has surpassed my expectations. I've always known Nisha as an extremely quiet dude, but apparently so is Mickey, and they aligned very well on that.
Yeah, I think Blitz talks about how Nisha has a lot of personality, honestly, when they're together. He says he's a really funny guy, so he's fit in super nicely. I also think Mickey's performances flew a little under the radar throughout DPC just because people were so impressed by Nisha. Mickey had just as many standout performances, and we saw his 1v9 Nature's Prophet in the series earlier. This guy's insane. I also want to highlight the fact that the drafting has changed over time. Last year, Insania was doing it for the team, but then over a bit they realized that he maybe doesn't have the strongest hand when it comes to picking, a little bit too emotional, like when people really want stuff. So they gave it to Matu. It's much stronger hand, much more decisive. It worked out much better for them, and Insania, as a result, is much more happy and carefree, able to focus on himself. The results have spoken for themselves. Now it is Zai and Blitz that handle the drafting in Matu's absence.
And I think Insania has been playing a lot better, too, ever since he took away that drafting responsibility from himself.
Really, really did. And of course, both teams coming from that Western Europe region, they were both doing pretty well. Better yet, they are on top of this leaderboard. Team Liquid with a 7-0. Fear, you already mentioned that even though it was 7-0, they did lose a game.
Series score.
Series score.
But I need the game score.
Yeah,
no one has been able to quite yet get the undefeated entire Division 1 DPC. You'll drop a few games.
Yep.
Yeah, on these leaderboards it'll say 0, but I know the truth. I know you lost a game, and I will shame you for it. Unless you win the entire Lima Major, then I guess it didn't matter.
They lost 2 games, right? On Liquid.
And who made them lose that game again?
I believe it was Quinn Callahan.
North
America's finest.
I would agree with that one.
Yeah, both teams, of course, spectacular. And then they came into this major, and because they're top 2, they can't be in the same group, so they both went to a different group in this major, and they both topped their group sheet.
They did, and honestly, I think Liquid was incredibly impressive throughout that. Not only for their results, but they deferred pick side priority to their opponents throughout the group stage. They said, you guys take what you want and you get your comfort. And they let through a lot of heroes. They tried playing against the Linas, the Broods. They were entirely like experimental in this so that they could come to the playoffs feeling as comfortable as possible in this patch, which makes their drafts much more open and flexible. And it just goes, it's just showing.
It is showing. And then the brackets that they came into, I mean, that showed it some more, to be honest, because flawless performance for the most part. Gaming Gladiators, of course, absolutely flawless performance, Neil, because they didn't drop a single game.
They are currently undefeated in this upper bracket, which is a feat that not many teams have achieved, if I'm to believe Jenkins' stats, which I suppose I should. And if they can manage to do this in a 3-0 fashion, it would be immensely disappointing to the fans that we hear in the background chanting Peru, but I wouldn't also be surprised. We saw in the roster swap graphic, Jabba was there instead of Boxy, so it was the Lima Major roster, at least the last 2 days of the Lima Major roster, but they brought him into his own. At least that last game, the performance against Talon, my boy Jabs was doing work.
I mean, yeah, he showed up for that series, and it was like, it's a hard role for him to fill, but when he played against Gaming Gladiators, it didn't really mesh. And then I even talked to Blitz a little bit after that. I was like, what's the difference between yesterday and today for Jabs? And he gave a little insight that Insania is helping him a lot transition into this role. So they switched. He's now playing position 5 on Jabs, and now Insania is playing 4, but even more than that, Insania is basically giving him the clear game plan of what to be doing in game. It's like, your job this game is to hook XYZ target, just focus on that, making it very simple and easy for him, and that's what goes back to Insania. I think he might be the unsung hero here for making this day number 2 work.
Yeah, the difference between yesterday and today, absolutely night and day. They definitely seem to have reevaluated what happened yesterday, and of course, what happened yesterday was at the hands of Gaming Gladiators that got a clean 2-0, so hopefully they also looked at the series this morning and got a couple of lessons out of that. Team Liquid, I mean, they were also undefeated in this bracket, as you could see, until they unfortunately lost Boxy. Now, I must say that was not a surprise. I think for a lot of people, Team Liquid coming into this event already before groups were even played, they saw Team Liquid as a favorite.
They just were so dominant. I think their heroes were, they have very clear openings of like, we're going to flex and do this. We have our Rubik every game. We have this Nature's Prophet. We can flex in multiple roles, and it works for them. And they can also run the Broodmother in this. And no matter what you gave them, whatever you chose, they just ran you over with it. They looked so strong. Boxy, I know he's not here, but he really had come into his role as a 4, massively helped by Jerax, who coached them for a while, and he's very, very comfortable now and was taking a massive lead on like rotations around the map, the shot calling that was talked about in the interview earlier. Like Boxy's been a massive part of this team and a massive reason of why they look so good.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I feel like it's almost unfair to ask, but I have to ask anyway, coming into this grand finals, it is a best of 5. We have said that Team Liquid has come to their own a little bit, obviously with the last minute roster change, temporary roster change, but still they seem to have made it work. They were able to beat Talon with it, so we have to just basically have a clean slate, right? We start fresh. But I have to ask the question, do they have a shot?
It's that simple. Do they have a shot? I mean, they took down Southeast Asia, and Talon had ridiculous amounts of momentum. Sure, it happened twice. Liquid chose Talon after they got first in the group stage, 2-0'd them. maybe it was just a matchup that Talon just can't do. It's an uphill battle from the beginning, no matter what players are on Liquid, but also Liquid were clean. Going into this series against Gaming Gladiators, I also think they learned valuable lessons in the winner brackets finals. I don't know which poison will go through. Is it going to be Duracio's Lina? Is it going to be Ace's Broodmother? Or is it going to be the IO Leshrac?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a very difficult series for Liquid, as Talon did get all their way to that lower bracket final, but it wasn't clean. They had many 3-game series. Gaming Gladiators, it's looked easy for them. I don't feel like a single series in the playoffs. They've been challenged, not even by Liquid, so they're going to have to try their best to hope that the adjustments they made from yesterday to today are enough. I think they'll definitely at least get a game here or there, but it's not going to be the easiest thing for them.
It is not, and as you can see here, there's a lot on the line. Of course, the money, really nice. You get $100,000 guaranteed. Doubling that would, of course, be extra nice. Yeah. The DPC points is what most of the teams are focusing on. It is just that simple. DPC points equals money if you think about TI in the future. And there is only a 50 points difference, but we saw last year
0.1.
One point can make the difference. You need any point, every point. I heard that horn. Did you guys hear that horn?
Was it the crowd or was it the arena?
It was the arena had the horn, and that means we are moments away from opening this grand finals in style. We have got a best of 5 ahead of us. We have got Gaming Gladiators on one side, undefeated through that upper bracket. Team Liquid on the other side, and they just found themselves this morning eliminating Talon in a 2-0. It is time for both of these teams, for the last time potentially, at least this series, to take the stage. Lima Major Grand Final opening. Let's begin.
No lo sé, Andrés. No lo sé.
Ma, solo te pido de que hables con él. Por favor.
Familia. ¿Cómo están?
Hola.
Hola, hijo. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? ¿Sí? ¿Pasa algo?
Andrés ha clasificado a la final con su equipo. Y necesita seguir entrenando para ganarla.
¿Final de qué? ¿De Dota? Sigues con lo mismo, hijo. ¿Pero hasta cuándo, Andrés? ¿Hasta cuándo?
Papá, ya falta muy poco para que podamos ganar el campeonato.
¿Ya te matriculaste?
No pude, se cruzaba con las fechas.
Pero ya ves, Andrés. Mañana mismo vamos a matricularte en esos cursos para que te concentres en cosas reales, hijo, y te olvides de ese jueguito.
Desde abajo construimos esta región. Luego de tanto luchar, la mirada del mundo aquí está. Años han pasado, pero nunca es tarde para mostrar nuestro valor. Este sueño ya ha comenzado, iremos todos nosotros, vamos juntos a gritarlo, la Lima Mayor es real. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar. Triple kill! garras los vimos luchar. Ahora le toca a Sudamérica. Años han pasado, pero nunca es tarde para mostrar nuestro valor. Este sueño ya ha comenzado, iremos todos nosotros, vamos juntos a gritarlo, la Lima Mayor es real. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar. Tú, a quien alentarás, cada jugada nos hará vibrar, junto a los mejores esta historia ya va a comenzar. Debes luchar, nunca caer, contraer la copa no dejaré de creer. Debes luchar, nunca caer, contraer la copa no dejaré de creer.
¿Qué fue, papis? ¿No saben cómo empezar?
Silence, mere mortal. Do you even think you're ready?
¿Ready? Aquí en Perú utilizamos Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
Stop it.
Shut up. Your end is near. You can't entertain us sitting all alone there.
¿Yo? ¿Solo?
Quizás no. Pero Choco no está solo. Nosotros siempre estaremos con él para darle voz a Sudamérica.
Ya llegó tu carry.
¿Qué? Es una buena frase.
Another one hungry for death.
No, mami. Si estuviera hungry, llamaría a mi tía Venomancer.
¡Acero, llega la pelota!
Fools. You don't have the skills needed to face us.
Es verdad, ellos son unos mancos, pero para el skill estamos nosotros.
La región nunca está sola.
Están los estudiantes que a la salida corren en una cabina, hasta las familias que apoyaron la carrera competitiva de sus hijos, los que después de una larga jornada de chamba se meten su turbo.
Ni siquiera es solo Perú. Además de apoyarnos entre nosotros, también contamos con el apoyo de toda Latinoamérica.
Entonces, papi, mami, ¿qué tienen que decir para retar a uno de los países más doteros del mundo?
Absolutely nothing. You have earned our respect.
The question now is, are you ready?
¡Hola, Lima! Gracias, tío de la bocina, el del tambor. Quiero un grito más. Lima, ¿cómo estamos hoy? Mucho mejor, chicos. Por ese grito tan precioso y por el señor de la bocina, tengo una sorpresa especial para ustedes. Que we welcome on the stage, podemos bienvenir al escenario a John Patrick Lowry.
¡Rojo y blanco! ¡Viva el Perú, carajo! ¿Qué fue, mano?
Es mi estilo. Así visto yo, día de lavandería. It's laundry day, you know? You know, in the 80s, this would have been really stylish.
¿Soy su abuela ahora?
Ojalá fueras mi abuelo, John Patrick Lowry.
Nice to be here.
Thank you for being here. I heard you've really been enjoying Peru.
I have. Te amo español. El español es un idioma hermoso, hermoso. Pero mi español es poco, pobrecito, un poco español, John Patrick Lowry, pobrecito.
Se entiende, pero aquí podemos ayudarle, ¿no? Lima, ¿podemos ayudarle a aprender español a la voz del Dota?
¿Necesita ayuda?
Sí, te ayudamos,
Translate?
Yeah. We'll help you. The audience is with you today.
Great. So, I am making a stupid movie.
Quiere hacer una película estúpida.
Would you all like to be in my stupid movie?
¿Queréis ser parte de su película estúpida, amigos?
So, I will say to you, ¿dónde está el, ¿cómo se dice sándwich en Perú?
¿Cómo se dice sándwich en Perú, amigos? Ahí está, sanguche, aunque algunos van perdidos, pero bueno, normal.
Sangucha.
Ahí está.
Sangucha.
Sanguche, amigo.
I will say to you, ¿dónde está el sangucha? ¿Sí? You will say, el sangucha está aquí.
Ustedes tienen que decir, el sanguche está aquí.
And point somewhere.
Apunta a donde sea,
Anywhere.
no importa.
Pero no los ojos.
Cuidado con los ojos,
peligrosos.
no matéis a nadie.
No.
No queremos
Okay,
muertes
¿sí?
aún.
Are they ready?
¿Estáis listos? Una película grabada en iPhone, amigos.
Like a professional.
Yeah, profesional. Como la Lima Mayor.
¿Dónde está el sangucho? Uno más. ¿Dónde está el sangucho?
Aquí.
Muchas gracias.
Are there...
And they can follow me on Twitter.
Sorry?
And the film will be up on Twitter like by the end of the week.
Awesome, awesome. I want to know, though, if you've learned anything else. Have you learned anything to say in Spanish?
Just today. A new word in Spanish. Okay. Nuevo perme en español.
Una nueva palabra en español aprendido. A ver, ¿cuál es? John, me gustaría que nos ayudases, porque aquí todo el público es de Dota, y me gustaría que ayudases a traducir un poco el juego. Yo sé que tú eres la voz del Puch. Can I tell you some phrases in Dota and you can translate them for us in Spanish? Is that possible?
Sí.
Okay. So, you know the Pudge phrase, fresh meat?
Fresh meat, fresh meat.
In Spanish, you would say, carne fresca.
Carne fresca. Carne fresca. ¿Cómo se dice $6 million Echo Slam en español?
Echo Slam de $6 millones.
Echo Slam de $6 millones.
Qué increíble, John. I've been such a big fan. Your hosting is incredible. Siempre he querido ser como tú, John. Pero I don't have your voice. No tengo tus maneras. What does it take? ¿Cómo puedo ser más cercano a ti, amigo?
Sí. Breath.
Okay. ¿Respiro?
Sí.
Vale.
Support.
¿Soporte?
Sí. Breath and support.
Okay.
Try. What would you like to say? How about order breakfast?
Está bien. Desayuno. Una omelette, por favor.
Sí.
Una omelette, por favor. Dilo en tu voz.
Breath.
Vale.
Support.
¿Soporte?
Mean it.
Una omelette, por favor.
Más o menos.
Oye, no es un smoke, no sirven.
Uno omleto, por favor.
Okay. Lo voy entendiendo. I think I understand.
Right.
Yeah. What if I pretend to present the team?
Sure. Bring out the team, of course.
Right. Okay. So, breath, support. Anything I'm missing?
Con huevos grandes.
Ya. Huevos grandes. Vamos a probar. Bienvenidos, Team Liquid. I don't think this is working. I think
maybe the microphone. Yeah,
it's the microphone.
So, no, like little girl.
No como niña pequeña. Yeah.
More like muchacho.
Muchacho.
Sí.
Yo es que no soy eso, pero bueno, se puede intentar.
So, huevos grandes.
Okay.
Huevos más grandes. Más grandes.
Okay.
No. Support. Breath. Try again.
Hagamos una presentación. Let's do a presentation of the whole team, ¿no? Vamos a ver. Team Liquid, ¿qué podemos pensar de ellos? Pues son el primer seed de Europa, un equipo de campeones. Welcome to the stage. It's
Team Liquid. But I think I can teach you to do this, all right?
Me puede enseñar a hacer esto. Vamos a aprender, chicos. Hay esperanza.
For the next team, we're going to do this together, okay?
Okay,
all right.
lo hagamos juntos.
You start out. You start out.
This team defines the new generation of Western European players. Con un jugador que tiene habilidad y es especialmente cabezón, it's
Gaming Gladiator!
John, we have the teams on stage. I've learned how to present like a true man. What else are we missing? What do they need to do now?
Prepare for battle! ¡Viva el Perú, carajo! ¡Muchas gracias! ¡Muchas gracias! Mira.
And those are your grand finalists. We have 10 players on the stage. Coaches are there too, of course, one per team, and they are ready to take their seats and get this best of 5 grand finals for the Lima Major underway. And when talking about these two teams, if you've paid attention over the last 2 odd weeks, the conversation often went to that middle lane. We got Nisha on the side of Team Liquid and Quinn on the side of Gaming Gladiators, both new additions, Sheep.
Yes, I am so hyped and happy for Quinn to be reaching this after, a relatively disappointing stint throughout his NA career, and he looks finally like he's found his home. And I'm really happy for them. The criteria that they looked for on the side of Gaming when picking up a mid was that they really wanted them to be skilled at laning. So their list was Quinn, Abed, and Bryle, and they got Quinn. I think that was probably their first choice there. And he's been amazing. Apparently he's just very smart, expresses himself well, he fits in easily, he's good at communicating. They said that in the past, they had Boom, and he might withdraw into himself when he loses his lane. Whereas Quinn, he's not like that. He doesn't tilt as easily in their officials. And on top of that, he's just opened up their playstyle a bit. Whilst, yes, they can come play around him because he's so good, but he will usually either win his lane or go 50-50, which means that the side lanes can choose to play around the side lanes if that is what they want.
Yeah, I mean, he's been dominating the mid lane all the way from his time just playing in the North America region matchmaking. He's been known for just like solo carrying games just by his laning alone, and that's generally how you win games in NA. And his hero pool hasn't changed that much from those times. He's playing a lot of Batrider. He's playing his signature Leshrac a lot of the times. Puck, something he often plays as well. Let's not forget about his Pangolier. He's super amazing, all these heroes, and he's showing up to this tournament with really impressive win rates on every single one of them. I don't know how you deal with this guy right now.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly how. There's a little guy that you may know on the other side called Nisha. Maybe you're familiar. The only thing that can beat the Spice Man on Gaming Gladiators is a little bit of sugar, a little bit of sweetness. Because out here, we heard the interview from Insania. Nisha's microphone wasn't even working in the last game.
He's a mid laner. They don't talk anyway.
That's true. Fair point. And even with the microphone, I'm still not sure he would have talked regardless. But that's how good this guy is. You show me another team that will lose their mid laner and go from second place at TI to relegated to Division 2. You tell me if Quinn got kicked from Gaming Gladiators, these guys are going to be Div 2 now? I don't think so.
I mean, but one thing is for certain, though, Quinn in the last series did beat him in the mid lane 2 games in a row.
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that.
Doesn't fit your narrative. I get it.
Of course not. As long as Morphling doesn't go mid against Primal Beast, because also Abed did handle Nisha a little bit in that Shopify Rebellion game.
And then Makoto Zember, too.
Yeah, well, you know, that's also fine. You have any more examples, Fear?
I think that's it. He's pretty good.
You know that's it? Of course that's it. There are no other situations.
Well, there's one thing that could potentially be the deciding factor. We all know that Team Liquid has gone through the absolute ringer, not just through last chance qualifiers at TI, but also I think everybody will remember their series against Thunder Awaken, which you have to have nerves of steel if you want to pull games back the way they pulled games back during TI in that very series. So the team is not unaccustomed to pressure. Jabs yesterday, his first LAN performance in a major top 3. He went through the ringer yesterday as well, showed up a lot more confident. I want to talk a little bit about the teams, or rather the players, that might not be that familiar. Because for Dairatcho, for Tofu, and for Celery, this is the biggest thing they've ever played. Ever. Like, hands down. Yes, they've got Ace, who has got experience not just playing in a grand finals, but also winning in a major grand finals when he was still on Secret. Quinn has come second a whole bunch, but winning a major, believe not. But how would they deal with this pressure, Fear? Are you worried at all?
I mean, it really depends. I think if you have a clean slate, that's ultimately a good thing for you. Because if you are one of those players who has had multiple finishes that were in that second, third place, that can get in your head a little bit. And you're like, oh, maybe this is the end. A little PTSD there. But if you are a player that has your fresh start here, if something good happens here, that's the start of a beautiful career.
It really, really is. So let's see if they can do it here. We're moments away from getting the draft started. I already know that Team Liquid has chosen first pick when they had the coin toss win. Can only imagine that Gaming Gladiators will go for Dire after that. Time to get a little bit into the nitty-gritty of it all before we head into the draft panel. Is there anything, Neil, is there anything you want to see from either team?
Let's say Ace Nature's Prophet. That's probably my number one, because I think NP is going to be hotly contested in this series in general. And I want to see Jebs get his comfort again. I feel like his Clockwork and his Ricky in the 5 position was much more easier, much more low stress than this Mirana that they gave him in the previous series in the winner's bracket. And for Gaming Gladiators, like I said, there was also the Broodmother and the Leshrac.
Yep.
Those are my most contested picks, I think.
How are you gonna say Ace Nature's Prophet?
Yeah.
And not Mickey's Nature's Prophet, not Zaya's Nature's Prophet. What the hell, man?
I don't want to see any Nature's Prophet.
I'm with Fear on this one.
Flexing is for
that
cowards.
Should be banned entirely. This hero is ridiculous. It's way too strong. It counters Selena. It goes any position. It carries the game from every position. It almost feels like a cheat strategy, and you get a free win by picking this hero. So I just don't want to see it. I want to see something new and fresh ideas. I'd rather see them counter the Leshrac, the Io, play against that with some new cool strategies that they've been thinking about.
Are you going to say Ancient Apparition again? Because you were
Not
preaching.
Yet, but I will soon.
Man, I love pulling out weird strategies instead of picking my best strategy. That sounds really good, Fear, especially in the grand finals.
I just said ban NP. That's all I said.
I mean, someone's going to have to. With Liquid first pick, I'm assuming Gaimin will have to be the ones that do it, because in the last series, they had a lot more, I don't know, freedom. I guess they banned the Nature's the DP on Gaimin, so they might do that again this time.
Yeah, I think we saw Nature's Prophet in the hands of Mickey both games previously, at least on the side of Liquid, both games, previous series that they had against Talon.
Zaya played it once, and then Mickey played it once.
Zaya and Mickey, they both looked insane on it, so I can only imagine that that's going to be removed. for either side, really. We are 30 seconds away from getting the drafts going, so now's the time for final words. Sheep.
Ooh, let's see. Can Jabs step up? Hype, hype, hype.
It's all on Jabs.
I'm looking. It's all on Jabs and 100%. No, I'm really hoping for just some competitive games.
And this is going to be all about the mid laners. Like, we hyped it up. Quinn versus Nisha. I feel like Nisha's been a little quiet the past couple of days, but we'll see if he can really bring the heat.
All right, well, can they bring the heat? I know the fans can. We've seen Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators perform before. How will they do in Game 1 of the Grand Finals? Let's find out as we head into the draft.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel of the Grand Finals, Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. We are already deep into the draft. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Lacoste and Purge. Lacoste, Gaming Gladiators, they've made it to the Grand Final. They are the final boss, but now they are really putting it all on the line. They take Lina and Treant Protector, but they exchange it for the undefeated Liquid Nature's Prophet. What do you make of the opener so far from these two squads?
I mean, Lina and Treant Protector have been pretty stable opener, I would say. Like, two of the strongest heroes at the moment when paired up together. Very difficult to just match up in this lane, get the most out of it. I think Team Liquid did a very good research considering how the last series went, because Gaming Gladiators, they did not drop a single game at the main stage so far, and they've been looking pretty hot. So I was wondering which two heroes are going to get banned in the first phase. It's Slash, it's Batrider. It seems like they don't have the counter yet for it, at least in game number 1, so they decided to take it out, which I think it's pretty smart. Considering how those two games went last time, it was very one-sided, I would say. It was a complete domination from Gaming.
Yep, and we have to continue to keep in mind the fact that Jabs is playing for Team Liquid here. The first time that he played in the upper bracket, it did not look good. Their draft got wonky instantly. I feel like they made huge gains in the last day to get them to today. Their drafting in the first series today looks solid, and I think it's off to a good start. Obviously, it's terrifying to have to play against Lina. Her mid-game timing is really scary when she has bonus armor and BKB and can be protected by Tree with Overgrowth. But the two heroes they got are solid. Jabs had an excellent Ricky performance earlier today. Yep. He had a really solid Clockwork as well. And Mickey's Nature's Prophet, it was freaking insane.
And it was pretty nuts. Mickey Giga chatting in that last game.
But Lina with Tree Armor is like one of the few heroes that can definitely outcarry you and match the Nature's Prophet. So I think it is a good opening for both teams considering the circumstance.
Given the circumstances, I'm always happy when I see Gaming Gladiators with one of the few heroes for Celery. Doesn't play that many, but you don't need to. Just have to play a few at a very high level. Right now, he is sitting atop the healing charts, and normally you're like, who cares how much you're healing? But when paired with how aggressive Deraito can play sometimes, having a hero that can always back you up in the laning phase and beyond, always very, very useful. I also am in love with this puck ban because the Nisha puck from earlier, no, that should never happen again. First and last time today is going to be allowed to play it. So what do we think about options here going forward for Team Liquid to draw the rest of the drop together, Lacoste?
I think they need some gap closers, some backline jumpers in terms of... I'm really happy that they decided to go with Ricky for Jabs. As Purge was talking about, do you want to give him as comfort pick as possible? You know, it's a very stress environment for him, I would say. He never played on the main stage, but after that W, I think they're feeling themselves, but you also don't want to put him too much out of his comfort zone. So this Ricky pick looks good. In terms of the lane, like, it's one of those heroes where you can overextend and still get out of the trouble, and Team Liquid getting respect to Underlord in the second phase. I've not seen that. So I think this is going to be, I would read this as a safe lane Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think what's likely, the puck ban is kind of indicative of that. If you watch that first series, they basically just ran a Lycan somewhere, and then they or a puck, and then they TP'd and grouped with everybody else. So my assumption is that the Underlord and the Tide pick means that they're likely to again pick some pushing summoner hero for their offlane, whether it's Beastmaster or Lycan or whatever else, and that's going to make them feel confident to dive all the time. And if they can go to where Lina is or other cores on the map, they can get those kills, take towers, objectives, Roche, and use that advantage to really bring it to Lina in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen from Team Liquid that generally when they play up against the Lina, they do prefer that exact style, having Mike, if he's playing Nature's Prophet, be the carry, and then something else to abuse the Lina in the laning phase and ensure that they can take buildings to open up the map, especially on Radiant side. Still to this day, they're undefeated on Radiant side, especially with the first pick. Well, it doesn't really matter, right? You're just undefeated.
Yeah, now gaming, it's pretty set in stone, I would say. This Lina and the Treant Protector, that it's going to be their safe lane. I don't think they can flex it, but it's so strong opener, such a strong opener that you don't care too much about flexing these heroes. Because so far, Tofu, he did not play Treant Protector. He's playing different heroes. I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up Snapfire. I think this hero has been amazing to push people out of trouble, especially with Nature's Prophet level 20 talent. This is the other hero as well that can work really well against Riki, because like so far you see only 2 heroes, but even if you get Cloud, even if you get Ricky's start, it's so amazing. It set things up for your LSA, and we still don't know what's going to come out.
Yeah, Insania played Rubik, I believe, both games earlier today. Very stable laning hero. They actually
Rubik
did...
Disruptor.
Did you Disruptor? Okay, my bad. But what was crucial, I think, was that they did swap the lanes for Jabs and Insania this series before the last one. So rather than swapping Jabs in for Boxy and leaving him there, they've swapped players and then swapped lanes also. So whatever ends up being played for Insania is almost certainly going to go in the offlane. I think Rubik just fits there a little bit better typically. But the Gaming Gladiators draft just looks really safe at this point. Basically, has revealed nothing. Doesn't maybe have the best steals, but their laning stage should be really good.
We saw this earlier today when Talon Esports tried to abuse the Nature's Prophet lane, or just whatever safe lane that they had on the side of Team Liquid with Rubik +1. Earlier on, it was Primal Beast. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but we have seen that particular idea work out very, very well. And Ace just has a wide bevy of heroes that can abuse that side of the map. He also plays a lot of these Zoo heroes. Is there a possibility, Lacoste, that they steal the Lycan before Liquid can get their hands on it?
It's a possibility. I mean, Lycan was played by Liquid because they had Warlock plus the other supports that doesn't deal well with the Zoo, and you can run at them. And they also wanted to have a bit more momentum with the Nature's Prophet in the game, in the series against Talon. Okay, I like this. This is going to be a hero that's going to find this Treant Protector, who's going to be very annoying. So on both sides we have 2 heroes that play from the trees. It's like this type of lineup from Liquid. You can show up with numbers out of nowhere, like Hoodwink from the trees, Riki from invisibility, setting things up for Nature's Prophet to TP in. One big ulti from Nature's Prophet could also cause a lot of issues, but I'm looking at the vision heroes right now for Gaming Gladiators. Mostly Beastmaster. I think having something to see this Hoodwink in the trees, see Nature's Prophet. Also, like, I know it's maybe an undervalued ability, but having ability to cut down the trees as well is just so good.
I really like the Hoodwink in this case. It's not always looking good, but I think if you're worried about dealing with Alina on the map, having tons of magic burst damage to combo on any gank that you put on her is really nice. It's going to cut through the tree armor, make her feel a little bit more vulnerable, kind of like a Zeus-esque support.
What's interesting is that Gaming Gladiators, there was a game they played Hoodwink into the Treant, and what they did is that they went boots first on the position for Treant, or Hoodwink, sorry, boots and Quelling Blade. Then he just ran around bullying the tree. So I wonder if Liquid has copied that strat from them. Right now we do see this Tusk show up. We've seen this a couple of times whenever there's a Lina on the other side. Some kind of way to quickly gap close onto her. This time we don't have to worry about Tusk being the only damage dealer purge, because this Nature's Prophet can come in and actually finish the job, and you have Hoodwink to help you out if things get dicey.
Yeah, that was the traditional response to an open Lina, or first Lina pick at the start of the DPC. It fell off a little bit later, and it's not going to be as good here because Tree Armor is going to protect her from your Walrus Punch. But the nukes and the inability for her to move for at least a couple seconds definitely will work very effective. Helps set up Hoodwink, helps make Ricky's Smoke Cloud much, much better if you pair with Ice Shards. So I think it's a fine pick. Nisha's Tusk is incredible, and it's very likely he's the one that plays it here.
Ooh, this is a good pick. I mean, it is a good pick until this start to get more points in tag team, because once you bring the numbers, also Cloud could be a bit more difficult. You have Sharpshooter, which can break him, but if you already have stacks, then it's not that valuable. In terms of the lane, I mean, they did ban out Ursa in the previous one, so they could potentially ban out Mickey's Monkey King if they feel like, because I think you need to shift this Nature's Prophet to the off lane and find another hero that's going to deal well with the Timbersaw in the lane.
The problem, though, with Nature's Prophet offlane, I feel like it's going to struggle a little bit against Lina, though, because she can deal with the Treant so
gotta
easily.
Choose your poison here, I'd say.
Yeah, and then she can just zap you like 6 times. You get out-traded. That part sounds scary to me, but playing against Timber doesn't sound very fun either, yeah.
And this is a hero that's going to be able to clear out some of these trees, play aggressively. If it is Nature's Prophet safe lane, you have absolutely no cares if you are the Timbersaw. So Ace Timber going to be quite useful here.
Bloodseeker, Slark as well comes to my mind. It's a good game for both of these. I do like Slark a lot, not just because it matches up nicely against Lina. There is one hero that he is afraid of. I would say that's Timbersaw later on. Like he does have ability to burst him, but in terms of setting things up, could be a bit slippery other than having this, this is very interesting. Like we talked about the Beastmaster and the vision they have, so they have Timbersaw already, so maybe they know, maybe something from scrims that this Timbersaw could be played from the mid lane.
Yeah, that's weird. They're betting offlaners, right?
Yes.
Whereas it looks like it's going to be some mid hero coming out, but they don't want to play against both. I mean, Timber mid against Tusk would probably be more than fine, so that's kind of cool. Rotating the side lanes if there's a little bit of disable, totally viable. Lots of pure damage to put out on the enemy team.
Makes sense because the last time GG played this Timbersaw, it was Quinn that played it from the mid lane rather than Ace, so they could still decide exactly where this hero goes, just depending on what the game looks like. I suppose if you go mid versus the Tusk, to your point, Lucas, you were mentioning that if there's tag team and heroes come in, you're a bit sad. 1v1 mid, you don't care.
Yeah, like you don't care too much. It's all about getting the levels and, well, respond with Magnus, so repositioning tool, I think one of the heroes that was most contested so far on the main stage was available. That's Tiny. Like we've seen the power of Tiny so many times, but since you already picked your position 4, position 5, you're not going to play Tiny, and this is where Magnus is going to come in clutch. Lina does not like any repositioning tools.
Yeah, it's one of the best counters against her. RP or skew her out of position. It doesn't matter if her team is sort of in the area. You just want to kill her really, really quickly. The one downside to Liquid's draft, though, is they are very physical damage reliant right now. So they are going to have some trouble killing through tree armor at times, and against these really high armor heroes potentially, well, with the Primal Beast with the right items and Timbersaw as well.
All right, so the end of the draft comes in right now. Gaming Gladiators, the Primal Beast for Ace. We saw this exact lane earlier from Talon Esports. Primal Beast Rubik into the Nature's Prophet. They should be able to bully him and make his life a little bit complicated. Conversely, for Deraicho, every time we've seen Magnus dominate the Lina, it's paired with Rubik. Not as much when it's just with the hood rank. It can win here and there, but it really, really needs this Rubik to back it up. All right, Pert, give it to me. Give me the download. Team Liquid have already made a miracle run to be here in the first place. Is this the kind of draft that can continue the hot streak and get them a Game 1 victory?
It could, but the Gladiators draft just looks so much more dynamic than me. I feel like Ace is going to smash his offlane and really literally stomp a lot on Mickey's face, just running them down. I think this is where they're going to get hurt by their support duo being a little inconsistent.
These are a very difficult game for both supports on Team Liquid, I would say. And in terms of damage, they have very limited amount of early damage against Primal Beast, against this Timbersaw from the mid lane, add the Living Armor on top of that. So I think they're going to struggle. I think they might need to play more for a mid game, but I'm afraid it's not going to be enough. Like these heroes that they have could, Gaming Gladiators that is, could potentially run them over.
Let us see if Gaming Gladiators can channel their inner Spartans and run over the side of Team Liquid, or if Team Liquid will continue the miracles. 7 players in this lobby have never been to a major finals before, and we have a casting duo that is also making their major finals debut together. So I leave you in the cold and warm hands of Cap and SVG. Take it away for the grand finals, boys.
Welcome, Dota 2 fans, to the grand finals of the Lima Major. Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators. And this is not a normal grand finals by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, no.
Successful stand-ins in Dota are a rarity. Tournament-winning stand-ins are even more so rare. Right, Avery?
I mean, I remember a few that did pretty well. You know, let me take you back to a little tournament called MLG Columbus a long time ago. An unknown little star rising up called Arteezy stood in for a Speed Gaming, and they happened to clinch that one.
Yeah.
Maybe you're saying, oh, that was a long time ago. What about recent history? Well, OG won 2 majors equivalent in Tier 1 tournaments last year with Seb and Chu.
That's right. They won Stockholm Major as well as ESL won Malaysia. But for my money, I think there is no better parallel than a story that happened kind of right in the middle there. This is a little bit of old Dota history, but Vici Gaming Reborn won the Star Ladder I-League Invitational with their coach Mikasa, a player who was I mean, not very good. Yes, as a coach, he was very good and won a TI, in fact, but as a player, not so much. He had to stand in for them at that event, and they made magic happen. If you have never seen that story, go back and watch it when you can between the games, because this is going to be the best parallel. Team Liquid, they've got to stand in here as well, and the crowd. Chad, give me your best cause right now, right?
That is a 10,000 plus strong crowd with the passion of probably 100,000 more. It is absolutely packed in here. There is no free seats. And you were saying, we were bringing up this storyline of subs for a reason, because Dota is a game of miracles.
Yep.
Nothing is impossible. This is a Liquid squad that can win this grand final. We saw them take down Talon earlier convincingly in a 2-0. They're starting to figure out where they want to put jabs, on which role they want to play them, which heroes are going to be most effective for them. The adjustments are being made, and the more time they get to make those adjustments without the pressure on them, the scarier this team can become. So if you're gaming, you want to knock them out early, you want to knock them out hard and fast.
Yeah, because you do not want to let this Liquid team start getting some momentum, as they did not look so good in the upper bracket finals. But in the lower bracket finals, it seemed they found a winning success, maybe an extra night of planning and adjustments like you were talking about. Either way, as you said, you want to take them out real early and do not let this team start figuring something out for themselves, because going into this, they were supposed to be the best team coming to this tournament. But Gaming Gladiators have made one hell of an argument for themselves. These are actually two teams who have only lost one series in this entire event. Liquid, of course, losing the upper bracket finals, but Gaming Gladiators topped out their group as well and only lost a series. They went 0-2 against Evil Geniuses.
Proving that the group stage does indeed matter a little bit.
Yeah,
you know,
a little
if
bit.
you do pretty well there, you might do pretty well on the main stage. Two #1 seeds going at it. And of course, these were the two dominant seeds in that Western Europe regional as well.
Yep.
Pretty much only losing to each other or coming close. Could we see the Quinn Huskar return in this series, give them the nightmare fuel that they were used to that took the game off them in that league? Anything's possible. And looking at this game, honestly, I'm a bit worried for Liquid again. I feel like they're in a similar position to when they played Gaming in that upper bracket, where you have really strong tempo on this Gaming side between the Timber and the Primal, where both verse matchups, they're very happy laning verse.
Yes.
These heroes get out of control early, they're just going to run you over on the map. This is another lineup where you're playing the Mag and Tusk Furion for that late game. We've seen Mickey go absolutely ham on this Furion, but you have to get there. And maybe that road is paved with the Zai Chase.
Yeah, they're going to have to drop a lot of them, that's for sure. Because this lady phase just looks rough. I love the adjustment Gaming Gladiators, this Timbersaw pick. I mean, you said, when you saw the Timbersaw, you were like, this looks like a game-winning Timbersaw pick right here. I mean, they don't really have answers to it.
This is the Goblin's dream. And when we saw that Primal, I was like, wait a minute, does Quinn play Primal Beast? Because I don't think I remember ever seeing him play Primal. I mean, he doesn't have the time to practice this new hero between the Leshrac spam, so your pool's going to be limited here. But of course, they could put the Timber mid because it's a Tuskar, right? And this is a matchup. If you remember, Nisha actually started playing that mid Timber versus some of these melee strength heroes and abusing it in that sense. So maybe using a little bit of his own medicine against him here. Not a bad way to start a best of 5 if you're wanting to get in someone's head.
I mean, either way, Quinn is off to a great start when it comes to CS. Sure, he's got the Whirling Death and stuff, but seriously, 6 denies over this Tusk. He's destroying Nisha right now.
Oh, he's having the time of his life. And this is a hero that once you get going, once you get the levels, especially with solo XP, mid Timber is a different beast than that side lane Timber, because you're guaranteed the high levels going into that early mid game. And that's where this hero just becomes an absolute menace on the map, especially when you're playing versus a lineup with double strength course between this Mag and the Tusk. It's a lot of armor to fight through and a lot of pure damage coming back your way.
Talk to me about this Magnus pickup. You saw my reaction to it, especially after the Timbersaw. I was not feeling super good. Why did they grab this hero?
We've seen it be a Lina counter. And this is where Zai has to pick his poison in terms of that last pick offlaner. What does he want to play? He's going to lane with Insania. Maybe that throws it a little off too. But you get the BKB Pierce, you get the hero displacement, you can drag the Lina in and then just burst her with the super high physical. These mag lineups can function similar to some of these other ranged physical lineups we've seen, like SFTA, right? You get the minus armor, super high physical, plus the BKB Pierce. It's a good formula to deal with this Lina hero in that late game. That said, you're not going to pressure him on the lane, and that means Dyrachyo is going to have a very good start, especially with Tree and Protector. This is just the ultimate Lina dual lane this entire tournament.
Then again, is it even possible to pressure this dual lane? Like, no matter what your pickups are? I feel like Tree and Lina has got to be one of the hardest lanes to beat, so maybe it's better just to ignore the laning phase entirely.
I don't know, you could like get Celery to unplug his keyboard or something.
Yeah, that's always an option. A little bit of shenanigans.
I mean, we saw him juggling earlier. Maybe that ball hits the power button and suddenly you're winning this Lina lane.
He got up the living armor beforehand. Celery is going to take a lot of damage as Insania is going to keep up with him here, but he does have a lead seed that might be able to help him live, but no, Insania on his debut performance on Hoodwink when it comes to professional matches managed to pick up the first blood over Gaming Gladiators.
And even more than their debut, right? You were talking about stats. You said this is the 1,000th game Insania and Mickey have played together.
Oh, yeah.
On the dot. This game one of this best of 5 is their exact 1,000th game.
Yeah,
history in the making.
Shout out to Knoxville for that stat. As Mickey is going to be in some trouble here. Jab's going to cut over. They're going to try and trade off heroes, but it's not going to be good enough as Jab's not going to be able to chase after Tofu and get that kill. So this is where that Primal Beast starts taking over. I mean, you need answers to Liquid's Nature's Prophet, and it seemed like Talon could not come up with any. Gaming Gladiators, though, this Primal Beast, I think, is a great choice.
Yes, we saw Team Spirit really favor this matchup, right? For Collapse, he would just take it to the Furion early. You get 3-4 kills in that early game, and suddenly Furion's too far behind to fight these carry matchups. Similar idea here, only you have 2. You have the Timber and the Primal Beast that Furion hates playing for a long period of time. If you get to that 5 or 6 slot late game, sure, the stack game comes online. You got to remember this Furion hero has the best body in Dota. I know you thought that was you, Cap, but unfortunately it is the Nature's Prophet with 9.9 stack gain. This is why this hero is so scary in the late game. Plus you have that buyback teleport, so you can fight through these counter matchups. It's just a question of do you get there on even footing, and nice bushwhack.
That was a really beautiful one. Not that they can really do too much. I mean, the regen is just, well,
it's crazy.
We'll see. It's a lot of regen. Then again, Shockwave does a lot of damage too. So maybe it's possible they can get a kill. I honestly gave up on it once I saw a Train Protector. The whole idea of getting a kill against this Lina seemed impossible to me.
I gave up when I saw Lina in the draft. You had more time than me. Of course, double damage going to spawn for Quinn. He's going to instantly soak up that rune. But remember, gaming plays for these runes. They're willing to bring the supports early and try and guarantee them for him. And something else to mention about this top lane, when you give Lina a start like this, it's a hero that can forsake all other small items in the game and rush the early farming item in that Maelstrom. Dyrachyo, no boots, no extra regen, just stick quelling into that Maelstrom right off the Javelin. So when you give Lina a start like this, she's going to use it, and she's going to use it better than almost any other carry.
That kind of feels like to me then we need to see someone from Liquid come up to this top lane, because they are close to like killing the Lina. They just need another round of nukes to do so.
Yeah, but who does it? It's so far, and Mickey is not going to have that type of leniency here.
No, he's not. He's going to throw out the Sprout, hide himself the tree answer. Once again, he's going to go for the trade-off, and Tofu will fall, but it's after the Nature's Prophet dies. So Mickey, he misses out on all the experience.
Oh, that sucks for him. You really want to get this early level 6 on the Furion too, especially in a game where you're worried about his matchups going into that mid game.
Yeah.
Every death on this Furion adds up, and now Ace with that early Vanguard, he's invincible down here. Do you even want to go back here if you're Mickey?
I mean, that was my thought. I was like, if you need a little bit of extra damage to kill the Lina, then maybe the Nature's Prophet should go up to that top lane to help out. But doing it before level 6 is gonna suck. Java in some trouble here, but there it is. They are gonna go for the top. They got the Sprout on him. No bushwhack just yet. They can hit him with the skewer. That's a nice swing, but it's not quite enough with the shockwave, and now they've overextended themselves. Zai knows it too. He's gonna cut through the trees. Quinn's gonna investigate.
No way, just shoot that.
He actually thought that Zai somehow snuck away to the left-hand side. Zai now pops out like, hello. I was in the trees hidden the whole entire time. They're going to get the toss back on Insania. Looks like he will fall. So finally Gaming Gladiators do get something.
I cannot believe Zai got out of there.
Yeah.
And this whole time, Jabs has just been running for his life from this Primal Beast. The second Pulverize to send him back to the fountain here. My God, how much can one skull get crushed? This is just an open tower for Ace and a completely open game. Honestly, this TP doesn't even hurt Quinn too much because Mickey was the one committed to it. And this reminds me of that Furion TP that Shopify made versus them in that match, if you remember.
Yeah.
Where Arteezy went top early on this Furion, that move didn't work out, and suddenly, where is there to go on this map? Yeah. After that one move fails, you lose a lot of space, you lose a lot of time, and all 3 gaming cores topping the charts here pretty much. Outside of Nisha, who, if you remember, he got dunked on by Quinn in that upper bracket series. So he's looking for some revenge.
And I don't think either one of the supports can feel comfortable in that bottom lane just yet. They're going to go for the kill onto Timbersaw here. Without level 6 on the Hoodwink, it's super difficult.
I mean, even with it, this Timber is just going to be way too tanky. I mean, that's only 2 points for reactive armor, too.
Yeah.
This is a mid-Timber who's just maxing the nukes, and Quinn's ready to join the fight and slay. Not necessarily just playing super defensive. And again, tier 1 bottom, just absolutely free. Jabs can do nothing to stop this except soak up the XP. It's not insanely sad about that, but this is a lot of room for a Primal Beast with an early Vanguard that can just run this early game over.
I mean, a lot of room for everybody. Nisha is going to try another rotation here up to the top lane, see if they can kill the Lina, who is low. The Snowball is going to lead off first. Latifi lands the LSA, not before the Walrus Punch lands. Good hit. Now a Bushwhack catch onto the Tree Protector as well. Scoot him away from the trees just in case, and a double for Nisha.
Wrath of God also coming through, so a Wrath of Nature. I'm sorry, I'm already assuming Mick is a god, but he has to get there first. So an extra assist gold, you get the Courier on top, making the most out of the few moves you can make here in the early game, and they have to count. Nisha's connections have to hit. If this Tusk makes side lane moves and they don't work, you are just losing way too much farm.
Yeah. I like that they did block out the Ancients. I mean, losing lanes and giving them Ancient stacks would just, I think, that's pretty much a formula for GG. So they've at least stopped that second problem. And now with the rotations in Nisha, they're slowing down the Lina as well. So Liquid's doing some little things.
I like it. Nisha going to try for another kill here, perhaps. Tofu, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
Looking pretty dead, but is the Tusk going to die immediately afterwards? Or is Tofu going to die at all? They ran out of damage. They managed to get the LSA on Insania. The last hit isn't quite enough. Pops the Fairy Fire, but the Tusk does die.
Ooh, that hurts. Yeah, maybe you're hurting the economy in terms of the stacking. It's good that Liquid did their homework here. They know what game you want to do. They've been one of the heavier stack teams. Perhaps that's also what this Riki pick is designed to do. Get in the jungle areas early, give you the vision. But if you can't win the skirmishes, Gaming don't necessarily need the stacks.
Sure.
They're going to start farming you. And they're going to start fountain farming you soon. You don't get a foothold in this game because Quinn and Ace are already a little out of control. And these are heroes that use it very quickly and very easily. They're reliable gankers, they're reliable killers. The damage is always overwhelming. That's the strength of Primal Beast. You have another quick smoke here, counteracting Nisha's move.
Running into Celery. Let's see if they can get this kill fast before the Primal Beast comes in, but no, the Overgrowth is going to be able to catch them both, and they will both die without getting a kill for it. And even Insania going to have to run away here.
And they're tipping the man who isn't there for the extra psychological edge. And now,
oh no!
Sure, you block our Ancients, but you can't block your own. Quinn's just going to steal it.
Man, he's going to have a very fast Kaya Sanj at this rate.
Man, this game is already looking rough. It's going to be an uphill battle. You're down 4K at 12 minutes versus a Lina Treant lineup. You're likely not going to get the tier 1s easily because, as we've seen, Gaming are happy to defend them and happy to react. Stay in the trees.
So many ways to be able to cut through those trees. They're going to go for the kill into the Rubik. Hit him with the RP, but grabbed immediately by the Primal Beast. They do have the smoke screen, though, to be able to stop that. They do manage to get the skewer back underneath the tier 2 tower. Ace is strong,
nice,
but he's getting caught by the Bushwhack, and that Vanguard is not going to be good enough against a tier 2 tower. And 5 heroes from Liquid, he will finally fall.
Bring the whole squad. Make sure you win the fights that you have to win, because that is a must win right there.
Oh, yeah.
If you let him get away with that, you're letting him get away with murder.
He's already gotten away with murder a couple of times.
There's only so much these IJs can do.
Yeah. Look at him. He's already thinking about Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk.
I mean, this is the anti-Luna build.
Yeah.
Like, you're playing to blink, kick this hero in at some point. That said, you're not going to have this early Detzel on the Tusk. You're not going to have the early Pierce damage. Maybe you feel like reactive armor plus Treant armor is just going to debilitate that itemization anyway. But then it's a question of, how are you going to play this map with the tier 1 disadvantage versus a Treant, versus a lot of gaming cores that are happy to show aggressively in places because the pickoff is not going to be there for a while.
Jeez, everywhere we look, it feels like Gaming Gladiators is farming double stacks everywhere. And I don't really think there's too much going on to the favor of Liquid right now. Look, a number of their heroes are just kind of like walking around. We see Jab's going to be blocking out camps again. We've got Insania, who's kind of holding up in that jungle area.
I do like this conceptual idea of limiting the stacking from Gaming because it has been their MO all tournament.
Yeah.
If Jabs can do this kind of gameplay, he's relegated to this. It makes his game simple. It makes it straightforward. He can buy the shard and then still have high impact with this rookie scouting. It's a way to use your stand and make him comfortable. And another smoke dodge here. These are really important for Mickey to read, so you can keep the map pressure up and let your other cores push out side lanes. Because they have no intention of skirmishing right now and no intention of taking the 5-on-5.
Which is so scary against Timbersaw, who has such long initiation range, and there's the Primal Beast to follow it up to.
With even longer initiation range. There are not a lot of safe places once you show. Jabs is already in courier killing duty.
Do what you can.
It's a little early, you know. You don't want to punch that clock till a little later.
Well, it looks like Tier 1 tower is going to be given up at this point. Ace is able to tank it pretty easily, and even if they're not the best tower killing duo, they'll get it eventually. Ace will snag the last hit. Jirachi is farming up big stacks everywhere he goes. He's going to go for a Hurricane Pike, which that'll help quite a bit. Sprout, Smoke Screen, Ice Shards. There's a lot of stuff that is just, you know, Force Staff's going to be super valuable against.
He missed the Ancient D-Ward, though. Just
Wait,
on the corner, it's a little out of range, so Jabs getting some value in. You got to look for every little thing, and now Liquid going to make a smoke up.
Why are they trying to make a play now?
I mean, they have Blink on Zai.
Oh, okay.
So you want to get a good Blink RP kill here. You're going to group up for it. It's going to cost you on the map, but again, if you get big core pickoffs right now, you slow down this game momentum. That's what you're looking for, and Ace, they don't want him. They want the bigger prize. Oh, they're going to take him. I was about to say, that's a pretty decent kill.
Yeah, not bad. Zai sees the opportunity, and they will bring him down. RP's still up too, so.
Yeah, that's nice. Now you can threaten another big core kill with this Blink RP. You create a lot of space in your own jungle. You get some extra D-wards off. And more importantly, Nisha is going to go this Deso build. Oh, he was going Deso. Now he switched it back up to BKB. So he's thinking about his itemization as much as I am. It's a good sign. It means he's focused in the game, but it also means Liquid has a read on how they want to play this game and what timings they want to take the fights at. Again, I think the Deso is just too counter too early here.
Yeah. Zai, Skewer, does manage to get some distance, but Quinn has a haste root, so this is very dangerous. They don't really have too many stuns to deal with them. Let's see if a Bushwhack can land. The RP does not go out in time. The Bushwhack, it doesn't land either, and Zayni's going to have to sneak away through the trees. Jabs is here as well, but still far away from his shard, even though it's 16 minutes in.
Quinn personifying the Angry Goblin.
Yeah.
He has played this hero many times, but he has also played its life on the NA server.
The Goblet of US East. Is that who Quinn is?
I'm not going to say that, but you know.
Well, of course, the fans here have a different nickname for him. Cabezon.
That's true, that's true.
5,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators, 10-7. So leading kills, leading in net worth, leading in map control, and they don't really fall off too quickly either. I mean, we've talked about how Primal Beast is a hero that, you know, doesn't have the best scaling in the world, but Lina's going to feel very good. This is probably a Timbersaw who can go late. I'm sure he'll take some inspiration from Whisper at some point and get an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, you played a scale and frontline on this Timber. You get the Shivas at some point, you get the Ags.
It's a massive kill, and they're going to lead off the Shockwave, pull him over to the side, and easily run him down. Nice deal, too. Got Wrath of Nature.
Easy. Philosopher's Stone going in their hands, and now you're invading this triangle for the third time. It feels like this game, stealing more ancient stacks, routing Team Liquid's map. Look at where they are. All top left. There's nowhere to go.
Sentry there on the side. Jab's going to get caught.
The damage between this duo is way too high.
Oh, yeah.
And they are happy just running Liquid around this map because, of course, you have the ultimate Lina of all the Linas at this tournament. The actual true Lina. Just farming. Durachio has not been touched. 0-1-1, pretty quiet, but he went early Force Staff. It eliminates a lot of the kill threat here. Gets him over the shards out of the Ricky smoke screen.
Salary gets there in time, stopping the TP. I mean, Liquid is already in desperate. We haven't even reached the 20-minute mark, and they're trying to do cutesy, like, creep wave cutting stuff.
Out of control.
Yeah.
And Gaming are just giving them absolutely no breathing room. These TPs between the two cores have been instantaneous every time. They know what Liquid want to do with this Furion lineup, and they're not allowing it to happen, which means early BKBs are going to come out here, and that's just going to cause even more problems for Liquid because you want to get to this Ricky shard before you can just counteract this spell in the fights. I'm not even sure it's going to have great impact here. You're getting it delayed. Jabs is still 200 off this shard for the little blue satyr. You're going to have BKB on Primal Beast at the same time this shard comes out.
Yeah.
I feel for you, man. I feel for you.
There is no way to stop this initiation then at that point. Like,
No.
the best they can do is RP or maybe Walrus Punch or something, but it's not going to feel good.
And you're not going to kill him in it. The Vanguard is still
No.
going to make it tanky here for a while. This is another game where I feel like Zai has been put in this, 3-4 hybrid role where he's not farming and scaling like when I feel Liquid feels really good.
Yep.
It's like that. It reminds me of that Pango game where he got sacked and he just fell really far behind a network. This Mag is going to fall behind a network because he's running around in the gank squad trying to find something on the map with the early blink. Every time you do this, it costs you a lot, and I don't think gaming really care if you make these moves. They're just going to Roche, put an Aegis on this Lina, and suddenly you can just go early high ground in this game if you want to. There's not a lot of high ground defense for this Liquid lineup. You even have Stolen Wrath of Nature on Tofu here. This is going to counteract some of that Furion pressure. Probably just win you a fight if you take it, because there's no spell immunity on Liquid side outside of BKB, which is closing in for the Tuskar. And Mickey does have one too, so they are going double BKB, but that's pretty much it.
It just means their damage is going to be pretty limited then.
You have to choose between the defensive or the offensive here.
Yeah.
Neither one looks great when you're down this much gold in an Aegis. They get the Aegis to Quinn too. Arcane Rune #1 for the series. I'll note it down somewhere in my notebook.
Arcane Rune. Lots of good control. I mean, really, the only thing is they just can't really hit towers the fastest. But you could eventually just brute force it.
I mean, it's at Duracio's choosing.
Yeah.
Like, when Duracio wants to start hitting objectives this game, they're going to do it. Otherwise, they're just going to run these heroes around, limit Liquid space, and mess with them. Because you can do a lot of messing here. There's Ricky Shard, but putting them to sleep for what? For next game.
Maybe later they can go and like sleep into Skewer back when Gaming Gladiators does start approaching
But
certain
you have
objectives.
the damage when that happens.
I don't think so. I mean, it's certainly not against the Timbersaw or the Primal Beast. Maybe some other heroes. Nisha, they're going to go on him. Onslaught on through. He snowballs back, returns a little fire. And now, nice shockwave actually stopping that ultimate from Ace, pulling him into the smoke screen.
Yeah, they're going to chip him there. I feel like that was a damage test. Playing Ag's Labyrinth or something?
Yeah. I felt like it was a BKB test. I felt like they were trying to like force that out of Nisha, but he held on to his.
All right, they can blink Skewer here.
Okay, that's something. They're going to go for the Rubik. That's an easier kill for sure. And it looks like the Primal Beast actually a two-man RP. That's very nice. And they're going to be able to get both of those kills. Even the Shard blocking out Celery. Another Sleeping Dart.
Oh, the setup is there.
They definitely have the heroes to be able to kill him.
Liquid striking back, and honestly, Gaming just being too greedy.
And with 3 down, ooh, Duracio, they spot him for a moment.
Quinn fight with Aegis. But this is 1v5, son.
Okay.
A tree and
A buyback, they found the Lina. They pull him in. They're just going to start going for Duracio. The BKB goes out. Duracio turns around, finish off 1-2. A second goes down, but Mickey does finish him off. BKB lasts long enough. He can TP out. Very smooth by Liquid. I mean, at this point, you got to be giving up some heroes if you want to be able to kill that Lina. Quinn? Oh, Timber Chain after the Bushwhack is pulling him in, so it actually pulls him out of it.
But Liquid got everything out of that fight. You got a tree and buy. You also got gem out of that.
They got a gem?
You stole Celery's gem. It's on Nisha now. That's going to make Ricky's game really easy. What just happened in that mid lane? I was about to say, Gaming, they were playing this map very greedy. They showed cores on both side lanes there while Ace is playing up mid. This is just something that cannot happen when 5 heroes are off the map. And suddenly you're giving up a huge numbers fight where this RP Skewer and that Sleeping Dart can go to work. The setup can be there. You just can't give them the numbers.
Zai, he's going to have to do something to be able to save him here. He goes for a Skewer away, but the telekinesis made things awkward along with the Timber Chain. So Mickey just falls.
And of course, Haste Rune helping Quinn out there as well.
Yeah.
He's still having a very clean game here, 6-0 and 3. Scaling like a beast, playing aggressive with this Aegis, taking away the farm from this Furion. But Midgate does get to complete Mjolnir here. And this is a lot of the damage that they were lacking. This is what's going to pierce through the early armor and the early physical from Vanguard, these types of items. Suddenly you have a lot more magic damage that's going to come out from this Furion, maybe earlier than you expected, and it's going to scale. It's going to scale pretty hard. You can throw this charge on Nisha as well. There's some hope. There's some hope in this game. I thought they were just going to get rolled because that was looking rough, especially with full Roche control. But suddenly, Dyrachyo gives up a death. You get that gem out of their hands. Can play the map a bit better and maybe let this Ricky go to work. He can play a lot more aggressive now without that gem.
We had a chance to be able to talk to Quinn yesterday after their victory against Team Liquid in the upper bracket finals. And one thing he made really certain was that when it came to the matchups, you had to be disciplined and respect the opponent, no matter what the situation was. And we can see from his play that he has been very, very clean, even if the rest of his team has maybe slipped up a little bit in that one engagement.
Well, it's good to know he's changed, because when I played for him,
he didn't do that for you?
There was not a lot of respect, I'll tell you
Double
that
damage with an RP, Walrus Punch. They're going to use everything they have to try and finish off this Primal Beast. They've got him.
What a timely double damage as well. Can't ask for it on a better hero here. And now Nisha's going to go back for that Desolator. Maybe feeling like this game is not as rough as it started out.
Yeah, I mean, when he had the Aghanim Scepter queued up, in my mind, you've basically given up on the mid-game. You know, it feels like to me, it's like, okay, we are losing the game, and we're going to keep losing the game, and we kind of need a Hail Mary. That's my read of the Axe build.
I think Quinn had a different read as well. Yes, Shiva's, but DD's still online. Everybody's empowered.
He's not going to be able to Timber Chain out.
Where'd he go?
That smoke screen there, now with the shards blocking him in. Game and Gladiators are slipping up a bit against Liquid and really giving them a fighting chance now.
This gem loss costs them so much because this Ricky is picking them off on the map right now. And they've been playing greedy this whole game. They have not stopped. It's kind of what their lineup wants to do. Use the early advantage to force those side lanes super deep versus the Furion. But if you give up huge core kills like this, Mickey can pick up the slack in terms of that group hurting your economy, right? He's still going to farm really heavily, and this is an Empower lineup. This Tuskar is going to scale like an absolute monster. You're going to have Muhammad Ali punching you in that late game. Not your average Dota player.
Yeah, I've seen Quinn.
I wasn't going to make that
That's the average Dota player.
No, Quinn is far above the average Dota player in a lot of ways.
Tofu has had some great steals. Wrath of Nature twice in a row.
Yeah, and he's also really farmed in this game.
Yeah.
He is jacked. Aether, Force, Blink. Philosopher's Stone helping him out there as well. He's going to have his pick of the litter in terms of the fights because he also has frontline for days, right? Between Primal and Timber, the benefit of these types of lineups is your backline can play super patient. You don't have to start fights with this lift. You can just play for the saves, play for the counter steals. Like you said, Wrath of Nature 2 up. You start a fight off with Wrath of Nature, get another good spell steal. It might just win you an engagement here.
I mean, the good fight that they had against the Lina, I'm seeing this Satanic that he's queuing up, and I'm trying to imagine, like, if Lina gets caught like that again, skewered back, a Satanic with that much HP,
you might live.
He might live, and if he gets off the Satanic hits, then he's probably going back up to full HP. They really need that Desolator. They need that kind of burst damage if they hope to be able to kill the Lina within an RP.
Well, they might get a chance to test it out here if you're not careful.
What an ambush here. Skewered back as well. RP immediately laid out. See if they can finish him off easily.
There's your real damage test, and now it's more than there. Liquid are finding the moves in this game, Cap, and Gaming are bleeding away the lead one pick at a time, one core kill at a time. When was the last time Gaming got anything going? Feels like almost 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And remember, Nisha's just running around this map with a gem, so you're losing vision as well. You got to stop the bleeding here, and you got to stop it soon, because we've seen this Mickey Furion in the late game. It is a scary beast.
Jab's going to go hunting here. Got force that forward to see if they can catch up because they had this super nice vision on the high ground, but it looks like Game and Gladiators, they saw it coming thanks in part to this ward on the high ground.
But that ward's gone.
It's gone. They probably have a read of where that deep ward is from Liquid as well, but...
Man, look at... I am so impressed by how well Liquid is playing this map with the Furion. This is why they are one of the scariest Furia teams in this lineup. It's not just about Mickey being really good with the hero. It's how they play the map around him, abuse the fact that he can join them while still mopping up all the other parts of the lanes. This is happening really fast, and all of a sudden, you're down to a 3K gold lead.
Yeah.
Where this game was looking 14-15, you brought it back to even. That said,
Mickey is going to get picked off. Finally, Gaming Gladiators get something going. With Mickey dead, I mean, when you are running around as like kind of a 4-man, it's the Nature's Prophet that enables all of this. As soon as he dies, the map kind of collapses in under itself.
And that's the best target you want to find. It's like playing versus IO. You want to find the IO pair, take them off the map, because then you don't have that numbers fight that's causing you problems. So a little slip up here by Mickey. Again, that tier 1 top is still up. It's been up for 29 minutes in this game, benefit of Treant, but also benefit of how rough that early game was.
Yeah.
And that's why Mickey really wanted it here, because Furion without the tier 1s,
he's got the Satanic.
Not as good.
This is going to be a harder kill than it was last time to get the smoke screen. The skewer, but they actually have him.
No right clicks.
No right clicks out whatsoever. The smoke screen probably helping out big time there. Celery. Looks like they're running out of damage now. And Zai gets caught by Ace, and Ace is going to go charging for more. Nisha snowballs to be able to dodge that little bit of damage. Managed to get a nice Walrus punch up. Nisha trying to duck away into the trees. That's where Quinn wants to go, though. BKB goes out. And Liquid are not able to catch anybody. Gaming Gladiators, really nice use of Blink Daggers there, especially Tofu.
Yeah, Nisha does not want to overextend here with the gem. Gaming are just trying to bait out that BKB and look for the re-engage. You have to keep in mind, Roshan has spawned, and this is number 2, so Shard, extra net worth on this objective. Duracho has some time to think about
what is going wrong.
Yeah, what he did, what has been done in this game.
They've got to get a cleaner setup where these big tanky melee heroes, which they've got 3 of, are in front of the Lina. They've got to find a way to stop this Lina being surprised by Liquid's rotation.
That's what I'm saying. The fight setup has not been there for gaming. We have not seen a fight where the Timber and the Ace Primal Beast have been the front line for Duracho, and the fight has been structured in a way where Liquid have to punch through that to get to Lina. They're just finding a core isolated, not taking these head-on 5-on-5s. I think that's the recipe here. If you're Liquid, I don't even think you necessarily worry about contesting Roshan, because outside of getting some massive RP, I feel like that fight is just not favored for you, because that structure can get set up here consistently from gaming.
Sure. Telekinesis back, looks like Insadia's hoodwink.
There was a hero there.
There was, now there's not, and now it's a 4 versus 5, and now it's going to be a Roshan for Gaming Gladiators.
Yep, this is not a contest in my mind. We'll see.
Okay, never mind.
In their mind, maybe it is, but again, this is going to die really fast.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they're not, well, maybe
they're
they are.
Try and play it safe. Duracho's still going to man up. You have to be worried about a clumped RP here.
Smoke back into them, going to be able to break the initiation. Zai is not able to do anything. He has to skewer backwards, in fact. They are going to be able to catch Tofu on the side. Ace immediately blinks forward and grabs Mickey. But Mickey gets off the BKB and a 3-man RP. How much damage can they put out there trying to finish off Duracho? But he still has plenty of HP to be able to work with. Really nice. Oh, nice bushwhack there as well. On top of the smoke screen. That allows Tanisha to be able to disengage, and Mickey dies as well without Duracho involved in that. Gaming Gladiators, it seems like their cores are just too powerful now. Nisha, Blink is up, and he will be able to get away from the Lina, it seems.
Oh, Zai had the dream RP there on 3, but there's just not enough follow-up.
No.
There is no big Sven or something in this lineup that's just going to cleave through you and abuse it. You have Mickey hitting him, but the tank ability on this lineup is significant. Between the early Shivas on Timbersaw with his natural armor, even a Blaster going on top of him, you have this Primal Beast who has Vanguard, and maybe you get an uproar off in the middle of these fights. It's just way too tanky. Overgrowth comes out after the end to seal their fate, and of course, once your BKB is out on this Furion, he did not have a Satanic for that fight, so he cannot take the super long engagement, but you got to give it to Zai here. He gets zoned by Quinn early and manages to re-engage, gives his life for the Horde.
They were targeting the Primal Beast initially, and they got him down to about half health and then switched targets on the Lina. Very awkward.
I mean, honestly, sometimes you have trouble clicking these heroes when they're that clumped.
That
might
is
have
true.
not been intentional. And what is maybe perhaps more intentional is another gift from the gods. Double damage for Lina, as if this hero was not strong enough.
Oh, he's getting close to the tier 2 Zai.
You have to be careful about the displacement here.
Yeah, he was definitely thinking about a skewer, but without RP, it's pretty dangerous.
And again, Gaming are going to get greedy and show on this side lane. They showed Quinn bottom, they showed Ace there. Duracho will back up this time, but this is a lineup you have to be careful about who you're showing where and what potential gank you're giving up, because Ricky Furion will instantly take advantage of it. And the physical burst in terms of a single target is there. Maybe in an overall 5-on-5 where the heals and the force staffs and stuff can come out, you're not killing these heroes, but in an isolated scenario, you're going to get punched and you're going to get punched hard.
Duracho, with his Aegis that he has now, will still get a second life in his BKB once that Aegis does expire. So I'll be surprised if Dyrachyo dies again in the next, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. Feels like there's just not enough damage in the tank, but then again, I've said that before, and he died immediately afterwards, so.
They have the damage. I mean, definitely not twice through Aegis, but
sure.
It can be hard for him to get the Satanic right clicks off because there is the BKB Pierce on this Liquid lineup, and that's why it's really nice for this hero. You press Satanic, you get punched, you get RP'd, you're just dead on this Lina. The single target burst is there. I mean, Mickey is hitting hard. You have to remember, Sphereon is still top net worth in this game. He's top net worth for a reason. Level 21, has his leash talent, but more importantly, he has break, and he has a lot of extra damage from this Silver Edge giving him the crit. Plus, he might be empowered in that fight. And remember, the best body in this game is that Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Insania! Oh, 4-staffed away. 4-staffs. Always nice against this Sleeping Dart, making sure that Zai can't get that skewer back into base.
And a big question here for gaming is, how do you want to end this game? Because going high ground is not very simple, right?
No.
Into the Magnus, into the Tuskar, you get pulled super deep. Suddenly that fight is very scary into buybacks. Meanwhile, Mickey can continually rat a lane. He doesn't have to sit in base necessarily. So you're not losing out here if you're Liquid. You're wearing out this Aegis timer. And if you're gaming, I kind of feel like you want to go high ground here, but at the same time, who's going to do it? I'll let you go first.
Yeah, it's like the Lina's really the only tower hitter, but she's also the perfect target for Liquid to go on when the Aegis expires. So if she's hitting the tower, that sets her up to get skewered backwards. And
Nisha going to get lifted.
Nice force staff to get him down from that one. Immediately pops a BKB, starts turning and doing some damage to the Timber Saw. That'll force out a BKB. Several BKBs of their own. Force staffs get him back up to the high ground, so that's going to be a waste for Ace. Oh, another nice shards. Got to be careful of that stolen shard, though, that Tofu has.
Yeah, when you think you're locked in there with them, suddenly they're locked in here with you. And that's a shards, of course. As we also have jabs.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny little casting words today.
Too many for me. I'll let you handle it.
Okay. Well, with the gem again in the hands of Game and Gladiators, you're just going to see Celery hanging out on high grounds. He's got both the shard as well as a force staff, so he's going to be feeling pretty safe to scout any smoke rotations from Liquid. They are smoking, but they're smoking down mid and not into that triangle area. Let's see where they go from here. Are they going to invade, trying to find, Alina solo farming? Are they going to double back and try and catch that triangle from the other side?
I don't think you smoke triangle here. It's way too deadly just fighting into a structured lineup here for this Lina with Aegis. They just want to find the pick off. Maybe gaming's a little greedy. They show somewhere else when they're going to reset the map and you find that pick. That's what Liquid were looking for, but gaming not going to give it to them, and instead they are going to force this high ground. 20 seconds on Aegis. A little late to do it, but you're still in good shape. Zai is maybe going to look for the Blink RP skewer when that timer is running out. 10 seconds here for Lina. He's going to get it.
For now. Oh, what a telekinesis timing! Stopping Zai from getting the skull away. Dyrachyo is going to be able to keep on going bushwhack. Okay, there's a little bit of damage, but that was not terribly enticing to jump on.
There's no buy for this mag. So you're happy to commit here if you're Dyrachyo. No more displacement for you. Tofu had my back. And you're about to lose your racks.
Backdoor protection is up.
Oh, these shards are so annoying.
Yeah, they really are. Fortunately, Bushwhack. Oh no, the telekinesis catching the Ricky. Jabs, forced.
He's
jumps
living.
over the side and does manage to blink strike backwards, but Dyrachyo wants the kill really fast. He dodged again, but Ace finally managed to finish him off, but he uses BKB. This is a time for Liquid to be able to go for the punish. They've caught Tofu, but a nice overgrowth from Celery on the side manages to get Nisha killed. Tofu survives. Everybody of Game and Gladiators is up, and they can finish off at least this one lane of barracks and maybe push for more.
Zai back up. You do have to be aware of the Blink RP. Somehow Tofu lived through all that as well. Okay, you lost nothing here if you're gaming. And that could have been very scary if you get that Blink skewer when that Aegis is running out. Zai read it perfectly, but Rubik, as we said, he has all the front line in the world. He can just sit there and spam click the ground, and there's not much to stop it. And yeah, Sleeping Dart stolen as well. Man, Zai's game is hard. You might just blink in a smoke screen. You might get lifted like that. You even have Blink and Force Staff on this tree, and so even if you get that Blink RP skewer, maybe Celery just blinks in and overgrowths you during BKB and you can't get the damage out.
And we saw this matchup in the TI finals, actually, right? The Rubik versus Magnus. Yep. And one of the things Collapse did in that second game was he changed the item build and went for the BKB. That way he could always kind of jump in. Problem is, Zai, he had to go utility in this game.
Yeah, I don't know if he's getting BKB.
And he is far away from that BKB.
If you remember, the second thing Collapse did at Arlington was he asked for 5 Lincoln Spheres.
yeah.
RP on 2.
Okay, that's really nice. Looks like the Dream Protector is probably going to die. Ace does have a BKB, but he may not be able to get it off in time. Walrus Punch goes up. Trouble hits him as well. Chain stunned up. Telekinesis gets him away. Jabs looks to finish him off, but the damage just not there from that support. Laguna Blade placed onto Jabs, but Liquid actually managing to retreat there with Ace being so low. Game and Gladiators didn't feel comfortable chasing.
They do not want to throw this game the way of Mickey Furion, and they are respecting the hell out of this Liquid lineup for the position they're in with 20k gold lead. You used a lot to kill a Treant, but you're happy to kill that Treant. There is the Gaw meter.
Demon Tops out, of course it does. It's an electrifying atmosphere here in Lima.
And you know what they got off that kill too? They got another gem.
Oh, did they?
The second gem for gaming.
Oh, what?
Because this is Tofu's. The first one was Celery.
Oh, no.
So, very key kills here to remove that vision from the gaming lineup. They did have the other one, though.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's the second one, but I was wondering, okay, so where'd the first one go? They gave it back. So Celery got his gem back, but you got Tofu's. You know, you're going to exchange some vision here.
They did manage to walk away with a little something, which was Tofu has Sleeping Dart stolen, which is crazy powerful on Rubik because this cast range is out of control.
Oh yeah, he is living life right now. He's even got A on disc. Good luck jumping and killing this guy, right?
Yeah, it's less like a dart, more like a lawn dart. He's chucking that thing.
A ballistic missile. And now Gaming are the ones looking to get aggressive here. And I think Tofu, he can lead these fights because he has the Aeon, he has the Force. He doesn't have to play as patient and just play behind his course. You can start off with a lift. Save the Primal Beast a little counter initiation here. Ace did get the AC earlier, so you have the AC and you have Shivas up for this gaming lineup on top of all the natural tankiness they have. It's a lot to punch through, and that's why every time we see these big RPs, yeah, they look great. They look flashy. Zaya's been hitting them. Honestly, 10 out of 10 mag performance for the position he's in this game and how hard it's been. But getting a big RP does not just auto-win you these fights.
Nope.
You need the damage to come out, and even then, Mickey goes back for Satanic. I think you have to go Satanic on Fury on this game to be able to stand your ground, but so much of the damage pressure is on this Furion because, sure, Nisha has a lot of single target, but he's not cleaning up these AoE engagements.
Yeah, what is Nisha's plan here? He's got 4,600 gold. He has Aghanim Scepter queued up, could buy it, but he would lose out on his buyback. The other option is going an AC himself. Which option do you like more?
I like Moonshard with the level 25 talent and just pray for the RNG punches.
Okay.
I mean, one way to kill a hero.
That's an option.
One way to kill a hero is you punch him 6 times in a row. I don't care who you are, you're going down. I like that option. That sounds pretty good. He's going to go Ags here, and I don't blame him because the better you make that high ground defense, that is the one area gaming can throw in.
Yeah.
And again, you're always going to be able to pick up some net worth between this Furion. At some point, that ticket runs out, though, because Mickey will get 6 slot in this game. He's honestly pretty close. He's thinking about Nullifier to remove some of this Force Staff utility. But after that, you get Moonshard. Okay, you have Empower to buff up your damage. He's hitting really hard. I wouldn't mind some late game Daedalus from him or Scotty or just something to abuse this Empower even more. High ground ward hold from Liquid.
Team Liquid is in a very interesting position.
They can skewer this Lina out of the pit. It's very far. Zaya's Aether Lens. He might just go blind. They're going to send Treants in to try and scout. I think he's just jumping this at some point.
The Shard goes out, gets a little vision. Gaming Gladiators.
And Quinn trying to prevent this initiation.
The side catching Mickey. They're going to be able to pull him back in with the telekinesis. Trying to force out from away. The Satanic going up, but it's not enough. The RP comes a little too late. And Team Liquid are too weak to contest this Roshan. They're going to lose Nisha on the side. This could be an entirely team wipe as Zai is trying to get away with the gem right now. Blink away. Okay.
Quinn
How far is he going to be able to skewer? TP out. And barely gets it. Woo.
At least you save something out of that fight, but you're losing your big 2 damage cores. You're losing Roshan here. There's an Ags on this as well. I mean, take your pick, but my pick is Quinn. Give it to this Timber. That was a huge hex there by him, right? he just timber chains in. He's not afraid of anything. There's no way Liquid want to go on this Timbersaw first. You get the Hex on Furion, just wins you a fight. Are they actually going to give it to Celery here?
No, they're giving it to Quinn because Quinn got a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and now this Timbersaw is the highest net worth in the game. He is the scariest hero. He's had a monumental performance here. I can't help but feel like Liquid gave this Timbersaw, gave it to him in some aspects, but whenever you get a free game like this, you still have to deliver, and he has delivered. As Dyrachyo going to deliver Insania back to the fountain.
You know, this is what I love about watching the Gaming Gladiators play is that, yeah, they slipped up in the mid-game and stuff, but when they start getting some momentum, I think they're super fast at playing, and that's a great example, right? They just ran up the high ground. You know, see if we can find anybody while they're still dead. You know, who cares about the tier 3? Not like it's going to be too much damage.
They're playing incredibly decisive here.
Yeah.
That's what wins these major finals.
Walrus kick is up. They're going to need a big opportunity. A kick back to the fountain, just barely in range, though. Quinn is going to be able to survive for now. An instant buyback from Zai. He needs a beautiful skewer here. Let's see what he can get. He got lifted. The telekinesis stops him. A beautiful grab from Tofu. They still managed to get another kickback on Ace. They're keeping him around here. The overgrowth trying to let him reset, trying to get away. Are they actually going to be able to get out?
Tofu getting him out of the fountain territory.
Amazing
that is not your
performance, but Dyrachyo just fighting in the middle of this. Now it's going to be kicked into the fountain. Dyrachyo, what are you doing?
The kickback on Mickey.
Satanic is keeping him alive. He is fighting against Team Liquid. And the fountain, are you kidding me?
This man has 0 fucks to give at this point in the tournament. He's proving everybody wrong, and the fountain is not enough to kill him. What is it going to be?
Get out of my game. This is my house.
Gaming are ready to win this tournament right now. And yeah, you feel for Liquid with the stand-in, but they proved earlier they can win tournament. They can win matches this deep in the tournament. They can still be a scary team. You shut that Furion down super hard in that game. And that has been one of Liquid's go-to tools for this tournament. Where do you go if you want to pick this Furion again? What do you ban?
Yeah.
You saw the bans in the second phase. There was Underlord. There was Tidehunter. They're afraid of a lot of ace heroes for this hero. You still get the Primal Beast. You still get the Timbersaw. 2 ace heroes you could have played versus the Furion. One of them ends up on Quinn, who ends up, I mean, what is he in this game? 12, 1, and 12 with all the runes. The axe from Roche ends at highest net worth. Clutch Hex on Mickey on that Roche fight that just removes all comeback potential. These guys are feeling it, and they are feeling it good. They have not lost a single game on this main stage.
Incredible performance by them so far. And what a way to be able to set up this best-of-5 series by breaking the Nature's Prophet. That was Team Liquid's #1 go-to hero. They did something that Talon did not come close to doing.
No, it did not look close for them. And in this game, it did not look close for Mickey. Sure, you get this late game raid boss, but you have to trade it for the other late game raid boss, the Lina. And Dyrachyo, I'll fight 5 heroes. I'll fight a fountain. I'll fight whatever you want me to fight. I don't care. I don't care anymore. He is in mode zone.
Now, it felt like a pretty big takeaway of that game was that Gaming Gladiators got very far ahead very quickly.
Yes, that early game was a very one-sided affair, and that's what you have to address.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, you've got to be able to address those lanes better, right? I mean, the Timbersaw was a killer pick. They had a free lane for Lina, Primal Beast against Nature's Prophet. You just cannot give this team, Gaming Gladiators, who we said have been super decisive. They have been playing with momentum really well. Don't give them a clean laning phase like that.
No, and the problem is Liquid feel locked in to play this carry Furion because it's been their Lina answer.
Yeah.
But when you pick this Furion and it's getting counterpicked and counterpicked, multiple lanes are going to be hard for you to throw them into. I feel like then you have to just deprioritize this farm party, put them on the 3, play the Ags, Gleipnir Furion we've seen from them. Zai was one of the first guys to start doing that, right?
Yeah.
They're very comfortable doing that, but again, then it's a question of, do you want to lane the Furion into the Lina? It can go both ways in this game. And also, are you comfortable scaling in that type of game? You need more BKB Pierce. They felt like they did with the Magnus, but now Mickey's early game is just, it's rough. It's really rough.
All right, well, this game of chess that continues in this best-of-5. We're going to talk a lot about the draft. We're going to talk a lot about that game, and for that, we have our wonderful panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, we're here to break it down and prepare ourselves for the second game in his best-of-5 grand finals of the Lima Major. I'm joined by Sheep Fear and Tsunami, and this game ends with Dyrachyo in the fountain, and you think, oh, you know, he's gonna die or maybe burn the age. No, he just stands there.
You ever heard of fountain farming from your own fountain? I'm out there in the Radiant base. I don't care about the stacking attacks. He knows he was gigantic in this game. Doesn't matter how many walrus kicks you get, which was kind of Team Liquid's idea. We saw in the group stage Liquid's approach. They were the first to break Lina, I suppose, and it was jumping on her. There was a lot of heroes that could do that in this game, and yet the problem is, if you lose the lanes that hard, it doesn't matter how good your strategy is. It's an uphill battle the entire way.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw a lot of like the Magnus and Tusk early on in the DPC just to reposition Lina and get the kills on them, which, you know, had some success. And then you have the Nature's Prophet, which is supposed to be the counter to the Lina. But I think that works best if you lane the NP against the Lina, which they didn't really do in this particular game. But I think they had a whole host of problems. One of them, the biggest problem, Quinn. You didn't address him. He's playing the Timbersaw. He's in a game, in a matchup where he is playing against so many strength heroes. He's playing against a Hoodwink. He's playing against a Ricky. You can't kill this guy. And like, he got to the point where they had serious damage problems in this game. And we won't even get started on the last pick at Gaming Gladiators. They got the last pick Primal Beast. This answer going for the Vanguard Rush against the NP has worked time and time again, and they were able to last pick it. And I think this NP kind of got exposed a little bit because they didn't want to put it on Zai this game.
I do feel like it's hard because their damage was all sort of one instance. It was physical. Like they had very little magical burst. So you look at not only this Vanguard that Ace went, he also went Assault Cuirass. He also went Wraith Pact. And I'm sure he would have gone for like that Crimson Guard potentially going forward because they understood they can just nullify this physical damage and their fights are fine. Because Liquid understood this as well to an extent. They were not taking they weren't taking full team fights. They were very much just going for these pickoffs, bringing numbers to make sure they could do it. Like it feels bad when you have to commit 4 to 5 heroes to kill a single hero. And when they did a team fight, that's when they got super exposed. Like you said, they're just getting like split apart by this Primal Blink BKB. They're getting split apart by Quinn. And as soon as a hero sticks on them, they just can't like group up and do damage, and they can't kill 5 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one moment that Liquid had in this game where they kind of brought it back was some of these fights we're seeing on the screen right now. It's like Liquid, they grouped up as 5 heroes, went to the mid lane, tried to take anything they could. They found Ace twice there. This was a duration where Quinn had an Aegis for full duration. He did not show up to these fights. He was split pushing, but it was really good to Liquid to realize that we need to do this. And then there were some slight mistakes here where Quinn's out. And at this point, I was kind of like, maybe Liquid can do it. They're coming back a little bit here, but I think Gaming Gladiators draft was just way too strong. They're just way too far ahead that it just wasn't enough.
I do see promise in the strategy that Liquid went for, though. I think if the lanes went slightly better, then we will see this Lina getting heavily repositioned, because you're seeing how easily she can get caught out in all of these fights. The idea is sound, and also I would like to give some credit to Jabs. Yet again, I am continuously impressed by him being on this Ricky and not looking totally out of sorts, because he's playing it like a proper 4. He's finding pick-off targets. He's allowing NP to come in as a follow-up. He's getting the smoke clouds for the skewer to go into. Maybe that's a bit patronizing to be like, oh, look at this cutie. Look at him trying to play in a grand final. Oh, he hit the smoke. But no, it's like legitimately good.
It has been legitimately good. And we did see the idea coming to fruition a little bit during this game, because Team Liquid, yes, they lost the laning stage quite hard, and they were able to make that comeback. So the plan, you know, it was there. It's just if only they didn't lose the lanes that hard, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think one part of like not only just winning the lanes, I will go back to the point of, you know, Quinn undefeated versus Nisha mid in the last couple of days here. But also, I really like the build that he did this game. He only went 2 points in the armor just to sustain the lane. After that, he just maxed his nukes, ran around from every single side lane, getting kills. So that was a great adjustment that he made there.
I also think it's very important to highlight the fact that Liquid had no building damage outside of Nature's Prophet as a hero, but even then it's not like exactly the most damage. You're playing into a Treant Protector. I watched this man sit top on that safe lane tower for over 15 minutes straight. And I want to point out, they didn't take a tier 1 tower on Liquid, I think, until around 25 minutes. So their warding this game had to be really defensive on like their side of the map and their jungle. Meanwhile, Gaimin are getting to do whatever they want. They had a ward that they put in Liquid's triangle on the cliff, which stayed there for the entire duration. They got a kill on Mickey, and they still didn't deward it. So I think Gaimin felt way freer with the vision that they were playing on this game, and Liquid, meanwhile, were just suffering.
Yeah, we also did see the Roshans, almost every single Roshan went the way of Gaming Gladiators, and they were able to go high ground with them. As we watched the comparison between Jabs and Tofu, of
What
course.
is
Jabs
106 kill participation? How do you participate in more
playing
than
Ricky.
100% of the kills?
He's just that good.
He's just that good. He's still different.
No, I gotta describe this upsets me. I have to tell everyone.
Explain.
In Ricky has a bug where if you put your smoke screen down and your allies die in it, it counts as an assist.
Really?
So whenever people go, oh, Ricky was like 1-4 and 18. No, he was probably like 1-4 and 2, and he just all of his teammates accomplished it.
That's very sad.
I guess I could talk about this matchup if you want a little bit.
Yes, please.
All right, Tofu. We saw at the very end there the steals he could get. He got a snowball save on Dyrachyo. He got the kickback onto the Tusk later on. Of course, Dyrachyo was so farmed, he was just like killing them all in the fountain, what they say, tanning. But still, he had some really good saves this game. I think for Jabs here, his hero pool is going to be good, but also slightly a liability. Because like he is wanting to play this Ricky, but this hero is inherently, and it's not his fault, a weak laner. Like it takes him a while to get online, get the farm. You're playing versus Gaming Gladiators, who's really known as a super strong laning team, especially, you know, the Tofu and Ace lane has been running havoc here. So it's a bit of something that Liquid are going to have to like come across. Like he's good on the Ricky, but they might have to lose the early game for it. But you can't lose the early game that hard against a team like Gaming Gladiators.
Well, there's a reason they're in the grand finals. You can't really, you got to show up on all cylinders. You can't just like, oh, you know, let's ditch that one lane. No, you got to do well in all the lanes. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the supports because not only did Tofu play amazing, I also want to highlight Celery here. He was playing his Tree and Protector, which way back, when Tree and Protector was not a popular pick, he was still picking Tree and Protector and Enchantress. Those are the two heroes together with Bane that he reached as high MMR on that he has, only playing support heroes, which he was the first one to 10k at some point. So very impressive, Tsunami, and we saw him here do it on the main stage.
Enjoy it while he still can. In about 24 hours, I think Trant's going to be turned into mulch.
He still will play it.
That's true, actually. He still will play it no matter what. He's ride or die with this hero, and it's no surprise that if a patch favors your style, if a patch favors your heroes, you're going to succeed in the tournament, which, same thing with Dyrachyo, his Lina. Eventually, Liquid experimented with the other two. Please don't let Gaming get these heroes in their upper bracket final.
This guy's talking about Lina. Kick him off the panel.
No, I was going to talk about Leshrac Io, and then I was going to talk about Broodmother, and now you have to talk about Lina. Which one? Which one are you letting go through?
That's true.
I don't know. You do have to talk about the Lina because he has gotten Lina more than any other player in this tournament, and it's not because his Lina's bad. It's just because everyone else plays things that are so good, like the Leshrac, like the Brood you talked about, like the Treants. He just kind of gets it for free every game, which is nice to have.
They're very much in a luxury position with the drafting.
Having good teammates helps.
You don't say. That's my problem, by the way.
Of course.
Having good teammates, but I have great teammates here. As I do want to talk a little bit about not necessarily Lina, but about the Rad Show together with Tofu and Celery. This is their first time on the big stage in the grand finals, and I was wondering maybe there were going to be a little bit of nerves, but I think, you know what? The entire tournament, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the cameras, Dyrachyo, when he walks to the booth and when he sits down, he's pretty, you know, you can tell he's in the zone.
Need I remind you, they have a player on their team who formerly went by the name of Cool, Calm, and Collected.
Yes.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest that he's able to carry that energy to this roster.
No, and we saw Dyrachyo on camera once he stood in the fountain, able to just kill everybody while getting hit by the fountain and turn it around. And he smiled.
Of course.
Yes.
I'd be smiling too if I was rampaging from the enemy fountain.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably even me too, as rare as that is.
Like, Dyrachyo is very aware of himself, and I think his improvement has shown very heavily throughout this tournament. And just like over the DPC, people would usually criticize him. Oh, he's feeding. Oh, he's out of position. But honestly, like, I think he's just playing to help his teammates, because you're playing with Ace and you're playing with Quinn. Both of these players can be very greedy, and it's nice that he can not only play as the win condition, like on Alina, but he also is okay to play in the more dangerous parts of the map. Like he said it himself. You know, he has to take the hard farm sometimes. He doesn't worry about his deaths as long as he knows that they're getting good things out of it. He's not afraid. And, you know, it's like you just move past these things. And he's a calm, and as a result, you see it in his face, you see it in his plays. The man just feels comfortable playing any sort of Dota.
I mean, I think that's just a part of playing carry nowadays. You have to take a bit more risk. You do sometimes have to be less greedy. Hearing Quinn being a greedy player in the same sentence is kind of weird, but sometimes in the mid lane, you have to be greedy now. So every lane has adapted to their own way, and he's fit in perfectly. The whole team, I feel like they're just incredibly good at what they do and playing their role.
Yeah, and if you're being compared against players who are so rock solid like Quinn and Ace, someone has to be the most unreliable player, but that's in huge air quotes.
Yeah.
Dyrachyo is not unreliable. It's just compared to his superstar teammates, it's kind of hard not to get that impression.
It's not even necessarily unreliable. He just has to be able to play so many different styles. And he does it, as we just saw on the Lina. And it's also the reason why we see him on the Lina frequently, because, again, you need to ban a lot of heroes. And I want to talk a little bit about that, because, of course, we're preparing for game number 2. And, pick your poison again. Sheep, what are you going to change?
Bro, I have no idea what. I think it's really hard for them to change. But I think it's more important that you can see that their gameplay is not infallible. Like the chain feeding that Gaimin was doing in the middle game, I think as well, like they set up nicely for it. They were quite aware on Liquid. You know, jabs TPing bot instantly when they know the Aegis had expired and catching Quinn unawares. I think, maybe the draft, as long as they get their comfort on Liquid, I think they can do well.
You wouldn't consider this being their comfort, because we saw the Nature's Prophet Rikile, they did well this morning when they were up against Talon. That was part of the lineup that they won one of the games with.
I mean, you want me to go? You got this.
Well, I can start. I think that at least the Talon games, their offlane didn't feel as threatened, whereas there was a lot more kill pressure on the side of Gaimin this time. You're putting a Primal Beast there that can easily get on top of your Lina. With a weak support like Ricky, you're not getting given the free lane.
I mean, I think they should do some comfort for the most part, but I do want to see Nisha play something more explosive than a Tusk. I think he really needs to show up this series. Mickey's been playing really well overall, but I want Nisha. He needs to add a little bit of extra flair to this team. Maybe Zai plays a little selfless. You've got Jabs on your team now. You have Insania. These guys can be the support cast.
And you mentioned the Treant Protector, Shaver, but this has also been Insania's most played hero throughout this tournament. And so having to put him on 4 and Jabs being the new 5, it's possible that with the full roster, Treant Protector would be the most hotly contested hero, because we're seeing some teams that are like, we're going to play a game of chicken with the cores. Is Lina or NP going to show out, or am we going to take the Undying or the Treant Protector? And so I think maybe, I guess Blitz specifically, but also Team Liquid in general, might try an approach of focusing less on the cores and maybe making the supports a little bit more constructive.
Yeah, you're right with focusing on Blitz for the draft. Actually, an interesting piece of information I found when it comes to the Team Liquid drafting style. Of course, we already talked about that it's Zai and Blitz together. They're doing the draft, but they have a very interesting way of having the draft divided, where Blitz will be focused on the first phase bans. Then Zai gets to choose the 2 heroes, and they have a very back and forth style where both Blitz and Zai are focusing on very specific parts of the draft, which I hadn't heard about that until I got told it by Blitz.
I mean, what are they, twins? Can they do they have some
Wonder Twin powers activate?
I mean, do they have some link in their minds?
They do communicate a lot.
I mean, it's kind of strange. I mean, I've never heard of anything like that before. It's really interesting, because you do the bans, and normally when you do the bans, they're setting up your picks, but you're like, oh, I did the bans, all right, just pick now, and then he kind of knows what they want to pick just through just playing so long with him, understanding, talking, and then going to the next phase. Blitz is just like, I got this again.
Yeah, they have, from what I've heard, they have spent hours upon hours upon hours.
A system, then.
Getting to the same page, or at least, an understanding of the style of Dota, and, just being understanding of what the other is trying to accomplish. And when they're in the booth, they do talk. It's not like, okay, I'm done, your turn.
Job's done.
Yeah.
They established that dynamic starting with Matumba Man. It was all the way back at the most recent TI that Insania had recently abandoned the role of drafting, and Blitz was like, how am I going to learn this? And apparently he and Matu just grinded drafts over and over again, and the system that they established is one that they swear by, is one consistently brought them success in every other series until maybe the second to last one, because they won the last one.
So I get this straight. Blitz is basically doing the bans.
Not all of them.
But most of them, right.
So I didn't want to pry too much, because I do want to keep, give
kind of investigative journalism
yeah,
is this?
well, not really too well.
That's why I'm not a journalist. Here.
Okay. No, I know Blitz is doing the first phase bans, and I know Zai is doing the first couple of picks, and then I know that Blitz is in charge of one particular player's hero, and I don't necessarily where that comes in the draft, but he'll try to fit that in and say that that's the way to go.
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense indeed. We are very close to going into the draft of game number 2. We got about 20 seconds left. Sheep, final words. What would you say to Team Liquid?
Pick a more balanced draft. Get different types of damage, and then do your thing.
Do your thing, different types of damage. Fair.
Don't pick Mag in the Timber.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a simple concept. Tsunami.
Focus the Treant Protector. Hot take. Treant Protector #1. Let's go.
All right, will we get that Treant Protector as a hot take, or will we just get Nature's Prophet, who kind of also works with trees? You know, there's that. Nature all the way. We're finding out. It's time for the draft of game number 2.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for game number 2 here at the Lima Major Grand Finals. Gaming Gladiators versus Team Liquid. Gaming Gladiators have broken the Nature's Prophet win streak. Eventually it had to lose, no longer 100% win rates. But the interesting thing about this purge is how they made it happen. They used this Primal Beast. It's the first Ace Primal Beast of the tournament, the 4th of his entire career. The fact that they can draw out such strategies this deep into the tournament makes me worry a little bit about Liquid going into the second draft.
Take the Nature's Prophet that they're doing so well with, and now they're going to have to switch it up a bit. I think this is a good place to start. Having Treant against Lina is fantastic. It helps offset that insane physical damage advantage that Lina has. We saw her in the fountain out DPSing heroes. So slapping 12 armor on a hero, it really makes a big difference. Being able to overgrowth her after she uses BKB shuts down her offense for a couple seconds, which is really valuable. And Batrider's going to be able to dominate the map as well. So I think this is a good way for Liquid to react.
We saw this ban coming in from them in the first game. Liquid chose not to play against the Batrider. They actually gave Gaming Gladiators the option of playing Lina or the Broodmother. Here they pick it up for themselves. This does mean a lot of early movement from Nisha in the mid lane. Unless it's not an off-lane bat, is it, Lacoste?
Doesn't look like it. Most likely it's going to be played from the mid lane. I'm just wondering, you know, I've been theory crafting some of these heroes like Leshrac, Batriders. I thought we're going to see Oracle. I thought we're going to see potentially Nyx Assassin being brought to... Because these are kind of like forgotten heroes. They're niche heroes for certain teams. Team Liquid does play it, and I feel like we might see one of those two heroes pop up, especially against the Batriders. Some kind of a dispel mechanic. Like even going back to, I would say, like something like a Baton could really work out. It's great against both of these heroes. Sometimes you need to dig deep, like go back in time, go back in Dota time, you know, sometimes back in 2010, 2012. That doesn't mean when sometimes those picks are still very viable considering what they are doing. We had talent changes, we had, you know, some different stuff added, but in theory, here we go. Like this is
it's a great
thing.
counter.
Yeah.
Ulting the Batrider, already a huge counter. Stops you from moving for 3 to 6 seconds or whatever the heck it is. It's a huge amount of disability that's going to stop Batrider from just chasing people down and kind of doing this poke thing where you're always threatening, doing a huge amount of damage. And then once you get Shard, there's no stacks that are getting built up. So Shadow Demon has been quite effective against Batrider in other matches already. And it has the double benefit of it breaking tree armor too. So it's actually an insane Shadow Demon pick because it already counters both the Team Liquid's heroes.
And also later on, like if you are playing these drawn out fights, BKBs are down, one disruption, offensive one, is set up for your LSA. So once you get out, the illusions of the carry plus Lina with LSA, with the stun and her insane attack speed could finish off the work.
Like what I'm seeing already from Gaming Gladiators, clearly not very upset about having to deal with Treant Protector on the other side, especially considering that Liquid, there was a point where they were also undefeated on this Treant Protector. Obviously that did end eventually, but nonetheless they've looked very good on it. And it was Gaming Gladiators that broke them from the Treant Protector strat. So
there are a couple of heroes I'm looking at ban when you're playing against the Batrider. There is Queen of Pain, Puck, there is Slark from the mid lane, and also Pango. These 4 heroes work really well in the mid lane from Batrider, so I assume Team Liquid will ban 3 of those that I mentioned.
I don't trust the Slark just yet. We did see it by another team, and it was Yeah, I mean, a couple years ago, I remember when Nigma played it a couple times mid, but that was like Miracle at his
good
peak.
memory purge.
Beating Batrider mid. It worked really good for like a couple weeks. So, but these days, not quite the same. Doesn't have enough side lane pressure impact without the defusal plus Ags type territory, so it takes a little bit too much net worth for it to work, even if the lane is good.
Intriguing that these bans here, they are on the side of Team Liquid, considering that at least for now, that Nisha is good enough to be able to survive a lot of the bevy of bad lanes. They'll pick one to still ban in the next phase here, but the fact that they remove the Undying, they are really scared of giving Dyraicho any kind of backup from Celery. And Celery's hero pool has not been the widest here at the tournament.
I think it also comes down to these two heroes not being able to deal with the Tombstone.
Yeah.
So you have literally nothing. It's also a comfort pick. But looking at the bans from Gaming Gladiators, they're heavily protecting this Lina. Like all three bans heavily targeted. Lina does not like to play into these heroes, even though I think Ursa could have been left in the pool considering you're playing into Shadow Demon, but Shadow Demon can't use ulti on everybody until he gets Ags, which is a pretty tough matchup for Ursa to play into.
I assume they're also protecting some like tanky, semi-passive offlaner as well. Those are the heroes that Slark and Ursa usually counter, so some Tide type hero, Liquid's going to ban it. Maybe an Underlord, something like that.
And again, Team Liquid with repositioning tools. Last game against Lina, they had Magnus. This time it's going to be Tiny, which I think is slightly better coming out from position 4. Like you don't really care too much if you're dying. You also build into Force Staff later on, so you can get out of the trouble. So a lot of repositioning tools, a lot of heroes that can stall the game on side of Liquid, and this is going to be the Pango, one of I'd say Quinn's better heroes overall. You know that his hero pool's not the biggest. He managed to bang out Timbersaw in the previous game, which was kind of a new one, I would say, but still, this Pango is a menace.
I wonder if we're going to see if Team Liquid's available to flex the Tiny to support, is what I'm wondering about Jabs. Because if this is Boxy here, obviously it's a total possibility, and Tiny's had tons of success as a 4 position. I could even see them picking like a Bloodseeker for their last pick, very commonly banned in the second phase, if somebody opens with Tiny. But if they can make it work with their player combo, I'd really like that, because Bloodseeker's going to be amazing against Pango as well. Obviously, Shadow Demon can be a little problematic, and Lina's totally happy. It's just, oh, stand still. Oh, all right, no big deal. I'll stand still and kill you anyways.
Might destroy their lanes, because then you would have like what, mid Tiny, you would have a Batrider on the off lane, and some other carry.
Why not Tiny 4, Tree 5, Bat mid, is what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
It seems likely. I mean, Mickey has played this Tiny in the past as well here at this tournament. There's a non-zero chance he could end up going for that particular route. And it's still an open question as to where this Tiny actually goes. Or not Tiny, the Treant Protector actually goes this game, given that Jabs being reintroduced into the team. I suppose you don't want to give him... The Tiny 4 is a lot of responsibility. We've seen on the side of Talon that when it's played incredibly well, it can almost single-handedly win you the game, but it can be lackluster if not given the maximum impact. But looks like they are going to consign either Jabs or Insania to playing this Tiny as they pick up now the Sniper.
Great Sniper game. In terms of Pango, his entrance to the game could be a bit more difficult, playing into Batrider's Lasso, BKB piercing ability. Same goes for Overgrowth, and then you have Sniper, who's going to keep the distance. None of these heroes love to close the gap other than Pango, so he needs something from the off lane, something that can play with him. Some kind of vision hero. I'm again looking for potentially a Beastmaster, BKB piercing ability on their side. Even Centaur, Ace's Centaur has been pretty amazing. Like whenever he plays, like even in the previous game, Ace completely dominated. He had a good matchup. He played against Nature's Prophet, but his itemization getting on early Vanguard and then completely dominating the game from there was pretty top notch. And speaking of Primal Beast,
Yeah, it's scary. You don't want these gap close heroes. I really do like the Sniper, though. These 2 supports at max range are not going to like dealing with Sniper. If they can get close enough to even cast their spells, it's not necessarily going to protect you enough either way. So it feels like if Liquid gets a jump with these current setups, Sniper's going to do way too much damage. The only person he might have some trouble with is Lina, but Liquid has defeated Lina lineups with Sniper in the past.
To make matters even worse, we have this backup of the tree, right? And we've seen what this Treant Protector does when you have this squishy range hero. Squishiness is no longer the problem for the Sniper in this game. So what do we still need here? Gaming Gladiators, they will have themselves a 23rd pick, and Liquid has the opportunity to respond on 24. Lacoste, what are you seeing that's missing from Gaming Gladiators? What does Dyraicho... I mean, Dyraicho's probably going to play the Lina, so we still need a hero for Ace. What does Ace need to do in this game, and how does he accomplish it with the heroes that are left in the pool?
I think he might just be the aura builder in this game. From like either Centaur and I mentioned Beastmaster, I think those two could work out pretty good if you want to have like just the whole team running at Sniper and they ban out Centaur. So not too many options left. I think if they had a position 4 who's melee, Darkseer would have been an option, but this time around it isn't.
Yeah, the downside of picking the Shadow Demon, really. It's kind of like that same Disruptor trap where like it feels like such a good support for the game, but it does limit your options a bit in aggressiveness. So they're going to need something instead.
I'm just going to say it. It could be Doom also. It's a bit of on a greedier side, but you know that it's going to come down to Sniper versus Lina matchup, and if you Doom Sniper, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. They do have some repositioning tools, reset with the toss, with Overgrowth, the defensive one. And on the side of Liquid, I wouldn't mind seeing something like Lycan, because both supports, they really don't deal well with Lycan summons.
Just like Rush Down. Actually, Lycan, we've seen into some of these squishy range heroes purge that Lycan Rubik has been an option presented there as well. Is there any hope of them going for the Zoo at the end of the draw for GG?
For the GG side, Zoo would be okay in that it usually runs down your opponent a bit, but if it's not Lycan, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan, but this can work if you have vision and you're able to go in first with a Roar followed up with a Pango roll. So this is definitely pretty decent.
So let's see, for Team Liquid, probably going to be the Nisha Batrider. The hero hasn't seemed nearly as strong in the off lane, and I don't really want to see it up against a Lina either. So what is in the pool for our boy Zai here? He can't play his Enigma, his Snapfire's gone, can't play Tide, cannot play Centaur, cannot play Primal Beast, can't play the Brood either, so Zoo potential from a Lycan or a Visage, or is there any other aura builder that makes sense here? Underlord perhaps, but I don't know.
I'm just seeing Lycan. I'm liking it a lot, I would say. It just feels very natural. Okay, so they're going to shift things around, it seems. Kunkka, hero, last time I checked, was sitting at 10% win rate.
Insania Tiny. It's going to be a 4 Tiny, it looks like.
All
Jabs is playing the tree. Zai, it's an off-lane Batrider. It is a mid Kunkka. Terrible win rate at this event.
Yep.
But still picked. I mean, the setup is pretty solid against these supports. They've got disruption to save from it. I mean, it allows you to jump on the Lina, which is good. And it's going to make them all really tanky and be even more frontline for Mickey. Like, they basically have 4 heroes that are ready to run in. Mickey's going to sit in the back peeping. So
yeah,
it's kind of cool, but the win rate is not encouraging.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid does have much better chances in this one. Still, it's Kunkka. I'm not really. It's not that oomph, effect that the hero has. I'm still looking to see Gaming Gladiators in terms of execution, how they're going to do it. Might struggle a little bit. Something that Purge mentioned is a lot of frontliners for this Sniper, so it might be a bit more difficult to close the gap, but I feel like Gaming Gladiators are going to do it in Game 2 again.
All right, before we get into the game itself, Purge, when you look at this Team Liquid draft, what do they need to do in order to ensure that they get this Game 2 victory?
Save Overgrowth for the right times. If they can interrupt Rolling Thunder and the BKB from Lina, that's a lot of the team fight already. So keep that separation, keep those heroes away from Sniper, allow Sniper to peep away with his high DPS and his high net worth after the laning stage goes well, and then they can definitely win fights and close the game out.
We'll see if Team Liquid has onboarded this kind of advice and will utilize their heavy sustain lineup in order to ride the momentum into victory, or if it's going to be GG going 2-0 up here in the Grand Finals. To find out, we send it over to our world-class casters. We have Cap and SVG for game number 2. Take it away, boys, and bring us more of the hype.
Well, we're going to do our best here, Snare, but currently, Gaming Gladiators sitting a score of 3-0 over Liquid. They've already won 1 best-of-5. Avery, it's not looking so good for them.
I mean, best-of-5's a lose term, You still got a lot of games to play here. Anything can happen.
Yeah, okay.
Miracles happen in the darkest of times, Cap.
I
when
mean,
you think everything is lost, you have a stand-in. You pick the lowest win rate hero of the tournament.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's when you can strike back.
I like how your choice of optimism is just going deeper into despair, and then the smallest and littlest of light can seem really, really
sometimes
illuminating.
You go down so far that you break through the bottom, and then you're somehow back on top. Just
okay.
like that.
All right.
That's what Quinn did with me. So
that is true. And look where he is now.
Doing great. This game, you have a similar setup. Honestly, if the Liquids of the Fountain cannot quench this Lina, I don't know what will. But you're going to try a round 2 at least here if you're Liquid. And that said, You don't have the Furion this time, but you do have the Dwarven Sniper. As I try and talk over this crowd.
It's pointless, Avery. You just got to give it up.
I did give it up. What I was going to say is, this sniper is like the poor man's Lina, but it's a question of how poor of a man's Lina this Dwarven Sniper is. I feel like it's comparing a Ferrari to a Ferrari with only 2 wheels. But you might get it across the finish line, You might get there.
Insania, is he going to be giving up first blood here? He's going to come through the trees, but the shield crash did catch him, so he's going to be slowed down. The LSA, Duraccio is going to land a second one here, and that should be our first blood. They're going to give it over to Quinn for the first blood.
Why not? He's delivered with everything else this tournament.
I mean, he had a fantastic performance on that Timber Saw. Gaming Gladiators will manage to pick up 3 bounty runes on top of that.
Oh, God, it's already looking rough, Cap.
It really is. One thing we did talk about between the break, though, you and I, was the fact that draft-wise, it did not feel good for Liquid in Game 1, particularly the lanes.
That was a big problem.
Is that better in Game 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
It should be better. I say that because the problem is Liquid's playing 2 supports on side lanes they've never played with, right? Insania is taking up this 4, and now Jab's just filling in for the team, so that side lane synergy is not there where I would normally expect them to maybe pull ahead. But that said, I think Sniper is very good versus Beast in lane. This is a pick we saw counter-picking the Beast in a lot of that European regional, so Midgate should be very comfortable up here. But again, it comes down to execution, and you gave away 3 runes and a first blood, so looking at these lanes, you're already going to be fighting uphill if you're Liquid. And you got to make the most of it, because if this Beast takes over the map, you're going to see a similar thing to Game 1, where Lina's just going to have all the space to farm because Ace and Quinn are just going to run around the map, have all the vision to do it, join this hit squad together. The Shadow Demon allows them to frontline versus Bat Rider in those engagements. I would look for Tofu to pick up the Shard pretty early in this game for the cleanse. The Purge is also great versus the BKBs that Liquid want to pick up in terms of Kunkka and this Bat Rider. And then you always have this disruption save. So honestly, this Shadow Demon pick worked out really well in my opinion, draft-wise. And Tofu was popping off Game 1. I expect a similar deliver in Game 2.
Yeah, he's had great performances all tournament long. Probably a little overlooked, honestly. This lane, man. I'm just looking at it with all the trees. This Train Protector is
very sad.
Very, very sad. Is things going a little bit better in mid lane? I mean, Nisha was having a hard time against Quinn last time around because Timbersaw versus the Tusk. This time around, Pango versus Kunkka. Surely Kunkka has got to be a lot more even, if not favored in this matchup, right?
Oh, he's going to do fine in the early ways for sure. That said, I still think this Pango here is just a stronger hero. His spells are just arguably better. He scales harder. When you get to Ags, Basher, the late game with even the Shard, it's really hard to go on this hero, and he ends up going on your carry and just debilitating him in the fight. So even in this type of matchup, I'd still rather have the Pango, but maybe Nisha can pull some tricks out of the old Pirate hat and get going. Because if you get a good game on this Kunkka, then he can go and shut down the Beastmaster. He can give you the sustain in the fight where Sniper can stand his ground with the bow drum, right? Those aspects of the pick are really nice.
Oh, Jabs, he's got a lot of Shadow Poison stacks on him here. He's going to pop the stick.
Hit the 6th?
See if he can get a 6-stack in there, and still, it's a ton of damage. And even if he lives, right, it's going to feel pretty bad here. Nice toss back, though. Celery with so many, a lot of charges here, too. And Celery, he's not going to be able to get away
7
quite
higher
like Jabs
than 6
did.
cap.
That's true. That's
7
a good point.
is higher than 6, and at least you're striking back here. Sad it's not first blood, but you'll take it. The thing about the Shadow Demon on the lane is anytime you can force out those huge poison stacks, you basically run out of mana on the hero.
Okay.
And then you're kind of a dead hero on the lane for a little bit. Sure, you can double mango up here, but then that basically gives you one more kill attempt. So honestly, Jab surviving there, pretty big. Mickey is not going to feel much pressure here. He's going to take all this farm under tower. Ace does have a pretty good start because, of course, Beast versus Tree, and you can just cut all the trees with the axes, as we saw. Get a nice little half pull here with the Flag Bearer. So once again, Gaming very comfortable on all 3 lanes. 3 runes into the first blood, plus free farm for 3 cores. Once again, I can see this game snowballing pretty fast, and you're already weathering a bit of an early game storm here if you're Liquid.
Yeah, the way you would talk about Tuss as a mid laner, how he can kind of weather through any matchup because he just spams spells. I feel like Beastmaster kind of the same way. Now that everybody goes the Axes build early on, and when it comes to laning phase, even bad matchups seem kind of fine just because you just constantly throw out Axes for both CS and hero harassment.
The hero can get destroyed on lane, but you can also just stack Ancients for him. I feel like a lot of times we saw 33 play this Beast. You just stack the Ancients. Even if the lane's kind of bad, you go there, you get recovered.
Right.
You can do the same thing for these Bat Riders. It's why I think we're seeing the progression of this offlane in that direction this tournament. Because if you just have a hero you're very confident with going in the mid game, and even if you get shut down, he'll still get there, then you just feel great.
And you get the flame break back with the Avalanche as well. Duraccio is in some trouble. Now he does have an LSA, but it may not be up in time. Oh, he's barely getting away. Pops the stick, turns around, finishes offside. Now Insania can't do the damage either. Celery will actually walk away with both the last hits. You could see the smiles on Duraccio and Celery. They just outplayed one of the best duos in the game.
Duraccio, early boots with those launch charges, putting him to good use. And yeah, Jabs, he's having a rough lane up here. I feel for him. This is not an easy matchup, especially if you haven't played it in a while, which I'm guessing he hasn't. Especially if you haven't played in a while in the grand final of a major. Makes it a little more difficult. So you have to just power through this phase of your Liquid. Remember, they made some pretty damn good moves in that mid game last time from a rough position. So as long as you get out in this game a little better than last game, I don't think the steamroll you between Primal Beast and Timber is going to get matched here between Pango and Beast. At least in theory, you have a bit more breathing room, especially with this Kunkka. This pick can stop a lot of early aggression.
Quinn's got his level 6. They were setting up for it. The disruption into the Rolling Thunder. Hits him once. See if he can hit him a third time here with the shield crash and the swashbuckle. That should be enough damage. The Fairy Fire cannot save it.
Man, Quinn's just been outplaying Nisha in these one-on-ones. Setting the moves up for his team. At least you get that rebuttal. Not a bad move by Insania here. Maybe studied Boxy's replays to play this Tiny. As that does mean Zai gets sacrificed in this offlane. And of course, you have Lina, who can just go early Maelstrom here. Always a scary sight. And Gaming are right back to their MO with the early triangle stacking. No blocks for you this time off that Ricky. You're gonna have to do it the hard way, either invade it or do some stacks of your own. But Insania, he just got his boots out. He hasn't been able to match the sort of economy. And Beast can protect that triangle as well. So it's a question of who takes the stacks here for Gaming. Maybe they all want it.
Yeah, they've got a lot of heroes that can take it, that's for certain. 2,000 net worth lead already for Gaming Gladiators. And we saw from that top kill earlier, Insania is already kind of resorting to just roaming around. In fact, he's going to take the mid lane while Nisha is away. And he's going to be playing a bit of jungle, perhaps an opportunity to gank top if it shows itself.
I mean, you say take mid. No one's taking mid right now versus Quinn. He has another Rolling Thunder up. Insania's going to block one of these stacks, scout a bit of it out. But this just feels bad for Nisha, man. He's just jungling a big camp with this Kunkka at this point in the game. It's not really ideal. It's
going to feel even worse if he dies to it, too. Shield crash hits him first. Tried to hit him with the X to stop the Rolling Thunder. Didn't go off in time. And now he is in the perfect position just to get Rolling Thundered over and over and over again. A toss over to the side. Managed to juke the last one. The swashbuckle isn't enough either. So they will survive on Nisha ever so barely.
Bodrum doing wonders there because you have all the poison stacks on you.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon pretty nice versus Kunkka as well. But Nisha dodges that last Rolling Thunder, saves his life. And now Quinn is trying to make up for it. We'll find that little support kill. So once again, Quinn is off to a very fast start here. He's been the name of the game the whole tournament, and he is not letting up. 3-0, highest net worth for his Pango. He is living life. Even a bottle refill. What a nice team.
Everything showing up for Quinn because he's been putting on some great performances. So might as well believe in him. Make rotations, secure power runes for him, give him bottle refills because he will pay it forward.
Yeah, he's paid it back every game. This is not a tournament where some of the performances have been hit or miss.
Yeah.
He has destroyed games on a lot of these heroes, and he plays a wide variety of them. Even that last game, 12-1.
They're going for Nisha again.
He's up very far.
The shield crash will slow him down a bit here. Now they don't have the Rolling Thunder, so Nisha should be fine, but that was very bold. And now it looks like he's gotten Jabs in an awkward position. He's trying to teleport to help out, but now he's just going to be chain stunned down. Quinn dominating already.
The crash on mid for the runes for the 6 and 8, the tri-lane. You have to be ready for these types of skirmishes because Quinn loves them. This guy, he loves to get the lane matchup. He loves to understand it better, gain an advantage, and then call supports to help him. And this is why, because once you get snowballing, all his heroes are killers. And he just takes over the map. He's going to start picking you off. He's going to start contesting the runes, get in your jungle. They have the beast vision to do it. Before you know it, you haven't seen Duraccio in 20 minutes, and he's in your fountain farming you with Satanic, right?
Yeah, what did you think about the Lina? Them giving away that Lina again? Sure, there's a lot of heroes you need to stop Gaming Gladiators from getting. Zai. Lasso pull back into the tier 1 would have been nice, but instead he gets disrupted. They do manage to get the avalanche to stop the follow-up there. Zai may still fall. Oh, the shadow poison was not quite enough. Man, Tofu's getting, I'm not going to say unlucky because it's just straight damage, but he's been so close to nabbing some kills, but just falls about 50 damage short every time.
Oh,
Quinn, mid-swashbuckle, toss away. That's pretty nice.
This should be a kill.
Yeah, with all the stuns coming in, they have the damage to finish him off. The living armor's doing a lot, but he doesn't have any mana, so it's not like he could get away either. And Celery, yeah, it doesn't get spotted right away. Mickey is here.
Yeah, Mickey cannot stay cannot stay top versus Beastmaster any longer. At a certain point, those creeps become too strong, so he wants to trade towers down here. But again, you really want to convert on this if you're Liquid, because you got the big Pango kill on top of it.
Yeah.
Just found him in the trees. Nice little freebie.
They're not actually hitting the tower bottom. Maybe it would just take too long with living armor to deal with.
Maybe they're just scared of Gaming bringing everybody. You go back to that game 1, every time they pushed aggressively, Gaming brought their whole team.
Yeah,
just
that's
matched
true.
them, especially the 2 cores between Ace and Quinn. I would be a little less worried about this Beastmaster because I think Beastmasters tend to just want to play their own game more than the reactionary one. But you can't blame them from being a little skittish about the reactions. And of course, if you're skittish, Duracchio's going to punish you. Another mega ancient stack that's not been blocked up. This smoke is aimed to kill Ace, I believe. Just try and prevent this tier 1 going down.
That's really interesting because they have a ward on the high ground watching Duracchio farm.
They know this Lina is doing this right now, so they are picking their poison, and they're going to say, Ace, you're the bigger threat to the map. We're going to let Lina get her stack, but you are going to pay the price.
The TP being used is a nice little bonus for Liquid there. But, you know, so many threats on the map. Duracchio cleaned out that ancient stack, is now doing the hard camp as well. So it doesn't really feel that bad for Gaming Gladiators, I don't think.
No, I don't think Ace is sad about that rotation too much. And I don't think Gaming are sad because Tofu's been able to sit bottom and get his level 6 on the Shadow Demon. This is a hero where the levels are all important in getting into that mid game. And they can defend the towers. This is a very static map in terms of who's pressuring who outside of the Beastmaster trying to force the issue. There's not a lot of tower push on this Liquid side, but they do have a lot of tower defense. Between Kunkka, Treant, even the Sniper, being around those tier 1s, giving them the vision, those are the engagements Liquid want to take. So I feel for why they went to that Beast, right? You have to start shutting them down so that when those engagements go to your early towers, you're ready to take them, and you can actually take the fights that you want to in this game.
Uh-oh, Nisha. Very smart move, using the X on himself to try and contest the power runes.
Flirting with danger, my man.
Yeah, he certainly was. Bat Rider, Zai, is going to also be flirting with some danger. Here's the Diffusal Blade, just got picked up by Quinn, and his TP is not going to work.
Very bold teleport, my friend. I mean, early Diffusal plus the double damage, that's a guaranteed kill on somebody as long as it connects. So again, the rune control from the advantage Quinn builds on mid. These little things start adding up, and that's why so many games have snowballed so fast for this team. Cannot let this Pango get back out of control. And then once more, Ace is going to start to push top. He has his Helm of the Dominator. Jabs, you want to fight this tower, but it's honestly so low, and where's the help, right? Your bat is dead. Nisha, you can TP up here, but he's trying to close in on BKB. They'll glyph it for now. Still, this is kind of a fight you want to take if you're Liquid, because you're not going to get too many of them.
Rubik ends up stealing take aim. Not quite as good as the living armor that he stole earlier from the Dream Protector. Zion's going to try and help Insania here. It's going to be a close call. Telekinesis before he can get the lasso. Intercepted by Gaming Gladiators. And now they're going to try and grab for more. With the Rolling Thunder, they're going to chase down Nisha here. Level 6 is up on the Dream Protector. He actually doesn't have mana for Overgrowth, though. But
just a little tap on his head.
Yeah.
Say, I know what's up. I know I've won mid versus you like the last 5 times.
Yeah, that has been a thing. I mean, we always hold Nisha. The common thing is everybody kind of holds this guy as potentially the best player in the world, but is he actually the best laner in the world?
I think that is an area you can exploit him. I think people consider him the best because of the well-rounded nature of his gameplay. But in a straight one-on-one, I might take Quinn.
I mean, Quinn's making a pretty good argument this tournament.
Like, his lane is crazy good.
I like how hesitant you say that, like it's sacrilegious.
Well, I mean, I know that's going to create an entire thread of how dare he besmirch the god's name.
the thing is, certain players are just better at certain aspects of the game, and
it's about how you can exploit those.
Yeah, and to Quinn's credit, right, his laning is a specialty for him.
I mean, I hope so. That's what he spent the most time on, so
yeah.
If it's not good by now, I don't know what to tell you, son.
Well, maybe it's paying off now.
We also went into the hyperbolic training chamber with Sumail in one-on-one lobbies forever. Can't really ask for a better master, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Continuing to build up Liquid. Not really having too many options, too many moves to make.
Kill a couple creeps.
Yeah, that's about it. Certainly not killing heroes.
No, and that's part of where the gap is just too hard to close right now. You have some of the damage in the team fight, but Zai went bots first, and he just can't run into these lineups, right? It's not going to be some super fast blink. He needs other items to scale in this game, but you can't run into the Beastmaster boars. There's a Rubik Lift, there's a Shadow Demon Purge, Diffusal on this Pangolier. The ways to start the engagement right now for Liquid are really hard, which is why I was saying you really want to keep your tier 1s up so you can get the fight of gaming going into you.
Sure,
That's where the boat, the overgrowth, the tiny spells can be a lot easier to cast, and then the fight comes naturally.
And the sniper as well, right?
Yes,
maybe
especially.
Not the spells, but just him right-clicking behind the tower feels pretty nice.
So at least you have this tier 1 mid you can play around. You still have your triangle that Mickey's been farming. This game looks better than last one because at least you aren't getting routed super early on the map. But again, you're in this position where Zai is behind.
Do not leave the trees.
Quinn is out of control. And now that tier 1 push comes in, this is what's going to open up Roshan for the gaming lineup, which means Aegis for Lina, who we haven't really talked about Dyrachyo, but he is doing Lina things, has not died, has the early boots of travel on top of the Maelstrom. So this is the super fast accelerating greedy build. Of course, you can always bots to the beast creeps as well, just creating extra lane pressure.
Catching Nisha from the side, the LSA, and then the roar afterwards. Whew, man. Kunkka is supposed to be a tanky hero. He didn't look like it there. Nice use of the purge there from Tofu. Better flame break, though. Bumps him back into Lasso, while at the same time, Insania trying to hold this mid lane. Doesn't work so well for him. Rolling Thunder is going to be able to catch up to Mickey. Jabs, he's going to show up in Overgrowth, but immediately gets resolved.
Already have the shard.
Oh, need to use roll-up. That's pretty cool.
Yep, so this Overgrowth, it's not that good anymore, honestly. It's pretty hard here. And now your tier 1 mid is down. You lose your triangle to Ace. He's going to start to take over even more of your map through the vision and the unit control. X on Celery can play a lot here. You have a lot of games you can throw.
Team's going to try and help out Zai, but he's already taken so much damage, he's not going to be able to Firefly over the cliff. They get a toss back on the Beastmaster. Nisha's here with this full combo. Insania's already dead. Beastmaster's going to be tanky, and he gets a disruption to save him. So there's no way Liquid could stick around for this.
I mean, if you're Bat and Tiny are dead, you have no damage unless Mickey has suddenly found a Divine Rapier in the jungle.
Yeah, and he's forced to use his first BKB charge just to stay alive, and he's still perched up. He still may die here. If they want to dive him underneath tier 2, he's gone.
And that was a fight where the creep that Dyrachyo was botsing to died. So
really?
Lina was going to join that engagement, didn't even make it, and you're still getting cleaned up here on Liquid side. Yikes. There's just nowhere to run with this lineup, but I feel like Nisha's game on this Kunkka is way too hard. There's too many saves, there's too many kiting elements in the fight, and there's a lack of damage. The damage is supposed to come from the Batrider, but he got sacked on the lane, and he's really far behind. Cleanse is already out for Tofu on this Shadow Demon. I mean, that's even more of your damage going out the window. This is going to be another very quick game unless Liquid pull an even bigger rabbit out of the even tinier pirate hat that is shrinking every minute.
Giant hair.
I feel for Jabs, you know. This is a very tough introduction back into the top echelons of competitive Dota.
I mean, he had his opportunity with that lower bracket finals to experience victory on the main stage. I'm sure that was a once-in-a-lifetime experience for him. And it's kind of looking like a once-in-a-lifetime experience the way this series is going, because Gaming Gladiators are going to take that Roshan like you were talking about. It seems like, you know, it is inevitable at this point. They're going to get an Aegis. I'm not even sure if Dyrachyo needs it because he has BKB, but I guess no one else is going to take it.
Yeah,
oh, no, Quinn.
It. Honestly, you could deny it.
Yeah, seriously.
Dyrachyo just doesn't even care.
That would be the most BM move of all
way
time.
Too BM. There's no way this team's going to do it. They're too wholesome.
That's true.
But of course, the state of the game, it's, again, where is the damage going to come from here? As Nisha is just gone again, I think.
Yeah. He didn't pop the BKB early, and if you don't do that, you're going to just die. Daracho gets his BKB up before the last. Okay, they get the last one on him, but there's no damage. Like you said, as soon as the sniper is gone or the Bat Rider's gone, all damage goes out the window. And Game and Gladiators have completely run away with this game. This is one of the most one-sided games of the Lima Major.
Lima Major, did you say?
Yeah.
Is that what I heard, Lima Major? Of course, I think there's a lot of other problems in this game than Lina, but it's rough. And this is the problem with this team. You just can't ban what they want to do out. There's so many bans that got put towards Ace. He gets the last pick. He still finds a hero with which he can protect his carry, build some auras, give him the Roshan, the early towers. It's all he wants to do. You can commit all the bans, you can commit all the attention, but he's still going to get away with it. And of course, Quinn is still dominating Nisha on this mid lane. Yep. It's a problem. I think the one grace you can go back to with this Liquid lineup is if you give Mikke and Nisha really good starts, maybe you can start to run away with the game and build some momentum. But if you can't outlane him and you can't get the matchups through the draft, it's just too tough. And again, I feel for Liquid because your support duo isn't there, and that's maybe the one way you can skew some of these matchups or make it back. You don't have that to fall back on. You don't have it to rely on here. It makes these early games even more punishing if you fall behind. But Grand Finals is Grand Finals.
Yeah, these teams are here for a reason, in particular, Game and Gladiators. Liquid, of course, managed to make it here with a stand-in, which is particularly impressive, but they are showcasing. There are levels to the game here, and Quinn
is here, but he got
really good intro. They do manage to get an overgrowth on him. He immediately rolls up and managed to get some rolling away. Now he's going to go back for Mikke. Look to stall him. Zai is being perched up. He actually tosses him over to the sniper to try and help poor old Mikke, but it just leads into an LSA. Nisha can't even finish off Quinn at this point. He's going to try and run away with the BKB, but they are done. This game 2 is over. Game and Gladiators absolutely stomped Liquid in this game 2.
I can't help but feel these games are getting more and more one-sided, which is not the direction you want to be going in. At least if you're starting to figure something out, maybe you feel like, okay, game 3, we can pull it back and strike a blow. But this is just getting out of control. I feel like these guys already think they won it at this point.
I mean, probably feeling that way. They're probably feeling like this is when you just managed to bring down Liquid, who again got here off of beating Talent.
Who have been very good this tournament.
Who've been very good this tournament. They 2-0 Talent. Now they're here in the Grand Finals, and Game and Gladiators is making it look easy. This doesn't look like major finals. This is kind of looking like just another day in Western Europe DPC for Game and Gladiators.
It's rough. I feel for him. It's a very tough position that Liquid's in. You got to try and find something here because you don't just want to give it away for free, right?
No.
You at least want to put up a fight. You at least want to show that, hey, yeah, we're down a man, but we're still pretty damn good. And now Gaming, they have all the comfort in the world. You can't ban them out. You got to play versus some other poison. They're up 2 games on you. If I'm Liquid, I feel like I just go back to, I don't want to tell them to go back to comfort, but I feel like you have to get your support duo functioning on some good level here. You forced Insania out of his natural position. You're missing perhaps the best 4 in the world, or one of the best for sure, who's a huge shot caller. So you have to get that support duo functioning on as good a level you can so that your cores feel more comfortable in these lanes and getting out of this early game. Because right now, you are not getting out of these early games.
Nope.
The second this clock hits the 10 to 15 minute mark, feels like these games are already in the bag. It's just a matter of closing it out. And I say 10 to 15 because this game ended at 19. So maybe you feel like you can pull it back in the mid game, but at this point you're not getting there.
Yeah.
You just need stronger lanes, stronger dual lanes, stronger support duo, and I would just try and give Nisha last pick if you can get it. Give him a matchup that he feels like, hey, I'm going to go in here and crush Quinn. I'm going to delete this guy from the game instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. I know all this is like, well, that sounds great if you can put it together.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you wish you had a lot more time to put it together too when you have basically a brand new team and how it's functioning. But time is not on your side. We are looking at game 3 and potentially one of the first NA major champions in a long time.
Yeah,
and a lot new major champions as well for this Gaming Gladiators teams. These guys have not been here before.
Oh,
They're looking at a trophy.
They want it real bad. You could tell that they're quite hungry for it. And, I mean, especially just looking at the performance from Game 1 to Game 2, right? They slipped up a little bit in Game 1. Game 2 was totally clean. right? They just said, we're not going to even give you a chance at playing some Dota here. We won the lanes, and that's just it.
Yeah, it just ends. It's the nature of a Beastmaster Lina. The second you lose towers, the second you lose Roshan, you're going to lose your map control. Ancients fall, you get one fighter on the tier 2, and they call GG because they know after that you're just getting pushed and you don't have any damage in the tank.
Well, we've got the best minds in this stadium here playing out this finals when it comes to Dota, but we've got some other minds who can maybe come up with some answers for Team Liquid as they are down 0-2 against Gaming Gladiators. Are we going to see a Game 4? I don't know. We'll ask the panel.
Well, at this rate, Cap, I'm not so sure if we will. Gaming Gladiators definitely seem to be on fire here, especially in this second game we just watched. And we did hear the crowd, they're cheering on one person in particular. It's Cabezon. Cabezon.
You're doing it. There we
I'm
go.
doing it. I'm doing it.
Cabezon.
Now,
Cabezon. Cabez.
Tsunami, I believe you are aware what it means. I mean, they mean it very lovingly.
Yes, the direct translation, according to Google Translate, said pig-headed, which is probably not as endearing as the intended definition, or rather the slang that seems to be prevailing, which is he's got a big head.
Perhaps like he's really smart,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Nothing to do with the aesthetics,
Big
nothing to
brain.
do with the visual. It's the fact that he's a genius, and he exhibited it in this game number 2, game number 1, this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can go off that real quick, but to be fair, this game, he did get the early first blood on Insanium before the rune spawn. I was being a little harsh. Maybe Nisha needs to step up, but then I kind of realized that mid lane was a bit harder because he got a free first blood there. But at some point in this matchup, I do want to see Nisha play something that can pressure Quinn. Like, these games have been fast, they've been decisive. You know, the game number 1, there was a little misplay, I think, from Gaming Gladiators. That was not present in this game number 2 whatsoever. I do want to see Nisha kind of try and shut down Quinn, kind of get that last pick. Maybe not a Kunkka, but
I was going to say, because
more aggressive.
Overall last pick was the Kunkka.
But there was a first blood. He got a free first blood on Quinn, and that can make a big difference. And Kunkka has like a 5% win rate or something in this tournament, so maybe not that true.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Kunkka at all. Everything feels sort of hard as soon as Quinn gets a good game, because every time I look at the screen, he's like diving a tower, killing someone. He's playing phenomenally. He's hitting every spell, and it's just hard for him to do anything else. And you have Celery playing this Rubik, and he's just always with him. He's always getting involved. While like Tofu is just happy to sort of like help push out waves and stuff, or like hold towers a little bit more. And they're able to split their resources across the map because Quinn is having such a good game.
Yeah, even if Liquid was able to get aggressive at any point in this game, which they didn't, I think Tofu's positioning was consistently defensive. He was ready for any potential movements, and Liquid never really had an opportunity to do anything aggressive. Even just trying to kill a Pango mid against this living armor, it takes ages, and it takes nearly 3 heroes to do it. And Dyrachyo once again gets his hands on the Lina. No deaths. He's... Okay, you were allowed it for 2 games. My intention perhaps now is...
I thought it was a Treant. What's now?
Okay, you know, I'm in there in the booth with Blitz, you know? We were aligned. He went for the Treant Protector, second pick. The Lina was overall first. Here's my theory now.
Maybe we should stop coaching him. It's not working.
Perhaps, but I'd be pretty satisfied with the second place result regardless. I say Jabs quickly learns how to play IO on a Grand Finals major. I think that's a great idea for him, because then you can let the Leshrac go through and then take the IO yourself. I'm sure he can handle it. IO, one of the easiest support heroes in the game.
This game, game 1, we had Team Liquid having a rough laning stage, but then they made a comeback because they had like a plan, and that plan definitely had a power spike, if you will.
Yeah.
What was the plan this time? When was their power spike?
Oh, well.
Or could they just not do anything, and that first blood was like it was wrecked?
I mean, it's not just the first blood, right? I think Quinn, he's just got Nisha's number this entire tournament so far, which is very weird to say, as we all thought Nisha would come out and be the superstar and carry every matchup. And I even thought in this matchup he'd at least win a couple games or games here and there in the mid lane and make something happen, but it was a little bit difficult for them. And I think this game they got to focus on the lanes really hard. Their side lanes are also a problem. It's not just the mid lane, so all 3 lanes need to step up.
Yeah. They also like push themselves to be further ahead than they already are, like all the way up to around 14 minutes. They're stacking Ancients for their Beastmaster on Game-In. So his net worth is still increasing and increasing. They're pumping more money into it. You can't contest on Liquid because you're already behind. it just got worse and worse.
And perhaps this is an example or a symptom of not having Boxy anymore. Like, we give so much credit to Nisha himself, but we always talk about how Boxy is a very, very mobile 4 position. He's constantly going for water runes, making the enemy have to chase him around in the jungle, and Insania's this isn't his role. And
Right.
Jab's also not really able to fulfill that. And so as a result, it's not really too surprising that Quinn just, like you said, has Nisha's number.
Yeah.
And I think that when we talk about, I mean, the missing of Boxy, yes, but when we're talking about Nisha having a rough lane, and that sometimes happens if his hero gets picked earlier. We have seen that in the past as well. But when Nisha has a rough lane, there's normally one player in particular that takes over the role. And this time it should have been, in my opinion, like Zion the Batrider. Maybe like we didn't really feel his presence as much as what we normally do. What happened to him this game?
He played bad offlane and didn't get kills. He tried his best. They dove to Lina, and we saw on cam there how Joshua was like, what are they trying to do? Like, they can't dive me like this. Got a double kill right away, and that's just the nature of bad offlane. If that happens, your game is kind of over. It's very difficult. At least your laning stage is over, and Batriders are here that does not come back from a loss like that very well.
You saw Doratio just gets like faster items as a result of it. He hit like a faster boosted travel timing than usual on Lina in that game. So it snowballed very quickly. Their presence globally became much more oppressive all of a sudden. So all these things in this grand finals, it's like you just can't make these sorts of mistakes.
So Batrider falling behind, is that part of the reason why we rarely see Bat offlane? It's just pretty much default mid every single time.
Yeah, it's more stable in the mid lane, and it's very volatile in the offlane. The only player we've really seen make it work is Whisper, right? But he gets so many kills in the laning stage. It's like a razor-thin margin of you're going to destroy the game or you're going to be useless, and a lot of players don't want to take that risk.
They do not indeed, and it looks like Gaming Gladiators, they're 2-0 up in this grand finals. We've learned a lot about them over these last 2 weeks, of course, especially, and it's time to learn a little bit more about them as they talk about themselves.
As Dota players, have you felt that playing or becoming part of the scene, let's say, right, as you grow up the ranks, and you know more Dota players, you befriend them more, and you start to become more of a community? Do you feel like you found something that perhaps you were missing before, that you found something that is special to you in the community itself?
I think I've definitely found a lot of, like in sort of more recent times, maybe even post like the COVID era, I think I've found a lot of like close friends from Dota, which is like, I don't know, it's weird to have like international friends and not have friends like where you live. But I do think like there's some really cool people in the scene, and getting to like know people, and you show up to some place and like you're just like, oh hey, it's like really genuinely good to see people, and you get to like hang out with them and stuff. Like that's really cool to show up, and it's like actually really cool to see this person, and you spend time with them and stuff. Like, and you're playing the tournament, obviously that stuff sort of takes full focus, but there's just awesome people around you get to spend time with. Like that's really cool.
For example, Ace, I know you played for ages in a team of like the Danish stack, right, that you played with for like almost 2 years, was it? 2 years and a half almost? You guys played together. Do you guys keep in touch, for example?
Yeah, I still keep in touch with like Hester Joe and Noya and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And Crit that I also played with quite some times back in these stacks. So yeah, we are still like really good friends. We always like make some arrangement where we hang out or something, like maybe
That's sick, actually.
every half a year or something. Yeah.
That's nice. So you do feel like you've managed to find a little bit of community as well, right, in your long history. Yeah, with those guys. If you don't mind me asking, how was it when, like, you guys had to part ways a little bit? Because I know they had their compromises in life as well, some of them, but you eventually had to part ways as well because you were going also to bigger teams sometimes. And how did that feel for you?
Like in the beginning, I went to Team Secret from this stack, and it's like it was way different because like when I played with the stack, we were like way closer together, and like we were like actually like really good friends when we were playing. Whereas like Team Secret is like now it's a little more business side, like you didn't really know each other and maybe didn't click as good as with these friends. So it did kind of open up for me that like it's way different on different teams, you know. Like this team also we're like really close together, like as friends and stuff. But like a lot of teams are not really the same, I think.
Do you value that in a team?
Yeah, I value that a lot. I think like you're spending all your time together. It's like a family almost, like. So you kind of have to be friends and have fun and crack some jokes and stuff together. Like, then that's the fun part of it, you know. It's like.
So you guys would all say that you enjoy your position here, you enjoy your job, being in Lima, participating in the major. It's pretty chill. That's your answer. Okay.
All right. right, it's time for the teams to come back into those booths because the battle must continue. It's a best of 5. After all, Gaming Gladiators, they are looking so good on this main stage right now, and their opponents, Team Liquid, something needs to happen, something needs to change. Yes, they are playing with a stand-in, which make things extra rough, and obviously it is extra impressive that they're here in the grand finals to begin with, and we cannot understate that, but at the same time, they got their work cut out for them, and we did see them do it this morning, Neil.
Yeah, they do the work, but it's hard to do all of the work. Yeah, Jabs is standing in for Boxy. He's also the analyst. Yeah. Every single time they have one of these matches, he doesn't have the time to watch the replay, look at all the visions, see what the warding situation was, and synthesize all the information from all the lanes. So it's two factors that are missing from this Team Liquid roster, it feels.
Absolutely. And maybe that means a little bit more pressure on the coaches. Of course, Blitz is in the booth with Team Liquid. CY is in the booth for Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, they definitely have to analyze this very intensely, Sheep. Put yourself in Blitz's shoes for a little bit, if you will.
Okay. All right, guys. You're all my good friends. I love you all. I'm so proud of you and the road that we've taken to get here. Boxy may not be with us, but he's with us in spirit. So I want all of you to just close your eyes and think of Boxy's smiling face. And remember, you can do this.
I could actually completely hear this verbatim said by Blitz in Blitz's voice.
Tate bayo. As he wears his Naruto jacket.
I'm going to abandon after a speech like that. I'm just going to walk out immediately.
It's too crazy.
He literally, but he literally did those speeches. We heard them at TI.
At TI, he was given the most like...
Oh, yes. I heard his voice crack in those speeches. Yeah, exactly. The emotion.
Better.
Bro, you want me to start crying? I will.
Yeah. No, just kidding. No, I think the biggest obstacle they have right now is the fact that I think versus Talon, they out-strategized them all in all. So, like, I think in this matchup specifically, they've got a couple fires to put out. One is Jabs has got to become a world-class 5 really quickly when they already had one. But now Insania, who was a world-class 5, needs to become a world-class 4 all of a sudden. And that's a lot of change all at once.
It really is. And it all comes down to the poison. As you gotta pick one, Neil, and maybe we harp on it a little too much, but it feels like this is something that keeps coming back for a reason.
I think this time Lina gets banned. I think Duraccio is too comfortable on this at this point. What's so funny, Fear? We're talking about banning Lina.
We're talking about heroes again. That's funny. I think in this matchup, it's like...
It doesn't matter.
No matter what the poison is, it's lethal at this point.
Okay.
You gotta show up. You gotta show up on an individual level. I hate to say it, but Nisha has to go ham, Mickey has to go ham, and they gotta carry the game.
Okay.
Really hard.
How about some Liquid heroes then? We saw Arc Warden be whipped out for Nisha in the group stage. You gotta throw a wrench in the plans.
All right, cool. It's time for the Nisha Tinker. I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
Let's
something
go.
big, something flashy, even if it's an Ember Spirit or something, but more so than just the hero, it's gotta be the play. He's gotta find that small advantage, even if the team, like, maybe they smoke and get the first blood. They get Nisha the first blood, but it's gotta be play related. You're not out-picking your way out of this one.
Does that mean that if you were in the booth with Liquid and you got to choose side or pick, you want to have second pick ideally, so you have last pick. Overall last pick, of course, allows you to set up at least one lane, like, very dominantly.
No, I want first pick. I think I want to get the Ember hero. I want to get the Brood. I want to get the NP. Whatever those heroes might be. I want to make sure we have one of those and make sure it's not going to the other side.
Yeah, but then you're throwing Nisha to the wolves. What happened to last pick Nisha?
I said it's not about heroes. It's about play. They got to find a way to give them advantage.
Yeah, you know, another thing that they seem to be really struggling with is the vision game. Like, I know Insania is playing 4, and he's probably also taking on the role of 5 in terms of warding. I think it's like making them struggle. Because I think in the game 1, they had much less vision than Game did, and in game 2, they even brought new wards and ideas in. They were like warding the camps in their own jungle, like legit blocking the camp, so the Liquid couldn't farm it, and they also still saw it, and it didn't get dewarded. I think Game are just playing at a way too high level right now, where, like Fear said, the only thing you can do is just bash your head into a wall with the craziest stuff you have, and just see if it breaks through.
The convenient thing in at least game number 1 was Jabs was just a ward in general. He was an invisible Ricky. Not as high priority for him to be putting wards down if he's constantly scouting out enemy territory. But I agree. Being able to get like maybe a Beastmaster for Zai, be able to supplement some of this lack of vision that's coming from your supports and instead get it from Heroes Fear. Because I do think Heroes are quite relevant.
They are, but I think you're going to play against a power strategy no matter what. And I think the one thing that they could do that would be really good here, have side lanes that can be self-sufficient, collapse on the mid lane, and give Nisha a game.
Well,
and maybe some trades will happen and it'll be good.
I will say, Daracho looked very comfortable in that booth with his shoes off and feet up there. I do have some extra information. Team Liquid has chosen second pick. They were the priority this time. They could choose what they wanted. They wanted second pick, and that leaves Gaming Gladiator with choosing side. And of course, they chose Dire, as everybody does.
They're cheesing. They're having a good time out there.
Of course they're having a good time. I mean, they have been open about this, that already when they knew Boxy had to go home, they already agreed with each other. You know what? No matter what, we're going to have fun. They definitely are a mentally incredibly strong team. We, of course, have witnessed that firsthand at the International. And we're seeing it here as well. The smiles, even being 2-0 down or 0-2 down in a grand finals at a major, the smiles are still very much there. The question is that gameplay that Fear is talking about, is that going to show up? What do you think it means to be the first North American, or rather first USA person to win a Dota 2 major, Fear?
I mean, I think for Quinn it's going to mean a lot, especially if he wins the way that he is potentially going to win this. It's like a complete shutout. He looks like the most dominant mid laner.
Yeah.
He's going to be riding a big high after this one.
His ego will be unstoppable.
The validation has been long overdue. The bleachers are going insane
They
right now.
They are. And not only can Quinn become the first player from the USA to win a major, Celery can be the first player from the Netherlands to win a major. I want to point that out as well.
Wait, Shiver, you didn't ever win a major, Shiver?
I never won a major, and neither did Chrysalis, and neither did Sing Sing, and neither did Bambo.
Oh no!
So that's that's all the Dutch players.
He's carrying the torch for your country.
He really, really is, and the whole team, of course, is looking incredibly comfortable. Will they be able to continue that momentum in the third game of this best-of-5 grand finals? Will Team Liquid be able to force fourth? We're finding out. We're heading over to the draft of Gaming Gladiators and Team Liquid, Game 4. A 3.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for game number 3, potentially the decider here at the Lima Major. It is Team Liquid versus Gaming Gladiators, and we're getting into the third and potentially final draft. My name is Snare. I'm joined yet again by Purge and Lacoste. Gentlemen, they're playing Lina again, the third time in a row.
This is a BO5. Third game in a row, Gaming Gladiators. You come to Lina Major, you don't ban Lina, you let them pick it 3 times in a row. You got to be very confident. But considering how Duracio played it both of these games, looking at their cameras, you know, Team Liquid, they're in high spirits. They're like, yeah, we know how to beat this. We'll show you right now.
In their defense, during the group stage, they were one of the few teams that ignored Lina. They said, go ahead, pick it, we'll beat it anyways. Obviously, it's different when you have a different player lineup, but I think this is an okay way to start. Tree plus the Tiny is decent. I don't think Insania's Tiny was magnificent, but there were other problems happening in that draft. You know, forcing the Bat Red to the off lane can work for some teams.
Yes.
But they dove and they didn't get the kill. They got behind. Things are bad. If he gets the kill on the Lina, it's different. So play better, yeah, they can beat it.
What I find very intriguing about this opener from Team Liquid is that this is very reminiscent of what we see Talent Esports doing, picking a 4-5 that are very melee oriented, sometimes even in the first phase. Unfortunately for them, Lacoste, is very often, and Gaming Gladiators have been prone to do this as well. You see a melee 4, a melee 5, you pick Undying.
Yeah,
make
it's
the
a
game so
really
much
great
easier.
answer against both. Both are strength heroes. Both don't have any way to kill the Tombstone. So that's going to be always a difficult part. But I'd say it's still a strong opener because it does, like both of these heroes are extremely good at defending, repositioning, scaling, you name it. But I'm still favoring Gaming Gladiators opener. No one beats Team Liquid 3 times in a row with Lina. It seems like that's the that's the story of this best of 5.
It may happen here, though. The last 2 games have not looked remarkably close. They had some okay moments, but yeah, so far this series has been a big draft advantage and execution advantage for the Gladiators. But Undyne will give them a really stable lane. You know, against strength heroes, there's 2 already on the enemy squad. The Tombstone's amazing. The Roche potential is amazing. It's looking good for them. They're banning out the Enigma, good hero, to potentially limit Lina's last hits. You just spam the Eidolon. She doesn't get super close to them, and if you do, you get a bunch of kills. Also, lane's well tiny. Toss back plus lots of auto attacks from the Eidolons as you retreat can be really good.
Super strong combo. I also don't mind Snapfire from the off lane. You have a Tombstone killer. You have always a hero to play with, whether that's Tiny, whether that's this position 5 Treant. A lot of team fight coming out. You have a saving tool as well. Lina does not like to get jumped on post BKB. Like we see what she can do with one Satanic. So I think this could be the pick that, you know, if doesn't get banned, Team Liquid might be looking into it. It's also Guardian Greaves Buyer, something that they did have in one game. In the second game, they didn't have it. So it's also one of the issues. I also want to see Team Liquid just utilize their last pick much better. I feel like in first game on 23, they picked Magnus, which wasn't really an answer to a Timbersaw. And on the 24 pick, it was Kunkka. So this doesn't strike me as, you know, like a really gotcha pick.
Well, they're on to the second phase of these picks right now. And Team Liquid, they have second pick overall on the Radiant side. It looks like we are going to be leaning towards either Nisha playing this Tiny or Mickey, because they picked up this Grand Magus for, presumably for Insania. Highly doubt they're going to try and put this Tiny in the off lane. That's definitely not going to happen. So that's one of the cores. Does mean that we're going to be bereft, at least for now, from the Snapfire. Does Lehman Gladiators have any hope of picking it as a 4 position potentially here, Purge?
You can, but it just depends what they want to pair it with their offlaners. The value of Snapfire outside of the laning stage, which has been very common right now, is it's very good against like Tusk heroes that like prevent you from escaping. It's a free force staff for any of your teammates, basically, and it's such a good lane dominator because it has 2 powerful nukes and combos well with offensive off-lane heroes. So if they do want to pick a Snapfire, they definitely could. It would make their lineup
depending
pretty solid.
what they are planning to pick from the off-lane, I think it's a lot of healing. They're doing it.
The Iron Witch Doctor dual lane. Oh my god.
This is one of the heroes that has still remained unpicked at the tournament, and we're all like, if there's any team that's going to pick it, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators. They busted out in the grand finals. Talk to us about this, Purge. What happened in the DPC when they ran this duel? Why are we all so excited to see it?
I mean, it's a lot of healing. This is Io Witch Doctor from the offlane, plus a Soul Rip. Potentially, like, it's Guardian Greaves Witch Doctor from the off. You need something to stop this healing. I think you need I need to go through the heroes, because right now I can't think of any. And Rubik Treant, they can't build into Spirit Vessel, so this is looking very difficult. I know that Spirit Vessel hasn't been an item, you know, that you're looking to buy. Okay, that's the one. That's the one.
All right, they got a lot of support heroes on the Team Liquid side right now.
Yeah,
though.
they
That's
have 4 potentially.
but that is the best anti-healing hero in the game. So yeah, the problem is that Io, every heal that he gets goes into the guy that he's tethered to, and because Witch Doctor does AoE heal, he's getting a heal for himself, and the heal that he puts on Io also comes back to himself. Put Greaves on top of that, double AoE aura, high regen if you get low HP. It's really good at keeping you alive, and Greaves covers all the things that Witch Doctor wants, which is more raw HP with the heal and armor, because your armor is just not very good on the hero. So, but the Ice Blast can counter it. But the problem is that
you need to hit
it's going to
this
smash
ability.
you, and it's going to smash you before you hit level 6 most of the time.
Yeah. So where does Ancient Apparition rather end up playing in this game? Because we know that this Io Witch Doctor strat goes into the off lane for the side of GG.
This is either Zai's hero or mid hero. I think you need to shift priority here. Coming into this game, Team Liquid definitely didn't expect to pick this hero. Like you can see, this is the lineup that they didn't plan to do it, especially in potentially a game where the Gaming Gladiators just going to take the whole major. So putting them off in a difficult spot, Gaming Gladiators, they're on to something.
It feels like at this point in time, if I'm honest, I want to see Mike, who I think has impressed me the most on the side of Team Liquid. I feel like he has to be the one to have the hardest carry of all hard carries. It needs to be a Skadi builder, of course, given all the heal potential here. It needs to be a hero that somehow can fight Lina at the later portions of the game, and it needs to be a hero that doesn't get ran over by this Witch Doctor IO lane.
Yeah, that's spooky. That's a lot of different things to solve because normally those ultra late game carries are not the strongest laners either. So ideally, you either somehow take it to them in the laning stage and then solve those late game problems later, or you leave the lane and go jungle and let them take your tower really quick.
If someone can reduce the healing, that's Budge from the safe lane.
But you got to buy Ags first, though.
Yes, that's the problem. This type of lineup from Gaming Gladiators could run you over in 20-25 minutes.
Yeah.
I think you need to ban out Storm from Team Liquid. I think that's the other hero that could cause a lot of issues. They have a decent amount of control with Tiny. We still don't know where Tiny's going to go with Rubik's Lift, but they're looking probably a hero to play with IO, and they ban it.
Yep. So now we just need the hero for Quinn to play from the mid lane to create all the necessary space on the map. His Lesher's gone, his Bat is gone, his Ember's gone, his Pango's gone, his Storm is gone. A lot of mid heroes removed from the pool, so is the Puck as well. What are we feeling here, Purge? Looking at the drop from Gaming Gladiators, I guess you want a hero that's going to make space because none of these other heroes may do that for you.
Yeah, some like dive here would be good. They need somebody to start the fights because they do not have that right now. They're kind of just like death ball heal. So probably some initiating hero like Puck Band, of course, something like that.
Quap, I think Quap comes to my mind. It's not, against the Batrider Quap where you know your matchup. Okay, it's a bit more damage, a bit more scaling, I would say. He does build into Deso. So
it's a good game for that.
It looks really good, and also to buy a bit more time during the Ice Blast as well with the Snowball feels really good.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The Snowball, 3 seconds can be life or death. But yeah, diving these supports, can't defend himself. Rubik can barely defend himself. Even Tree, as long as he's got armor on a core and not himself, he dies easily. So I think this is a really good thing that ties in the Gladiators lineup, but I'm obviously going to be, my eyeballs are locked on that IO Witch Doctor lane and what they can do. One tell though, they banned out Marcy, and you know what? I think overwhelming physical damage could beat the lane. Ursa's not necessarily going to beat it in the laning stage, but something like that could function well while also being good against Lean in the late game.
Yeah, I like the Ursa suggestion. You have a Tombstone killer, you have good matchup against the Lina. I don't know if they want to dive deeper maybe into it, pick something like a Slark. I wouldn't mind seeing that because their AoE damage is pretty limited. It's just, can you sustain through this aggression from Gaming Gladiators?
It feels like for me right now, if I'm in an elimination game, right, I'm looking at Team Liquid. Slark is one of these super finicky heroes. Things have to go perfectly. I'm looking at Mickey and say, fam, what's the hero that no matter what, you can carry this game, right? Let's assume everything goes wrong. We lose every lane. We're getting crushed at 20 minutes. If we get to 35, which hero do you want to play that allows you to still win the game? So that's probably like what? Your Morphs, your TBs. Unless they're going to put this Tiny into the safe lane and still go for something else, a different pivot for Zai potentially.
Yeah, I don't see Tiny carry working out. You're right that those are the better late game carries, but I just feel like they're going to get smashed in the laning stage if they pick those like Morphling TB heroes. But maybe they have to say like, all right,
I forgot about, sorry. I think Troll is also an option where you like Troll with a BKB plus Battle Fury could be also a bit slow. What the hell is going on?
Well, that's not a troll. That is not, I was going to say maybe CK. Mid-AA, offlane Earthshaker.
It is a carry Tiny.
It is a carry Tiny. It is Mickey on the Tiny. All right.
Well, if you want something to sustain against this aggression in the safe lane, Tiny kind of works. A lot of raw HP, so the heal isn't as annoying. He's got no armor, but he can buy that. And then if they death ball, you've got an Earthshaker. Now, if they death ball, you don't have to worry on this like ultra late. You're like, we just want to be really strong in the mid game, and then we'll deal with Lina later, whatever.
A bit of a difficult one, I would say. I had to take a deep breath here. Definitely lineup that they did not want to go with. It's a lot of counter picking, a lot of thinking coming into this draft. I'm again favoring Gaming Gladiators. They're just one game away from winning their major title, and I like what I see. I've seen this Witch Doctor IO. It's just super strong. It comes online extremely quickly, and it scales really well with the other two cores that they have. With Tusk, with Lina, they do synergize well with all these healing. Roshan's going to be on menu for Gaming Gladiators relatively early on.
For me, the real difficulty here, gentlemen, is they picked up another strength hero into Undying. They still do not have any real tools to deal with this Undying Tombstone, and they still haven't really addressed the Lina. Lina is still going to do Lina things for the vast majority of this game. It's been difficult because Dyraicho has been Really good, really good. And right now, Gaming Gladiators, because they've been so good, find themselves on the cusp. One game away from grabbing the victory here at Lima and walking away major champions. Nobody on the team except Ace has experienced this kind of euphoria, and now they're on the cusp of getting it for the rest of the roster. Let's find out if Gaming Gladiators can do it or if Team Liquid can punch back. We bring you the best duo in the world. Cap, SVG, please take us to Game 4.
Oh boy, is it going to be a shutout, Avery? A 3-0 lurking in the potential future here for Gaming Gladiators over Team Liquid. I mean, the first two games, Game 1, pretty convincing. Game 2, an absolute stomp.
Yep.
But Game 3 is looking a little weird.
I think I smell a certain aroma, Cap. No,
Yeah,
I'm not
what's that?
talking about the dank audience. I'm talking about some cheese. Some fermented cheese that's been stewing in the confines of a Gaming Gladiators basement for some time while they pull it back out of the cellar. And it's aged. But has it aged well? Has it aged like fine wine, or has it aged poorly?
Well, I guess we're
about to find out.
We are going to find out. The panel talked about it plenty. It's the Witch Doctor IO dual off-lane combination where it's just heels on heels on heels. And honestly, I could just feel it. The Ancient Apparition as a response pick had to happen. Hey, this could be our last time, so let's just go ahead and enjoy the crowd, shall we? We have had a ton of fun here in Lima. I know some of you guys out there watching some of the crowds probably a bit envious because it has been a super great, just like wholesome experience. Everybody here has been super nice. They've been super excited about all the Dota been going on. I mean, they've been, whistling while they're watching Dota, man. Couldn't be happier.
Yeah, it's just like Marcy. A nice, wholesome experience.
True.
Seen a lot of wholesome comments over the weeks we've been here. A lot of wholesome interactions, wholesome players. Quinn known as a wholesome pub player.
now I know you're just blatantly lying to me, Avery, when you talk about that.
I mean, this is a brawl of a game, though. If you look at these lineups, if I bet you 1 month ago we were going to see Nisha Ancient Apparition versus an IO Witch Doctor in the grand finals of the next Valve event, wouldn't you believe me?
I mean, it's only because it's Nisha that I might, maybe just believe it. Just because I know this guy's hero pool is insanely wide, and
Is
I
it
know
this wide, though?
Is it this way?
This is, there's a Boeing wingspan wide, and then there's you fall off the tip of the wing straight into the abyss wide, and I'm a bit worried. Mid Ancient Apparition, the laning is not the issue. The early game's not necessarily the issue. It's you get to that scale point, and how can you land your stun as early tri-lane?
The early pressure, and it is. They get enough. Insania, I did not think they were going to be able to overpower those heals, but they do get it. Insania gets the first blood over the core Witch Doctor. And yes, that is a core Witch Doctor. You're thinking it's the other way around. No, this is how they play it. It's going to be the Witch Doctor who's playing the core, who's getting all the items here. He's going to be getting the Guardian Greaves. And I'm sure a pipe is probably decent in this kind of game. And then the IO as the support, and they just share the heals between each other and make themselves kind of untouchable unless you have the right kind of damage for it.
I mean, first blood definitely helps. You're going to tri-lane him early, create an advantage down here for Mickey. I really like it. And again, you're trying to get your support duo back in this series because it's been a rough one for him. So I can play the early waves with the fissure blocks. He's used to this.
Yeah.
So this takes me back to those old Team Secret lineups where you had the Shaker AA, something Puppy loves to draft, right? It's kind of the old IO counter with just overwhelming team fight, and of course you have that healing reduction, healing stopping, I should say. So it's a very fast lineup. If you get these lanes cooking for you, you can out-skirmish them here.
Oh, Isha, this is going to hurt. Fortunately, the cold feet can force Quinn away. So he's really only going to take that range creep damage. We'll keep a close eye on how the CS performs in this lane because Nisha...
He's at 2.
Yeah.
He is suffering. This is why, mid, it's a rough one. You can get out CS pretty hard. This hero's animation on the attack is pretty janky, honestly.
Yeah,
it's one of the most janky in the game. So I feel for him here. He's also just getting spammed in between the shards and the snowball, and Quinn, he's going to have really good solo kill potential on this lane because he's going to have water rune control. He's going to be faster. His spells are just stronger in that early part of the laning phase. And I think Tusk is just a great matchup versus this hero in general, let alone you get the one-on-one mid.
Yeah, I feel like Tusk is the last hero you want to give like a weak, easy-to-kill mid laner to. you know? And especially, as you said, the full water rune control, you got both of them, so he's never going to be running out of health or mana.
Just going to hold the wave too, but maybe more importantly is this IO Witch Doctor lane, because this is a lane, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and you're in game 3, so the mile just, you get the whole mile. You get the mile to the next patch.
You're going to run out of road, basically.
Yes. And early start's nice, but at some point this sustain just kicks in and you can't out-trade it.
Yeah.
They just start shoving you in. This is an AoE heal, so you're healing the creeps on top of each other. It's a lot of pressure in those like levels 3 to 5. Maledict versus a melee hero as well is going to be deadly for a lot of this game. It's honestly a decent Witch Doctor game. If you look at it outside of the cheese they're trying to push here.
Yeah.
He has decent Maledict targets, decent cast targets. You have 3 melee heroes for Liquid here, all of them strength. A lot of clumping can happen.
Quinn just relentless. Top 3 CS on the board right now. It's all the Game and Gladiators cores. So this is not a great sign because we walked away from game 2 kind of saying, hey, we need to be able to have a better laning phase for Liquid because Game and Gladiators, the current momentum they have in this tournament and in these games, you have to stop it early. They start getting a little bit and they just roll out of control.
This is another game where that can happen. It's how they like to draft. It's how they like to play.
Oh, nice block in. Underneath the tower, too. Darachu actually falls.
Okay. Getting some early kill action here. This is one of those lanes where it's like, what would you pick to beat safe lane Lina Undying this tournament? Shaker? No. But it's so weird that it works, you know? You haven't played this matchup. You get caught off a little. Zai catches you snoozing. Suddenly he's evening out the net worth.
And the panel certainly talked about it. You need the cores to be stepping up the game because the supports are just naturally going to have a bad time in the standard and everything. So you need the cores of Team Liquid to be able to perform and carry through some of this game. Everybody's got to chip in. They're going to go for the kill on Ace here, but the heals start going into play. It's hefty damage every single time Mickey throws a swing out, but he can't do it fast enough.
At least they got all his mana before this IO gets to Soul Ring. You're limiting some of the aggressive potential here from this Witch Doctor early, and you're giving Mickey a pretty good start. Of course, you can always get to this AE level 6 and just throw it down there too. You have stuns this game. There's a reason they picked the Shaker last. You want stuns with mid AA, so this ult and his Vortex are guaranteed procs, so you can make the most of this hero. And honestly, you're talking about the cores popping off. I also feel like that's part of why they picked this Shaker.
Nice toss back, but a better snowball gets Quinn away from that gank.
Yeah, there's not going to be kill threat on here. This is pretty much, you want to give this low XP, get that AA ult up, and then ult bottom and kill bottom. I would not be surprised to see Insania rotate down here. You can just chain kill this offlane Witch Doctor. One of the downsides of these cheesy offlanes is if you just tri-lane them, even at later points in the lane, they really suffer. Because what spells do they have to fight you back here?
Sure.
They have heal.
Snowball, level 6, picked up by Quinn. He goes for a bit of an aggressive move onto Nisha, but Nisha is tanking it up. Back over to that bottom lane, though. That's where the gank comes in. Does hit a 2-man Maledict. The telekinesis throws him back into the 2 heavy punchers of Team Liquid.
A body box?
Not quite good enough. Insania couldn't stay in front of him, and there was always the tether away anyway.
I like this play, though. Like, this Witch Doctor offlane is super susceptible to getting ganked. It's like an offlane silencer or something. You're just a sitting duck. And the more you feed off him, the farther he gets from getting to those aura items, which is where this combo really becomes broken, right? Mech, Greaves, Pipe. At that point, you're unstoppable. You might just be able to faceplant into all of Liquid's damage and survive.
Darachu is pushing in pretty deep here. Without the support in lane, he is trying to kick Zai out of here.
And again, he's had a very free start on this Lina. 3rd game in a row.
Look at him. He's like, no. You don't get to get the last hit on this range creep.
Even going to glyph it here.
Glyph it and then go back in, chase him away.
He stops him getting it. There's a
Looks like mid lane, they want to go for a dive. They're holding a point onto Undying, so he could drop a tombstone.
I mean, Quinn definitely wants to kill Nisha here. This is a matchup where you have the kill advantage, you have all the threat. A does not have any abilities to fight you back pretty much. You can even dodge Cold Feet. Just going to keep punching him, limit his resources. Also makes him, if he has to use all his mana pool in lane, he might not have it for the ult. And we haven't seen that yet, so you have to think about it. Quinn can call him casting it as well.
Yeah, exactly. So he's kind of got to be out of vision to do it, right?
Nisha just walked in the trees and threw it bottom. They're not going to know this is coming. Pretty good setup. Should be a kill.
Got to be able to hit bold. Immediately, the stuns go out onto Ace and blow him up. Really smooth move by Nisha.
This is exactly what you want happening in this safe lane for Liquid, and that's why they're having a giggle about it.
Yep.
Because suddenly Jabs is having a game. I feel like for the first time, this Liquid support duo is ahead of the gaming one in this early game in terms of levels and network.
What is this rotation? Quinn taking the long route up to top lane. Zai, if they hit the shards here, I think he's going to die. They actually get the snowball range, but the TP's coming in. This is very deep. Now, oh, look at that. The Undying is so low. Jabs goes for it. The Decay keeps him alive a little bit longer. The Fisher's going to be able to finish him off. Quinn does manage to get the support kill at the same time. Nice shards. A two-man LSA on top of that. Cold Feet trying to keep going away. Maybe he's going to be stunned up here as, yep, it lashes. They have a Fisher again in 5 seconds. Nisha not really struggling on damage. Nice use of the snowball on the dead Jabs to be able to get away. And the LSA lands on Zai, so Duracio gets the double, beats the Laguna Blade, and walks away from Nisha.
He's already taken it to him. This isn't even Maelstrom Lina, this is just the Javelin. And Duracio is already snowballing so hard in this top lane. I mean, decent reaction from Liquid. At least you're getting some return kills and you force Quinn back to this mid. I was going to say you force him out of resources, but of course Quinn walks into a regen rune.
Yeah.
So he's back to full.
I mean, they still haven't solved this. Like, if the laning phase goes badly for them, it also means power rune control is firmly in the hands of Gaming Gladiators, and it seems like that part of the problem is still not fixed.
Yes, and you're not contesting runes with AA.
No, oh no.
Unless you're bringing the whole squad. This hero is terrible at those river fights.
Yeah.
Especially versus Tuskar. The second you get sharded off, it might just be your fate depending on who's around. So Quinn is likely going to have rune control again here, and he's going to put it to good use. This is still a Lina lineup, and Lina is going to have a very free game, so all these little skirmishes that don't go your way, you're falling behind. The clock is ticking.
Waiting for that next Ice Blast. You could see Ace and Celery are not playing like in the lane statically nearly as much as they were doing so before. In fact, they're going to pull the creep wave just to make things even harder for Nisha to get a good grasp of when to throw that big ultimate to bottom lane.
And Ace is just going hood over this mech, which I like. It's going to help him fight in this AA blast and all this magic damage earlier.
Yeah.
You look at this Liquid lineup, pretty much only magic until ultra late where Tiny's 6-slotted with Divine Ags or something. I don't know. But otherwise, this pipe on Witch Doctor is just going to allow them to walk into all the objectives they want with this Lina. And again, you can't stop gaming from doing the type of game flow they want to have happen. Not to mention the stacking back on the menu. This is maybe the way of farming the stack you wouldn't expect, so it's a little slower, and that allows you to contest this time. Liquid are sick of giving these triangle stacks up. They are bringing the whole squad.
Yeah, they're actually going to use all their abilities, it seems like, to be able to do this.
I think this is a must. You cannot let gaming get away with everything they have in their game plan, especially with offlane Witch Doctor. He's not good at defending these stacks early. He wants to hit his aura timing, not skirmish with level 1 Cask, level 1 Maledict.
Also, especially since Quinn was taking your hard cam stacks earlier, too. So,
yeah, you got to get revenge.
Telekinesis back. Oh, hit the Echo Slam. They do manage to clip him. Even if the ult doesn't land entirely, it's enough to be able to shatter him in the end. And Insania will be left inside a cage.
Run some circles. You deserve them, son.
Yeah.
It's been a rough series, but you can always pull it back, and those big Tuskar kills are going to mean a lot. Again, you cannot have your AA getting forced off lanes here because this hero has no other farm mechanism. He can't kill those waves super fast. He cannot go jungle. He has to stay around mid and be able to throw these ults out. So you need to back him up versus Tuskar in the early game.
He actually gave the tome. Witch Doctor has the tome in his backpack. Very interesting. He could give it to Celery and they could get level 6 there.
You think Ace is going to give a tome?
I guess not, because he put it into his own inventory and pops it.
Hell no, he's the Witch Doctor.
Oh, that was an okay shards by Insania to try and block out Quinn, but ultimately still gets the kill on Zai.
Once more, Quinn is having a pretty decent start. 3-1-2, rune control, ganking on the side lanes. These part of the game plan has definitely not been stopped. And once more, you are behind in the early game for Liquid. You're going to have to make it up somewhere. I like the fact they have a lot more levels on these supports than they did in the previous games, and you have a lot more farm too. Also, heroes they're very comfortable on, right? Insania is a Rubik player. Jabs likes his tree. You could fight back.
Walrus punch.
You have to do it soon.
Yeah, that damage will proc from Duracio's Maelstrom to finish him off.
And that was a Mickey TP as well.
Yeah.
Trying to bail out his mid laner, but a little too late.
Stolen shards, stolen LSA. Snowball picks him up though. Nice move by Quinn to help get another one and keep the pressure up on this mid lane. Very important.
And Duracio is just getting active super early because what's the early gap close here?
Yeah.
There's no support Tiny threat. It's just Fissure into Mickey walking up and killing him. Unless that happens, Dyrachio has a free game. He's already up to 1400 HP, level 10. He's going to go bot second here, and he is going to get out of control very fast. I don't think there's a way to stop the Lina progression at this point in the game. You're just going to have to play for those later fights where you get Blink on Shaker and some massive A ult. Maybe around the Roche Pit, that's your comeback here. But Tombstone is pretty annoying.
Oh
Nisha
no, Nisha in trouble again. They will manage to kill the Undying pretty quickly, but Nisha is going to die punch after punch. Raining in from Quinn. A shard to try and block him out, but he goes up the river instead. And Snowball's back in. Oh, Quinn's getting a little cheeky now. With the relocate coming in, they have the avalanche and the telekinesis to be able to separate, so that relocate is not going to work for Gaming Gladiators.
That's something else you have to think about in this game too. Lina's going to start pushing your Silence, and they have the reload threat.
Yep.
So every Tuskar shard and punch is a setup. Means Quinn can play super aggressive. Not to mention it's a setup where a heal duo is going to come in. So if you try and turn it around in this tanky Tuskar, you get AoE heal too.
Yeah.
You get piped, you get greased later on. The Witch Doctor heating up. Look at it go.
I think one of the interesting things about this this whole strategy from Gaming Gladiators that we've seen before is last time they did a Bat Rider mid with the Riki. This whole lineup is very dependent on Quinn as a mid laner playmaker being able to make a lot of solo moves, basically.
He is the setup.
Yeah.
He's the initiation, he's the setup. He's your BKB Pierce. There's a lot on his shoulders in a sense, but if the game's going this well, I don't think he feels the pressure at all. And as we've seen this whole tournament, if you want a playmaker at this event who's going to be consistent and give you those options, I might take Quinn.
Yeah. No, he wears it well, but I also love the fact that Dyrachio is getting more aggressive as a result too, right?
It's part of the comfort he feels in this game. Where is the Lina threat?
Yeah.
It's just not going to be there. He's too fast on the map. Your gap close is not there, and even if you gap close him, you have to land all this magic damage on him and chain stun before that pipe, before something like a Soul Rip comes out. Io can even tether the Lina in this game. Sure, you're playing Witch Doctor Io, but it doesn't mean you're leashed at the hip, right?
Sure.
And Celery's going to go the mech, so Ace just goes pipe, he can go shard, he can go blink, he can go aggressive items on Witch Doctor, and Celery can pick up the slack.
Tombstone's going to be dropped. Zion's going to be slowed down by this. Tofu is going to die, and Fissure block not quite there. Quinn slowed down a little bit.
Stolen Tombstone, very nice here.
Oh, that's a good pickup.
It's going to be a good spell if you can ever get it this game. Combine it with some Ice Vortexes, a Fissure, and Overgrowth. There's a lot of zone control. Quinn wants none of that. Back to mid.
They showed their Train Protector up here, which I think is an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to take that bottom tower finally.
Yeah, they're going to be happy trading here. And again, they just got finished farming some Ancient stacks. Whenever you think there's no stacking going on, they're stacking.
Yeah, that's why they're 5K up even after that kill.
That's how fast you blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Quinn's going to get another bottle refill mid off that Tofu Death. Everything very efficient here.
Level 12, so he's got the extra Walrus Punch damage coming in.
All right, huge items for Liquid though. You're 200 off Blink for Mickey, and you have the Blink on Zai Shaker.
Okay.
So you're getting the playmaking tools, but you have to make something out of them. And this is where Nisha can start to get involved more, because he's going Witchblade into Abs. So he's playing this as a right-click A.
Yep.
It's good, but it's not good into spell immunity, which means you really want the game to go really late. In order to get there, you're going to have to find pickoffs on the map. Runes are your best friend. Arcane in the river. Maybe you can bait Quinn on it. Or Dyrachio if he bites.
Celery spots it.
Dyrachio's
going to go over there. Zai is making the move over here. They're both baiting each other at this point in time. Quinn's going to finally go for... Oh! That was a miscommunication. Nisha definitely thought that Zai was going to try and stop that.
Maybe afraid of a reload save or something.
Yeah, could be.
Or maybe Zai thought he could see him and therefore he was just baiting it out, but you're not going to get too many of these windows because, again, every time you go for one of these plays, you're losing on the map.
Yep.
I would expect another smoke here from Liquid and try and get a fighter on this mid. Next A ult up in 30. You have to wait for this cooldown. That was Mickey's blink too that arrived off earlier. So double blinks, you're not finding the fight. Feels bad.
Feels pretty bad indeed. With Insania still holding on to that Tombstone, they would have loved to make a move. They can, maybe another 12 seconds with an Ice Blast coming up. With the Witchblade complete. Basically, it's Ancient Apparition. If you guys have never seen Core Ancient Apparition, it's kind of like a magic damage sniper. Once you complete that Aghanim Scepter, You have very long range, but as you says, BKB with magic damage sniper, it implies that BKB is kind of like the be-all, end-all.
It is a lot of damage. One might even say it is the ice Lina of this tournament.
That's another good way to describe it, for sure.
We need to nerf Ancient Apparition. He's out of control. The frozen Lina.
Tombstone behind the tower is getting some good vision of, like, is there anybody here?
I mean, this is a good use of a spell that was timing out. You're at least getting a tier 1 for a lineup that the objective taking is not super high in terms of the power. Getting your side lanes back in, so once again, you have to go back, try and find something. You have limited smokes in this game too. And Quinn already has BKB.
Hell save from the trees on Zai. Laying out all the spells. Let's see if he can get the damage in time, and he does. Enough Maelstrom procs will ensure it, and a late TP in from Insania. Cannot even catch Dyrachyo. He's already TPing out and away to the other side of the map.
Man, Dyrachyo has played like a beast on these final 2 days.
Oh, yeah.
He has been pressuring early. He has been making moves, being aggressive with carries. Regardless of where he is in his item progression, he's just asserting himself on the map. And anytime you have a carry player doing that, it makes everybody else's lives easier because it constricts where Liquid can go, which means if you want to get this Tombstone fight, if you want to get these pickoffs through the Tuskar, it becomes that much easier. Everybody lending a hand. The power of friendship, Cap.
Oh, Fisher doesn't even land there.
I mean, this is high ground ward for Liquid.
Yeah, they're going to throw a high ground tomb. Potentially, Tofu gets it off, and immediately Liquid start retreating. Ace is going to be able to hit the cask. That'll isolate Jabs a little bit. Running him down with the Maledict on him, and drops the ultimate. Jabs trying to heal himself with a living armor. TP's back for fear. They do manage to get Tofu, so actually just a 1 for 0. Dyrachyo's nearby, though. In fact, he's pummeling that tier 2 tower. So even with the man down, Gaming Gladiators still keeping up the pressure because they have BKB. What can Liquid even do to this Lina when she's magic immune?
Just dunk it all on her head, honestly.
Yeah, you kind of got to get the initiation and just 100-0.
Jumper with the tiny jumper with the shaker, just kill her before some snowball save can come out. Because, of course, you can BKB in Tusk and just walk into the chain stun here and snowball your Lina.
Yeah.
There's possibility before Blink with how tanky this hero is. Well, Liquid are looking for this Lina, but they're a little too short on the window, and they're going to look for the rune bait again.
20-minute rune, jumps in. Oh, we managed to get the haste rune, so they have to keep him chained. Somebody got off the BKB, and now he's going to turn around with a Maledict on Mickey. He's got to be careful. Nice two-man Fisher, but Dyrachyo, he's on the other side. He's got Insania already, and Zai's going to be slowed down to a crawl. He stops moving because he's dead, Avery.
There's a lot dying in this game. A lot of hopes and dreams. I feel like you just have to echo him there.
Yeah.
I get not doing it because you just don't know where these saves are. You don't know where the sustain is, but every one of these games it doesn't work. It just gets more and more impossible. And you don't have the faster farmers. You just don't. This Witch Doctor's pretty fast with max heal. He's just running around getting soul ring. You get double arcanes as well through this combo. Like, he is going to have a lot of ores and a lot of utility in this game. And it's going to be very obnoxious because do you want to commit all of your kit on this Witch Doctor Isle when there's a Lina, when there's a Tuskar, when there's a Tombstone?
It's looking pretty grim.
It is grim. I've seen comebacks. I've seen Game 3 comebacks in Best of 5.
Yeah.
We have technically never had a full reverse Best of 5 sweep.
Kaya, Sanj almost done for Ace. That guy is not easy to kill. Because he's got the Voodoo Switcheroo as well. So if you don't burst him 100%, he gets off the Voodoo Switcheroo, and then you got some problems on your hands.
I mean, Witch Doctor's about to turn into a major trophy right here.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
You like that one?
I'm just trying to imagine what he looks like. All right.
Roshan.
Time for Roshan, and trying to come up with a way. I mean, Liquid do have combos, right?
This is
they
your
got combo
comeback,
on combo on combo.
You got to find a huge AoE echo here if you're Zai.
Fisher just trying to scout things. That doesn't feel good. So now that it's been used, Gaming Gladiators feel more comfortable committing. They still have Tombstone as well.
I mean, you have to land a huge A blast too because there's so much sustain on this lineup.
Shard gets him a little bit more information. Roshan's dying fast. They got to go for it now, but look at Tofu, look at Quinn, even pop with the BKB just to make sure Liquid cannot get close to the pit.
Giving him nothing. Not even an opening. You can take the illusion room bottom. That's your pity prize here. At least you have this smoke still running. Maybe you can make a play off this that Gaming don't expect, right? Sometimes you just split up after this Roche, you get a little lazy.
Yeah.
You have Aegis on this Lina. Not the target you want to run
across.
into. Well, they might know they're on the triangle here, but...
Yeah, with the courier going that direction, they can kind of follow it to the source. In fact, Zai's going to teleport to the other side here, see if they can catch him. They're going to go for it. Celery's going to be first. Chain stun him. Don't give him a chance to relocate, but it does mean that Ace was able to just walk away.
Walk it off. Why not sacrifice a little ball to gain the bigger prize? And again, Gaming stealing your triangle, farming backwards. Every second they're gaining so much gold off this map. You have to find the team fight. There is no option in this game, I believe.
And Game of Gladiators, they've been really good about once they have a lead like this. Oh, toss up in the air. Oh, he tossed him away from the blast. That was not the play.
Not the alley-oop you're hoping for?
No.
But you don't lose anybody. Silver lining there, you know, nobody's dead. You get to wait off the old cooldown, only 30 seconds.
You know it's bad when Avery is looking on the bright side.
Okay, Quinn is almost
dead. He's going to pop his BKB now. Do they have the physical damage? He got a regen. Zai, he shows up trying to Fisher block him. Doesn't actually do anything, though. Hits him with the second totem, and he actually popped the Echo Save for the extra, but it's done. He's still alive. Oh, no, Liquid.
Not like this.
Now Mickey is slowed down. Duraccio is going to catch him. Zai is like, what do I do, guys? The answer is run. As fast as you can, as far away as you can, because Game of Gladiators is a full 5-man machine that will not be stopped.
You just go high ground here. You have Aegis for 3 minutes still.
Just go high ground. It's 25 minutes in. It's the first Aegis. Just go high ground.
Why not? Duracio's played aggressive this whole series. What's stopping him? I mean, they even have the crowd behind him at this point. I like listening to it.
Me too. My favorite part is when you can hear the Spanish casters. Maybe you guys can hear them a little bit in the background. And that Roshan was not a particularly hype Roshan take, but they still, you know, Roshan, you know, it's just like, so much energy.
That was a pretty good take. You trying out later or what?
I mean, if only I could speak Spanish. I can roll my R's, but I can't speak Spanish.
Well, there's a lot of things this Liquid lineup can't do, but there are some things they can, which is if you find a hero in the stuns, they are likely dead.
Okay.
Here's some
stun
stuns.
1, stun 2, Ice Blast over the top, no more stuns. It ended at 2.
And that's why I say likely. You know,
Likely.
they are likely dead, not guaranteed.
Oh, no.
You wish you had the Echo there, right? But you can't have everything in this game. And now they're just running away with it. Deso for Quinn. Duraccio is working towards that Satanic, and we saw what it did game 1. Didn't get a chance to see what it did game 2, because of course that game ended pretty fast, but
yeah.
Might see it here again in game 3, on top of all the heals from the rest of this lineup. All right, you have a tier 2 push here. You're gonna see something. Liquid want to take the fight. Echo back up in 5. Duraccio
he's
knows.
exploring. He's going to LSA, maybe.
Oh, they have a ward.
They're going to go for the stun real quickly, dude. Do manage to hit him with 1. Is there any follow-up? They've got the Avalanche as well, but Duraccio is so tanky, man. He still has that Aegis.
Right,
Niche up on the back line. He's laying out that damage. They see Celery. They stop him. They manage to hit him with the Ice Blast and the Overgrowth, but they can't follow that up, especially not going through the Lina, but they toss him back into the stun. Liquid playing with a little something now. Ace, he's got to be careful to relocate. No, it's denied by the Echo. Zai sees his opportunity. He will not let them go away. They will not go gently into that Dark Knight. They are going to put up a fight here in this game 3.
Nisha just pelting them from behind that tower. He's definitely got a smile on his face after that. I mean, I would love to see the damage report from this fight, but you can't ask for a better timed axe in this game from that Ancient Apparition.
Oh, yeah.
Slow start, but now he's starting to come online. Suddenly the damage is there. You can start these fights off with the stun pokes. Another BKB force from Quinn. some momentum being gained back here.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit to be worked with. And the crowd, I mean, they don't want to leave it at a game 3. You know, they want to see more of this series. They are full on back behind Team Liquid.
Oh, look at that fight recap. 4,200 from AA. That's something.
That's pretty good.
I know that doesn't sound impressive, but we're talking about an AA here. That's pretty damn good. Especially when you're down 16 or 17K, you might have just got high ground. They played that fight beautifully. Chain stunning this Lina. No BKB for Dyrachyo. He just got frame tossed.
Yeah, like that was literally perfect timing for Liquid.
Absolutely insane by Mickey, and then the Echo preventing any hope of getting taken out of here from that IO. And like you said, a tiny star appears in an otherwise bleak night.
Well,
a glimmer of hope.
A small glimmer of hope. And we'll see what Liquid can do with this, because they've got BKB on Mickey, so they have a little bit more fighting power, a little bit more commitment when they jump onto these heroes.
This would be one of the most ridiculous comeback wins I've ever seen in my life. Like,
yeah.
If Nisha carries this game with a mid-ags Ancient Apparition from this point versus arguably the strongest carry hero at this tournament, maybe in a lot of patches we've seen, hell, I might unretire for the 4th time, you know?
Nisha, he's going to be working towards a Hurricane Pike next. He wants Blink Dagger and BKB as well, because he's got to keep away from the initiation aspect.
Yeah, you want Hurricane Pike. You want it badly. The extra tank ability, the gap spacing you can recreate.
And the range is out of control at that point.
Remember, that was a fight where Dyrachyo did not get BKB off. He did not have the Satanic. This is a very different Lina after those items are there and after he can pop them in a fight. You still have to be very careful if you're Liquid, but you do have the chain stun capability, and the saves, they are there, but they haven't been there. You do have this BKB snowball
save. They see him underneath vision immediately. They're going to make the jump, but he has no time to return. He's just gone. That being said, Dyrachyo is set up for this fight. Overgrowth on the side to be able to stop the relocate in at the same time. They've got the Ice Blast on Celery. Nisha wants to start laying into him. Nisha's going to give up his life, trying to finish off Celery, and he may actually tick out.
Will the IO crack? No.
No, not quite.
Still,
Jeez,
you
that
get
pipe
Tusk.
come in and play nicely.
I mean, Mickey lives, you get the Tuskar there. That was an insane amount of burst that came out on that jump. I do not think Quinn was expecting it, because he did not get BKB off. So again, you're finding these little windows if you're Liquid, but Dyrachyo is finding the bigger ones.
Mickey, he may have to use his BKB here, but he really doesn't want to. 1 second on the blink. Blinks over to the side, TP's out, and Dyrachyo will not be able to find him in time.
But hey, the net worth is the same. You're keeping it flat.
True. Is that... What do you think their chances are late game? I suppose you haven't seen too many core Ancient Apparitions, so...
Yeah, let me just run those calculations for a second.
Okay. Celery down to half. Mickey's going to have to use the BKB here. It's just way too dangerous when you don't finish off one of those heroes and you've got the Maledict on you.
Honestly, I have no idea what Liquid's chances are in the late game. This lineup is so weird. A lot of crazy stuff can happen on a high ground push. You do have Tiny. Tiny can always create a scenario where you get a toss back, someone's out of position, suddenly Lina dies. The thing I like about Liquid's chances, if you manage to kill Lina,
there really isn't much left,
the rest of this lineup is kind of built around her. You're taking the head off the snake here. But obviously that is a really tall ask.
Oh, that was a bold move by Dyrachyo. He turned around and went for that fight, but there were so many heroes here instead. Dyrachyo, what was that? The rest of the Game of Gladiators team do manage to get on top of Nisha, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade-off so far. And they've got a nice little 4-man ball that is not afraid of anything, I think, but Mickey's going to go for it. Toss them 3 together. The Endo Slam on top of them. 1 dead. Tofu soon to fall as well, but so does I. They're still trading out. Tofu managed to heal himself. Quinn goes on top of Insania, tries to push him away with the Psychic, but it's not good enough. Mickey on the run, uses the Ogre Seal Totem to try and get a little distance out, but he isn't going to make it. He doesn't have the BKB. The best he can hope for is a TP up, but the snowball stops him.
What looked absolutely beautiful is just not enough. Yeah, you have a crap ton of damage, but this lineup has way too much heal. Oh, you feel for it, because that is the dream. 3-man Ava into the toss, clump him even more, chain him off the Shaker Shard into the Echo. 6,000 damage for this Tiny, but 6,000 is about 1,000 too short.
Yeah.
That's Witch Doctor. That is
That
Witch
is
Doctor.
the IO Witch Doctor duo right there. Look at the heals. So much damage. But ultimately, the heals make the difference. Look how low Tofu was, too. The LSA just came a little bit late. I think it was coming off cooldown because Insania had used it before.
Of course, Quinn is going to survive that no matter what, likely, and probably don't clean that fight up, but you're seeing glimmers of what this lineup can do if you do get that clump, and they're finding it. Again, Liquid are finding these small windows in this game that I don't think they have any business locating.
Yeah. I mean, there was definitely a reason why they picked up this Earthshaker, right? IO, Witch Doctor, Undying, like these heroes naturally clump up a bit.
Yep.
You add in a tiny toss on top of that, and you could have the dream situation. Zai's going to break the smoke, blinks down, and away.
Echo this time, 15 seconds.
Insania trying to go for a steal, but is immediately punished by Quinn.
His level 20 talent plus a quiver. This Tuskar is going to one-shot you. Do I even need to say he had Arcane Rune too? I think we can just assume Quinn has an Arcane Rune every fight. That's second Roshan, so this is Shard. Give it to whoever the hell you want here. Duracchio's going to take your Aegis and try and push high ground with it. And again, these Roche fights are really good for Liquid, but you just can't contest it. Quinn's not going to give you the chance. He probably just runs in here again, right on cue.
There it is again. I love it. They give the Shard over to the IO. This was something that they prioritized last time as well, because this IO Shard, spell amplification and spell lifesteal, when you already have this crazy magic damage and healing combo.
That's super nice.
It still comes down to the Ice Blast.
The poor man's IO Lesh, you know? Just when you thought you weren't going to have to play against it.
Gaming Gladiators come up with a different look, a different twist on the same old story that has been successful for them time and time again. 4.5 minutes to make some moves here with this Aegis. They've already taken all the tier 2s except that top one. So this could be a high ground push at some point in time.
That Chainstorm fight is becoming harder though. You have 3 BKBs on gaming side, and one of them's on Tofu. This Undying has a full BKB. He can just run in there and start healing people, start smacking you, and you can't really turn around on him. It negates so much of the AA damage as well. Yeah, stay in the trees. The trees are your friend.
Liquid spamming help, and they need all the help they can get here. 16 to 21, 21,000 net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators at 35 minutes. And Insania, careful there. They see the orbs. They're going to get a ward on the high ground. They need to start retreating now. The Maledict has already landed onto Jabs. He's going to be in some trouble. Insania is pretty much stuck. He's dead. The snowball on through everybody. Actually clips Mickey. It finishes off Jabs as well. Quinn actually goes for a BKB TP out, thinking that he was too far forward.
Smart play. He can get back here pretty fast. It's not like the team has to commit, but they're going to commit anyway.
Oh, 3-man Fisher stun. That's pretty nice. Echo Sam immediately afterwards does manage to finish off the Undying. Gets Celery a little bit low, but the Glimmer Cape does allow him to start by the overgrowth on the Lina, and they've got the vision. They've got the damage from the low ground. Nisha's laying into him. The telekinesis is trying to get him away with the toss. It stops a toss away, and now Ace.
Nisha's going kind of ham.
Okay. Turning into that ward with the Maledict, managed to get the blink away. Duracchio is going to be relocated to the other side, but now Quinn's back into play, and Nisha, without Nisha, there's no damage. They can't deal with Duracchio, and Duracchio can handle the rest of Liquid without him. Double kill for him. Take that tier 2, and they can start thinking about just full-on Elena Barracks.
Oh, they are feeling it. They are very close to becoming major champions here, and there is no better feeling in Dota outside of that international. Duracchio, one final high ground push for you. You're on a hero that you destroyed people with all tournament. What is going to stop him here? You need the toss back of your lives, and you're going to need it fast. Cat's going to bounce through. At least you got a stolen spell from this Witch Doctor. Morale boost.
That's pretty nice, especially with these AoE stuns. It presents an opportunity, perhaps.
You need AA to live through the fight. You need Nisha to come back up before you can even dream
They're
of
going to get the
taking
toss
this.
now.
That's pretty deep. Glyph for the extra damage.
Nice toss back with the telekinesis and the cast going around. Stalls him up as well. Quinn goes in pretty deep, though. He finishes off Zai, knocks him through the roof.
Stolen switcheroo.
Stolen switcheroo to finish off Ace. Oh, Insania. That was bonkers. Ice Blast is out.
Nisha's back.
Nisha is back, but without the Ice Blast, it does mean Duracchio has Satanic to work with. He's also going to Shadow Blade his way out of there.
Gaming are slowly closing out this game economically, but hey, Liquid, if they're going to go out, they're going out in style.
Yeah.
Blink switcheroo, sending Ace back to the well. The Doctor did not like that one.
Hey, you said in game 2, what does Nisha need? What does this dust do? Well, you said a moon shard.
That's true.
He's going to moon shard in game 3.
He
The
will
ancient
get there.
apparition. It's going to just be a Gatling gun of snowballs.
You really need that level 20 talent too.
Oh yeah.
We don't talk about it a lot, but you need it on this hero if you're playing carry. He's one level off. So close. Maybe if you get that and this moon shard, you can start killing heroes in the stun duration.
Yeah.
It's so much magic damage. And it's kind of an interesting idea because traditionally these ranged carries like building the armor, they're going to scale versus the physical. They're not that great at scaling versus magical. We've seen a couple brooches come out in the ultra late game versus some of these AC Furion, AC Titanic, Linas. I mean, Ancient Apparition was the OG brooch. He is the brooch. Some of these things win you late games. You know, these talents and heroes, they're not meant to be played this way. Their experiments gone wrong. Ice Frog never intended AA to get to this point. Who knows what can happen? Give this man a Divine in the ultra late? He's outranging you.
Yeah, Lina like has a hard time being able to throw the damage back at Nisha, especially when it comes to these high ground scenarios. And that is what Team Liquid's kind of banking on, right?
Yeah, they're just playing for the high ground because, okay, Zai's not going to get much more farm in this game, but in theory, he doesn't need it. He's got Octarine, he's got a Quickening Charm, he has very low cooldown stuns. He's just playing the utility Shaker role. No other item is going to change Shaker in this game, which is good for them because he's not getting another item in this game. And meanwhile, Mickey, he's 4-slotted. You really want this Daedalus to pair with the Ags.
Yeah, I was going to say,
if you win a fight, you'll get there.
If you could just get to that Daedalus.
Oh, it changes so much.
With an Ice Blast on top of that, like that is just circle destruction.
Because Terraccio is max slotted. This Lina is pretty much capped. So, you know, you play against Lina, but the Lina's done. She's not going to get that. She's not going to get any stronger here. The damage has been inflicted. You can wipe the sweat off your brow. The hard part's over, Cap.
I guess so. Every minute past this is at least the Lina in some ways.
He's too farmed.
Losing a bit of her power spike.
Terraccio has over-farmed this game. He has nowhere to go. That's what you should be saying right now.
Maybe he's going to start giving away shards to other heroes. I mean, we're joking about it, but it is somewhat true, right? Like, the other heroes of Gaming Gladiators are not necessarily going to expand too much either. Quinn is going for a Moon Shard, so he's looking to play off that 25 talent you were talking about.
Yeah, I heard me talking last game. Like, oh, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds
I'm
sick.
just going to perma-punch this AA. See you later. I mean, he even has Penta Edge Sword, so extra damage, reduce some move speed, you get the maim. Almost to that level 25. The dream is real here for this Tuskar. And another monumental performance by Quinn, 11-11. The KDA all series long, all tournament long in this main stage has been ridiculous.
Yeah.
5-man smoke from Liquid.
Smoke it out, trying to catch an invisible smoked up Terraccio Lina.
And Jabs' overgrowth is super important in these fights. You want to make sure you try and grab this Lina after BKB. Ideally after Satanic, but again, if you force the Satanic in an inopportune time, that's still decent.
Yeah.
Hell, maybe you just overgrowth and force the BKB, because once his BKB's down, it's when he's susceptible.
Zai Smoke breaks, and he blinks away.
Got Tombstone out.
He got Tombstone out of him.
I don't think Gaming want to let him retreat from here.
Yeah, no, they're not. They got the Gleipnir on too, but the Snowball on through as well. They do manage to get the telekinesis tossed back away, but it leaves Zai dead in the river. Mickey's going to be slowed down by the Walrus Punch as well. The Ogre Seal Totem once again coming to play. He's going to throw some damage back at him. Where was that blast going? Well, it wasn't going anywhere. And neither is Liquid. They have been caught without buybacks. Gaming Gladiators don't need to worry about the high ground anymore. The red carpet is rolled out for them, and Terraccio is going to blink right past it. He's going to teleport right past it and start laying into the tier 4s right away.
What is there to stop Lina? You let it through 3 times. You gave it to this man, and now he's got a major championship to hang on that fiery belt.
Gaming Gladiators will 3-0 Team Liquid to take the Lima Major.
Another NA champion is born, but hey, we got to give it to this whole damn squad. This is what Dota's about. It's not about the heroes. It's not about the draft. It's about how much work you put in and what does it produce for you. These guys have been working towards this for their entire lives in some cases. You play on teams, you get kicked from teams, you join other teams, those teams don't like you, you get flamed on Reddit, then you get a low quality behavior score. Maybe someone tells you should give up. Maybe you think about giving up. But in those darkest times you think, hey, I still believe in me. I still think I'm good. And it leads you back. And sometimes it just works. The team clicks. And you find yourself walking out of that booth with no one else to beat.
Quinn's looking around like, is there anybody else? He said it was too easy in the semifinal upper bracket. And it seemed to just get easier for Gaming Gladiators.
What an amazing, well-deserved champions for this team. They have been putting in the work. They have been grinding it out.
And you talk about self-belief. I mean, this is a squad that believes in each other. Quinn said he felt like all of his teammates believed in him. They said so as well. And in return, I mean, what an absolute monster performance by everybody on Gaming Gladiators. Duraccio, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, Celery.
These guys know how they want to play. They know what they want to play. You have to give some of it to them. That's a very comfortable position to be in a tournament. Oftentimes it wins you that tournament, and here, that proved to be the case. We got to commend Liquid here because, of course, they are a man down.
Yeah.
It's a tough position to be in. They fought valiantly. They shake hands with a smile on their face, but today the glory does indeed go to Gaming Gladiators. New champions are born. And man, if you thought Quinn was talking shit before, you haven't seen anything yet.
Look at Ace, look at Celery, they're just...
I mean, even going back to Ace, man, there was a time where after that secret squad, it's like, where's Ace? What's he doing? This guy changed roles, changed teams. People are like, oh, he's okay, he's not that great, but he was by far the best offlaner at this tournament. By the end of this event, who are you going to take over this guy to throw in that lane and have a consistent performance? Absolutely nobody.
A round of applause and cheers for both Liquid and Gaming Gladiators. The fans, every single person in the stadium, I'm looking around, almost all of them are on their feet, giving a warm welcome to both the grand finalists and ultimately the champions. Unbelievable. 3-0 to be able to close things out. You couldn't ask for...
It wasn't just 3-0. They didn't lose a single game.
Insane.
In this entire tournament run. And a lot of those were not close. So yeah, maybe you're playing with advantage in this grand final, but nobody else could beat this team.
Yeah.
And they were the ones contending Liquid in that regional too. Always going to be a question mark, but there are no question marks on how damn good this team is. They are a global threat. Think of the confidence this does for you going into this season, going towards that TI. Now you know you can win. You know you can be the best. Before now you questioned it, but after this, no doubt.
Well played. GG, and that is going to be it from us here on the casting desk. Me and Avery, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to hand it over now to Avo, who's going to be on the stage as we have our trophy ceremony about to go underway.
A las lower brackets fueron de frente, vinieron acá con una mentalidad, con ganar, con llevarse esta Lima Major, vinieron desde las upper brackets, se mantuvieron ahí y pues nada, ya están a punto de agarrar el trofeo de esta Lima Major, una Major que se ha hecho por primera vez en Sudamérica en la historia. La verdad es una fiesta fenomenal.
¿Cómo estáis, Lima? Hello, Quinn. Un cántico más para nuestro favorito, por favor. Cabezón, cabezón, cabezón.
The horn guy is a beast.
El del cuerno te ama, amigo. Eres una bestia. Quinn, you've become the adopted son of Peru, apparently. What does this feel like? The whole crowd is literally chanting, not even your name, the nickname they gave you.
I mean, I don't know. They're just super based. Give someone a nickname and then call them that. The crowd's sick. Thanks to all the fans. It's pretty awesome.
Sois súper basados, amigos. Gracias a los fans. Sois absolutamente geniales. First tournament EU, first win, Western European buff.
Yeah, I guess so. Go USA. Kick on a clap.
¡Viva Estados Unidos, amigos! Celery. ¿Podemos hacer un cántico para este pobre? Celery, 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 celery. Celery, you've told me previously your journey has had many ups and downs. Was there a moment where you were about to quit and now you're here? Have you ever visualized this moment? Is this the first step of the long journey of a Dota Pro?
Yeah, for sure. Quinn told me I'm not allowed to think about it, but now we're here, so I'm very happy.
Quinn dice que no podía pensar sobre ello, pero ahora están aquí, que está muy feliz de estar aquí delante de ustedes. Taracho. Lina?
Yeah, Lina.
Lina! I didn't even tell them. They just did it. You told me in an interview at the beginning, you watched the pros at TI, you one day envisioned yourself on that big stage, now you're on that big stage. How does it feel?
It's good feeling, but I played 3 games on Lina, it's a bit boring. But it is what it is, because we have Queen, they're supposed to ban Lishra because they cannot win, so I need to play Lina every game, unlucky. It's good to play on the stage, it's good to win, I'm happy.
Dice que está muy feliz de estar en este escenario. Dice que por culpa del cabezón tienen que banear Leshrak y que él tiene que jugar Lina 3 partidas seguidas. Es un poco aburrido, pero aquí está, mega feliz de estar delante de los peruanos, celebrando su victoria. Ace, you've been in a similar stage before. New team, newfound community. Tell me about the bonds you've made with this team, what it means to you, for you to win it with these guys.
I mean, on our team, we have a really good friendship. Like, friendship for the win. That's how you win Dota.
En su equipo tiene una gran amistad y con la amistad siempre se gana. No tiene que decir nada más, amigos. Amigos para siempre. Tofu, you've always told me about the importance of community for you in Dota. Now you have 8,000 #tofu big fans. What is this moment like for you?
I'm just so super proud that we could finally show how good we are together. Like, we put in so much time and effort, and I'm glad that we could finally show what we have done. And we've come a long way. I'm super fucking proud of everyone here. Thank you, guys.
Está súper orgulloso de haber llegado aquí con su equipo y de demostrar por fin de lo que están hechos. Look at them again. Tell them you're proud of them.
I'm fucking proud of you, but...
Está muy orgulloso de ellos, amigos. Esto sí es un equipo. C1, man behind the shadows, the coach pulling all the strings. You did the Witch Dr. Ayo to entertain them, right?
Of course. We had other options, but I don't know. I wanted to see it as well, and the guys are down for it. We actually think it's good, so we just pulled it off. I'm so proud and happy of them.
El Witch Dr. Ayo, había otras opciones, pero esa era la más divertida. Y lo han hecho para ustedes, por el entretenimiento de Perú. CY. First major, 100% win right now. Well, what do you have to do now?
I don't know, go for more majors, go for TI, Riyadh Masters maybe, yeah?
Más majors, Riyadh Masters, TI, aquí viene Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators, your champions of the Lima Major. What an amazing team and what an amazing crowd as well. Awesome to hear the cheers for each and every one of the players on stage. I'm joined by Sheep, by Fear and Tsunami, and this tournament, Gaming Gladiators, this main event, they did not drop a single game, Tsunami, not a single game.
Unprecedented. Yeah. Even if Team Liquid were at full power, I have no doubts that this team would have given them a run for their money. Maybe one game here and there, but we saw that really you had no choice against the heroes, Fear. There were just too many heroes that you have to be worried about.
You want to know one of them?
Tell me. I'm listening.
Undefeated, picked every game, Lina.
Oh, hey, maybe the sign right here. Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, it's an M. Oh, my mistake.
You can cover like half of it.
Yeah, there we go. the Ma Major. Ma.
It's only fitting. You know, Lina wins every game at the Lima Major. What can you do?
It was predetermined, and this crowd be actually actively rooting for every single player. You'd be hard pressed to find any other audience that is this enthusiastic with a region that necessarily isn't their favorite. Even Gaming Gladiators, these personalities, most of these players probably didn't even know before maybe like a year ago, but they've adopted them, and it's warming my heart to see.
I haven't been to enough tournaments to say, but I've heard from others, this is the best crowd they've ever seen. I've felt the energy every time I've been out here, like the passion, these fans love Dota. They love the players, they love the talent, they love everything, and you can feel that. I'm so glad we got that God Llama meter going, because they can really show exactly what they're made of. But the energy here has been insane.
It has been insane, and only now are people leaving the event. I've been to events where GG gets called, okay, let's make sure we're not in queue to leave the venue. This is everybody sticking around to support the team. It is insane. And of course, all the players and their coach and the owners who you also saw shedding a tear. A very emotional moment for them. Of course, it was the first win for almost everybody on that stage. Ace has won a major before, but it was a long time ago. It doesn't count. It was the 2017. It was 2017. What was it? It's like
it was an eternity ago. The fact that he's still this good 6 years later.
Different position, too.
Different position. He was playing carry previously. Now he's in the off lane. The adaptability and the just prevalence of this player to be able to stick around for this long.
And I bet the tournament he did win, the crowd wasn't this good.
Absolutely. Oh, I know for a fact that was the case.
I've won a lot of tournaments, and the crowd, it matters a lot on how you feel afterwards. And this is a S-tier crowd.
Yes.
I've been to a lot of tournaments. I've seen a lot of crowds. This one's one of the best of the best.
And they did it. They did it mostly for, as in the eternal words of Pax 9000, his brain is so big. The Cabezon, masterminding it all. They've been rooting it throughout the game. Quinn Callahan picking up the regen rune for North America.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was going with it, but
I see what you did there.
Yeah, thank you.
For America, we have to differentiate.
For America, that's
because
true.
He's not the first North American to win a major.
Fair.
He's the first USA.
And you finally got your Dutch winner as well.
I did get my Dutch winner. Let's go, Celery. I mean, I think I've heard it multiple times said during this weekend in particular that in order to be this good, in order to win a major, you need to have a world-class player on every single position. Nobody gets to slouch. Everybody has to step it up. And I think, Sheep, if we look at the tournament run that Gaming Gladiators has had, every game, you could make a case of everybody being the MVP on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
You could. I am genuinely so impressed with everyone. Their support duo has been so solid. I think everyone stepped up to a whole new level. I mean, I could spend years talking about how good they were all. I do want to say though, I'm really happy for Quinn. As his friend, as fans, sometimes you only see the face of him on his stream or something, or how he conducts himself in pubs. But I want to really just say, this guy is one of the most kindest and humble people I have ever met in my life. He has boundless empathy outside of Dota, of course. And I think he deserves to win this so much. I'm so genuinely happy for him. And the others too, I've spent a lot of time with those guys, at ESL Stockholm as well. They're very humble. They're just very kind people. I'm so happy for them, seriously.
Very, very down-to-earth group of guys, absolutely. I mean, they talk about it themselves as well, Fear, about how they're friends. You heard Tofu, the biggest shout-out was, I'm so happy to do it with these guys in particular.
I mean, we saw in his previous interviews as well, he's a very humble guy. He's super humble. Whenever he talks about the game, he's like, we're just happy to do it together. It's about friendship. It's about the journey. And he keeps repeating that throughout the entire interview. And I love to see players like that win. Just believes in his teammates.
It's our own Keanu Reeves.
The fact that he has only been playing competitive Dota for 4 years is unfair. You should not allow to be this good.
I believe he was a competitive player of a different game before this.
True, and that does give him an advantage. But in
League
this
of
game in
Legends.
particular, the standards are immensely high. And to be able to claim a championship over Team Liquid, all these players, storied legends, and do it 3-0. What a feat.
Incredible. Also, I mean, if we're talking about previous games that people have been professional player in, Celery's been professional player in chess and the Pokemon trade card game.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Very specific.
Interesting.
Maybe he should be the Cabezon.
When
He's
he was
got the big brain.
when he was 12 years old or something.
Whoa.
Yeah, he got to travel and everything.
Protege.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this whole squad, you can make, again, we talked about the Racho earlier already as well. He really stepped it up.
The Racho has been playing out of his mind. I think especially given the criticism people put on him throughout the DBC, where are you now, haters?
Yes.
The Racho is the king of this major. Proving everyone wrong, getting his Lina. You can't, stop underestimating him.
I bet his
so
Instagram
good.
is going to be very enjoyable as well, because he's been trying to post a little bit more there, I believe. So he's got some more to flex. And speaking of flexing, I mean, we talk a lot about Quinn, but he's definitely going to flex his victory here too.
I mean, maybe. I think more than anything, it just makes him a scarier player. He always thought he was good. He's always proved it in the leaderboards. Now he has the proof to back it up. We won a major. He's going to probably go back, grind, 14,000 of MR, come back to TI, show up again, hopefully, and he has a good career ahead of him. He's been grinding it for a very long time, a very, very long time.
Yeah, that question that you asked SVG on the panel, like Avery being able to watch this journey from his teammate, he knows they were at the lowest of the lows at many times, and be able to persist and succeed after years and years of just losses after losses after losses. It's really, I mean, he's got the big brain for emotions also.
Yes, for sure. And with that said, I mean, Ace is the same story, or in a different vein even. He was doing well. He did win a major with Team Secret, and once he left Team Secret, people thought, okay, that's his career over, right? Because normally, for traditional players, there's only one peak that you have, and after that, people have seen your worth, and it's like, okay, you know, where do people slot in? And Ace has just decided, you know what? I'm just going to do it again, Sheep. Just going to do it again.
I love watching him play. I also like, just a throwback to ages ago, he even was able to like flex his Meepo from the offlane, goes to the carry, comes back, gets a win, goes back to his offlane. Like this guy, he's so talented, genuinely. I really loved a lot of his item choices this tournament as well. I just think he has a really good idea of exactly what he needs to do in these games to make his team shine.
Yeah, and those ideas are now also supported. You heard it on stage as well earlier. CY was his first major as a coach, and it is incredible that he's been able to achieve this with the team. Just the first major, first win, and the comfort that the guys are playing with is partially due to him joining the team. And here is the overall rankings for DPC. This is what it's all about. Team Liquid still on top. They did win the league, of course, the DPC league in their region in Western Europe. Got them a lot of points. Gaming Gladiators getting a bunch of points there as well. And after that, we've got Shopify, Talon, EG Beast Coast, Bedboom, and Execration there in the top 6. Of course, there's more down the line, but this gives us already a clear idea of the current standings, Spear.
Yeah, I mean, looks pretty good right now. I think winning in your region gives you a huge boost as always, but you know, all the teams that did do well and won their region got a huge influx of points here. So it's going to go back into the next tour. You're going to have to get those points there again, and we're going to see how this shakes up in the next major.
Yeah, I believe it was 1,200 points that a team needed
yes,
last
that was the
TI.
threshold last year, yeah.
Yeah, so they need a little bit more.
Yeah, and if anyone's confused about the arrangement, be aware that pretty much every single second place in their region was in our top 8. Liquid was the only first place in their top 8, and that's why they're still topping the DPC points charts.
Yep, they get a lot more points.
Okay, but no one that's ever won a major has gone on to win TI in the
Not
same
yet.
year, so I guess Gamon's done it.
Someone has to be the first.
We're calling it, huh? All right.
Someone has to be the first. I mean, nobody at some point had ever won 2 TIs. It has also been done, you know, someone has to always be the first. Nobody from USA had ever won a major. Nobody from the Netherlands had ever won a major.
Pioneers.
A lot of firsts. Pioneers in their field. I do also want to give Liquid some limelight here because they did come from the lower bracket this morning and they played with a stand-in, which is incredible that they still reached the grand finals. Tsunami.
It's rough. I know that on the outside they do seem very enthusiastic, but the day that it happened, emotions were rock bottom. And the fact that the organization is so understanding, I don't think there was any pressure. The Liquid was like, oh, why aren't you getting the championship, guys? What's going on? I thought you were the best. It's a very, very understanding org. The players are incredibly respectful. And if you at home, still send some love to Boxy. He is still not feeling very well. I'm sure he would have loved to be here. I know he would have loved to be here, but at least Jabs got a main stage victory. Two main stage victories.
A series victory.
A series victory.
Send love to Jabs, honestly. I cannot even imagine being in his position.
The nerves.
Right,
Yeah.
he's not scrimming with them. He's not like playing pubs all the time to practice for this. He just got thrown into such a horrible or a stressful situation with so much pressure on him. And winning a series, making it through, like, I seriously, props to Jabs. Thank you so much.
I mean, it wasn't just a series win. That was a loser bracket final. And Team Liquid kind of proved, even with the standard, they're still the second best team here. So,
yeah.
Absolutely. Speaking of the best team here, though, because there can only be one, and if you're wondering why we've been chatting so long, it's because we want more out of Gaming Gladiators, and we're going to get exactly that, as we do have an extra winners interview with Snare, who's standing by with Quinn.
Thank you very much, Shiva, and indeed I am here with Quinn Cabezon himself, winner of a major. Congratulations. You were many years off the pace here. You weren't like playing in front of a main stage. But crucially, the last time you were in a grand final, 2018, right? Long time ago. Back then, you got 3-0, regrettably. How does it feel now to be on the other side of that equation, getting the 3-0 in the grand finals?
I mean, I don't know, the only word I can use to accurately describe it is surreal. It's like when people say like stuff hasn't sunk in, like it really is true. Like I don't know, it's so weird. There's like I play video games all day and there's like thousands of people in an arena like chanting my name. It's an extremely weird thing. I'm obviously insanely grateful to my team and everyone who supported me and stuff. I think I've tweeted it, but I would be nowhere without the people who've been behind me. So I'm just really grateful, and it's just very surreal.
I can imagine. Actually, let's talk about the surreal nature of this, right? Because the last time that you've been playing in sort of LAN environments, there wasn't this kind of massive audience, right? This time out, you come out, and not only are you winning, right? You're the fan favorite, literally chanting your name to the exclusion of all else, right? Does it feel strange knowing that there are this many people who legitimately live and die just by your name?
Yeah, I don't think I really actually understand it. Like I know that you have fans and stuff like that, right? Like I get that, but you don't. I don't know. I have a hard time feeling it or truly understanding the magnitude of it, because when it's a building filled with a buttload of people, you feel it a lot more than knowing people like you on the internet or whatever,
That certainly is true. Well, of course, now that you have won, so talk to me about this. You've gotten a W out of the North American region. You're in Europe right now. You've played in Europe before, but this time obviously a lot more successful. Are you just going to stay in the region now? Does this just feel like the beginning of a new chapter of the Quinn career as a Dota player?
I mean, I'm not, I say this a lot, but I'm not going to count my chickens. You never really know what comes up. You never know, really know, how successful you're going to be in the future, if you're going to keep winning. It's also, I don't know, so fleeting. So I'm just trying to enjoy it and appreciate how good my team is, and that, we can keep working together and improving, and, just enjoying getting to do what we do, right? We travel around the world and play video games for a living. I couldn't possibly be more privileged. So I'm just trying to just appreciate that, how privileged I am, and just enjoy what I've got.
So what's in terms of the team environment, right, on Gaming Gladiators, who right now do you really want to celebrate with the most? As in, who's the person that you feel in the squad? Obviously, everybody's been involved in the win, right? But there always feels like there's a linchpin that's kept you all together. If there is that person, can you talk to us about it? Who's the person that deserves the champagne at the end of the night?
I honestly don't think there is, and I mean that too. I'm not being a cop-out. I think this team is very collaborative in and out of the game. I think everyone pulls their own weight in a major way. Emotionally, in terms of the vibe and atmosphere and little small things that help people like each other and help things feel cohesive, and also in game. I would be remiss to say that one person in particular deserved it more than anyone else, because I just don't think that's true.
Okay. Now, when we spoke the other day, when you became the final boss of the major before going on to win the whole damn thing, right? The one thing that I love that you said is you would be remiss not to mention all the people that have helped you along the way, right? Let's talk about you now. In what way do you think you've helped your team? How would they not be able to do this without you, Quinn Callahan?
I mean, I think I'm a pretty vocal player and person on a team, and I think that has been a really good fit for this team. I think the amount I talk and the amount I care about things in game, I have pretty strong opinions about things. I think they have fit really well around that, and they've helped me do what I do well, which is being a very strong voice in a team. So it's been really natural for me to integrate into that, and I think I've just been able to play the style of Dota I do best, which is being super aggressive and saying what I want to do, and pushing my ideas, which has been really awesome.
I mean, it's not only awesome for you as a player, it's awesome for the team, and it's working, and it's awesome for us at home. Congratulations yet again, Quinn. I hope it's not the last one. We're going to see you in another major final, maybe a TI final this year.
Yeah,
congratulations. Everybody, please give a shout to Quinn. Woo! The people here love him. We love him. Quinn, 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 Quinn. Shiva and the squad back to y'all to close out the show, close out the Lima Major, and remind us of how special the Cabezon win is here in Lima.
Thank you very much, indeed, Snare. And Cabezon, who I guess will now have Quinn go by as Cabezon. That seems to be an easier cheer as well from the crowd. So that's a nice one indeed. Congratulations once again, Gaming Gladiators are the major champions. Sheep, we are very close to closing the show, and I know this event's been very special for a multitude of reasons for you, especially with Quinn winning on stage, of course, big smile. But can you talk to us a little bit about what you're going to remember most once this is all done?
It's got to be said again. Definitely the crowd. The fans have been so kind, so energetic. They just are so enthusiastic about Dota and everything. It's been truly special to feel that with them. I've sat in the crowd multiple times for most of the games actually, and it's just insane. I couldn't have asked for a better experience viewing this major.
Yeah, whenever we get the taxis every once in a while, it's so weird to me coming from the USA to see Dragon Knight cutout next to a LAN cafe and the Dota logo being brandished there. This is a Dota country through and through, and it has been for years and years. And the fact that they finally got a major, what a moment of validation.
Yeah. Absolutely.
100%. Sorry, I was going to go in the same row. Like, I really think that this crowd has been one of the most amazing crowds I've ever seen. The energy is super high, and the gameplay was great too. And also to talk about the teams, like, it feels like we're getting new and improved teams like every single year. Teams just coming out of the woodwork and just winning events, and that's really great for the game. I'm glad that happened here in Lima, Peru.
Yeah, we have had in the top 4, we had Southeast Asia in the top. We also, of course, had 2 South American teams still also making it top 6. Well, one of them anyway. But we have had a lot of regions in the top, and it's been insane that the level of competition is so close. Okay, sure, still 2 Western European teams at the top, but it was a close one. Talon making it to the final day. I think that, for me, is the biggest story, because I was not expecting them to go that far, Tsunami.
No, you're talking to someone who in the SAA DPC was repeatedly decrying Talon's achievements. They were winning me over step by step, and the fact that they got a top 3 is great. The only thing that scares me is that SEA famously has teams that do really well at one event and then just fall off the face of the earth afterwards.
Well, we talk about firsts.
That's true.
Talon might be the first to not do that.
I would be more than happy to see it. I think the last time was like Faceless, and that's quite the era ago, but being able to see Southeast Asia do well, I'm pretty sure if EG was able to qualify, this would have been a safety hazard in this arena.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We thought people were sticking around very long now. Imagine what would have happened if this indeed was a South American team making it to the grand finals. It would have been amazing. Didn't happen this time, but I think with a crowd like this, I don't think this is going to be the last event here in South America, or in Peru specifically, because it has been great. Final words from you as well, Fear, in regards to like the biggest memory. Is it going to be the crowd?
I mean, it's always going to be the crowd. This crowd was absolutely amazing. I challenge any other event to bring a crowd this hype, and I'd love it if they could, but it's going to be hard to do. This country just loves Dota so much. They're so passionate about it that you can't make this up. They're just that good.
They can't make this up.
Shiva, I can sense what the chat is saying. I hear a patch might be unveiled soon, and you need to end the show. It was March 6th, so it's not going to happen, but time is ticking, and I want to see who's still good after this major.
Me too. And I do want to say that me ending the show, or maybe, I haven't done it yet. I don't start the patch. That will come.
You're lying.
No.
Shiva, give the patch now.
I cannot give the patch.
Give the patch.
What I can give you is a big thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the last 2 weeks. We've had our ups and downs, absolutely, but we end on an absolute up, on an absolute high. It's been a fantastic time here in Lima, Peru, in Arena 1, and I really, really hope, together with my panel, that we will come back to South America sooner rather than later. Thank you so much, everyone, and from everyone on the panel, behind the camera, everyone here behind me, thank you so much. We love to welcome you back another time, but for now, that is the end. Thank you for watching the Lima Major, and of course, once more, a big congratulations to Gaming Gladiators.